It's a 65-yard lightning strike from McCaffrey, stealing the momentum right back.
Oh, baby, that's how you start off the season. Christian McCaffrey, 65 yards to the house, a great block for Brandon Aiyuk down the field, who, by the way, had a great game. 8 catches on 8 targets, 129 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Ray McCloud with a solid game as well. And the 49ers set the tone for the season with a big boy, big physical ass whooping of the Pittsburgh Steelers, 30-7, and they really could have scored 40 on this team. The defense was flying around the football. Brock looked comfortable. How about Drake Jackson? There's so much to like from this game as the Niners open up the season 1-0. We say good morning to everybody out there. Get off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to those overnight dancers. Hopefully you had a big night as well as the Niners go into Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and bully the black and yellow. A 3-and-out right off the rip. Come down, score a touchdown, and the rest is history, Shasky. Get your mic on, buddy.
You ever have one of those refreshing showers where it either wakes you up or you just feel rejuvenated?
Oh, yeah.
That's what yesterday felt like. Well, I mean, what a great game by the entire team yesterday. It was about as close to a flawless first half as you're looking for. Statement. I mean, they just came out. They were thumping. They were hitting hard. They were pushing the ball down the field. They were bullying the defensive line of the Pittsburgh Steelers at times. That was special. And Brandon Aiyuk, your guy, has just been. I mean, he's just a dominant player at this point right now. George Kittle getting that touchdown, or not touchdown, but that first down pass on fourth down.
Yep.
I thought that kind of set the tone for the year.
It's Shanahan trusting Brock Purdy to have the ball in his hands. How many times have we seen Shanahan in that situation? Maybe run a jet sweep or run up the middle or whatnot. Punt. He left the ball in Brock Purdy's hands. Brock Purdy hits a nice little dime to George Kittle to continue that drive. Jake Moody played well. I think he quieted some of the haters there. 3 for 3 on extra points overall. Jake Moody, 6 for 6 on field goal attempts. Drake Jackson, 3 sacks. The Bosa effect. I thought Cleve Farrell popped. I thought Fred Warner.
Hargrave.
There's so many guys. Javon Hargrave,
He
been
looked
quiet.
good.
He looked really good up
Armstead.
the middle.
Yeah.
Armstead, too, with a great push early on in that football game that led to a Drake Jackson sack. I thought Fred Warner set the tone when he knocked the soul out of Najee Harris. We didn't see Najee Harris for 2 quarters after that.
We went right to it, and I'm glad you did, because my big takeaway from that game, as well as yours, we were texting in our group thread, Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner against the team that, like, if you were thinking of the Pittsburgh Steelers, don't you think of linebackers?
You think of linebacker,
Right? And I know Bowman and Willis are like the gold standard, and no one's going to probably knock them off the pedestal. These guys have been elite for a couple years now. We got to start like really appreciating and recognizing how unique and how great they are. Just go around the league.
Yeah.
There's only a handful of guys you would even put in the conversation to go up against Greenlaw and Warner. And your point about knocking the soul out of Najee is well taken. How about the play down the field to tip the ball up in the air so it can get intercepted? How many linebackers are covering guys that far down the field?
So he's playing in the box. He's filling gaps in a run game. He's knocking running backs' heads off. Fred Warner, that is. Early in the game, he almost had a pick 6, but everything was going haywire. He's in the right spot at the right time. He's 20 yards down the field, knocking passes to Hufanga. I thought in the pass game, in the run game, again, this guy, Fred Warner's just stacking games together. I thought the Dallas Cowboy game in the playoff game was his best ever game.
I agree with that.
This game right here at Pittsburgh, I think he's starting a Defensive Player of the Year campaign.
Whoa.
That's what I saw from number 54 yesterday.
Whoa.
Sideline to sideline, you're filling gaps, you're smacking running backs, you're playing the pass well. What can he not do? He's going sideline to sideline, number 54, and I think when it's all said and done, we may speak about Fred Warner in the same way that we speak about Patrick Willis. He's playing that good of football right now. There's no drop-off from D'Amico, no drop-off from Robert Saleh. I'm telling you, Fred Warner's here. He has arrived as the best linebacker in all of pro football.
You know, it's funny. If you even say Patrick Willis, it almost feels unfair to someone like Fred Warner. But I'm being dead serious. Willis, I hold in like the highest of high regards.
Right.
And their games were different because like back then, there were more fullbacks in the league. You had to take on that fullback and still make a tackle. Like, it was just a different game. In terms of the modern game, name me a guy who's better at all of the facets that a middle linebacker's asked to accomplish.
There's nobody better right now. There's nobody better. He plays big. The way he hunts running backs in the backfield.
Close
he plays
out
through the block. Everything about him. And he make sure you pay for that hit.
Yes.
He's a physical guy who's got some finesse to his game. I thought the first hit on Najee Harris, when he smacked Najee in the hole right there, Najee only had 6 carries.
I thought he was going to be better in general in the league.
I just thought he just got bullied yesterday.
You think that's what it was?
That's what it was. I think Fred Warner took that challenge, said, I know there's Najee Harris. If he gets some daylight, he could break a long one. This young guy, Jalen Warren, as a backup, he can break one. Well, they snuffed Pittsburgh and really getting out to that lead. You took the running game out of the equation for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You turned it into a one-dimensional team that we talked about on Friday. And all of a sudden, they're dropping back 46 times with Kenny Pickett. Well, Bosa, Drake Jackson, Cleve Farrell, Eric Garfstead, Javon Hargrave. And if you want to bring a blitzer, Fred Warner or Drake Greenlaw, then go ahead and do it. But they shut that down. The run game made them a one-dimensional team that's played into the Niners' heads. Drake Greenlaw, real quick.
Oh, he's just a monster.
I mean,
he's him. By the way, his speed, is he the fastest linebacker the Niners have ever had?
I don't know, man. He covers ground.
Honestly,
101. I mean, this
who's
guy
faster?
I don't know. Fred Warner. I don't know. Maybe you got the 2 fastest linebackers on the same team.
I thought it was Bowman. I think he might be faster than Bowman.
Maybe. But right
the
now,
way he separates guys from the ball and the way he closes out, and for a guy his size, he's just an absolute monster.
No, he is.
He's so good.
He's out here clotheslining guys on the sideline. I do not care.
And then he's banging his wrists into his helmet.
He's nasty. He's a nasty player.
Did Bosa have? Honest to God, I'm watching the game back. I'm trying to chart certain things. I felt like he was double and triple teamed on every single possession.
He was, and that's why that other edge rusher that I was. Hey, who's going to step up?
We all were.
Who's going to step up? Because they're going to have an advantageous situation there every single snap because of the Bosa effect. Bosa's going to get doubled. Somebody's going to see one-on-one alongside that line. And I thought stunning on the other side, whether it's with Eric Armstead or Javon Hargrave, I thought Drake Jackson and Cleve Farrell. Now, it's not going to show up in the box. It's not going to show up in the box score. I thought Farrell set the edge very well on first and second down. And then you get Drake Jackson to clean it up. He had a setback in training camp. We didn't hear from him.
Yes.
I was a little concerned about him. Where is he at?
We all were.
Here is he at. He was inactive for the last few games last season. With Drake Jackson, number 95, he's here to stay. He's here to play. And I saw that early on when he cleaned up Eric Armstead's rush there. Look, there's nothing to complain about this morning, Niner fans. 888-957-9570. This looked like a team that's on the mission. This looked like a team that knows we want to be in Las Vegas in February and accomplish something this franchise hasn't done since the mid-'90s. That was a team, despite all the distractions in training camp, despite the trade of Trey Lance, despite Bosa's holdout, they looked like a team that was together, and they meant business yesterday at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's a big-time development for the 49ers.
When I think of the 49er wide receivers, just the legacy of the Niner wide receivers, one of the hallmarks of each of their best players, whether it's T.O., whether it's Jerry Rice, when they had Anquan Bolden, the physicality to block is the most underrated aspect, right? We don't. It's always like how many yards, how many catches, how many touchdown passes did they receive? And I'm looking at that pancake block by Brandon Aiyuk on the first drive of the second half. You said it to the group message, like, this is a crucial drive after the Steelers come down and score a touchdown right before halftime. They need to come out and they need to do something. That's as good of a pancake block in the open field as I can remember from anyone. Lineman, wide receiver, fullback. He splattered that guy.
I'm telling you.
Brandon Aiyuk.
I got shades of John Taylor. Blocking downfield for Jerry Rice. Blocking downfield for Roger Craig. I got shades of Jerry Rice blocking downfield for these running backs. I got shades of Terrell Owens blocking downfield for Garrison Hurst to open the 1998 season. Brandon Aiyuk has come of age, folks. Brandon Aiyuk has arrived. And he is the number one wide receiver, which, look, it doesn't matter. Yesterday was his day. Debo, you look around, he still ended up with 5 catches and 55 yards. It was still a factor. But Brandon Aiyuk, as much as we talked about that draft, and, oh, man, we should have had Jerry Jeudy, or you should have had CeeDee Lamb, or you should have had Henry Ruggs III, or Jalen Reagor Burnett. The Niners got their guy.
Yeah,
and he's now in a conversation with CeeDee Lamb. Now, Justin Jefferson's in a world of his own, but in terms of CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Aiyuk, CeeDee Lamb can't run block like Brandon Aiyuk. I'm taking Brandon Aiyuk right now over CeeDee Lamb. And a lot of people are going to say, Bonte, you're taking crazy pills. Look at what Aiyuk is doing. The rapport he's built with Brock Purdy.
Well, at times.
The fourth option. I think he may be the number one option now in the passing game.
Now he's elevated himself. There's no doubt about it. The contested catch for the touchdown. I mean, honestly, when was the last time, and I'm sure that you're going to remember, when was the last time a Niner receiver caught a ball with a guy draped on him like that?
I can't
remember. Receiver.
I can't remember. Anquan Bolden, maybe?
That's what I was thinking of Anquan Bolden.
Anquan Bolden, maybe?
Like that.
Maybe?
That catch was as good. And then to have the wherewithal to get both feet down? Are you kidding me?
His body control is insane.
I couldn't believe it.
His route running has come of age. Brandon Aiyuk is here, folks. And, you heard, and we've been going back and forth about this, not me and you per se, but I always ask you, it's like, why is everybody so quick to say you got to pick between Aiyuk and
drives
Debo?
Me crazy.
Why not just have both?
I know.
Aiyuk's not going anywhere, folks. He will be a 49er for many years to come. This system's made for him. He elevates the system and the rapport he has with Brock Purdy.
100%.
I mean, Brock Purdy, and look, Brock Purdy, what's there to complain about? Again, today's my measure. What is there to complain about if you're a 49er fan? You got a Super Bowl ready roster, and you got a quarterback who is cool, calm, and collected. Do I want him to take better care of the football in the pocket? Sure. TJ Watt is a monster, though. He's a monster.
TJ Watt might be one of the best pass rushers. Like, he's a top 10 pass rusher in the last 40 years.
But he's unbelievable.
He's incredible.
He's incredible.
He's an incredible player.
But Brock Purdy, whether it's the middle of the field, whether it's the sideline.
How about the pocket presence?
The pocket presence.
When a free rusher's coming at you to be able to do that?
Brock Purdy looked smooth yesterday.
Incredible.
He looked smooth going into that stadium against that defense and play the way he did. 19 to 29, 220 yards, 2 touchdowns. I didn't chart one interceptable ball yesterday.
Well, there was the one ball that Peterson stepped in front of. I think it was to George Kittle.
But
even on that play, like, I thought it was whatever. It wasn't, to me, that wasn't like a, oh no throw. It was just a better play by the DB to break up the pass. I didn't think it was interceptable. Does that make sense?
Yep, no doubt.
Right? Like, to me, there's a difference.
Right.
Look, if you want to be nitpicky on Purdy.
Okay, you want to do that one play, fine. I'll give you that one play. But for the most part,
he was
Purdy,
flawless.
He played a clean game.
He was amazing. And I love the way that he was delivering the ball. To me, when I'm looking at Kenny Pickett and when I'm looking at Brock Purdy looked like the first-round draft pick.
Right.
Kenny Pickett looked like the guy who, he's telegraphing passes. He doesn't throw with anticipation. I'm talking about Kenny Pickett now.
Right.
He has this elongated telegraphy throwing motion where his left arm takes forever to get the ball out. Like he has to lead with that left shoulder. I don't like him at all as a prospect.
He missed some easy throws yesterday. He missed some big plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I'm going to give credit to that 49ers pass rush. The pass rush got the Kenny Pickett. It rattled him. By the way, the offensive line, we're not going to talk much about the offensive line because they did their jobs. Now, Colton McKivitt had his hands full.
Burford had a couple of missteps,
had a couple penalties. But when you run the ball the way you did, McCaffrey with the 152 yards rushing, the Niners rushed yesterday 34 times for 5.5 yards a carry.
You know why they got him? Like there was a play where Juszczyk made a beautiful block to kind of just a little tiny hole. It's a little tiny hole. Right. And McCaffrey just squeezes in between it and then boom, bursts for another 5, 6, 7 yards. There's an art to running the rock and finding the little creases and then making yourself small, getting through them, and then having the physicality to finish the run and have your feet keep moving. CMC, like the 65-yarders are going to get the headlines.
Right.
It's the little things with CMC, the patience, the knife through the line. He's as good of a running back as I've seen.
No, Christian McCaffrey's a baller. But, again, this offensive line, for as much as people, oh, man, this line is a big concern. I thought they held up well yesterday, especially in the pass game. Look, overall, this is special teams. How about Mitch Wisnowski punting the ball?
How about his run?
I thought
on the block.
Oh, yeah, the block. He was good, too.
I was like, look at my rugby guy.
But look, Mitch Wisnowski had a hell of a day punting. 3 inside the 20-yard line.
Yes.
Some long punts. Some pinning the Pittsburgh Steelers deep into their own territory. And then we get Jake Moody. Jake Moody did look like the lights were bright for him yesterday. He looked very good, but making all 6 of his field goal attempts.
There was a sequence right after the 2-minute warning where the Niners had, I believe, a 3rd and 15 where they had false started and they pushed themselves back. To me, and I'm watching it back and I'm thinking, was Shanahan trying not to put his young kicker in a position of missing a long field goal early in the season because he threw the ball? And I was thinking what I wanted him to do. And again, we're telling nitpicky. Okay. I wanted to wait till later on in the week, but Tomlin burned his last time out. You run the ball there. You tick off 40 seconds. They don't have any time to stop the clock. Maybe they don't get that 7 points at the end. You take a long field goal attempt. Maybe that's the sequence there. I feel very nitpicky even bringing that up. But I was thinking, after watching it back the second time, maybe he was trying to avoid a 55-yard field goal for his rookie kicker.
Pittsburgh took the ball and scored anyway, right, on that possession.
Yeah, but they used a lot of time.
They used a lot of time.
And so maybe there wasn't that much time. Again, nitpicky. I'm being very nitpicky.
I like the decision. You're up 20-0. Pittsburgh's not having a lot of timeouts. Your defense is having so much success.
Yeah, that's true.
You can pin them deep. And then if you pin them deep and maybe you get a couple stops, maybe you use your timeouts to have one last hurrah before halftime.
That's a good point.
I had no problem with him punting the ball right there. You're up 20-0.
I mean, you're up 20-0. I sound like a lunatic.
You want to play the play the field position. I thought it was the right decision by Kyle Shanahan. I think he trusts Jake Moody. I don't think he has a problem with letting Jake Moody kick a 55-yard field goal.
He split that first one right down the middle, and I said, I think everybody in Niner fandom was saying to themselves, all right, good, we're good to go. Maybe the kid's just a gamer. Preseason's not for him.
When I think about that situation, I said, man, punt the ball. You pinned them inside the 5-yard line. Pittsburgh went 95 yards. You let your guard down a little bit.
There was a couple of penalties,
in the first half. But a couple penalties, but some missed tackles.
Yes, missed tackles.
They went at Avery Thomas a little bit into the first half. So give Pittsburgh credit. They were desperate. They converted a fourth down on that possession. But I thought, again, the biggest drive of the game coming out of halftime. What do you do with the football when you come out of halftime?
Yes.
Well, what did they do? They hand the ball off to McCaffrey. He goes 65 yards. Game over. Game over. Game over, just like that. So the Niners are 1-0, and we go from, boy, Pittsburgh is going to be a tough place to play. Boy, this is going to be a tough game to win, to got the Rams on deck, the New York Giants who just got a shutout 40-0, and then you got the Arizona Cardinals. Who's to say you can't lose a game in September?
Who lost to the Commanders?
Yeah, but they actually played harder than
I know. They had the lead. I thought they were going to win.
The Commanders looked bad. I thought
the Commanders are bad.
They were 7-point favorites.
I mean, both those teams are bad. I just feel very foolish for overrating the Pittsburgh Steelers. And maybe it's just
maybe
the Niners.
Maybe they're not overrated.
What?
Maybe they're not overrated.
You just think the Niners are that good?
The Niners are a Super Bowl contender.
I mean, that was as thorough of a first half as they've had. I can't remember the game one, thorough first half. Even the Detroit game, they gave up some yards in that first half. They were almost flawless.
That was a rough game. Let's go to Bruce real quick in Pittsburgh. Bruce, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Yo, what's up? Good morning, San Jose.
Good morning,
Bay
Bruce.
Area. We out here in Pittsburgh, man. I just wanted to give a shout-out to the Niner Nation. We out here doing it.
You guys look deep out there in Pittsburgh. How was the game out there? How's the environment? Tell us about it.
Man, that game, the Pittsburgh fans were all hyped up, and then once we started that, we shut them down, 3rd and 3 and out. It just turned from there. We just kept going and going and going, and the Pittsburgh fans were just like deflated.
On that first Aiyuk touchdown, my big takeaway on my couch was, damn, there's a lot of Niner fans there because it was hella loud.
There was a lot of red there.
I couldn't believe it.
A lot of red there. By the way, shout out to YouTube. Thanks for the call, Bruce, out there in Pittsburgh. Safe travels back. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Don't forget about the Xfinity Mobile text line. This is a Monster Monday. A Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com right now. The segment also brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. You guys know the drill. You've been hanging out with us for over 3 years. Hell, over 5 years now. Mondays or day after games is all about you, the caller, you, the listener. 888-957-9570. What went right? What are something you're wary about? Or how pumped are you feeling up about this football team? Told you, this offense on paper looks as explosive as any offense I've seen in the 49ers history since the late 90s. Dead serious. They scored 30 yesterday and shut the playbook down early in the third quarter. Could have dropped 40 on the Pittsburgh Steelers. How pumped are you about this quarterback? What about Drake Jackson having Bosa back? How about Fred Warner and Greenlaw? How about this secondary playing well? There's a lot to like. Charvarius Ward coming up with an interception. There's a lot to like with the 49ers right now as they move to 1-0. They got the Rams next week at SoFi Stadium. It is Rams week here on the Roast. We'll get into that probably Wednesday once we turn the page on this Pittsburgh game. But what a dominant performance by the San Francisco 49ers to open up the season, and we'll be talking about it all damn day here on 95.7 The Game. That's what's coming up, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Super eager.
Settle down.
pocket here. Tipped and picked. Tipped by Warner, picked by Hufanga. One Pro Bowler leads to another. Hufanga flips it outside, and to Sean Gibson down the sideline and inside the 10. There's a flag down where that lateral happened. It was borderline.
Oh, man, Joe Davis on a call for Fox Sports. Niners open up the season at Pittsburgh 30-7. They're up 20-0. And then, of course, the first drive out of halftime, they go 2 plays, 35 yards. Of course, a 10-yard pass to Deebo Samuel for Brock Purdy. And then a 65-yard rush from Christian McCaffrey, helped by Brandon Aiyuk and Ray McCloud with some monster blocks down the field. Look, their defense forced Pittsburgh into so many 3-and-outs. This defense is flying around the football. De'Amon Lenore, 10 tackles yesterday. Fred Warner, 8 tackles. Greenlaw, 6 tackles. They each had a tackle for loss. Hufanga with the pick. He moved around well with this Blake cyst on his knee. No signs
Didn't
of that.
notice anything.
Hufanga was flying around the football yesterday. And then I wish to Sean Gibson, who got the ball lateral to him by Hufanga. It was a great heads-up play.
I like that play.
I thought it was legal. They said it was forward. But then I wanted one more from Sean Gibson to Isaiah Oliver. But Isaiah Oliver, get your hands up, son. Beg for the football. That was a great play there by the Niners defense, man. They shut down Kenny Pickett. And again, if you want to go one-dimensional against the 49ers, drop back 40. Kenny Pickett got sacked 5 times and tipped to 46 passes. That's 51 dropbacks. That's not going to win football games against the 49ers, not against his pass rush, not against his front seven.
I just, I feel very foolish for giving Pittsburgh as much respect as I did. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle where it's the Niners are so good. Pittsburgh, we overrated a little, and it meets in the middle. But, man, they couldn't do anything offensively.
Yeah, but it's the way they dominated. Like, Pittsburgh may end up winning 8-9 games, and maybe we did overrate them. But it's how you dominate. Pittsburgh didn't belong on a football field with the 49ers.
Okay, TJ Watt belonged, right? We agree. Who's the next guy that belonged?
Maybe George Pickens.
But even then, he didn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, no, he did. I'm saying maybe George Pickens.
Like, that's the thing. When I look at the Niners,
Highsmith.
When I look at the Niners, like, and you're looking around the league, right? Because you're watching nothing's better than your team wins at 10 a.m., and you've got the whole afternoon slate to either go do whatever you want or sit there and hate watch certain teams. And I'm watching Philly versus New England, and I'm sitting there and I'm watching the Broncos and the Raiders, and what were the other Chargers versus the Dolphins,
Seahawks, Rams.
They've got some personnel, by the way. I mean, the Dolphins, oh my God. But point being is, like, I'm looking at it, I'm like, I just don't think Pittsburgh has the personnel that some of these elite teams in the AFC have, and in the NFC. I didn't fear anybody.
No, I didn't. I didn't fear
TJ
anybody.
Watt, yes.
TJ Watt, that's it.
He's so sick.
Let's go out to the lines.
He is so sick.
888-957-9570. RJ Fairfield, what's happening, baby?
Oh, good morning, guys. Victory Monday, as usual. But, hey, I'm just going to let you know right now, my next 49ers jersey is going to be a Brandon Aiyuk jersey. We need more Brandon Aiyuk jerseys in the stands, guys. That dude is about to have a monster year. He looks so sick. I mean, that throw from Purdy to Brandon Aiyuk, that back shoulder, man, that was a Houdini trick, man. That looked magical. I mean, I don't even know how that ball got fitted into that to that window, you guys. Another thing I want to touch on is Brock Purdy, man. Hey, I might have to get a Brock Purdy jersey. I'm always hesitant to get a 49ers quarterback jersey, but he's next on my list. Guys, what really told me about Brock Purdy, I mean, what really shined with Brock Purdy is when he's rolling to his left, squares up, takes a hit, and flips it over to Deebo Samuel. Did y'all see that? He opened his hip, and Deebo just caught a one-hander in the bag. I knew that game was sick, guys. Just a all-around good performance. Hey, and I'll shout out to you guys for giving us, the fans, the platform to, voice this Victory Monday on, man. Appreciate you guys. Have a good day.
Appreciate you too, RJ. Have a great day. Have a great Monday up there in Fairfield. Look, Brock Purdy, you can't say enough about him. Considering all the noise that was circulating around this football team, now credit to the football team, they kept most of it outside the locker room. But all the noise that the fans talked about, that we talked about, and everything with the backup quarterback job, and where's Bosa at, and oh boy, what about the omens of this football team? How are they going to respond to getting beat up in Philadelphia in the NFC title game and come back? Well, all that was put to bed right away. Right away. The first 2 possessions of the football game, one, the defense forced a 3-and-out. And then the offense comes down and scores, and they convert a big fourth down to George Kittle, 4th and 2.
Love that play call.
I thought Purdy just looked outstanding in the pocket. The plays he made with his legs, the improv, keeping his eyes down the football field, making timely throws. Now, look, I see some people talk about his velocity, and, man, he's not really ripping it. Son, you're not trying to win a teddy bear at the State County Fair. All right? Not trying to throw the ball 100 miles an hour. Get the ball there, get it with accuracy, hit the location, and get it right there in the hands. Aiyuk on the sideline. Was it ripped? No, but the ball placement was perfect. It gave Aiyuk a chance to catch it, turn and run.
We're critiquing touchdowns now?
Everybody's so enamored. Like Blake Shelton of the U.S. Open. Oh, my God, he can hit a serve 144 miles an hour. But what's his return game? What's his serve like? What's it after the second serve, the third serve, the fourth serve? I don't care how hard you hit it. Can you hit it? And Brock Purdy right now can hit all the throws. I don't care how fast he's throwing them. Brock Purdy is the guy who looked like a 5-year veteran yesterday.
What I loved about the broadcast first quarter is they were zooming in on Kenny Pickett's face and eyes pre-snap. Did you notice that? And then they did the same thing for Brock Purdy. The composure, the moxie, the calmness from the guy is it's unbelievable.
He played
honestly.
elite quarterback yesterday.
What?
Brock Purdy played elite quarterback yesterday.
Yeah.
He was an elite quarterback. Of course, you fumbled twice. G.J. Watt stripped the fumble. You recover one of them.
He's one of the best players of this generation.
Exactly.
I mean, I think we need to pump the brakes on this flaw, that flaw, and we'll let it play out for a month and let's see where we at in terms of strengths and weaknesses. Because of the salary cap, you're not going to be all pro level at every position. So you're going to have some guys that aren't as good. And we'll see with Colton McKivitz. Is it a byproduct of, wow, TJ Watt's that great? Or maybe there is, Colton McKivitz is the quote unquote weak link.
Right.
You're not going to have 5 great offensive linemen.
No doubt.
That's just the modern game. All right. And then I look at the defense and I don't know, Diamondor Lenore, Isaiah Oliver. Yeah. Look around the league. There's not a lot of great number 2 cornerbacks and slot corners like that. That might be a work in progress. They've got elite players everywhere.
Well, I'm looking around the league. There weren't 10 better quarterbacks on the field yesterday than Brock Purdy on Sunday.
Bout of good of a performance. They dropped back 30 times.
Right. You look around the league, and you look at what Brock Purdy did. Like Desmond Ridder couldn't get a ball off because they couldn't block anybody.
Well, he's not.
Bryce Young's not ready to roll.
No.
Sean Watson was okay. The elements probably got them.
He threw a couple bad tosses.
I'll give the Cleveland Cincinnati folks a pass because the weather was so bad out there in Cleveland. Nobody's throwing the football. Trevor looks like he's ready to take.
Did you see that teardrop throw he had in the end? Yes. Wow, him and Calvin Ridley.
I mean,
that's going to be a special combination.
The Jaguars are here. And they play Kansas City week 2. It's a very intriguing game in Jacksonville.
I actually enjoyed watching Richardson play, and I guess apparently Trevor Lawrence told him you got to protect yourself a little better.
Yeah, he's running way too much.
That's a great point. And I thought that as I'm watching the Niner game with Purdy, he does a pretty good job protecting himself. He scrambled late in that game, and he just went down. He just went down. I was like, smart man.
Purdy looked amazing yesterday. 888-957-9570 was a big takeaway for Niner fans out there. 888-957-9570. You know what we do on Mondays. It's all about you, the listener, the caller, the texter, YouTube, Twitch. We're reading everything. Purdy yesterday looked like a top 10 quarterback. I was blown away with his mastery of the offense, his command at the line of scrimmage, getting guys lined up in the right set, getting guys lined up in the right formation, getting guys throwing the ball on time, finding his reads, scoring through his progressions. I thought Purdy was in total control for week 1, and I expect nothing but great. We may see a 4,000-yard season from the quarterback spot this year in San Francisco.
Well, if they're up, 25 points early in games, then they'll do what they did yesterday and just kind of sit on the ball.
Take the air out of the football.
Which goes back to my original point of and then look, yesterday's a great example. You were talking about could they score 34 this year? They might not have to. They scored 30 in that game, and I think everyone would agree if they needed to, they could have scored 45.
Right, they could have.
Right?
I mean, think about how explosive the offense could be. 65-yarder yesterday. You got Aiyuk going for 129 yards receiving. Debo was everywhere. 5 catches, 55 yards. Had another rush for 8 yards or 2 carries for 8 yards. I thought Debo looked good. He's not going to get the headlines because Aiyuk went crazy and Christian McCaffrey went crazy. But you didn't even utilize George Kittle.
No.
He's a matchup problem.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Kittle will have his time at some point down the line. You don't need to show the ball to everybody every week. Especially someone like George Kittle.
Right.
keep him on the pitch count in terms of, lessening the hits. It's all about a Super Bowl for this team.
No doubt. And Kyle Shanahan called a game like a Super Bowl coach.
Yes.
Kyle Shanahan was in his bag yesterday. 888-957-9570. We're going to get to everybody on the hotline. 888-957-9570. Jeff and Concord and the rest of you will get to y'all. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Freeball Bake. Full service baking, no compromises.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
Ever since we got Xfinity.
Aiyuk breaks free.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge for us. We talked about in the offseason just the trust factor, leading guys, having anticipation, and then obviously when it's a one-on-one matchup, we got such great talent. It's like, man, just give them an opportunity, throw it up and see what happens. So it was a great rep for us.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Brock Purdy, 19 of 29, 220 yards and 2 touchdowns, with sacked 3 times, but a passer rating of 111. You saw Brandon Aiyuk there. You heard Brandon Aiyuk from Joe Davis and all those Niner fans there at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Brandon Aiyuk, 8 catches, 129 yards, 8 catches on 8 targets. He made them all count there, and the Niners rolled over Pittsburgh 30-7. And per David Lombardi, a friend of the program from The Athletic, Brock Purdy's now the first quarterback in NFL history to win his first 6 regular season games and throw at least 2 touchdowns in each of those games. He's also the first quarterback in history to have a 95 or better quarterback rating in his first 6 regular season starts. Now, I'm not big on quarterback rating, but the fact is he's coming in and he's winning games, and there doesn't look to be a drop-off at all. Brock Purdy concerns? Non-existent in my world.
Well, this thing about, he's thrown, at least 2 touchdowns and threw for a passer rating. Okay, just clop all that stuff off. How many games has this guy won in a row? What is it right now? Regular season games.
Regular season game, 6.
Okay. And I think the record, I could be wrong, but I think the record to start a career is 13 in Dak and Big Ben Roethlisberger.
Ben Roethlisberger, I know, did it his rookie year.
13 in a row.
Tommy Maddox.
I mean, that to me is the more impressive thing, right? Because both, whatever you think about Dak, he's a high-level functioning quarterback. Whether you think he's truly elite or, just on the cusp of being elite, he's a very good player, right? And so Brock Purdy has just been an outstanding winner for the 49ers. And they replaced a winner in Jimmy Garoppolo with a guy who, to me, I don't know if he's better right now than Jimmy Garoppolo. There's some things that he does better than Jimmy G.
Right.
But the common denominator is they both win.
They win.
At a high level.
Well, I count that as 7 in a row for Purdy because Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt early in that Miami game.
Okay.
And
I agree with that.
Brock Purdy had to come in, and the Niners they only had 3 points up until that point when Brock Purdy replaced Jimmy Garoppolo.
It was early.
Last year against Miami. And they ended up scoring 30 the rest of the way. Now, 7 came on I believe, a touchdown by the defense late in the game. Maybe it was Drake Greenlaw there at the end of the Miami game. But for 7 straight regular season games, Brock Purdy has helped the 49ers win here. So I don't have much to nitpick. I didn't see, if you want to say the Patrick Peterson play was an interceptable ball, okay, I'll buy it. But other than that, I thought Purdy was flawless. He got the offense in the right formation. He got the plays off on time. They never seemed like they were out of sorts. He got the ball to the right wide receivers. I thought Purdy was in total command. He looked like a 5-year veteran. And you know what, 49er fans? We got a damn quarterback. We got a quarterback. I don't care about the velocity. I don't care where he threw. He got the balls there. He got the balls on the sideline. He got the balls there in the middle of the field. He threw with enough touch. It's not, again, I'm going to say this all, I'm probably going to say it all season long. It's not the county fair. We're trying to break one of those bottles and throwing 150 miles an hour and win a prize for your daughter or your son. No. This is pro football. You do what you got to do to convert a play, Shasky. I don't care about how hard Chip Druckenmiller threw a fastball. He lasted half a season, okay? We see guys with rifle arms and not be able to control where that arm goes or where that ball placement is. Purdy can control the ball placement. He improv'd. He got out of the pocket. He bought time. Damn it, the Niners got a quarterback, man, that can take him to the promised land.
He was outstanding. I want to do 2 fun exercises with you, okay? Because you are a 49er historian. It feels like Brock Purdy's got the number 13 solidified right now, don't you think?
Yeah, no doubt.
Like that. How many guys in 49er history can you name who wore number 13?
Steve Bono.
Bono is one.
Sean Hill.
Sean Hill is another.
Cody Pickett didn't wear 13, did he?
No, Cody Pickett wore 3.
3, that's right. I knew it was a 3.
Yeah.
Who else wore 13?
Okay, Richie James Jr.
Oh, gosh.
River Craycraft.
Oh, gosh. He scored a touchdown yesterday for the Miami Dolphins.
He had 2 big plays. How about this one? Drake Kirkpatrick. Okay, Aaron Burbridge.
Is his grave still in the end zone at Levi Stadium?
Yeah, seriously.
Benjamin's still his father?
Aaron Burbridge. Stevie Johnson.
From
Vallejo. Okay, Joe Hastings.
Okay.
Barely knew you. Rattay, Bono,
Rattay.
Sean Hill, who you referenced. Tom Whittem, who no one would remember. And my guy, Frankie Albert.
Wow. 13's not retired, huh, for Frankie Albert?
No, well, he also wore 63.
Okay.
He wore 63 and 13. He was also a punter. Exactly. It feels like he's got 13. I saw 13 jerseys in that stands yesterday. I'm telling you, I think he's going to have the hottest jersey sales this year for the Niners. I think he's the guy.
13s and 23 are going to be hot at Levi Stadium. McCaffrey and Brock Purdy.
So, before you go to the lines, one last one. Brandon Aiyuk, who you've talked about. They need to lock this man up. 11 was kind of a curse number for the Niners. It really was. Like, Steve Spurrier wore 11. He was a top pick. Didn't really pan out. Alex, for the longest time, had 11. Although I saw a lot of 11 jerseys. I mean, there were some names, B. I mean, we're talking about Jeff Brom, Ty Detmer, Marquise Goodwin.
Some bad 11s. Some bad 11s.
Brandon Aiyuk has got 11 locked up, and it is a beautiful number, and you need to get that man paid.
Well, Brandon Aiyuk will be paid. I don't think we should worry about that. I mean, the 49ers have proven time and time again that they will pay premium players.
Absolutely.
Bosa just got paid. They restructured the contracts of Eric Armstead, George Kittle, and Trent Williams. They've got $43 million in cap space right now, which is probably reserved for next season when they got over $40 million in cap space. They got to shed off the books, but they'll be fine. And they'll figure out a way to get Brandon Aiyuk. Again, Debo and Aiyuk, I think, are the best duos at wide receiver the Niners have had since 98 when they had T.O. and Rice.
So don't you think Debo, there's an area of Debo's game that is underrated? Not that he's elite at it, but he does high point the ball better than people give him credit for.
He does.
There was a play that the linebacker was going to try to make a play on a ball. Purdy kind of just threw it up, and I love that Purdy threw it up to his guy to make a play. And Debo just contorts the body, jumps up at its apex, catches it, comes down with it. He made a really nice play on that Brock scramble where Minka came flying in. I just think we underrate. Debo is really good at those intermediate, like jumping up in traffic and making a play.
And the attention he receives from the defense is going to leave Brandon Aiyuk in one-on-one opportunities.
Yes.
And Brandon Aiyuk is going to destroy cornerbacks in one-on-one situations. The route he ran out Patrick Peterson on the first touchdown where Patrick Peterson touched every inch of his ankle because he couldn't stay with Brandon Aiyuk on that end cut. It was beautiful. Beautiful. The deep ball we talked about, the back shoulder throw against Patrick Peterson. Brandon Aiyuk in one-on-one situations is going to eat and dominate. But part of that is because you have a Deebo Samuel and you have a George Kittle who garners attention from the defense. Wait till it opens up for George Kittle. Wait till the Deebo Samuel game. This is going to be every single week. Going to be like, oh, wow, look at this guy. Oh, wait, this guy. So, like, the L.A. Rams are going to watch the tape and they're going to say, boy, Brandon Aiyuk has come along here. Boy, they still got Christian McCaffrey. What did we do? And I think a lot of defensive coordinators this season, when they look at the 49ers offense, they're going to say, how do we slow this down?
Well,
what do we take away?
One thing that they need to do, and again, this is a small thing, okay? I don't want to make it this huge thing, but they do need to send help McKivitz's way from time to time.
No doubt.
If Aaron Donald's going to line up against him, because yesterday with T.J. Watt, they let him go one-on-one, and I'm sure the score factored into that. And T.J. Watt being an outstanding player, like that to me, it's more T.J. is so good, not that Colton McKivitz is some garbage player.
But it's something we monitor throughout the season.
That's my point, and I want to see what they do because they've done a really good job mitigating Aaron Donald's impact. What are they going to do this week against him?
Let's go to Jeff in Concord because he has a question about the right guard situation. Jeff, what's happening, my man? You're on the roast.
How y'all doing? I want to start off by saying Brock Purdy, my quarterback. I don't care what the haters got to say. He's been my quarterback. And then, I just want to know what you guys feel about that right guard situation because I know Shasty said a little bit something, but 49er fans were spoiled. So just let me know what y'all feel about that.
Are you talking about right guard or right tackle?
You talking about Spencer Burford?
I'm sorry, the right tackle. Yeah.
Right tackle. Colton McKivitz. Yeah, that's the one area of concern we had all offseason, Jeff, is Colton McKivitz. You know that Colton McKivitz is going to struggle at times against premier elite pass rushers. Now, how many of them are on the schedule? How many blitzers are going to come his way? He's got to get better here, but I trust in Shanahan and Chris Forster to figure the situation out. McGlinchey went down over the past few years. Joe Staley went down the past few years. They have experience of playing without Trent Williams. Now, does it look pretty when those guys are out? No. Of course not. Those are all pros, and McGlinchey is a solid player, I guess, but
did you see it yesterday? The Bronco Raider game?
Yeah. Good luck to them. They paid him a lot of money for what?
When Sean Payton, everyone's like, he's a genius. Why would you pay Mike McGlinchey $50 million?
Don't know. Don't know. But the
when
line.
does that crack come into play?
Facts.
The
I've been all
line,
over the Sean Payton thing.
Listen.
I'm sorry.
The offensive line and McKivitz, they'll figure this out. They ran the ball well. For the most part, Purdy had time. Now, T.J. Watt's just a different beast. He's going to make a play from here to there. You don't let him kill you. He didn't kill the Niners yesterday, so...
But there is something to be said.
It's something that we got to monitor for sure.
Well, and I would say, like, okay, Nick Bosa's so good. Did you notice what they did to him yesterday? They double and triple teamed him the whole game.
Yep.
Which you would say, Joe, that opened things up for other people. Absolutely it did. And you know what the Pittsburgh Steelers were saying? We're going to let anyone beat us but him. And there are certain matchups. I would put T.J. Watt into that category. Maybe we double him a little more. Right. I'm not saying exclusively, but give a little help to McKivitz because I think that's a tough matchup for any player.
It is. Let's go down to Lancaster, California. Our girl Rhea.
Hey, Rhea.
On the roast. Rhea, what's happening? Good morning, Rhea.
Good victory morning. Good morning. Oh, my God. I just need to celebrate this day, yesterday, my team. I also want to start out by saying thank you to Pittsburgh weather for letting us have a dry game. And I also want to just touch on Brock is good. When he fumbled that ball and then went behind his back and grabbed it to keep it, I was like, oh, my God, this man is he's it. He's it for us.
He's in the moment.
Hustler.
Rhea, he feels like he's totally locked in the moment, doesn't he?
Dude, I couldn't believe he held on it, with the arm and everything. I was all scared. I was like, this man is a stud. He's a stud. Doubt. He's not going to let us lose any games. He's going to fight till the end. I love him. Yep. I love him. Also, I wanted to say, my goodness, Brandon Aiyuk. I love Brandon Aiyuk the moment he hurdled over somebody and got into the end zone with the touchdown. I've been a fan of...
Oh, yeah, that Philadelphia game back on Sunday Night Football, 2020.
Oh, my God. I've been in love with him that long. And I'm like, I knew he was going to get better. I just had that feeling. And I'm so happy. And if we let him get away, I'm going to be so destroyed.
Rhea, the 49ers in this regime, they don't let the good ones get away.
No.
They don't. So I don't think you have to worry. Go buy a Brendan Aiyuk jersey and wear it with pride. He's going to be a 49er for the foreseeable future.
I was going to because I have a T.O., I have a Jerry Rice. I don't like to do players too much. I got a Patrick Willis because they leave. I need to have a Brandon Aiyuk.
Go get you that Aiyuk. Aiyuk's going to get that bag, Rhea. Trust me on that one. Thanks for the call, Rhea.
They freed up a bunch of money last week when the details came out. I don't know. I think it's easy to say they're going to make a big splash, and
we don't know.
We don't know.
They have the option though.
But that's one thing that I do love is they do have the option B, whether it's this season to shore up some weakness or add to some strengths, or in the offseason. Like, it does feel like they've kind of recalibrated their books to be a little more efficient, to make a move and to fit somebody in. So whether that's a right tackle, another tight end, a secondary player, another edge rusher, it does feel like they have the opportunity to add.
No, they will. And the great thing is they're an attractive destination. You don't think there's other players around the league looking at this team said, boy, 49ers mean business. They're top heavy. There's talent all across the board. The number one mission for this team is to win the Super Bowl.
Yes.
We're going to have fun on the journey, but don't get it mistaken. This was a business-like win. This was a win to tell the NFL, we're not going anywhere. We're still one of the powers in the NFC. Mm-hmm. Dallas can have their 40-0 shutout against the Giants. We'll see the Giants in a couple weeks. The Eagles could go up there lackluster and nearly blow a lead against the Patriots. We're monitoring everything in the NFC, but right now, 1-0. With a business-like approach to Pittsburgh, snuffing them out in their home stadium to start the season off. If Fred Warner, again, I'm watching it on a loop here. I can't get enough. For Fred Warner, following the hole, bam! I can't wait for Baldy to break that play down where he smacks the soul out of Najee Harris. I hated to see it, Najee, because he's from Antioch. He's a Bay Area kid. Boy, Fred Warner making a statement yesterday as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, we are sponsored on YouTube and Twitch by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search the 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. This is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. And the last segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
You know, it's one thing to just win week one, and it always feels like it's worth multiple wins, right? Because the home opener, or not the home opener, but the opener for the NFL season, it always feels bigger. It feels like a 2-game swing, right? It does. That felt like a 2.5-game swing. Just the way that they came out and put that statement, that exclamation point on it. That to me was, and you got to win, you got to move forward. Like, I understand all that.
Right.
But to beat Pittsburgh in that fashion, I just didn't see that coming.
No, I
didn't see it coming at all.
To dominate like that, I thought it would be a close game, a 50-50 football game. I thought a lot of people, maybe we did give Pittsburgh too much respect, but that defense I thought was really good. I thought their wide receivers would pose a problem to the secondary. But again, I think we all kind of forgotten about our own front seven. Because we didn't know if Bosa was going to be playing, right? But he does play. Then you get Cleve Farrell on the other side, and you get Greenlaw and Fred Warner cleaning things up. This front seven is as vicious of a front seven as there is in football. You got the Dallas Cowboys, you got the 49ers. The 49ers front seven will not allow you to run the football or get into any rhythm, which takes away your play action passes. And if you become a one-dimensional team like Pittsburgh did yesterday, you're going to get beat bad by the 49ers defense.
No doubt. From our good friend Kyle Madsen, who charts these things, Nick Bosa officially played 35 of the 63 defensive snaps for the 49ers, most among the defensive ends, and right in the middle of the 30 to 40 that they were saying that they were going to play him before the game. What'd you think of Nick Bosa's performance?
I thought Nick Bosa was Nick Bosa. I thought Nick Bosa didn't show any drop-off. Baldy said it. We've all talked about it. We all highlighted T.J. Watt when he held out and came back first Wednesday of the season and had 2.5 sacks in the season opener. Nick Bosa was just fine. He set the edge in a run game. Okay. He got after the quarterback. He gets doubled and tripled. He opens things up for Drake Jackson. He opens things up for Cleve Farrell. He opens things up for Eric Armstead. Nick Bosa is that guy who's worth every single penny. So having Nick Bosa in the fold, this defense, man, what's not to like?
I don't know if the camera will be able to pick this up, but I'm going to show you what Baldy sent me yesterday. And yeah, I'm doing that. You could do the drop. I really don't care. This is Baldy. Okay, tough to see. I'll show you. It's Baldy pregame in his suit in the end zone, dapping up Nick Bosa. 2 birds of the same feather, right?
There you go.
Bosa looks unbelievable.
Bosa looks great. Bosa looks great. He sounds great. And he's happy here. Let's go to Crazy Taco. Crazy Taco in Montana. Crazy Taco, what's happening?
Crazy. I love tacos.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? Happy victory morning. I don't know if you caught the little bit of trash talk from Patrick Peterson over the weekend for Brock Purdy and him guaranteeing interception. The couple plays they targeted him, or he was the defensive end on the or tackle, whatever, on the play. Did you notice anything? Did you guys see Brock Purdy having a tell, or do you think that was just trash talk?
I just think Patrick Peterson's an old man who's had a great career and talked a little too much on a podcast that he probably didn't think was going to get out that much. You guys just say stuff. But I love Brock Purdy's response at the podium yesterday. I don't know if we have that sound. We'll dig it up for you. But he basically was like, "Oh, was that Patrick Peterson on that play? That we threw the touchdown? Twice?
Well, here's Peterson after the game. Peterson.
Their offense, did they ditch those?
It was there. I had an opportunity to get 2 picks. I just didn't grab it in. But credit to those guys. Those guys did a great job of sticking to their game plan and really getting to their identity, which is run the football, misdirections, hit those bang aids, hit those deep stops. That's just what they do. We just wasn't in good enough position to make those plays.
I mean, come on, man. Patrick just they kicked our butt. We knew exactly what they were going to do. Yeah, then why were guys wide open?
Well, is he thinking about Patrick Peterson? Was he thinking about Patrick Peterson after the game? Here's Purdy.
Honestly, at first, no. I wasn't thinking about any of that. BA was open. He did a great job on the route and got him the ball, scored a touchdown. And then the second touchdown on the right side, the deep ball. Was that on Patrick Peterson? Yeah, that one, I was like, all right, that felt good. But it was good, man. He's a competitor. I have nothing but respect for Patrick Peterson and everything that he does. So
Crazy Taco still on the line? Crazy Taco, you still there?
Yeah, dude, I'm still here. You guys have a great morning. Enjoy the victory.
Absolutely. Crazy Taco.
I love tacos.
We just take over his call. Crazy Taco, what you got, man? Go get some thoughts in here. I'm sorry, Crazy Taco. Oh, he's
so
gone,
we had
man.
we had
All right.
Taco-licious yesterday for dinner for Megan's birthday. She turned 17. Happy birthday,
happy
Megan.
birthday, Megan.
Love you. And they got Taco-licious and that Bira tacos. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right.
Birria tacos.
Oh my
when
God,
you dip it
they're
into the thing.
Oh,
dip it into
so
the
good,
sauce.
dude. Oh my
Yeah, Anna made some homemade birria tacos
I
about
love
a month and a
tacos.
half ago. She made them homemade, and it was.
Does anybody not love
It's
Mexican
good.
food?
I don't know.
It's the best. I could eat it every day. I could.
I don't know if it's the best. I love Mexican food.
I love it.
But I love Thai. I love Chinese.
No, I love Thai too. I agree with
I
you.
love American. I love Italian. Basically, your boy ain't
Yeah, but I
picky.
can't eat Italian every day. It's too heavy.
Europe needs to get more Mexican food. I've noticed that. They are lacking. Like London, England, like they have I don't know if you ever watched the show Great British Bake Off. They had a Mexican week and they got destroyed because it was just so inauthentic what they were doing. They don't even do cultural weeks anymore because that was so pathetic. So there you go. England, get better.
Get better, England. How about let's go to Columbus, Ohio. Buckeye country. Our boy Vincent up in Columbus. What's up, Vincent?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. You called us last week, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yep, I remember your call. It was a very good call. You broke it down very, very well, the game that is.
Yeah, thanks. And hats off to you guys, honestly. That was not what I was expecting, honestly, but I did kind of say that last week. I was concerned that there's a lot of hype with Kenny in terms of what he did in the preseason against backups and not starters. And I got to say, your defense, Fred Warner, a beast. Hufanga got a pick. Like, you guys are just have a loaded team. So I have to put my hats off to that. But in terms of, like, us, it's just kind of concerning that was what we showed out.
Kenny Pickett, was that just a bad game? Did we overrate him? Like, well, I just wasn't impressed.
Vincent, I wonder, Vincent, how much of this is going to fall on Tomlin. This looks like a precursor to Tomlin's final season in Pittsburgh. That was an undisciplined team yesterday, Vincent, in Pittsburgh wearing the Steelers uniform.
Yeah, it really was. Like, Kenny was really inaccurate. A lot of slipping too, and also just the defense. Just TJ Watt was the only one that showed up. Honestly.
Absolutely.
Like, it was terrible. Like, Patrick Peterson, I wish he did not say what he said earlier in the week. He was talking too much, and then gets beat on 2 touchdowns. It wasn't a good look. But honestly, the silver lining is it was week 1. I'd rather have it happen now, get it out of the way. It's a non-conference loss, so in the long run, it won't be that bad. But yeah, there's just a lot of things to clean up. And
we need you guys to beat some NFC West opponents later on this year.
No
So
doubt
please
about that.
do your duty.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. Niners roll 30-7. They hold the ball for 37 minutes, 23 seconds. They overcome 11 penalties to play mostly a clean football game. In the run game, in the pass game, they dominate the Steelers. We want to hear your thoughts about it. 888-957-9570. Niners are going to go to L.A. at 1-0 to take on the Rams here, but we're talking about the Steelers game. That's all coming up on the other side.
1 in 8 kids live with hunger in America today. To fight childhood hunger this September, visit your...
Jake Moody. All right, so you got Purdy, check. McCaffrey, check. Jake Moody in his NFL debut, 3 for 3, check. Steelers, not a whole lot to smile about today. 30-7, 5.5 left.
We've felt so good about him in practice every day. He's been great. We know he had a couple struggles in the preseason game and then got hurt, but he healed a lot faster than we expected, so he's been pretty good here in practice, and we still want to see it in the games and get in the delay a game at first. We did that just to make it harder for him. And he looked great there, and it continued through the whole game, so he did a hell of a job today.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Boy, there's a lot to like with the 49ers. Woo! By the way, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts, all available completely free. And you can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. We're talking about a victory Monday here for the 49ers. They improved them, where they start the season off 1-0, 30-7 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're up 30-7 early in the third quarter. First drive out of halftime, we were all on the thread to say, you know what? First drive out of halftime, big drive in the game. Will you stop the momentum of the Pittsburgh Steelers, who got a little touchdown before halftime to feel good about themselves? They get a stop. They get the ball back. Who knows if they score? It turns it into a one-possession game. But the Niners, they nipped that in the bud right away. 10-yard catch. 10-yard catch by Deebo Samuel for Brock Purdy. And then, of course, a 65-yard touchdown for Chris McCaffrey. Great blocks down the field for Brandon Aiyuk and Ray McLeod. And the rest is history. That's how you dominate on the road to start the season.
What did you make of just, you know, the Athletic did an article about the playmakers, which is Shanahan, McVay, LaFleur, and Mike McDaniels. All these guys that kind of forged their football being in Washington under Mike Shanahan. All those guys scored 30-plus yesterday.
Wow.
And it felt like offense was at a premium for the most part yesterday. It was really difficult for teams to find consistent.
You said all the assistants score 30?
What?
You said all the who scored 30?
So McDaniels, McVay, LaFleur.
Oh, McVay. They did get to 30 at the end. That's right. I was thinking 27-13.
And Shanahan. They all got to 30. Did you make anything of that?
No, I didn't make anything of it, but the Rams, we both discussed, don't really want to sleep on them. Now, am I shocked?
Kyron Williams looked good.
Well, I'm shocked they beat up Seattle. I mean, Seattle may or may not, may not put some chicken on them yesterday. But
you put money on Seattle?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I went 1-1 on my bets.
Yeah, I know. Texas.
I hate them.
No, the Rams surprised the heck out. But we both said that, you know what? It's still a little too quiet in L.A. Something's happening down there.
Stafford looked good.
And Stafford looked great.
He looked good.
They looked great. The Green Bay Packers, who we've talked about a lot.
You've been on this account.
Just don't sleep on the Packers this year. I don't think there's going to be a lot of drop-off from Jordan Love or from Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love. They didn't have Christian Watson yesterday. And by the way, Justin Fields looked awful.
You know,
they may be talking about a quarterback change in Chicago very, very soon.
You know, he's really stuck his chest out and been flamboyant in terms of how good he's going to be and everything. And the guy's a great runner. Turning his back to the defense like Jordan Love did in terms of the play-action game, that's just never going to be his strength.
No.
He doesn't see the field. I don't love his throwing motion. And the thing is like, I'm rooting for the guy, but, man, he just can't throw.
No, he can't. He can't. And we've got to be lucky because a lot of barbershop, who'd you rather have? Brock Purdy, Joseph Fields, Brock Purdy, this guy.
Brock Purdy.
You know what? Brock Purdy's the right guy for this system.
Absolutely.
He looks like he's in total command of the offense. And the vibes I had with Jimmy back in 2017 when he started those first 5 games and they go 5-0, I get that same type of feel for Brock Purdy, although I feel like Purdy can move around a lot. He can improvise a lot better than Jimmy. He can improvise and he keeps his eyes down the field. One of those plays in Deebo Samuel, he's rolling out to the left. Defender's right there in his face. He stops on a dive. Boom, there's Deebo. First down. I thought Brock Purdy was in total command. There's no issues with the elbow. He made all the throws. Now, did he push the ball downfield yesterday? No, he didn't, but he didn't have to.
Well, the 20-yard pass to Aiyuk was a beautifully thrown ball.
That was one ball.
Only Aiyuk was going to catch it.
That was only one ball right there, and Aiyuk was going to catch it. You take your shots when they're presented to you. I thought he hit a nice 20-yarder over the middle of the Deebo Samuel over an outstretched linebacker's hands. I thought Brock Purdy was in total command. Well, he was a master. He played some very good quarterback yesterday.
I'm glad you're bringing this up because yesterday you're looking at Kenny Pickett, who's a first-round pick, right? And I know once you start to play in the league, the draft status means nothing.
Right.
And I understand that, but we're all hyped up over Caleb and Penix and May and Sanders' kid, and there's like 9 guys that everyone thinks going to be in the first 2 days of the draft. It really, okay, it makes a lot of sense. I understand why. Can you play?
Yep.
Right? And I'm looking at obviously Trey's name got brought up yesterday during the broadcast, which people can be triggered. The broadcasters are going to bring it up because what the Niners have done is pretty incredible. They whiffed on a number 3 overall pick. And it means nothing.
You know what it is?
It means nothing because they found Purdy.
You know what it is? It's a free roll of the dice the Niners had.
What do you mean?
What I mean, with Trey Lance, they said, you know what? We have this stacked team. We're going to need a quarterback on a rookie deal to keep most of these players together, like Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Fred Warner, and Debo, and all that stuff. So they had the foresight to know that they needed a rookie quarterback. Now, they whiff on Trey Lance, but here we are in 2023 saying, you know what? That was a free roll of the dice. You crapped out on it, but is it going to hurt us in 2023? Not really. Is it going to hurt us in 2024?
I don't think it's hurt them at all. Like you could say, Joe, they could use that first rounder in terms of depth. And look, I will listen to that. There's no doubt. But like go around the league yesterday. You're watching it. Does Purdy, in this system, doesn't Purdy look a lot better than Mac Jones?
Absolutely.
Okay, doesn't Purdy look a lot better than Justin Fields?
Absolutely.
Okay, he looks a lot better. Just go around. Kenny Pickett.
He looked like a top 10 quarterback yesterday. He looked better than Russell Wilson in Denver.
Who's arguing that?
Right, nobody.
Well, I think Russ is.
He looked better than Geno yesterday.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, he looked better than a lot. Joe Burrow, now he's not better than Joe Burrow.
No, he's
but
not.
Joe Burrow can do anything yesterday in Cleveland.
No.
Nothing.
I mean, Tannehill, like right now, the Tennessee Titans, if I told them they could have Brock Purdy or Tannehill, I think they're taking Brock Purdy. I really do.
There's a lot of people, no doubt.
I think they are.
Yep.
So the point that I'm getting at is and I do this. I'm so guilty of this. Oh, Caleb Williams. Look, Caleb Williams is playing like video games. I'm watching him over the weekend, and look, and I want him, to go to the right situation and become the next Mahomes. Do you know how hard it is to be the next Mahomes?
Oh,
But for what Purdy has done to be the Brock Purdy that he is, he's outstanding. And it's the perfect team with the perfect guy blending right now. And I'm watching this guy, and the offense just hums. Stop telling me what he isn't. He's not 6'4", and he doesn't throw the ball 50 million miles per hour.
I don't care.
So what? They win and kick the crap out of everyone.
Well, I don't care about that. I care about the relationship between Shanahan and Brock Purdy. And the relationship between Shanahan and Brock Purdy is as tight as it's ever been with Shanahan and a quarterback.
They never got there. Through 30 times.
Yeah, they never got there with Jimmy Garoppolo. The balance was there yesterday offensively.
Yes.
And they shut the playbook down. But I love here's the thing. We've seen it now over and over with Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan. The Dallas game in the divisional round. Couple third downs there late in the game. We saw that same situation with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'm not trying to kick Jimmy Garoppolo now that he's gone. Jimmy Garoppolo did his thing with the Las Vegas Raiders yesterday. They got a win. Good for them. But Purdy was allowed to throw the ball on 2 key third downs against the Dallas Cowboys in the divisional round. When you think about the year before in the playoffs, those same third downs, Shanahan was running the ball. Now, you could say maybe Jimmy was hurt.
Agreed.
But I thought the trust factor with Jimmy Garoppolo and Shanahan was non-existent. That trust is there with Brock Purdy. And you saw it on the first drive. 4th and 2, there was no doubt in Shanahan's mind he was going to go for it. Nice play-action pass. You find George Kittle in the flat. Boom, first down. And you move on. Shanahan trusts Brock Purdy, and he pays off that trust by making the right play. Throwing that ball over the middle of the field for the first touchdown to Brandon Aiyuk. The consistency with Brock Purdy that he plays at. He doesn't turn the ball over. He doesn't throw the no-throw, Shasky, and he buys time the right way. He knows when to throw it out.
Yes.
He knows when to scramble for 4 yards. Brock Purdy right now is in the zone, and I'm riding with Brock.
But there's one area, and this is not a Brock thing. He and the team have to protect him. He cannot take the kind of hits that he took yesterday. Again, it's TJ Watt. I acknowledge that. They've got to protect this man. And that, to me, is a very important thing as the year goes on, minimizing the amount of just blows this guy takes.
Well, not only
and that would be any quarterback. It's not Brock specific.
But you know what, though? That's any quarterback, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Any quarterback needs protection.
Absolutely.
Every quarterback needs protection.
They hit Kenny Pickett, I counted 25 times yesterday.
He got sacked 5.
He got hit a lot.
Wait, did he get sacked 5 or 7?
I thought it was more than that.
He got sacked 5 times for 34 yards.
They might have called one back then.
So Brock Purdy and again, it's the array of weapons. This is something that we went back and forth on at training camp, and I was, for the life of me, I'm thinking to myself, why aren't we more excited about this offense? Because you saw it yesterday with the weapons that they have. And I know 30 is an astronomical number, And I'm just not throwing that out there saying that they can average 30 a game. They averaged 29.9 in 2019, and that offense was stagnant at times. At times, they were constipated.
I mean, they had a rookie Debo wide receiver as their number one.
And Debo and Emmanuel Sanders was there.
And Kittle missed time.
Exactly. Now you got this offense, and Debo's in phenomenal shape. They talked about it on the broadcast. He's got the captain's patch. Brandon Aiyuk is taking another level. And right now, today, I'd rather have Brandon Aiyuk than CeeDee Lamb because of what he does in the run game. Brandon Aiyuk gets it. He's a tough SOB. Now, CeeDee Lamb's a baller, too, and I love CeeDee. But you can make the argument that you'd rather have Brandon Aiyuk, and I'm cool with that. These wide receivers complement each other perfectly. Then you got the Christian McCaffrey factor, and George Kittle's going to get right. This offense, I'm telling you, I haven't been this excited about a 49ers offense since basically 1998. This offense is going to dissect teams, man. They're going to be explosive. Now, it may not happen next week in a divisional game against the Rams. Those games are like backyard brawls. But this offense, man, they can average 28 to 30 points a game. Easy.
It felt like Ray McCloud was about to bust one, too, in the punt game.
Almost.
Nice
little 20-yard return.
He's a nice player. I like Ray McCloud. I know we don't talk about him a lot because of all these other headliners that they have. Their field position game yesterday was outstanding. At one point, I think the Steelers this was like midway through the third quarter. Like the average starting spot for the Steelers is the 17-yard line.
And the Niners are like their own 45.
Yeah, it was incredible. But that's defense and special teams because those are areas that I don't know. They didn't stuff the run in the preseason. Right. Well, clearly throw that out the window. That meant nothing. No, because Armstead and Javon Hargrave were outstanding, and the linebackers were outstanding.
And Bosa's there.
Yeah, and
Jackson's there. That's why I never worry about, oh, man, we're giving up yards. It's just preseason football. That's why preseason, I'm telling you, next year I'm taking time off preseason. It jumped the shark this year. We preseason, Kenny Pickett went 13 to 15 in the preseason, was the highest rated quarterback of the preseason. How did he look yesterday?
Well, to be fair, I think the way that Shanahan played it this year was the way that he should do it moving forward. A drive here, a drive there, because I think it was good. Purdy looked so ready to go, and I think that those two drives. You could say, Joe, that's so dumb. It's practice. I think those two drives in preseason did help them. But they looked fluid.
But you know what? They always throw their starters in there for the preseason. Jimmy always played in the preseason.
Yeah,
Trey always played in the preseason. This big misnomer that they don't play in the preseason. I watched Jimmy play drives at Kansas City. I watched him play
that's true.
in Denver, at home, back and forth with Trey Lance in the Raider game. Shanahan gives his starters a drive or two every single preseason game, with the exception of the first one of the season.
I just don't remember Debo playing last year, so maybe I'm misremembering it.
Debo was out of shape too. Remember, he had the hamstring. So you didn't want to push him. He played the Texans game, the third preseason game, when everybody went crazy on Trey Lance in that game. So 888-957-9570. Another footnote from yesterday: the kicking game. Mitch Wishnowsky. Nobody ever complains about where he was picked, right? Right? We got a punter for the next 10 years.
He's very good.
Wishnowsky is damn near an all-pro punter.
My favorite part of the game was when they blocked the kick, and they were offsides or whatever, the Steelers, so it gets called back anyway, and he picks up the ball, and he's rumbling to try to get a first down. Come on, that was great.
That was funny.
Come on.
But Wishnowsky in the punt game, very good. Jake Moody, everybody concerned about him? 3 for 3 on extra points.
He calmed
3 for 3 on field goals.
Absolutely.
So the kicking game was exceptional yesterday
Absolutely.
for the 49ers. So
it was a great opening day for the Kickers.
In all phases, the Niners dominated this football game. Let's go to Robin in the city. Hey, Sugar, what's going on?
Hey, Sugar, how are you guys?
Good.
So I'm not Debbie Downer, but I just want to say this. Brock looks really impressive.
Agreed.
49ers look very impressive. For me, I have to see a little bit more, okay? Because I'm just that type of person in anything, like when I work with someone might be great the first 2 weeks, but I have to see a little bit more, so I think many of us are caught up in excitement. It's just one game. That's how I look at it. One game. And, some things you can draw conclusions from in one game and some you can't. Like Burrow only threw for 82 yards yesterday. So, I'm not going to draw conclusions from that. So, that's all I wanted to say. But I do want to say this, you guys. Jimmy G looked like he got his hair dyed. I don't know if you guys noticed that. It was super black. I'm rooting for him too, Shasky.
I was.
I cannot.
I was.
I cannot say. I was too, Shasky. But look at his hair. It is super black.
I noticed that too.
Anyway, that's all I... Oh, one last thing, guys. One last thing. My favorite play of the game, this is what I called to ask you guys. I almost forgot. This is what I called to ask you guys. Can you please explain to me why that lateral from Hufanga to, was it Gibson?
Gibson. Yeah.
Why was that considered an illegal pass, a lateral?
They said it went forward.
They said it went forward.
Is it because he was an eligible man?
No. They said the pass was forward. And you can't throw a pass. Yeah, you
can
can't
lateral
throw
backwards.
Right. You can't lateral forward.
I thought it was pretty.
It was bang, bang.
I know.
But, what are you going to do? What were you going to do? That's why it was illegal, though, because it was a forward pass, a forward lateral, that is, and you cannot do that in the game of football.
We'll get into the Jimmy thing later. I was rooting for him, and I did not think that I would be.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't dye the hair. I only rooted for the Raiders.
He did dye the hair because he was salt and pepper last year, and now there is no salt.
We had the Raiders plus 3.5, so that's what it is.
Money time! Money time!
Yeah, it was money time. Go Raiders, go! Alex in Atlanta, the Night of Numbers, the unofficial statistician of the Morning Roast. What's happening, Alex?
Man, gentlemen, what a fantastic victory Monday! Great way to start off the season, huh?
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, for sure. So, just looking at the game yesterday, a couple quick takeaways from that. That was the most rushing yards the Niners had in week 1 since 2015. So, great win for the running game yesterday. The most sacks they had in week 1 since 2015 as well. So, the defensive line looked fantastic despite Nick Bosa having a relatively quiet day. I thought there were some minor things they could have done better on. You can nitpick about anything, but I thought it was a complete win. I thought they could have been a little bit better on third down. They were only 46% yesterday. But other than that, the offense looked great. The defense looked fantastic. Pittsburgh just looked lost on both sides of the ball. And Jake Moody, man, I told you guys, he was going to make some kicks. Yeah, Jake Moody was perfect yesterday.
He was. I like Jake Moody a lot, man. I think the overreaction for a compensatory pick that the Niners used on Jake Moody after the third round, Jake Moody's going to be your kicker for the next 7 years. Relax, folks. He's going to be all right. Wisnowski. Remember all the blah, 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 all the hubris about him before. Oh, my gosh, he took a putter so high. Oh, my Lord. Dude. Nobody talks about that anymore with these kickers, man. Well, at least with Wisnowski. So another area the Niners need to clean up, penalties. 11 penalties for 85 yards.
Well, Burford in particular had two inopportunistic holds that killed drives.
Got a couple.
Yes, absolutely. They had a couple of pre-snap penalties. They had an illegal formation, an illegal shift. Those things you got to clean up. But when you're motioning as much as they are, I think that I've come to realize that you're going to have to bake in a couple of those mistakes.
Yeah, and it's the first game of the season. First game of the season, you're playing multiple snaps with your starters. You're playing into the second half. Not the cleanest game when it comes to penalties, but you're 2-3 in the red zone. You ran the ball 34 times. You rushed for 188 yards. Brock Purdy was efficient. This defense forced 3 and out. Pittsburgh didn't get their first down till there was less than a minute and a half left in the first half.
It was 199-1 in terms of yardage at one point.
Right, and then Pittsburgh goes on a 95-yard touchdown, but they didn't have a first down until that final drive of the first half.
Well, for just a second, one thing that Shanahan has done a better job of in the last 2 years that he didn't do good early on or didn't do well early on was I call it the 2-for-1, meaning you score before halftime and then you get the ball back and then you score again, right? It feels like you double up on the opponent. They had an opportunity with under 2 minutes to go to kind of eat more clock. That was like the only thing. And he addressed it. Hey, we played 28 great minutes. Right. The final 2 minutes weren't great. And I would say that his execution on offense, I wanted to see them, hey, run the rock on 3rd and 15 there, chew some clock, get 6-7 yards. I'm hoping you get 6-7 yards, take that field goal attempt, knock off more time, and maybe Pittsburgh gets a field goal instead of a touchdown. That will be my only criticism of the first half. Yeah. And even then, I feel like a hater even addressing that.
Yeah, no, I thought they made the right decision there. You're up 20-0. Pittsburgh has to go 95 yards. They hadn't done anything. They hadn't had a first down yet. They hadn't got 10 yards on the drive. So, I had no issues with that. And you know what? The Niners came out in the third quarter. They put an emphasis on that drive coming out of halftime and 65-yard touchdown. 65-yard touchdown. So the Niners came out like a team that's on a mission for a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
We could talk about Super Bowl or bust and still enjoy the ride. That was a very enjoyable game. Defense was flying around hitting. The kicking game was good. Brock Purdy was good. Brendan Aiyuk was special.
Purdy was better than good.
Brendan Aiyuk was special.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey was Christian McCaffrey, running the ball 22 times for 152 yards. And Shanahan called a damn good game. for all the noise that was happening in training camp, to go into week 1 in that environment and beat up on the Steelers at Acrisure Stadium the way they did. I mean, I started thinking about the other side saying, this may be it for Tomlin. That was a dud by the Steelers, but it had a lot to do with the 49ers and the force that they played with yesterday.
And then the crowd, I couldn't believe how many Niner fans were in the stands.
Well, they travel.
Dude, but B, it was so, like, Pittsburgh to me is not, like, I expect it in the major metropolitan areas, right? I expect it in L.A., in Detroit, Dallas, New York. I expect a lot of Niner fans there. Pittsburgh, like, that's an old school venue. Yeah. It's not a major city, like, in terms of, being easy to travel and being around, 10 million people or anything like that. I was surprised how loud Niner fans were. When Aiyuk scored that first touchdown, it was hella loud.
No, it was. It was. And it all started with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy with a great read. Here's what Shanahan had to say about Brock's performance.
I thought Brock had a good game. Made some big plays, got some explosives there and some tight windows. We had some issues in protection, not just issues, that we knew that would going in. Hope he can hold on to it when those do happen, just so we don't turn it over and fumble. But I thought Brock had a hell of a game.
On the confidence he has in Brendan Aiyuk.
A lot, as much as I do. All of our guys. We've got some pretty good eligibles. You don't go in thinking that it's going to all be Aiyuk like it was today. You go in with a pretty balanced and thing that just me looking at the stats right before I came in. Anytime you throw it someone 8 times and all 8 of them are completions, that means you're doing some real good stuff.
My favorite play wasn't the Aiyuk touchdowns, which were beautiful. The contested catch was unbelievable near the sideline. Was the one where they went misdirection, everybody to the right side, and you think they're going to throw that way. He comes back around and hits Aiyuk on that underneath little crosser, and Aiyuk, he squares up his back to absorb the hit, and then after he vice grips the ball, he's looking to run and make things happen. Aiyuk is just such a stud.
He is a stud.
The black shoes look so sick, too.
He is a stud. I'm telling you, we'll have the numbers of Aiyuk and CeeDee Lamb from the start of last season. Aiyuk is right there, folks. Aiyuk is coming, and he's the next guy to be paid by the 49ers. He's not going anywhere. I wouldn't even put that out in the stratosphere. If the Niners want you, they're going to keep you. Just look at the track record of Jed York over the last 6 years. They will spin, and spin more to keep premium players. But the 4th and 2 to set the tone.
That was
the defense
beautiful.
Comes in 3 and out right away. Niners cross midfield. It's a 4th and 2, no man's land. And here's what Shanahan had to say about the play, the confidence he had in Purdy.
A little bit. It's also how hard they are to run against in short yardage, which you guys saw the play before on that. So, they're a really good team, really tough to stop in those situations, and it's always a little bit easier to run it. You think it's easier to run it, but I think you guys saw that in the first one, and we thought we'd get it to the side, and George had to bow around the guy a little bit, but Brock made a perfect throw, which allowed George to turn up the field, and that was huge.
Hey, Purdy, what did you think of the 4th down call?
No, it was exactly how we, drew it up, get George on a motion, and then have him go into the flat, trying to get the defense to think we're just going to hand the ball off. We needed 1 yard, but hit George on the flat, make him get a couple more yards for us, and he did exactly that. So it was exactly how we had called it and planned it.
That's one of those little tells. You were talking about like doing play action into the end zone last year with Brock Purdy, throwing on 4th and 1, 4th and 2. It felt like they would go zone read with Trey Lance in those situations.
Well, if we didn't really see Trey, so I don't even know.
I'm just saying, like, they had a couple short yardage spots, and like even Jimmy G, it feels like they would do a handoff in that situation.
Gun run or whatnot.
Yeah.
And he allows Brock Purdy to throw it.
I loved it.
Look, Juice, I'm with Juice here. There's so many ways we can go. 888-957-9570. Who's your player of the game? Who are you giving the game ball to? There's about 15 candidates that get a game ball from yesterday.
Who are you giving it to?
I'm going to give it to Fred Warner. I'm going to go off the cuff.
Okay.
I thought Fred Warner yesterday on tape, following up what he did last season. He now planted a flag.
Uh-huh.
He's planted the flag, and he's saying to himself, I'm going for DPOY. I'm going to be the defensive player of the year. What he did yesterday to set the tone, to knock the soul on the Najee Harris, going sideline to sideline, he dropped the pick that could have been a touchdown.
Yes.
He's 20 yards downfield, deflecting balls into the hands of Talanoa Hufanga. Fred Warner yesterday played as well a linebacker I've seen in a 49er uniform. I think he's going to have one of those Navarro Bowman 2012, Patrick Willis 2009, 2008 type of seasons. Fred Warner yesterday looks healthy. He looks faster. He looks stronger. He looks more powerful. And he's in total command of the defense. He's seeing everything from an offense. Watching Fred Warner yesterday just right away you knew when he hit Najee Harris yesterday, in my head, and I know it was a bit premature, I said, there's no way Pittsburgh's winning this game. There's no way. When you come out hitting like that in the first game of the season, and you hit Najee like that in this house, know what Najee means to this region? We all are Najee Harris fans because he represents the Bay Area.
Absolutely.
And on that play, I didn't see Najee for the next 2 quarters. I don't think he got a touch until the late third quarter after that hit. So I'm going Fred Warner. I'm giving the game ball to him.
I want to go D-line like Hargrave or Armstead or even Drake Jackson. But I'm going to go on the other. I'm going to go Brock Purdy. Like to me, Brock Purdy was just so composed, and I keep going back to they zoom in on Kenny Pickett, and his eyes, he's looking around, and I don't know, and then they zoom in on Brock Purdy in that first quarter, right before he hikes it, and he's just calm and poised. We make so much of Tranquillo Camillo Duvall and his heart rate. Doesn't it feel like Brock Purdy's heart rate is just super calm, like he's a sniper in the military?
He's so calm, cool, and collected.
Just amazing.
They hit on this pick. That's another late round pick the Niners have hit on.
I mean, Bonte,
and you see why they've moved on at the quarterback position the way they moved on.
Bonte, even if he, for whatever reason, I'm just saying hypothetically, he just collapses and he becomes something. You won 7 games in a row in the regular season with the 7th string quarterback who looked all world.
Well, forget the collapsing part.
I'm just saying, like this has been one of the great picks.
This guy played with a broken rib in a hat and t-shirt game. They know he was playing 15 minutes before the game up against Seattle. So Brock Purdy's going to play through anything. He took hits yesterday.
Yeah.
He got up. He scrambled well. He made plays with his legs, made plays with his eyes, made plays with his mind. The 49ers are in good hands with Brock Purdy at quarterback.
I agree.
They're in great hands with Brock Purdy at quarterback.
Did you want to see him come out of that game and maybe get Darnold some?
No.
I was just asking.
No. I know people.
I wanted to see CMC come out of the game and maybe give other running backs opportunities just to. Right. I don't want him getting squared up, right?
See, I don't want him getting squared up, but I also don't want bringing a backup running back who doesn't have a rhythm, who doesn't have a lot of touches, go in there and fumble the football.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I was worried about. My boy, Elijah, don't fumble the football. Boy, if you throw in Mason who didn't play or TDP who didn't play. I don't want anybody to fumble the football. And 22 carries. McCaffrey caught another 3 passes. That's 25 touches. That's what I want.
Yeah.
20 to 25 touches every single game for Christian McCaffrey. I think he'll be fine. And plus, it's the first game of the season. You want to build the stamina up.
Yeah.
So when you do get into these big-time football games later on in the season, or heck, even Week 5 against the Dallas Cowboys, will McCaffrey be able to run in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
The thing we underrate with McCaffrey is his power.
Yeah.
He runs between the tackles and wear defenses down.
Yeah, no, he does. And it felt like they didn't really utilize him that much in the passing game.
No, 3 catches, 17 yards, 5 targets. Spread it around.
Well, it felt like to me like Pittsburgh was trying to sit on that, and they're like, oh, well, then we'll just go intermediate, and we're going to go to Aiyuk all day.
And that's fine.
Yeah, and he was wide open.
It's the beauty of this offense.
I know.
2 years ago, we're thinking, boy, they need a second receiver. Boy, they need another tight end. Boy, they need a home run hitting running back. Well, they don't throw the ball to the running back out the backfield. Now you got McCaffrey.
Well, part of me wanted to see Ronnie Bell get an end around. I'm not going to lie. He got in there late in the game. I don't know how many total snaps he had, but I watched him join the huddle late in one of the possessions, and I'm like, can I get a little smoke screen to Ronnie?
Now, I'm looking at right eye here on YouTube, right eye. Says that Bosa looks slow, not in football shape after 43 days, gained like a dozen pounds. Dude needs to improve versus the Rams. Now, I don't know if I saw the same Bosa.
I didn't see that.
I saw Bosa just collapse in the pocket. I saw him setting the edge in a run game. And I saw Drake Jackson benefit because Nick Bosa was there. Drake Jackson came up with 3 sacks.
Yeah.
3 sacks in the opening game.
He looked good. That closeout speed, and man, he really took the advantage of those opportunities. Right. Good for him.
Nick Bosa played the most snaps of any D lineman. So that tells me he's in great shape.
Yes.
He kept himself prepared. Bosa didn't slow. What? Bosa looked just fine to me. And go ask Drake Jackson how Bosa looked.
Well, it looked like to me that they were doing a great job trying to, slow down Nick Bosa with some of the chips.
Exactly. Chips, doubles, paying a lot of attention to him. Drake Jackson's going to eat. Cleve Farrell's going to eat. I mean, this defensive line,
I can't believe you just said that. Cleve Farrell's going to eat.
Cleve Farrell, he popped in the first possession.
I can't believe you said that.
But
you're right. No, you're not wrong.
But listen, we laugh at this stuff.
No, we don't.
Arden Key came here, was a laughing stock.
And turned himself into a legitimate player.
Right? Charles Omenihu.
Yeah, stud.
Thought he was a cast-off with the LA Rams.
Yeah.
Came here, played well. You know what I'm saying? Kerry Hyder Jr. got paid a couple years ago playing in the system.
He made a nice play yesterday as well.
He did.
Was that Ty McGill with the getting in there at the end? I know Givens got in at the end and was looking good.
Ty McGill. So, I mean, look, man.
Hargrave's a monster. I underrated how good he is. And I think that we overrated the run stuff. Like, oh, he was a liability in the run game. I didn't see that yesterday. Did you?
No.
There were no running holes.
There was nothing. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. We're taking your calls all show long. 888-957-9570. This is an all-around good team win. Special teams. All right, kickoff teams. They got a couple return yards, and we heard Daryl Moose Johnson say, boy, the Steelers are close to breaking one. So you got to clean that up. But field goal kicking was really good. 3 for 3 on extra points. 3 for 3 on field goal attempts. Mitch Wisnowski punting inside the 5-yard line, punting inside the 20. Really good there. Brock Purdy, check. Look good there. Drake Jackson, check. How about Steve Wilkes in his first game as defensive coordinator? Never mentioned him.
I thought it looked pretty good.
Was there any drop off?
Well, they made this big deal about blitzing, blitzing. How many times did they really need to blitz?
They brought 4.
When you bring pressure, that's what I'm saying.
It dropped 7.
I thought their scheme, there was nothing that Pittsburgh threw at them where they didn't look like they weren't ready for it.
Right. They looked overmatched, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
They did nothing. I can't believe how much I thought Pickett was going to be better. Maybe
Tomlin may be looking for employment.
That's your guy. Are you surprised?
Well, I thought for a while that Tomlin was overrated, and I backed up off of that. For a long time, I thought Tomlin was overrated.
So now you're back here?
No, I'm not. I just think, man, he's been there for so long, and they look the same. They're undisciplined. They look bad yesterday.
They did.
I was very disappointed in Pittsburgh.
Did you notice on the left arm of McCaffrey, it looked like he got some tattoos? Was I the only one that noticed that?
No, I was watching the game. Maybe I'll look.
Well, when you're
looking at tattoos.
Well, I had the
Robin talking about Jimmy
shirt,
Garoppolo's hair being dyed. When it's game day, I don't care what these guys look like. Do your team? Do you look good?
Well, I like
Are you getting first downs?
Subtleties.
I know. I'm so locked in. Maybe I'll run it back. I'll have an answer for you tomorrow.
The Niners have 64 sticker on their helmet too. I don't know what that was.
Somebody passed away.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It was a 64 sticker. I don't know.
Guess what? Before the break, I guess we had to take this call.
Who's that?
It's not Tiago, but it's Brian and Palo Alto.
Ah, let's go BPA. Let's go, baby.
/ Tiago.
Let's go.
AKA Tiago.
Morning, guys. Hey, morning. You sound great today. It's good to be number one, isn't it, guys? But,
yeah.
BPA. You don't need to suck up to us today. BPA. It's okay.
Oh, hey, I like to. I pay my respects. Yeah, my take on Brock is he's a top 10 quarterback in the league right now. And there's a lot of guys that most people would put in the top 10 or 15 that I'd pick him over. In this stretch, these 10 starts, of which he's, 9-0 when he finishes and starts a game, or starts and finishes a game, is the best stretch of 49er quarterbacking I've seen since Steve Young. And seeing the totality of the offense, getting through all his reads, processing, really, his ability to process and know where to go with the ball is like Joe in some ways. And he gets criticized because he's not throwing 50-yard back shoulder goes. But, nobody does that.
No.
No. There's mythical, arm talent quarterback that's throwing, 70-yard, sort of all goes every play. And, even Mahomes, most of the passes he throws are, less than 15 yards.
But isn't the fit perfect for what this offense wants to do? I'm not denying that having Terry Bradshaw was a famously strong-arm quarterback who was inaccurate. I'm not sure he would look anywhere good in it, and he's an all-time great. I'm not trying to diminish him, and I'm sure he would evolve his game.
I think this is my opinion.
Yeah.
I did play the game, but I'm not a coach in the NFL and never will be, but the physical measurables of a quarterback are one of the more overrated things.
I agree with that.
And what's happening sort of above the neck processing, right? And that's what Trey is not even, that's why Trey's not close to having it, the ability to see it. He processes at an elite level like Joe, better than Young in some ways, I'll be honest. Steve Young was not a great reader of defenses, by the way, right? And that's just the way it was, right? But yeah, that's what he does. That's elite. That's what Brady did. That was elite, right? The great. I'm not saying he's one of the greatest quarterbacks ever, but you look at great quarterbacks in the NFL above, theirs.
I hear you, BPA. No, he does process at a high level, and at elite level. Brock Purdy, that is.
He is
that's very
smart.
impressive. He knows exactly where to go with the football. He goes through his reads well. There's no doubt he was the leader in the clubhouse. We've said that all along. Anybody complaining about Trey Lance at this point is just silly. It's over. He's in Dallas. Let's move on. It's time to move on. This is Brock Purdy's team. He took advantage of the opportunity, and he's run with it. And now he's got weapons galore. He's got a Brandon Aiyuk playing as well as he's ever played. Debo and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey. This is Brock Purdy's team. Wrap your arms around this guy, man.
I think Peyton Manning, because he's 6'4", we made a big deal about him. Not that his arm was the greatest, but it was good enough, right? Peyton Manning's arm. But wasn't his brain the most, if people said, hey, one of the smartest players to ever play the game, Peyton's going to be on a short list, right? If I were to tell you, I think Brock Purdy's brain is top 5 in the NFL.
I'm not going to disagree with that right now.
Who else is in that convo?
Well, obviously Mahomes.
Okay.
Let's see what Josh Allen. I still think Joe Burrow could process, but he got beat down yesterday.
No. Burrow's going to be in there. Right. I agree with you. Burrow's going to be in there.
I think Tua's mind is not bad.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Tua's mind's pretty good. Aaron Rodgers has a good mind.
Aaron Rodgers is an underrated mind.
Let's see with Dak. Let's see with Jalen.
I actually think Dak does have a pretty good mind.
Let's see with Jalen.
His, again, decision-making falls under brain.
Jared Goff.
And sometimes his decision-making leaves questions.
Where's Jared Goff's brain at right now?
Right now, it's ascending.
Right.
It's ascending.
Matthew Stafford, his brain under Sean McVay.
He's kind of got a beautiful mind.
His brain worked pretty well in Seattle yesterday.
And he's also got an elite arm, so he can kind of he makes some throws. He made one to Tutu Atwell that Atwell just dropped. But that was like a 70-yard bomb.
Look, we're going to get to everybody on the other side. Chambry, TC, Joe, and the rest of you. 888-957-9570. Who's your game ball going to? What makes you? What's the most thrilling part of that win yesterday for you? Is it Christian McCaffrey? Is it Aiyuk? Is it Drake Jackson? Is it Fred Waters or Greenlaw? Is it Shanahan? Shanahan and his game plan. It was really good. Steve Wilkes didn't miss a beat with D'Amico Ryans out in Baltimore, coaching the Houston Texans. So we'll get to all that coming up on the other side. But first, it's time for the injury report. Look, man, the biggest thing, too, outside of the win, is that the 49ers announced no major injuries. Kyle Shanahan did mention that cornerback Ambry Thomas was being evaluated for a concussion. While he was cleared yesterday, the team expects to do further testing this week to ensure there are no lingering effects, but no setbacks for George Kittle, no setbacks for Brock Purdy. The Niners come out of Pittsburgh healthy and 1-0. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Help you get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Again, your phone calls, 888-957-9570, Chambry, TC, Joe, and everybody else who's calling right now. We'll get to everybody during the 8 o'clock hour. Niners beat up on the Steelers 30-7. How you like that?
Settle down.
about that for an opener, huh? Niners beat the Steelers 30-7 at Acrisure Stadium in Pittsburgh, PA. Brock Purdy was good. McCaffrey was good. Aiyuk was special. Fred Warner was everywhere. Front seven dominating. The kicking game. How about Jake Moody and Mitch Wishnowsky? Huh? But Brock Purdy, wow. What a performance from Brock Purdy at quarterback. Spreading the ball around, looking composed, looking cool, calm, and collected. Boy, you got to feel good about the Niners setting the tone of the 2023 season, 30-7. As we say, good morning to everybody getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody getting ready for work. A Victory Monday. You're driving to work feeling good listening to us because you should feel good. After all the noise in training camp, the Niners show the world that they mean business this year. That anything less than a Super Bowl will be a disappointment, but we could still enjoy the ride. They came out with the business-like approach, and they put it on the Pittsburgh Steelers and Kenny Pickett and company. So YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I see all the comments there. Xfinity Mobile text line. I see your text. It's an old baby Monday. We feel real good about where this team is at, and I know Shasky is feeling good before we go to the lines about where the Niners are at.
This is a dominating victory against a team that I thought was going to provide a way stiffer test. I mean, that's straight up. But Mondays, this is what's the beauty of 95.7 The Game. You know, we're going to give you our opinions and we're going to be fired up. Right. But Mondays is also a day for us to hear from you, the fans. And this is the forum to do so. So line them up, 888-957-9570. McCaffrey, Aiyuk. Yeah, George Kittle didn't get a whole lot of touches, but sure, looked good on that fourth down play. Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw. How about Hargrave? How does he look?
How's this 49er debut?
How about Charvarius Ward, who had the injury heading into the game, and I'm saying, I don't know, what's he going to look like? Big interception. Hufanga with another. All that guy does is just turn the ball, like get turnovers. You know, we watched. I mean, look, Jaquazi Tartt was a solid player for the Niners. He never got the turnovers like Hufanga.
No, he's a ball
is
hawk.
Always around the ball.
He's a ball hawk.
How about that hit he had on the tight end in the end zone?
Oh, what a big hit. Laying the shoulder there. That was a very good play. It was a very good play by Hufanga to knock the ball out. I mean, Drake Jackson, 3 sacks. Nick Bosa's back.
That was great for Drake.
Brandon Aiyuk blocking down the field. Right where McLeod said, you know what? I had a wrist injury. I'm supposed to be out in September. No. I'm suiting up against my former team.
Whose look do you like more? Do you like the red high socks with very little white, with the white unis, or do you like the all-white socks with no red that Ray has?
I like both. You can't go wrong. You can't. You really. I know it's a cop-out answer, but you can't go. You can't go.
No,
wrong.
I'm making you pick.
No. I love the red socks with the gold pants and the white jersey. I love that look, but also the white socks is so underrated when you go
really
white jersey.
I know.
So you can't go wrong. The Niners have great uniforms.
The only time where I did that was when Trent Williams went down and came out for a play.
Yeah, that's true.
My heart stopped when Trent Williams went down, and because I didn't know what did he get a broken rib? Did he hurt his collarbone? I had no idea. And then I took a nice deep breath and I knew everything was okay.
I just everything about this game. I felt good about Shanahan's play calling, the 4th and 2 play on the first possession. I feel good about where Brock Purdy's at now. You know, you'll get people saying, well, is he ripping it down the field? Does he have a zip? Again, I'm going to say this every single hour, every single day this week. This ain't the Sacramento State County Fair. You're not going to Pleasanton, all right, and trying to go win a teddy bear or some cool prize by breaking the glass and throwing it 95 miles an hour. Who cares? Brock Purdy gets the ball there with accuracy, with timing, and precision. You have a damn good quarterback right now. You know, the boardwalk. You're not going out there trying to, throwing it 140 miles an hour like these guys in tennis, right? Some of these dudes, Blake Shelton's got a 140 mile an hour serve. But it doesn't matter with the Joker. It doesn't matter with Djokovic because he knows where to place them. He knows how to combat that with accuracy, location, precision, and nice touch. That's what Brock Purdy has. He has nice touch, and he's making this offense hum. Again, we highlighted it. We went back and forth. This offense would average 30 points per game in their sleep. They scored 27, and they were still about 25 minutes of game time left.
Well, if you want to say, Joe, they need to put their foot on the gas pedal and score 50 on a team like that, I'd be like, all right, well, the other team gets paid too. Like, they've got a guy by the name of TJ Watt on the other side who TJ Watt is one of the best players in the league. It's undeniable. So he kept them in that game. Offensively, Pittsburgh did nothing. They had the one drive before the end of the first half And that one was aided by a lot of penalties.
Yeah.
I'm not worried at all about the defense. They're going to play fine. The only thing I was mad about, not mad, the only thing that I would critique about yesterday, a little clock management stuff at the end of the first half. And can you get CMC, Greenlaw, and Fred Warner out of that game with 7 minutes to go? That's it. And that's me nitpicking.
Yeah, wacky things happen in the last 7 minutes. I got no problem with yesterday. These guys got to build up their stamina, build up their calluses. They got to build up to these fourth quarter games because they're going to be in a lot of big games this year. It may happen next week in L.A. May happen a week after against the New York Giants on Thursday Night Football. May happen week 5 against the Dallas Cowboys. Can't sleep on Arizona. They're going to play hard, but let's get out to the lines here. 888-957-9570. And Steve Wilkes. Nobody said his name at all.
That's good.
It's a great thing, right?
That's a good thing.
There was no drop off with this defense, and I think TC up in Sacramento agrees with that. TC, Sacramento,
what's happening? What's up, buddy?
Yeah, sir, Bonte Joe, what's up with my bros?
Man, I know you feeling good right now, TC. I know you're feeling good right now.
Yeah, feeling real good. Let's check it out, because that was me with Steve Wilkes when I called, and I said, man, he in the booth. What's gonna happen?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look, they ain't missed a beat. You know what I'm saying? I know it's the first game. You know what I'm saying? The only thing with Brock Purdy is he looked cool yesterday. You already know how I feel, man. But check it out, Kyle. This is to you. Let Brock cook. Don't alienate this dude. Don't turn him into a robot. He's doing all the 6-yard slants, all the stuff that you want him, a quarterback, to do. Kyle, let Brock cook. The moment he turns him into a robot, it'll be all bad, bro. Let this dude cook. Let this defense fly around, bro, and it should be it this year, bro.
I'm not even going to try to get into their relationship because clearly they're getting the best out of both each other. My favorite part, though, of the game for Brock was when something happened in the headset. I don't know if the play call didn't come in time. I don't know if he didn't like the play call. I have no idea. Something happened in the headset, and he turned to the sideline, and you could hear him yelling something or see him yelling something. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what was said, but I was like, dude, that's what I want to see, that kind of fire.
Right. No,
I loved it.
This kid is tough. I really like where Purdy's at right now with this game. He's mastered this offense. He's in total command at the line of scrimmage. He knows where to get the ball to. He got the perfect balance. You want to go 8 in the box against the 49ers? We can hit Brandon Aiyuk, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle. All right? You want to go 7 in the box? You want to go light box? Well, Christian McCaffrey's going to run all over you. Then he's going to spell you with Elijah Mitchell. Then he's going to spell you at some point with Jordan Mason. This offense is going to cause defensive coordinators a lot of headaches in 2023. And if the offense is playing like this, and you get the defense setting the tone like that, well, buckle up, Niner fans. There's going to be a lot of blowout victories this year. There will be.
Well, you're supposed to wear your seatbelt.
Well, I guess
it's the law.
Yeah, but with this offense and this defense, you may not need to. You may be able to just cruise with the drop top down.
I recommend wearing your seatbelt.
Joe in San Jose, what's happening? What's happening, Joe?
Hey. Oh, hey there. How are you?
Good. How you doing, Joe?
I'm very happy today. Today's a great day. It's a great day to be a Niner fan.
It is.
I was happy to see Bosa playing. I disagree with the comment that the other person made about Bosa looking bad. They were double teaming him all day, which just gave good things to everybody else on our squad. So they want to keep double teaming Bosa. Let them. I mean, that's fine. It's just going to open up opportunities people are going to eat.
No doubt.
And I thought that was great. My game ball goes to Aiyuk. I thought his performance yesterday was amazing.
Agreed.
Especially that block. That block for CMC was incredible.
Incredible.
And the kicking team, I can't say that tickled me pink. I'm watching it yesterday. The special teams were a concern for me. I was worried about what was going to happen with us not having Robbie anymore. And I got no worries. I mean, the special teams were amazing. I'm with Shasky, though. I think Shanahan should have pulled CMC earlier. I don't think he needed to be in the game that long. I wanted to see Elijah Mitchell a little bit more, get a little bit more touches. But other than that, and Lenore, I didn't think Lenore played very well yesterday. And just, TJ Watt is TJ Watt. He's going to do his thing.
Right. Exactly.
I was worried about the O-line, and I cringed a little when Brock took a couple hits.
Mm-hmm.
Brock, he's a tough kid, and my favorite thing about Brock is his presence of mind. He's just constantly there. I mean, that fumble recovery on his back.
Right.
I mean, what was that? I
Right.
mean, that
Incredible.
was crazy.
Right. No, that was crazy. Good call, Joe. Good call. Look, Brock, man.
We got a tickled me pink.
Right. You got to tickle me. He got a little bit of everything in that call there. Brock Purdy played exceptional football yesterday. Brendan Aiyuk was special, but I want to hear from Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey on that third quarter run to ice the game. Remember, we all were in the thread. First drive out of halftime. Huge. What do you do to answer the Pittsburgh Steelers? Well, they go 2 plays, 75 yards, capped off by a 65-yard touchdown run. Here's what Christian McCaffrey had to say about the run.
Yeah, it was awesome blocking. Those guys up front. The whole run game, it's an 11-man job. They made great blocks. I got a little spin in there, got sprung, and then, man, I think it was Aiyuk and Ray downfield. I mean, when you got receivers who block like that, it's a special feeling for a running back because you truly feel like your guys have your back, and that's an awesome feeling to have when you're out there. So when all 11 are committed to the run game, you got fullback who's the best in the league, you got tight end who's the best in the league at what he does, and all 5 linemen just working their ass off all day. It's fun to be able to go out there and run the ball behind people who are so committed to do it.
How happy is Christian McCaffrey to be in San Francisco? To be out of Carolina.
Was that the
They had
easiest-
these weapons.
Easiest 160 of his career.
I mean, that run, he was just waiting on his blockers. It was beautiful.
I mean, I've never seen a guy get pancaked in the open field by a receiver like that. Have you?
It's been a while.
I can't think of one other moment.
Hines Ward, I don't know, but let's listen to the play. Let's get the fans what they want.
Field?
In the open
Trying to do something here with Christian McCaffrey. Got a bruising block from Brandon Aiyuk. Got another from Ray McCloud. Turned it into a touchdown. It's a 65-yard lightning strike from McCaffrey. Stealing the momentum right back.
Stealing the momentum right back. No pun intended by Joe Davis of Fox Sports. And listen to those Niner fans at Acrisure Stadium.
Telling you.
Listen to those Niner fans humming, roaring, knowing that they got a Super Bowl caliber team right in front of them. That was a Super Bowl caliber type of win. To go on the road and set the tone like that against the Pittsburgh Steelers, how could you not be a Niner fan, wake up, throw your jersey on and say, you know what? We got something cooking here.
Hey,
something special is going to happen in 2023.
My mind was blown hearing how many fans were there, and I kept thinking to myself, like, all right, top 5 teams in pro sports who travel. Like, I'm talking about, like, when your team plays them, you expect an invasion.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Lakers, Cowboys.
Raiders fans travel. Raider fans, no. Raider fans
I'm not
travel.
saying they don't, but I'm saying nationally, I don't think I'd put them in the top 5.
Raider fans.
Yankee fans, Sox fans.
Raider fans get after it. I'm going to give Raider fans their respect.
More than Niner fans.
It's right there. Niner
I'm a
fans have been
Dodger
coming
fan.
out there, but Raider fans, they got a nice special
I'm not
fan
saying they
base.
don't.
And there's Raider fans all over the place because they moved around so much. They're a
Steelers
worldwide
too,
brand.
Packers too.
And
I
they
think I
all
would
travel.
go
All
4
those
or
fans
5.
are travel. All those fans are traveling.
I would go 4 or 5 NFL teams before I go Raiders. Personally, that's just me. But I hear what you're saying. Niner fans are creeping into that top 10.
No, Niner fans are there. They've been traveling for a long time.
In terms of all of
They've been-
sports.
they've been there a long time. Drake Jackson, 3 sacks. I just got... There's so many performances you could pinpoint. I could literally spend an hour on Drake Jackson because I think he's everything that the Niners wanted in D Ford. And D Ford to start off 2019 was really good, and his body failed him. And his body failed him throughout his career. Drake Jackson could be the best edge rusher opposite of Nick Bosa. And now we could dream, folks, with Nick Bosa signed to a 5-year, $170 million deal, and Drake Jackson being the pick that he is and being in team control. The Niners have a set of edge rushers now that can cause havoc. Now, all of a sudden, Matthew Stafford's going to look at the film and say, okay, I know where number 97 is, but who's this number 95 on the other side? I got to deal with him.
What is it that they were looking for in D Ford then? What you're saying that he was what they wanted D Ford to be?
Well, they wanted somebody who could apply pressure on the opposite edge. When John Lynch, you got to think about those Tampa Bay Buccaneer teams that he played with. And all that ferocious defensive line that he had, starting with Simeon Rice and Warren Sapp. He envisioned that. Kyle Shanahan envisioned having 2 edge rushers that can get after the quarterback and apply pressure in case Bosa got double teamed, right? Yeah. Because when the pass rushers becomes great, right? The great Reggie White, the great Lawrence Taylor, all the great edge rushers we've seen, even TJ Watt, you're going to game plan for them. You're going to chip them. You're going to double them. You're going to triple them at times, which means that other edge rusher has to be able to take advantage of it. D Ford was that guy who could take advantage of that, where the Niners didn't even have to blitz, right? They didn't have to blitz. So they brought 4, they dropped 7. with Drake Jackson and a guy they envision to go opposite of Nick Bosa and complement this defensive line, now all of a sudden you're saying, boy, Drake Jackson can win his one-on-ones. Maybe he gets doubled in the future, but now all of a sudden I could lay off the blitz. I don't have to bring Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw on blitzes here. So when I say he's everything that they wanted to D Ford, he is. He is everything they wanted to D Ford, but he's going to have to stay healthy. If he stays healthy, Drake Jackson's going to end the season with 10-plus sacks. He got 3 yesterday.
I know, getting 3 really helps. Just D Ford I viewed as like pure speed. Jump the snap, speed. Wasn't really like a run-stuffing guy. Right. I feel like Drake Jackson does not have the speed that D Ford has, but
it's not a big drop-off, is there?
Well, I think his game might be a little more well-rounded, but he's just not. He's the speed. I mean, D Ford, he was electric on the edge. He was electric. But I see what you're saying.
Drake Jackson has speed, but he could also hit you with some power, and he knows how to stunt, and he's going to get after the quarterback. He doesn't look overwhelmed.
He's definitely a longer
player. The body type is different.
Yeah, he's definitely
the style of play is different. But in terms of production,
it's a good point.
In terms of production, D Ford was going to be a productive edge rusher, which is why they spent the money, which is why they sent the second round pick to Kansas City. Now you get Drake Jackson, and you don't have to blitz. If you got Drake Jackson coming, and you got Javon Hargrave in the middle, who we didn't even talk about. He had a very solid 49ers debut. And Eric Armstead showing the power and winning one-on-ones and pushing the pocket.
Well, he's an inside guy. Can we all admit that?
No doubt.
They paid him as an outside guy. He's an inside guy, and he should stay inside. Him and Hargraves is pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Those are probably the 2 best D tackles we've had since Stubblefield and Bryant Young.
Right. So
I mean, I'm talking about accomplishments. Like that's high praise.
I've got 2 edge rushers who can collapse the pocket, and Drake Jackson and Nick Bosa. I don't want to forget about Cleve Farrell in the run game. Cleve Farrell was really good in the run game.
It's really a surprise.
You got the guys in the middle with Armstead and Hargrave. I mean, you got the linebackers cleaning things up. This front seven is as good as anybody in football. So now I got a front seven that's playing at a high level to start the season. And they got weapons over there in Pittsburgh. That wide receiver room is no joke. Najee Harris, well, you know what? Just like Dalvin Cook in the playoff game when Nick Bosa hit him and Dalvin Cook, my guy from Florida State, said, yeah, that's enough. I've tapped out. Telling me Najee Harris didn't tap out yesterday after Fred Warner blew him up?
There was nowhere to go.
These guys are making all-pro running backs tap out, saying, yeah, we're good. Not today. Not against that defense.
Well, it felt like George Pickens did nothing either, and then Deontay got hurt, but he wasn't doing anything. It was surprising because the Steelers are one of those teams you draft in fantasy and you expect to move the ball, and they had nothing. Right. Their offensive game plan, I don't even know what they were trying to attack.
Well, they couldn't attack anything. They couldn't buy time for Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, that's true.
You couldn't run the ball against this front seven. You could do nothing. And we talk about this all the time. Once you go one-dimensional against this 49ers defense, it's lights out. You're going to get some yards in the pass game here and there because it's an offensive league, but this front seven is not going to allow you to get comfortable. At some point, they're going to force a holding, they're going to force an intentional grounding, they're going to force a turnover, or they're going to just hit you in the mouth and force you into third and long situations. This defense is great. Oh, my gosh. Steve looks at the booth. He's like, I don't even have to blitz yet.
What's the better unit right now, offense or defense?
I don't know.
Best part about yesterday was
isn't that a good thing?
No,
that the offense,
they're so balanced.
The offense, I think, is catching up to the defense. From what we've seen the last 6 years under Shanahan, this offense has a chance to be as good as his defense.
Well, I look at defenses around the league. Like Philly's going to get they're better than what they showed yesterday. Right. Fletcher Cox got hurt, so who knows? We'll see what they end up being as we move forward. Dallas feels really good. Really
that
good.
is going to be tough.
When you do that against a divisional opponent, like that to me,
40-0. Wow.
That was a butt kicking.
Yeah.
The Niners, it's a 3-way team to me, a 3-way deal at top of the league. And they're all in the NFC in terms of balance.
Right.
Offenses, there's a lot of teams that could throw their hat in the mix. But I feel like no team has the combination outside of like the Eagles of both.
No.
Maybe the Cowboys offense will be better as the year goes on. I like our personnel better. They're pretty damn good.
They're pretty good. This offense is pretty good. Let's go
I
back
was
out to the
rooting
lines.
against Philly so hard. Oh,
yeah, well, we'll take care of Philly when we take care
Mac
of Philly.
Jones, come on!
Rob in Fremont, what's happening, Rob? You're on the roast, baby. What's up, Rob? Rob, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Let's go, Rob. Let's go, baby. What you got?
Hey, man. So Brock, I gotta say, man, pretty snap reads. How he's ice cold, like he's got ice in his veins, man. The guy's got emotionless until he gets like his first down and he did a little celebration and whatnot.
Loved it.
But dude just is so relaxed and so calm. Reminded me a little bit of like Montana days. just making me feel a little bit better about our offense and how we're running. He's commanding the offense. And then second thing, man, is shout out to the Niner fans that went to Pittsburgh. Because, man, late in the game, hearing Let's Go Niners.
That's what I'm saying.
In Pittsburgh? Come on
Pittsburgh.
now. On TV? Awesome.
Yeah.
Spadoni, if you could play the Christian McCaffrey 65-yard run again, I just want people to
Sound like a
isolate
home
the
game.
roar of the crowd. Just listen to the roar of the crowd in Pittsburgh at Acrisure Stadium. Go ahead. Roll it, Spadoni.
Trying to do something here with Christian McCaffrey. Got a bruising block from Brandon Aiyuk. Got another from Ray McLeod. Turned it into a touchdown. It's a 65-yard lightning strike from McCaffrey. Stealing the momentum right back.
Is that Levi's?
That's what I'm saying. Wait till this week. SoFi. I think it'll be worse.
Oh, my gosh. SoFi.
By the way, we
kinda
can't call it Levi's South because Levi's is south of where they're used to play. Like, I don't know. I don't like the Levi's South name. Just SoFi's our home.
I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of tempted to go to that game today. Rams.
Little fly down, fly back.
Fly down, fly back.
It's very convenient.
It's very convenient. I'm thinking about it, man, but tickets are high.
Are they?
Oh, yeah. $500 for nosebleeds.
Money time! Money time!
I don't have that type of money. It's not basketball season yet.
Well, there was a track meet there yesterday. Chargers versus Dolphins.
It was a track
Tyreek
meet.
Hill had one of the great days of all time.
And the Chargers are going to Charger. Eddie and Vallejo. Eddie and Vallejo, what's happening?
I love that.
Oh, man, I just want to say football season is back, and I'm loving life because of it. But I just want to talk on Brock, and I agree with everybody and, what's been said. But what I really like is not only is his elbow fine and he can throw, but he wasn't scared.
No.
He was making decisions. He was going with it. If I compare something to, I don't know, Derek Carr hurt himself. And as soon as he saw a lineman within 10 yards, he was falling down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Brock had that, that blind side. I forgot who was attacking him, but, he rolled around and was able to do that. Other quarterbacks, they get scared. And so that's what excites me most is that coach knows that his QB isn't scared and he can run those plays of setup that he's known for. And so, that's got me really excited, kind of looking forward.
Yeah, no, you should be excited about Brock. Should be excited about this offense. 30 points a game. Can they do it? Well, they scored 30 in the first game, and they shut the playbook down. They really did. They could have dropped 40 on Pittsburgh and really sent the message, but they didn't. They held back late in the second half, just basically ran the ball out, got out of there healthy for the most part. Niners roll. Niners roll. There's a lot to like. 888-957-9570. Your game balls, your player of the game. What's your big takeaway? It's all about you, the listener, you, the audience today. 888-957-9570. Over 1,100 people on YouTube right now watching us. Thank you to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. By the way, it's not a football Friday. It's a Monster Monday. I got to get that read. Oh, yeah. Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Or let the Niners win by a zillion.
And everybody is all happy
Yeah.
today. No stress whatsoever. No stress whatsoever. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. Your calls, North Bay Clay, Ken, Gene. We're going to get to everybody here. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT.
Niners!
Cars.
Baldy's going to join us tomorrow at 7:30. Can't wait for his breakdowns on the 49ers.
He's already put out like 4 videos on the Niners.
He was at that game. He called that game from Westwood 1, and I'm sure watching that domination in person, although T.J. Watt did his thing, it was all about the Niners. It was all about the Niners. It was all about Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. There's a list. You give the game ball to like 20 different dudes. You want to give a game ball to Jake Moody? Go ahead. Want to give one to Wisnowski? Go ahead. What about Greenlaw and Warner? Go ahead. Brandon Aiyuk gets a game ball. Christian McCaffrey, game ball for you. Brock Purdy, game ball for you. Hey, Kyle Shanahan, how about this? You get a game ball. And how about giving a game ball to Jed York for keeping his team together by doling out the money, getting rid of that cash to pay Nick Bosa to make sure that Nick Bosa was in Pittsburgh for week 1. It's a lot to like about the 49ers right now.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't come to mind thinking of Jed York after last night's win.
Hey, got to get an owner some love, man.
I mean, I don't, but that's okay.
Well, you know, we always mention Joe Lacob after every single Warriors win. Joe Lacob. I love Joe. So love me some Jed right now. He's keeping his team together, and there's no doubt in my mind, Brendan Aiyuk's going to be next to get paid.
Well, he should. I mean, he was cooking yesterday, and he looks like an elite wide receiver in terms of the route running. What's the hole in his game?
There's no hole right now. He can go deep, run intermediate routes,
contested
crossing routes.
Catches.
His footwork is amazing.
Yeah.
Contested catches, high point in the football, and now he's run blocking.
His catch radius is pretty good.
Now he's
what's his
pancake
comp
dudes.
as a player?
See, I thought I just look at the 49ers. He's so smooth. Who reminds me so much of John Taylor. And he may
Taylor was a burner though.
But he could be a possession receiver as well. Taylor had burners.
But I view him as a burner.
But he was physical too. He ran block with the best of them. John Taylor downfield run blocking.
No doubt.
He did all that. Every aspect. And he was smooth. Aiyuk is smooth, man, and he could play physical, but he's also a burner. I think we underrate his burners. Brendan Aiyuk,
He's got great short area quickness. I don't think of him as a straight line. Like, he's not going to – Tyreek is someone like, oh, yeah, he's going to blow the top off.
But Aiyuk can do that, though.
Yeah.
We just haven't seen it. But Aiyuk can do that. As Rhea called from Lancaster, we forget about that Philadelphia Eagles play on Sunday Night Football when he hurdled the guy, showing his speed down the sideline, then hurdling the guy. Aiyuk is a very underrated athlete, man. He is. I like where his game is at. I think he can do everything on the football field. But I look at John Taylor complimenting Jerry Rice. Hell, Brendan Aiyuk may be better than John Taylor. He may be the number one option in terms of the passing game on this football team. Aiyuk and Brock Purdy's rapport, it's really, you could tell they put in the work together.
Absolutely. And he trusts him. And when he's in any kind of short area slant, boy, he really understands the windows and when to throw it. And Aiyuk knows how to cover himself up so he doesn't take a big blow. Like, when do you ever see Aiyuk get blasted?
Yeah, you don't.
He does a really good job of that. I don't know. I really like him as a player, obviously, and he's just an absolute stud. But seeing the way he's protects himself by using his back to kind of push out defenders like he's clearing out a box out in basketball. I mean, he's just an absolute stud.
No, he is a stud. Let's get to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. We're going to be locked and loaded on the Niners all day long here, 95-7 the game. By the way, the Giants swept the Rockies. Now they feeling good about themselves? Nobody cares. Ken, San Francisco.
You coaching?
Ken in San Francisco, what's happening?
I'm on the roast?
You're on the roast, baby. You're on the roast.
What's up with it, man? Hey, so look, y'all talking about giving out game balls and everything. Let's give out a game ball to Patrick Peterson. Patrick Peterson was talking all this back and forth and got cooked. Got cooked on 3 touchdowns. He got his ankles broke on the first one by Aiyuk. He slipped. The second one, Purdy just dropped a dime right through him. Then on the McCaffrey one, he gets trucked by McCaffrey. But he was talking all this shit.
Kid, you were fired up. A little too fired up. We're not trying to get fined today. We're just trying to talk some football. I respect you, kid. He was fired up.
Bye.
But we can't use that 4-letter word. Cannot use it. Let's go to North Bay Clay. In the North Bay. North Bay Clay, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. Happy Monday morning. I'm loving all the Aiyuk talk, and not just from yesterday's game. If you remember, we're only a couple years removed from when there was a lot of chatter before the season about Aiyuk and his character and and him not gelling with coaching staff and such. And then just to watch his progress, his selflessness. If you remember last year, that Debo play on the Rams game where he kind of broke and caught it and scrambled upfield, Aiyuk was the one out in front blocking for him to get that touchdown. And since those couple years removed, all this guy has done is just stay quiet, stay humble, be selfless, and produce. I really, really am coming on the Aiyuk train, and I can't wait to see him in the red and gold for a while. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, at one point he was the Snoopy to the 49ers Peanuts. He was in the doghouse.
He was.
As I pull a guru.
He was in the doghouse. That was a good one.
You like that?
That's good. I do like that. That's a 4. That's a 4. That was good material right there. No, Brandon Aiyuk, man, 8 catches, 8 targets, 129 yards.
And you had Brock
catch.
Purdy playing Mr. Peanut because he had the monocle. I'm sorry, I'm going all guru this morning.
All guru. Don't go all guru. Let guru.
I feel like I'm better than you.
That is the best one.
Oh, man.
I got to know what that was in reference to.
Turn the page!
I feel like
Bosa.
I'm better than you.
Nick Bosa talked about the great team win. Here's Nick Bosa.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you'd love to get a good start. We had 5 sacks today as a D-line, so Chris was definitely happy. Drake broke out, which we were expecting. So we just have so many players, and it's fun to watch Aiyuk do his thing, and Purdy shut some haters up. So it's nice to be on a really good team.
Now, that at the end, to me, is something that I think Trent understands.
Yep.
I think CMC understands.
Yep.
We talk so much about, the disease of more, the disease of me. When these guys they achieve all of this status in the league and they only play in one situation, maybe they don't have the perspective of what it's like to play on a loser. McCaffrey played on a loser. Trent Williams played on a loser.
Yep.
Some of these other guys, Charvarius Ward was on a winning team, but he came from another organization.
Sean Gibson Jr.
Yeah, he was with the Browns.
Yeah.
I think about all these guys that are very, very, very influential 49ers in that locker room who have played in other losing organizations for an extended period. How can you not have it's great to play on a winning team feel? Because there's times I look at the Warriors, for example. I think that there's a small part, and I'm not saying it's the end-all be-all, but there's a small part, I don't think Clay, Curry, and Dre, although they played on a bad team to start their career, understand what it's like to truly play on one of the horrible organizations in the league.
Well,
and that's a testament to them.
Well, they also had to sit through, even though they were hurt, 2019.
Yeah,
it
but
was that was a big drop-off, and then 2020 they make the play, and I get it. I get it.
I mean, I'm just saying,
I hear what
Trent
you're saying.
was with the Washington Commanders.
I understand completely what you're saying, but when you get guys over like Sean Livingston, who was a journeyman.
But he understood it. He understood it.
Zaza Pachulia.
Yes.
Understood it.
Yes.
Andrew Bogut. Understood it. Andre Iguodala. Understood it. So you get some players, man. You get and people in this locker room with the 49ers, they realize, boy, we got premium players everywhere. Here's what Bosa also said.
And those premium players are the ones that played on crap teams.
Well,
so their perspective, I think, does.
You got a couple.
McCaffrey and Trent are two of the best players.
No doubt,
and I think that when you're someone like Bosa and you had an opportunity to break the bank, to hear him say after getting paid, otherworldly money, it's nice to play on a good team. I think that's refreshing.
Here's what Bosa said about Purdy.
I think whenever a guy comes back from an injury and people kind of give him, they don't expect him to make another leap in the second year. I'm just happy for him. He's exactly who we thought he was.
And you know what? This offense, when it's all said and done in 2023, may be as good as this defense. They're going to punish people offensively, whether it's the run game or the pass game. And finally, we have an offense comparable to this great defense. We do. Because a lot of, you could say the defense has carried this team for a long time or whatnot. The offense has played, well. They've complimented them, but the aggressiveness offensively, we just haven't seen it as much, right? Well, now you got playmakers galore. You have Shanahan, who feels as good as he's ever felt as a play caller. And you have a quarterback that you trust who can improvise when the play breaks down. This offense, when it's all said and done in 2023, may be as good as this defense, which is a scary thought for the rest of the league. You may see a lot more blowouts from the 49ers this year because of how well this offense is humming right now.
It felt like a statement game. It felt like, hey, we're the 10 a.m. game. We know you're all going to be watching us before your game or whatever. It's a statement game. In the same way, I thought Dallas, as the standalone game against the New York Giants, that felt like a statement game. And it feels like I know there's more teams. Like Green Bay, I'm not counting them out. I'm not counting out Detroit, the Rams, Seattle. I don't think their season is finished. It's week 1. Like, we all have the right perspective. That was a statement game. And the one area that I'm telling you, this to me was one of the big. Watching Brock slide or just go down late in that game, and I contrast that with watching Jalen Hurts run between the tackles on designed runs with 5 minutes to go and gets popped by Jabril Peppers. I'm saying to myself, we have a quarterback and a play caller who understands, like, no. We are going to hand the ball off to multiple running backs, and that's their job to hang on to the ball. We're not going to rely on our quarterback to run between the tackles. It was a refreshing contrast when I'm watching Philly. Not that Jalen Hurts isn't awesome, but, like, hand the ball off there. What are you doing?
Honestly, when you think about Brock Purdy, there's not one time yesterday where I thought about his torn UCL.
I did one time.
With the fumble?
No. It was when he went to go throw,
and they looked like
they deflected it, and then I was looking to see if he would do anything with the arm. He did nothing. It off. That was the only time.
Honestly, watching that game, I forgot he even had the injury. That's how well he played.
Well, they brought it up so much, and Moose kept saying, and
they kept bringing it up, but I was just like, I'm not worried about his. Look at the way he's throwing the football.
But it is remarkable that he's healthy.
No, I said
that part is
last week. The fact that he played week
crazy.
1 is insane. We thought he missed the first 3 to 4 games. Give Mark Willard credit. He said he was never going to miss week 1. Mark Willard was on that the whole time. He will be back for week 1, and he was. But when he was playing yesterday, the elbow injury, I was like, oh, I got a quarterback who's healthy. I got a quarterback who's a committed to the offense. I didn't think about the injury once.
No.
Really, even when he went down for the fumble with T.J. Watt, I never thought about the elbow. I just wasn't concerned about it. That's yesterday's news.
The only one I did was the batted ball, where T.J. Watt or whoever it was, his hand was near his hand. That's the only time. And even then, it was like, oh, he's good.
Purdy didn't miss a beat. He picked up where he left off last season. Shanahan didn't miss a beat.
Here's one thing, though. Forget the elbow. They do, and this is every quarterback, but Brock in particular, they got to keep him upright. This team, more than any other team, has a history of rolling through quarterbacks. And I'm not blaming Colton McKivitz. That's T.J. Watt. Like, let's see a month worth of footage on McKivitz before we lose our mind on him. Let's just do that. But Shanahan has to do a better job of every now and then putting that second tight end or someone there to double against TJ Watt. You can't go one-on-one in that situation.
But these defensive linemen are faster, stronger, and more athletic than any time before. Quarterbacks will get hit. Can you brace for the hit? Can you protect them? Every team in Detroit, they're thinking.
I mean, the one where it looked like Watt went right around and just whacked Purdy right in the helmet, like that. That worried me a little. Not on Purdy. I'm saying like we got to protect our QB.
Listen, Mahomes get hit.
It's true.
Josh Allen's going to get hit tonight. Aaron Rodgers may get hit. Quarterbacks get hit in this league. That's football. So things are going to happen. Can you embrace the hits? Can you embrace for the contact? Guys are going to even Trent Williams is going to get beat here time to time. It's going to happen. But can you protect it? Can you mitigate the losses?
Well,
can you brace
too.
yourself? So exactly,
yeah,
quarterbacks are going to get hit. Every team in the league is saying, "How can we protect our quarterback?"
For sure.
And a lot of teams are saying, "Boy, if our quarterback goes down, we can be in some trouble." My hope is this season we never mention the name Sam Darnold.
Well, I'll be honest with you. A part of me wanted to just get Brock out of that game. I understand it's week 1, so I would probably keep him in to build up that stamina.
Yeah.
But a part of me is like, let's get everybody out of this game. Because when you're up that big, I just don't want anyone getting hurt. And that's just me being a weirdo.
Right.
But I would have done that with Jimmy G. Yeah. I'd have done that with whoever. Even if I had Mahomes, I wouldn't have him out there.
You got a 53-man roster. It's going to be tough to bench everybody. Guys are going to have to play. It is what it is. Can you put your players in a position to where they don't get hurt? Injuries are going to happen. They're going to happen from time to time. But you know what? I don't need to see Darnold. Purdy's your guy. My hope is the rest of the season, Darnold doesn't take another snap unless it is a blowout. Unless you're up 30 points.
If you keep putting up 30 points in 32 minutes of play, I think we're going to be sitting pretty. I mean, that's the recipe is score first, stuff late, right? And they did that.
Make a team one-dimensional. Let's go to Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene in Oakland. What's up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, fellas. It's a beautiful day in the Ninerhood, no?
Mm-hmm.
It should be.
Yeah, so
there's nothing to complain about.
No, nothing to complain about at all. So, I have my own little personal checklist of things I get right and things I get wrong on these games. you don't mind my taking a moment to go through it. So first of all, the game itself, I think we all thought it was going to be tighter, a lot tighter. I thought it was going to be around 6 points or so, but, they blew them out. That's certainly a good thing. I was really worried about Jake Moody, especially if it was a tight game.
I think we lost Uncle Gene. Let's go to Chambry in Arizona. Chambry, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up, Chambry?
Thanks for taking the call. I had two quick things that I wanted to give a game ball to Coach Chris, our D-line coach. I mean, year after year, this guy, and I know Lynch and Shanahan bring in the guys, but, man, this guy's got a revolving door of just, rotational players, and the guy just coaches them up, gets them ready to play, but not just play, but actually make impact here and there throughout the year. So that's what I want to give my game ball to. And then I wanted to point out, I got to give credit to Coach Wilkes as well. He had a reputation for being kind of a hard ass and being a little stubborn. But I heard that with us this year, he kind of went up to the players and adapted his team to fit our players and what input they had. So I want to give props to those guys, not just because of the dominant performance, but just give them credit for what they do, man.
The Wilkes defense looked identical to what I saw last year.
Yeah, I mean,
did you notice? I didn't really notice anything different.
I didn't see many blitzes. He didn't have to.
But the Chris Kusarek part is absolute. And I said this to you before the season. I got B. If he finds a way to have somebody opposite Bosa, because we were just looking at it from training camp and preseason, I'm like, that'll be a miracle. Well, it feels like this man just turned water into wine, because Drake Jackson had 3 sacks yesterday, and it did look like Cleve Farrell, who you referenced multiple times, had a really nice performance.
Well, we touched on this before camp started. The edge rusher opposite of Nick Bosa has one of the best jobs in pro football. You're going to see one-on-ones all day long. One-on-ones. You're going to be able to go at a right tackle, or you're going to be able to stunt all day long because of Nick Bosa. You're going to get great opportunities to go after the quarterback and put a hit on the quarterback. Drake Jackson, for game number 1, took full advantage of that. 3 sacks in the opening game. 3 sacks? That's pretty damn good for Drake Jackson. And Cleve Farrell popped as well, so the Nick Bosa effect is very, very real, folks. 888-957-9570. I just saw this from Ahmad Z. Brock Purdy is still a game manager. And I'll say to Ahmad Z and to the rest of the people who want to throw it out there, who the hell cares if he's a game manager? He's a quarterback who's going to get you first downs. He's a quarterback that's going to get you in the right play. He's a quarterback that's going to deliver the ball on time. He's a quarterback who's not going to throw the Jimmy O no throw. All right? I can't chart one Jimmy O no throw. I thought Patrick Peterson made a great play on George Kittle. Other than that, Brock Purdy was very, very good. So if you want to call him a game manager, so be it. The guy's a quarterback who's going to put you in a position to win a lot of football games in 2023.
He's managed to go undefeated in the regular season.
That's all that matters. I don't care about this. We do this thing with game managers, blah, blah, blah. He gets the ball to the playmakers. That's what I want. Can you get the ball to the playmakers and give them a chance to make a play? Well, Brandon Aiyuk had a chance to make multiple plays. Deebo Samuel's going to have chances to make multiple plays. Christian McCaffrey will have chances to make multiple plays. Why? He has a quarterback who knows how to run this offense, and that's Brock Purdy. So call him whatever the hell you want to call him. Just make sure you drop 7-0 at the end of that. 7-0. That's what he is. Let's go to St. Louis. Go to my main man, can opener Cal. Calvin's back in the building, baby. What up, Cal?
Man, what's going on with y'all, man? How y'all doing?
Man, I'm feeling good today, Calvin.
Man, I told myself when I watched the game yesterday, I was going to make sure I got up early, even though I've been having insomnia. Don't get to sleep till 6 in the morning, but I'm going to have to call the guys up tomorrow. But before I say anything, let me go ahead and give a shout-out to Drew Down and Tyler Miller. And I wanted to say, guys, I seen 2 games yesterday. My Bears sucked. Did nothing change. But, Brock Purdy set it off, man. I mean, y'all always got a diamond in a rough, and you guys, it seemed like y'all were a big worry there. And I watched y'all about a week ago. I never seen Shaq go in on somebody so hard. I guess somebody was telling him to eat crow about something he said about Purdy. And Brock, Shasky really gave it to that man. Shasky did not let him get off the gas. The guy tried to soften it up and everything like that, but Shasky, you stayed on it, man. But, guys, I'm happy about y'all, man. But
Thank you.
I've been away for a little bit because that Earl Spence and that Crawford fight shocked me so much, man.
I know. I've been wanting to talk to you about that. Crawford, hey, let me tell you something, Cal. Terrence Crawford would have beat up prime Floyd Mayweather Jr. I'll promise you that. Mayweather would have dunked Crawford.
Night, man, that shocked the mess out of me. And guys, you know what Earl Spence didn't do that people didn't realize when I'm up here watching the fight, whenever you engage in somebody like that, when you're going out besides bobbing and weaving. I know you're not Mike Tyson, but God, he did not put his hands up for nothing. And then when you go back, you don't never try to throw a jab, what they call push and pull. He kept on trying to throw it, but it wasn't reaching him. He wasn't reaching Crawford all the way, and he kept on leaning back without having his guards up. That's why he kept getting hit. He did not fight like himself. He did like a deer in headlights, and it was shocking. But one thing I wanted to ask y'all that I've seen, and I'm asking Shasky on this one. That Team USA looked just like the Golden State Warriors, giving up all them open threes. And they lost like the Warriors. What y'all think about that game?
Feeble.
Well, here's what I think. Like I told Bonte at the end of last week, it's not a real USA team if Curry's not on it, and Durant's not on it, and LeBron's not on it.
And guess what?
Yeah, read the tweet.
LeBron, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant are going to Paris to play for Team USA.
Yeah, so now I'm in. All right?
They're going to blow people up.
Look, Austin Reeves is a solid player. Right. You cannot be Team USA with Austin Reeves being one of your top 6 or 7 players.
You mean Josh Hart can't be on the team?
Come on.
Jaren Jackson Jr.?
Can we just talk real quick? First-round quarterbacks. Like, we make a lot. Like, they're all we are talking about as a society who watch college football is, wow, there could be 6 or 7 first-round quarterbacks. Let's just go back 10 years. First-round quarterbacks. E.J. Manuel, drafted 16th overall by the Bills.
Yep.
How'd that work out?
It didn't work out well.
Blake Bortles, Johnny Manziel, Teddy Bridgewater.
Didn't work out well.
That's 2014. 2015, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota.
Didn't work out well.
Okay. 2016, Goff, Wentz, Paxton Lynch.
Didn't work out well.
Goff is the only one who's, even in the league still.
Right.
17, Trubisky, Deshaun Watson, Mahomes. Clearly Mahomes is a grand slam, right? The other one's and Watson's been good, but you got to also take into account all the stuff he's been through. 2018, Mayfield, Darnold, who's QB2, Josh Allen, Rosen, and Lamar. It's a pretty good class. Right? All things considered. Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones, Dwayne Haskins, 2019. Right? Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Love in 2020. Now, that looks like a good class. Right? And then the big one, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones. Outside of Trevor Lawrence, I'm taking Brock over that class. I'm taking over all of those guys. Like, my point that I'm going at is just because we bestow a first-round draft capital or a grade on someone does not mean that they are going to perform like that in the league. Brock has outperformed how many, just through 8 games in the NFL in the regular season, he's outperformed how many of those first-round picks?
Outperformed a lot.
And then Kenny Pickett was the guy he went against yesterday, who was the 2022 guy. We don't know about the 2023 class. We'll see. But, I guess what I'm saying is, I don't want to hear about Mr. Irrelevant, 7th-round pick, blah, 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 blah. I just listed off a ton of just straight-up can't play in the NFL busts in the first round. Can you play or can you not? Brock can play.
Brock can play. He can play. Let's go to Christian in Sacramento. Christian, what's happening?
Monte, Shasky, what's up with you guys?
What's up, Christian?
Hey, first-time caller here. Been a Niner fan all my life. Yesterday, like Shasky said, I feel like they came out, played smash mouth, were aggressive, just made that point that we're really here this year. And I'm gonna be out in LA with my wife for the Rams game, my first time in LA. So I'm hoping that it's just the same thing. Keep it going. Just beat the hell out of the Rams just because they beat the Seahawks yesterday. I don't think that means much. So, guys, keep doing what you do. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Christian.
Keep it going.
Safe travels to LA. Let's go to Larry in the city. Larry, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, listen, I want to shout out to those Purdy haters out there, man. Listen, Purdy, since he's been at the quarterback position, the man ain't did nothing but win. And that game with Philly, there's no doubt in my mind, if he was healthy, would have beat the hell out of the Philadelphia Eagles. And our defense is off the hook. So if they stay healthy, Please bring me Dallas or Philly again. With that, I'm out.
I'm gonna be real. This feels like the early '90s. Washington to the side, but like New York Giants, Dallas Cowboys, Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, I'm not going to put the Giants in that category.
Okay,
you get beat 40-0 at home in the rain.
That's why
I know we play them in 2 weeks, but you get beat 40-0 by a division rival. You don't belong in the same sentence with the Cowboys and the Eagles. You just don't. So the Giants, they're in tier 2, tier 3. I'm not worried about them right now.
Okay,
it's the league with the Niners, the conference. Yeah, bye, New York Giants. You embarrassed yourself yesterday. A day before 9/11, you put out that performance. Oh, my gosh.
Rattled.
They all are rattled. They all were rattled. They were awful.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Terrible. So the Giants right now, I'm writing them off.
Okay.
It's the Eagles, it's the Cowboys, it's the 49ers.
What about Detroit?
Detroit's going to be in the conversation.
Do we need to see more from them?
No. Detroit, I believe, has arrived.
Are we riding off Minnesota?
Yes.
Already?
Yes.
Wow. They won the North last year. What about from the South? Is there anything... New Orleans, 8,000 field goals. Baker?
A lot of mediocre teams in the South.
What about Rams, Seahawks?
Seattle?
Are we underrating the Rams?
I think maybe we overrated Seattle.
I still think Seattle's going to be good.
Might be okay.
What is it with Seattle? What Gino?
They got dominated up front.
Yeah,
their offensive line did not play well.
Their D played terrible.
The defense played terrible.
Over the top, they got
the Rams
crushed.
out-hit them.
Yes.
Out-executed them. They ran the ball down their throats. They did whatever they wanted to do in the passing game. And defensively, they had Geno Smith running around all over the place with his head cut off.
Did we get the Aaron Donald sound, Spadoni? All right. Well, you got to hear this sound as we get prepared for Aaron Donald. Listen to Geno Smith. The mic, I don't know how it picked all this up. This is Geno Smith at the line getting mic'd up and Aaron Donald flying at him.
On third down. Smith, pressure comes late, and it's incomplete. That pressure coming from Aaron Donald.
Oh, my God. Yeah, number 99. Oh, my God. A couple times we may say that next week.
Dude, go back to the beginning. It is so good. What do they call it? The parabolic mic?
Parabolic mic.
On third down. Smith, pressure comes late, and it's incomplete. That pressure coming from Aaron Donald.
Seattle. Humboldt yesterday at Lumen Field up in Seattle. At home.
Bobby
blown
Wagner
out.
didn't look right coming back to Seattle. Something's off there.
Well, he's old. That's what's off.
Well, that's true.
Father Time.
I never thought he would age.
Let's go to Jaime, San Pablo. What's up, baby?
Hey, good morning, y'all. How you guys doing?
Good.
So I want to give a game ball to Kyle Shanahan. Let me tell you guys why.
Okay.
I've been a big critical person on Shanahan on 4th and 1, 4th and 2. Not having the cojones to go for that, and in an environment, a hostile environment like Pittsburgh, when it was 0-0 half field, he goes for it on 4th and 1, and that's the drive that we score on the first touchdown to Aiyuk. I mean, how many times? I don't know about you guys, but I know I have yelled at the TV, "Go for it, go for it!" And he punts the ball. If we're at half field, he punts the ball and tries to, play this field position. He didn't do that this time. He went for he went for it. Like he went for it. Like, I don't know if that's because of the confidence he has in Brock Purdy that he'll get the, we'll just keep the drive going. But that right there just showed me that, okay, Shanahan is like, well, okay, we paid Bosa. We're doing all this. I'm not holding back no more. I'm going for this. So that, to me, right there is just, it's a great sign to see. I don't know what you guys think about that.
No, I loved it.
That was big.
It was a great sign. It was a great sign. I like that, too, with Shanahan, because Shanahan has been ridiculed. He's faced the pressure, and I've been very critical of Shanahan. I thought Shanahan has done a great job this training camp. I thought he's done a great job so far this season, answering the questions, making the hard decisions on whether or not to move on from Trey Lance. Well, he did. I know that was a tough pill to swallow. They stayed the course, bringing in Nick Bosa. I actually got a smile from Kyle Shanahan when Nick Bosa signed. And then the game plan he employed yesterday, running the ball, passing, short throws, sideline throws, the 4th-2 decision to keep the ball in Brock Purdy's hands, saying, hey, Brock, make a play. I'm going to call a play-action pass. Let's see if we can get Kittle out there in the flat to make a play, but I'm going to put the ball in your hands to make a play. And I thought that opening drive to set the tone like that with great throws to Brandon Aiyuk, some great runs by Christian McCaffrey, and you take a 7-0 lead right away to take the crowd out of the game after 3 and out by the Pittsburgh offense, forced by your great defense. I'm all good with Shanahan getting a game ball for yesterday. Shanahan was in his bag yesterday, and he knew when to shut down the playbook. Okay, we're up 27-7. There's no need to get exotic. There's no need to run something crazy here. Let's just get out of here healthy.
The vibes from Kansas City losing that game Thursday with Chris Jones in the stands with 2 mob members, and how different the vibes are for the 49ers that they got the deal done with George Kittle. Night and day.
Bosa. Yeah.
Excuse me. George Kittle.
I got what you meant.
What am I saying? Nick Bosa. Night and day, though, isn't it?
Night and day.
Like, the vibes are night and day. Even though I don't think he had his greatest game, like, it just feels, everything feels different.
Oh,
Thank
it feels
God
great.
he got signed.
They're flying home. They flew home, feeling awesome, knowing that they're playing a home game next Sunday against L.A. in L.A. And you got a chance to go 2-0. You have a chance to go 2-0, and after watching the Giants get smacked around 40-0, all of a sudden you could go into October. By October 1st, the Niners could be 3-0. You don't want to get ahead of yourselves, but you know what?
1 week at a time.
You know what? All of a sudden, I'm looking at the first quarter season. Rams, Giants, Cardinals.
When can I start ripping McVay? What, Wednesday? Thursday? When can I start?
You could do it right now.
I'm so sick of him.
Hey, but you know what? He had that team ready to go yesterday.
He did.
They had
And
that team.
this
They were
Kyron
ready.
Williams looked good.
Hey, Tutu Atwell.
No, the guy that looked good was Nakua.
Tutu Atwell had over 100,000.
I know, because Nakua was catching everything underneath.
Yeah, but Tutu was balling. Van Jefferson's a one.
Van
You're
Jefferson's
like
so garbage.
dropping bombs left and right. No, this Rams offense
He's the
yesterday.
Ted Ginn Jr. of their team. He gets wide open and just drops the ball.
Look at Matthew Stafford, 24-38.
He looked good.
334 yards.
He threw some dimes.
Tutu Atwell, 6 catches, 119 yards, along with 44. He has 6 catches on 8 targets. Puka Nacua, 10 catches, 119 yards.
See what I'm saying?
15 targets.
Puka was balling.
Same yardage as Tutu Atwell. Van Jefferson did nothing, but Kyron Williams.
Like 2 huge. Dude,
they
I
didn't
could have
run the ball well.
And handed Van Jefferson that ball, he would have dropped it.
Yep. So, look, this is a great team win for the Niners. A great team win for the Rams. This would be a fun matchup.
Jaquaski Tart thought that Van Jefferson dropped that ball. It was ugly.
To leave Jaquaski alone. He hasn't got a job since he did this interview with their Warner roast.
Poor guy.
Maybe you shouldn't have done the interview.
My lasting image of him will be looking up at the SoFi Jumbotron, seeing him on his knees, like, ah.
Not today, Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KG
Well,
and
no,
CGAP,
no.
and
Brock wins that
AG1
game.
San Francisco. Always live on the free CGAP. And don't forget, you can watch us every single day on YouTube or Twitch. Right now on YouTube, over 1,000 people watching us on YouTube, of course, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
hit
Shout out to
subscribe.
everybody on Twitch and YouTube. Nearly 46,000 subs. Let's get to 50,000 by the end of the year.
Yeah, let's go.
Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Let's go to one of our favorite callers.
Real quick on the channel. You can go to the channel, and if you just go over to the Shorts page, if you're Ken on YouTube, they've got Fred Warner, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan. You can check all the interviews. We did a great job posting all the interviews post game, and there's a lot of great topics on there.
No doubt. Let's go to Tony in Oakland, one of our favorite callers. Tony,
what's up, Tony?
Are you still in the zone?
Good
How did bike
morning.
ride go? How did bike ride go, Tony?
Wasn't it like we thought it was going to go down?
Hey, Tony, how was the bike ride yesterday?
Going down.
Oh, no. This is what I did. I had to be alone from the TV because you can't feel it. As you know, when you're in a room filled with everyone going wild, you get distracted if you're an extrovert like me. So I had to be in front so I could feel everything that was going on.
Was it like a darkness retreat like Aaron Rodgers?
This Purdy dude, there has rarely been a quarterback like this, and this is why. This dude, the secret is he gets into the rotation, the zone. It goes through himself and out to everyone, and he makes Shanahan better because he ups that dude's frequency so he can think on the fly better. This is total science. It's radiation, it's electromagnetism that goes through the field. What I mean is, like the way Michael Jordan, he let everyone feel his charismatic self and raised them up. This Purdy dude does the same thing. If you watch him on the sideline, he's sitting there. He's so in. there's like a pull. Like when you can feel this mystically, you can tell when someone's got it. They got the right stuff. It's like a pole is going through the middle of them, up and down. It's unbelievable. Other people feel wobbly. You know what I mean? This dude is so in.
I know what you mean.
guys think.
I know what you mean, Tony.
I'm lost.
I'm
so
locked in.
Is he Joe Montana
No.
or is he Michael Jordan?
No, you know what? He's both. He's both. And I'm locked in on Tony. I get Tony and what she's feeling right now.
When did that crack kick in?
No, it ain't no crack.
I'm just going for the comp today. So we've got Novak Djokovic, Steve Young, Joe Montana, and Michael Jordan. Just checking.
Who compared her to Novak Djokovic?
You did.
Oh, I'm saying, the touch and the precision. Reminded me of Joker yesterday when he won the U.S. Open for his 24th Grand Slam title.
I'm now imagining
Like
a
Coco.
segment with you and Mad Dog opining about the all-white Colts uniforms and tennis from the 80s.
Hey, man, Coco Gauff, 19 years old, U.S. Open women's champion. Coco down a set, rallying to win 2 straight sets to win her first ever Grand Slam championship. Thanking Venus and Serena Williams for opening the door. U.S. Open. By the way, U.S. Open was on fire this year. The level of tennis that's being played, these youngsters, they've changed the game. We talk about quarterbacks and how you got to have quarterbacks who can move around. These tennis players, some of the shots that they're making, the lobs, the drop shots, the serves. Where's tennis going? Damn, we got some good tennis at the U.S. Open. It's tough to stay away from it.
Can't tell you. I
I'll
didn't
tell
see
you,
it.
I love me some tennis. Shout out to Brad Gilbert, coaching Coco Gauff. Brad Gilbert, BG Tennis Nation, friend of the program. Congrats to Brad Gilbert, coaching Coco and helping her through that championship run.
If
oh
you
my
thought
gosh.
the roast doesn't talk sports, we talked more U.S. Open than we did San Francisco Giants.
Yes, there you go. By the way, a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. I need what Tony's on right now. She's feeling good. I'm feeling good. Niner fans are feeling good. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Rudy in Riverside. Rudy, what's happening? You're on a roast.
What's up, fellas? What's up, baby?
What up, Rudy?
I know you guys are talking about the Steelers, but nobody cares about the Steelers. Let's face it, the overmatched Steelers with Pickett, the Niners. Congratulations, pat on your back. The regular season empire did what they do. Now it's Aaron Donald gets to meet Brock Purdy at SoFi Stadium, the place where the Bang Bang Escalator gang left in the NFC Championship game. We're ready to go, baby. McVay doing his thing. The McVay has the hardware between him and Shanahan. Shanahan has regular season batters. I'm stoked and ready to go. Puka Nacua is Bobby Trees.
Wait, you're a Rams fan, Rudy?
What's that, baby?
You're a Rams fan?
Oh, yeah, baby.
What the hell you doing calling us?
So you're the one Rams fan.
Hey, Rudy, guess what? Next week is D-Day for you guys. Humble pie served hot at SoFi Stadium.
Well, is there any other pie to serve? Is this the hot, warm one?
No, cold one. Cold. You can serve it
I like a
cold.
warm pie.
You can serve it cold. But I'm giving it to him hot next week. Rudy, you're going down. All right?
Bye.
It's just simple. How many wins for the Niners in the regular season versus the Rams? 8 straight wins? Let's make it 9 on Sunday. Make it 9. Bud in Oakland will get to you and the rest of you. 888-957-9570. Ain't nobody worried about the Rams. Come on. You're not worried about you guys in the West.
I'm worried about Tony, though.
I'm not worried about Tony.
Darkness retreat watching the Niners.
Dude, Tony's fine. You guys are all worried about Tony. She's in the zone. She's feeling it. She's called us 3 times in the last week. Tony's all right. Tony said, "To hell with the bike ride. I'm watching the Niners Steelers by myself."
How is she consuming us? You think it's YouTube? You think it's the radio?
You got to do what you got to do.
You think it's the Odyssey app?
All 3.
He's doing all 3 at once.
All 3. I know, Tony. Tony, look at the camera right now, Tony. I know you're locked in. I'm locked in. I'm with you, Tony. I'm with you. Nothing wrong with Tony. She's feeling good. Feeling good. No disrespect towards Tony on this show. Whether she's got crystals, whether she's got sage, I don't care.
Sage.
Tony's in the zone.
Her and Gabe Kapler saging the dugout.
Hey.
I mean, come on.
Hey, Tony knows how good Brock Purdy can be. Tony knows how good this football team could be.
She's got an
you know how
analog
good
radio
they can
in the
be?
woods.
They can be super. The Niners can be super by the end of this season.
And by the way, you Rams fans that want to come at us, bah, the Lambs. I dare you all week. Open invitation. Red carpet's called out. All 3 of you Rams fans that are out there, I dare you to call in.
Hey, Tony, I love Tony. Tony called back. I understand exactly where you're coming from. There would be no Tony slander on the roast. Not if I could buy it. Not if I can help it, I should say. Bud in Oakland, we'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number as we wrap up this Monster Monday. That's coming up. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Every business.
Clean pocket here. Tipped and picked. Tipped by Warner, picked by Hufanga. One Pro Bowler leads to another. Hufanga flips it outside, and to Sean Gibson down the sideline and inside the 10. There's a flag down where that lateral happened. It was borderline.
I don't know if there is. I haven't seen it like how we do it. I mean, that's an emphasis on that side. Is if you want to play and you want to start at that position, it's not about just catching the ball. They do a heck of a job downfield blocking as aggressively as I've seen.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
How appropriate, Fred Warner, 8 tackles yesterday. And the first text I see on the Xfinity Mobile text line, as you heard, to play Warner with the tip, Hufanga with the pick, lateral to Gibson, borderline lateral, forward lateral. They got penalized for it. But, 415 saying, haven't been listening the whole time, but need more Warner talk. Listen, there's so many great performances yesterday from the 49ers. You could talk about all these guys for an hour at a time. Drake Jackson. You can talk about Brock Purdy. You can talk about Brandon Aiyuk. You want to talk about Christian McCaffrey? You want to talk about the left side of the offensive line? You want to talk about Shanahan? You want to talk about Hargrave, Drake Jackson, Nick Bosa? How about Eric Armstead pushing the pocket? Charvarius Ward. You didn't hear nothing from these Pittsburgh receivers. Hufanga, Drake Greenlaw. But Fred Warner, and I'll say this one for you, 415. We started the show off talking about everybody in Shasky. I don't know if you're following me on this one. When we talk about Defensive Player of the Years, and obviously the last two with Nick Bosa and T.J. Watt, edge rushers, they get a lot of love. But Ray Lewis did win the award 2 times. And I thought with the tone Fred Warner set yesterday with the hit on Najee Harris in the backfield, filling up that gap, playing the run as well as he's playing. And then you look at him, he drops a pick 6. He has a deflection on that highlight we just played coming in. I thought Fred Warner played like a Defensive Player of the Year. And this is the year, I think, where he could really step. He's already a household name. Chris Collinsworth gave him a compliment on Thursday Night Football saying Bolton reminds him of Fred Warner. I think this is the year Fred Warner wins DPOY. He played as well as I've seen a linebacker play yesterday since, heck, he played against the Dallas game in this divisional round last year where I thought he had his best game as a 49er. Fred Warner, I think when it's all said and done in 2023, is going to win that DPOY because of the way he plays the run, the way he plays the pass. He's a 3-down linebacker. He's stronger. He's faster than he's ever been. Fred Warner was everywhere yesterday.
If you took Greenlaw and Warner off this team, I just don't think they're anywhere near as good.
No, not close.
I mean, stuffing the run, playing and pass, all of just the sure tackling. Remember the first couple years of Shanahan, missed tackles were a big problem.
Yeah.
Elijah Lee, God bless him, could not wrap up.
But you know what, though? It was early on, and in 2019 it flipped, right? Remember
exactly.
We highlighted all
These
their tackling?
guys became studs.
Yeah, no, Fred Warner doesn't miss many tackles.
No.
Drake Greenlaw doesn't miss many tackles. And that's the guy who may be irreplaceable. We talk about Bosa.
Mm-hmm.
Can you win the Super Bowl without Bosa? Sure, Bosa, without him, this pass rush is different. But without Fred Warner, I think he's one of maybe 4 irreplaceable guys on this football team, maybe 5. Because I don't think you could replace Brock Purdy. I don't think you could replace
I'm with you.
Christian McCaffrey. You're not replacing Nick Bosa, but you're also not replacing Fred Warner.
You know what they need to replace?
What's that?
I'm talking about Fox. They've got to replace Jimmy Johnson and Terry Bradshaw. Those guys are legends. I respect them for what they've done. I understand it's delicate when someone gets up there in age. You don't want to take the driver's license away from them. You don't want to make them feel lesser than. Ageism is a real thing, right? I don't want to. Right. I don't want to be some ultimate hater. It's well past. It's done. I held the Fox morning thing in the highest of regards because that's what I grew up watching.
30 years on Fox.
It's an incredible run, but it always has to come to an end. And you even said, Howie Long, Strahan, I think you're 100% right. The whole thing needs to be revamped because I'm watching the college, what's it called?
Big Noon Kickoff.
Big Noon. It's so much better.
Mark Ingram, Rob Stone, Matt Leinart,
Brady Quinn.
Urban Meyer. We don't need Urban
Brady
Meyer.
Quinn. And I don't
Brady
even
Quinn's
love all
good.
those guys on the panel, but doesn't it feel so much more now? It feels so much more current.
No, Bradshaw, his highlight packages, he used to be really good at
It's
narrating the
horrible.
highlights. He's messing up names. He's laughing about it. It's disrespectful to the families when you butcher these names. People are watching. They want to see their kids get highlights and want to get them shouted out. We want to get the names right. You blow that, I just think it's time. All good things come to an end. It's time.
Tremendous respect. I'm not trying to like kick a legend while they're down. Like Jimmy, these guys are like 80.
Yeah, no, they're too old.
It's just
and Jimmy doesn't make it every game.
What?
He doesn't even make it for every game.
It's not good TV, and
No,
it's not.
not.
And so what I would recommend, because like Fox, what you've done is incredible. Like I only know the NFL with you in it. You know what I mean?
Right.
You need a complete revamp of that pre. Now, who's watching pregame?
I do remember the NFL without Fox. When Fox did get the NFL, it was like, wait
game
a
changer,
minute.
93.
It was like, wait, Fox Sports?
Game changer.
Fox Sports, really?
But hiring someone on Madden.
Spadoni, seriously. It was CBS, they had the NFC.
Yes.
It was NBC with the AFC.
Yes.
And then they had ABC television with Monday Night Football and some of the Super Bowls.
Wide World of
and
Sports.
ESPN would have the Sunday night game.
Yep.
But ESPN they were an afterthought when it came to pro football. They were more so college football, college basketball. They didn't even have the NBA ESPN,
No, now they have all the TV rights.
They have everything.
Yeah, but like my point is like their time has come and passed. And seeing the highlight package during halftime, I don't know how many people are flipping to the red zone or whatever. I watched because I don't want to miss a second. It's so bad now.
Good.
And I'm not even trying to hate. It's just, to me, it's time to move. It's time to move on. I feel like a hater saying that about these guys because they're legends and it's what I grew up with, but time is time.
Look, I know how hard television is, and I know how hard it is hosting and trying to get all these touches to all these superstars, but I also think Kurt Menefee just doesn't pop on
Jim Brown was the man.
And Jim Brown is the man.
Not the NFL player, the NFL analyst.
Right.
He was really good.
Right. I know people got the hairline jokes when it comes to James Brown. Trust me. I'm looking at the hairline all the time. I'm looking at my own hairline at the time saying, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. But in terms of like the pregame show, like, well, Kurt Menefee, and I like Kurt as a guy. He's joined us before. Yeah. Kurt is good too. But that whole setup and hosting, it doesn't vibe anymore.
No.
It doesn't. And I don't know who you're replacing with. That's a tough, it's tough to get a pregame show. Huh?
I'll tell you. Somebody who's like younger and played in the 2000s.
Yeah.
Like that's what you need to start with. Like even Strahan, Strahan's almost too good for that set. In terms of like his star power, because like when you're doing Good Morning America and stuff, but
in just terms of like the point guard of that show, we need a point guard, a good point guard to set them up. I don't know, man. It feels like the job may be a little too big for Kurt Menefee, but I don't want to rip him like that. It's a tough job.
It just feels like Jimmy and Terry in particular, and even Howie to a degree. Like it's time to move on and get a little fresher. I never thought I'd say CBS feels younger than Fox.
By the way, the new boombox guy, we got to figure out his name. It's not Nick, right? It's this brother, this black dude who was struggling with the boombox coming out the locker room. He was struggling. Did you see him come out the? No. You didn't see the boombox when he came out the locker room. No. Watch it when you get a chance. Okay. It almost looked like he was about to drop it a couple times. I don't know if the boombox. That's a heavy boom. But boombox about 30 pounds.
Okay.
Boombox guy needs to hit the weight room.
Was my man old?
No, he was a youngster.
Oh.
But he wasn't he wasn't Nick, the boombox guy. People know what I'm talking about.
Nick
the
went to
boombox
the
guy
Texans, I thought.
Yeah, well, he got fired by the Texans or something happened. He's not there anymore.
Oh.
He's already been relieved.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Maybe there's a job for him here. Trust me, when you see the boombox guy, you're like, man, he's got to hit the weight room.
We're going to get right back into the Niners. One last thought on a
Rob
Sunday.
Lloyd is his name? Rob Lloyd? Oh, Rob Lloyd. I love you, Rob. You got to hit the weight room, man. You're struggling with that boombox.
Maybe Christopher Lloyd could have kept it up. But one last thought before we get back into the Niners. I was watching Jimmy Garoppolo because the Raider game was on local television, and I had the screen with the 4 games split on YouTube TV doing the red zone thingy, and then I had obviously the main game on, which was Broncos and Raiders, and I was watching it with a fine-tooth comb because I was pulling for Jimmy. I couldn't believe I was saying that. Like I thought that when Jimmy left, I wouldn't think about him. I wasn't going to root for him. Not that I was going to root against him, but like I wouldn't care. Then it was Russ and Sean Payton on the other side, and I found myself actively going, "Let's go, Jimmy! Good for Jimmy!" And then he threw his, patented red zone interception, and everybody was losing their mind. But you know what? Good for Jimmy G. That was a fun game for him and a good win. I hope Raider fans and him I wish him well. I can't believe I'm saying I didn't think I'd have any emotion about Jimmy. I was pulling for him.
I was just pulling for the Raiders.
I just hate Sean Payton so much.
I just don't like the Broncos. Russell Wilson, when he struggles, it feels good. I was pulling for the Raiders. The turnover at the goal line. I mean, they should have had the touchdown. They called the touchdown back, gave him the ball at the 1. Jimmy almost fumbles a snap. They got to clean that up. But a good win for the Raiders considering what they went through last week.
So were you
by the
pulling
way,
for Jimmy?
I just pull it for the Raiders.
Okay.
I don't have any emotion towards Jimmy. That time sailed. I'm happy Jimmy's happy.
I was rooting for him.
I'm
not
happy
gonna lie.
Jimmy's happy. That's all. I'm
Okay.
happy Jimmy's happy. But in terms of extra emotion for Jimmy, I didn't feel any type of way. The Niners are rolling. Jimmy had his chance to be the quarterback long term for the 49ers.
We're better off. I think he's better off. I think everyone's better off.
He doesn't want to be here, fine. Bye-bye, Jimmy. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, man, I'm pulling for Jimmy. Whoa. Yeah, this is a good first victory for him. Now he gets humbled in Buffalo next week when the Raiders go out there to play the Bills.
I hope they win.
Well, they won't.
I'm rooting for him.
I'm betting everything on Buffalo.
It was hard for me to have ill will for him. But look, I think we made the right decision clearly with Brock.
No doubt.
I think Brock's a better fit, a better player right now than Jimmy.
I'd be calling you Cap. I'm calling Cap for you.
Why?
You don't care. You want Jimmy to struggle just to say.
No. When he called that audible at the goal line and then threw a back shoulder throw, I said, that's two things I've never seen Jimmy do. Audible at the line and then throw a back shoulder fade. Like clearly he's happier with McDaniels. That's all.
I rooted for the Raiders yesterday, but I don't care if Jimmy goes to a Pro Bowl.
That's fine.
I do not care. I do care about Shedeur Sanders in Colorado. Real quick. They are must-watch television. They get by Colorado State this Saturday, then they play Oregon. Then they play USC. What Deion Sanders is doing in Boulder, Colorado is unbelievable. It's getting me all in my feelings.
Do you want to hire him at Florida State?
Hell yeah. No, Mike Norvell's doing a great job. Don't worry. My Seminoles are rolling.
You know what the rumor is?
What's the rumor?
Well, Florida State or one of these other schools, maybe Texas, maybe Alabama, when Nick Saban calls it quits, or the Dallas Cowboys, should they falter, might give him a call.
Well, I don't.
2 games.
Well,
we are 2 games in, and we're already giving him an NFL job.
Bringing in Peggy up there, and they're singing the song, the theme music, got me all in my feelings. He's got a. What's going on in Boulder, Colorado is unbelievable. We're going to get back to the Niners. So 888-957-9570. Let's go to Bud in Oakland. Bud, what's happening?
What's good? Hey, that audio, man, that is crazy. That Geno Smith. Oh my God.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Oh, my God.
Absolutely incredible.
How do you not block number 99? Oh, my God, this game is wrecked.
It's like he was coming out of his house with the pit bull running up on him. He just didn't know what to do. Oh, my God. Hey, but listen, everybody's team got that win yesterday. That was a good win for everybody who won, especially my Raiders. That was good. The Niners, you guys did exactly what you were supposed to do to a team like the Steelers. Put them out their misery. Show them that they are not a finished product because they are not. Show them that they don't have an identity because they don't. And just show them that they are not ready. All of that preseason hype, everybody can live up to the hype in the preseason. But once it's time for the games to count, you guys showed them, hey, go back to the drawing board and rethink the process. So it was a good overall win for the Niners. All 3 phases looked like they showed up. But at the same time, that was the Steelers. So I understand.
I respect
but you know what, though?
Have the same team.
I'm not going to play that game week 1. You're on the road in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had this game circled. This was a measuring stick game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They ended the season last year on a hot streak. They believe they're a playoff team. They believe they found their quarterback. They believe they have a nice set of wide receivers, Deontay Johnson, Allen Robinson III, and, of course, George Pickens. They talked up their tight end. They talked up Najee and Warren. The Niners snuffed them. The Niners get credit for absolutely controlling the football game. Up until the last drive of the first half, the Steelers had 1 total yard. 1. They had 0 first downs. So Pittsburgh may struggle to 8-9. They may be 7-10. I don't care.
Or it may be a 1-game blip. I don't know.
Who cares? The Niners went in there, controlled every phase of the football game, and looked like a team that is on a mission for a Super Bowl. The Pittsburgh Steelers are like, whoa, what just hit us? Not only that, they became unglued. They started coming up with the unsportsmanlike penalties. Did you see? Being chippy after the Juwan Jennings drew a 15-yard penalty.
Blasted him.
I mean, come on.
You know what? The defense had like a sideline meeting during the middle of the game, and that's when right after that TJ Watt got a couple of sacks. But that's surprising. Game 1, you're doing like a team-wide meeting on the sidelines?
And see,
they were flustered.
No, and GMG 26. Come on, Bonte. Nobody thought the Steelers would win. Are you kidding me? There's a video montage.
I sent it to you.
Yeah, the video montage.
TikTok.
I saw that. TikTok. Everybody was picking the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It was
people at the station was picking the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It was
we
the
were
vote
like,
pick.
It's 50-50.
Well, I thought it was 50-50, and I was way wrong. And I feel like I've way overrated the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'll be the first to raise my hand. I thought Pickett was better. I thought their offensive line would be a little bit better.
And nobody's being defensive here. What we're not going to do, though, is discredit the 49ers for kicking the Pittsburgh Steelers' ass.
You get all the credit.
You get all the credit for looking like a Super Bowl. The defense looked like they were ready to play a Super Bowl. The offense looked like, you know what? We could score 40 if we want to. We're going to shut down the playbook. I'm fired up over this one. Nobody's defensive about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Just let's not forget what happened last Friday or leading up to this game. A lot of people were saying this was going to be a tough game, and the Niners ended that game in the first quarter. They ended the game in the first quarter.
Look at a full truth serum. I thought that the Steelers were going to be way better of an opponent in this matchup, and I think the Niners just completely. I mean, they suffocated them. What did Pittsburgh do well yesterday other than T.J. Watt's 3 sacks?
Have a couple good returns against the Niners coverage teams. That's about it.
There was one Najee run late in the first half.
That's it.
And, there was nothing.
Fred Warner single-handedly took Najee out of the game with one hit.
100%.
Took him out of the game. He was done. All right? Charvarius Ward with the pick. Kenny Pickett was done. All right? Kenny Pickett was seeing ghosts.
What did they stop on our offense?
Nothing. They didn't stop the run game. They couldn't stop the pass game.
You could say that maybe in the second half, the Niners didn't convert as well as they had on third down earlier in the game.
Yeah, they shut the playbook down. The Niners look like a super team. They look like a team that's getting ready to go on a run here.
Yeah, they look at a different level.
Right. They were on a mission yesterday. Brendan Aiyuk, their wide receivers outperformed the Steelers' wide receivers. Brendan Aiyuk was the best wide receiver on the football field.
You think the NFL's smiling right now?
Why?
Dallas, the Niners,
for Sunday Night Football.
Philly.
Oh, yes.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, Aaron Rodgers in New York. Like, there's a lot to be salivating about if you're the NFL.
Look, this is an
big
offense.
boy powerhouse teams.
I'll never forget our first show at the Hilton Hotel, the open up training camp. We said we could dream. This is the start of a dream, a start of a new journey, the start of a season in which this offense can really pick up where they left off last season and start to score a lot of points here. On paper, this looks like the best offense Shanahan has had while he's been the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. And they dropped 30 yesterday without even blinking. They dropped 30 and shut the playbook down for the last 28 minutes of the football game. Think about that, folks. 30 in the first 32 minutes of the football game yesterday.
And I felt like they could have gone for the jugular more had they wanted to.
This is going to be an explosive season on both sides of the football. It will be, folks. Buckle up for it.
I think they're going to have to score more against the Rams. I don't want to get too deep into it, but just kind of glancing at the Rams, feels like the Rams have more firepower offensively.
Maybe.
In terms of throwing the ball.
Maybe.
Because I think Stafford's that much better. Pickett, I thought he was better. I really overrated Pickett.
Stafford was really good yesterday. Now he gets to face a pass rush.
Yeah,
Seattle's pass rush was non-existent.
Well, and Seattle's offensive line, the two young players that were so good last year, I think 2 different guys got hurt. I believe one of them was one of the young tackles. It showed itself. It felt like Geno was under duress.
Niners are in a great spot right now. You know who's fired up about it? Nick in Berkeley.
What's
up, Nick in Berkeley?
Hey, man, for all those people that was knocking out Aiyuk and my boy Charvarius Ward, man, just stop the madness right now. You don't know football, first of all. Those guys are game changers, man. And knocking Debo for whatever, he had 3 first downs on 5 catches yesterday. Cats don't even know what they be talking about, man. Brock Purdy, how could you even think Trey was better than him, man? Trey can't even remember offensive plays, man. That's what his problem is. He don't remember the playbook. You got to study and remember plays and know your progression. The difference between Trey and Brock Purdy is Brock Purdy had 4 years of college, and he could have went to Alabama. People don't even know that. He turned it down to go to Iowa State and was dropping dimes in the tough league, beat-em-up league. You know what I'm saying? So he's not afraid of nobody. You see how hyped he gets after touchdowns. I'm like, this is our year. This is our year. It's so obvious. Man, our defense didn't give him a first down on the first 20 plays, man. They were 4 and out every time, or 3 and out and punting every time for the first 5 times they had the ball. It was almost kind of reminiscent of the Eagles game for a second when we had them stymied until we lost our quarterback. We couldn't do nothing. But I'm telling you right now, man, look, these teams are bums. The Rams are bums. Seattle's are bums. Cardinals are bums. Bring it on, man. Bring it on. We're not Pete Carroll. He's so all day. Go on. Just go away, bro. Stop it with all your cheering and shit, man. It don't even matter.
You knew that was coming. Nick was running out of steam there. He had to speak on it. But you know what? Nick in Berkeley, he's fired up, and he's right. The Niners should fear no one in his division. You have the better court. We're going to see next week. But I'm willing to say this. Brock Purdy's the best quarterback in the division. You got the best defense in the division. You have the best wide receivers in the division.
You're saying he's the best right now?
Best right now. Best quarterback in the division right now.
Okay.
I'll take him over Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
Watch
Well,
next
I
week
think
with
no
Matthew
one
Stafford.
would argue that Matthew Stafford
Right.
isn't more accomplished.
No,
the question
he
is, who would you rather have now?
Right
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
I'd rather roll with Purdy.
I got to think about that.
I'll roll with Purdy.
Okay.
All right. I'm taking my Niner goggles off.
Okay.
The improv. Keep getting your team in the set. We're going to see Stafford next week against the
Stafford's
pass rush.
pretty good.
He's pretty good.
And I'm not a Stafford like Homer.
But you know what? Stafford's going to throw a couple up next week.
He looked really good yesterday.
A couple of those footballs Stafford will throw next week will hit the 49ers in the hands.
The elbow looked good, though.
Elbow looked good. That's fine. They got something coming next week. All right? The Rams got something coming. Shanahan has McVay's number, except in one game that we won't talk about. But the wide receiver position. I got Debo.
They were up 10 in that game.
Dude, I got Aiyuk and Debo. The Niners are up 30-7 with 28 minutes of game time left. All right? This defense, that's a talented offense of the Pittsburgh Steelers, a very talented offense. Niners made them look like a team that's going to win 4 games.
Can I ask you about that? Would Deontay Johnson or Pickens be better than Debo or Aiyuk?
They have a lot of talent.
Yeah, but I don't think
for this offense, I'm happy with Debo and Aiyuk.
Yeah, I know. I'm
happy,
too.
but those are 2 good players.
Solid.
Really good players. Pickens has a chance to be a star in this league if he can stay healthy. But he doesn't get his head on right. Mentally, he's out there.
Okay.
Mentally, you can rattle this guy. Deontay Johnson is a proven wide receiver.
Yeah, but I think I'm taking Debo and Aiyuk over him, and maybe I'm the wrong one. Maybe other people would disagree.
I would too.
I would take Kittle over their tight end.
Listen, man.
I'll take CMC over Najee. Like, we are an infinite. Just seeing them play yesterday, and maybe at the end of the year things change. Seeing them play, we felt like the clear class on the field.
No doubt. And a lot of people didn't think this game would go like that. A lot of people thought this game would be close. I thought it would be close. The Niners went out there and kicked their butt from the opening kickoff.
Yes.
They dominated from play 1 through the end of the game.
It does feel
and
like...
they took their foot off the gas pedal.
It feels like if they get through this week, right, and get the Rams, you can start dreaming about like an undefeated matchup with the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, you got to get past... Let's get to the Rams. Let's get to the Giants. And then you got Arizona. But 4-0 is looking
Prime
very attainable.
Versus the Cowboys?
It looks like the Niners will
October 8th?
Looks like the Niners will be no worse than 3-1 by the time they play the Cowboys.
Which would be perfect.
Perfect.
Especially considering that stretch where you get Seattle, Philly, Seattle later on in the year.
So now you got the opening win against the Pittsburgh Steelers. A lot of us picked Pittsburgh. A lot of us thought this game would be close. They dominated Pittsburgh. Defensively, offensively, special teams. Jake Moody, 6 for 6, 3 for 3 on extra points, 3 for 3 on field goals. There's no Jake Moody talk today. Nobody's bringing up his name because kickers are like officials. When you don't talk about them, it means they had a good day, right?
I heard from so many people. They freed up $41 million in cap space. How much is it going to cost for Robbie Gould?
Well, Robbie Gould's still chilling. Trust me, that number now is not on speed dial. It's have your phone ready by week 5 just in case. But right now,
I don't think you're going to have to call him.
Yeah, Wisnowski kicked well. Warner, sideline to sideline. Drake Jackson, 3. I mean, what is there not to like right now if you're a 49er fan? Honestly, if you want to nitpick, go find a nitpick.
They should have scored 45.
Week 1, there's going to be some sloppiness. It's opening kickoff. You're on the road in Pittsburgh. They dominated the Steelers. Again, what is there not to like if you're a 49er fan right now? Let's go to OG in Seattle. OG, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? That was a butt-whooping we handed to the Steelers. So excited to see the year start off like that. You know, I see great things. I just want to talk about a couple of players who I think are super important for us. First thing is Christian McCaffrey. I mean, this guy is just sensational. He is a championship caliber running back like we haven't had here in a very, very long time. So talented. He does everything. No weaknesses in his game. So very excited about what he's going to deliver for us moving forward. I would like to nitpick a little bit around him, though. I feel like, we got to rest him. We got to bring in Mason. We got to bring in Mitchell. We need to keep him fresh because we have to ride him to the Super Bowl. So in the playoffs, we're going to need him. The second player I want to talk about is Brock Purdy. I mean, he is fantastic. Above the shoulders, He is a top 3 quarterback. And something that people don't talk about is Brock Purdy has elite feet. His foot quickness is just amazing. In the pocket, he sidesteps, he scrambles. We have to protect both of these players, Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey, through the entire season. And if we do that, we're going to be in Vegas. Thanks a lot, guys.
No doubt. No doubt. That's it. Health. No major injuries yesterday. No major injuries. Let's go to DJ in San Francisco. DJ, what's happening?
What's up, man? When I tell him that D-line, how many sacks you think we'll have this year?
I think 45. That's the number I'm targeting. 44 is what they had, I believe, in 2019.
I think they could get 50.
Oh, yeah, I think so, too, man. There's a lot of pressure being brought by the hands opposite of Bosa. I think they're only going to get better with the year.
I mean, 50's a lot.
50's a lot, but you know what?
17 games, 50. Maybe. I got to do the
Eagles
calculation.
had over 70 last year.
Yeah,
They had over 70.
They played the Commanders twice.
Yeah, but the Niners are going to get to play Arizona twice. They're going to get to play the New York Giants.
So they would have to average 3 a game.
Yeah.
To get to the 50 mark.
They can't. You don't think they can?
It's just a lot.
New York Giants gave up 7 sacks yesterday.
Yeah. But Dallas's front might go for 70 sacks.
Why can't the Niners?
Parsons was on the sideline dying to get back into that game.
Both these front sevens are good, right?
Yeah.
What front seven you taking? I'm taking my Niners.
I want to see some more.
Linebackers are better in San Francisco than the Dallas Cowboys.
I would agree, but they have a pretty opportunistic secondary.
They got a very good secondary.
I think their secondary is better than we want to give it
front
credit
seven-wise?
I mean, dude, I think Randy...
So the Giants just gave up 7 sacks.
Lawrence is sick.
I don't believe in a Rams offensive line. The Cardinals stink. Cleveland's going to be a tough game in Cleveland. It'd be a tough game.
Well, Myles Garrett looks phenomenal.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough game, especially if the weather doesn't cooperate.
They might have the best secondary in football.
They're legit. At Minnesota, Kirk Cousins ain't running from nobody. Cincinnati's offensive line is meh. You got Tampa Bay on the schedule at home. I mean, this defense, I don't know, man. 50 sacks may be attainable. Drake's already got 3. I mean, wait till Bosa gets on it. You may have two defensive ends that end the year with double-digit sacks.
I can't remember the last
time the Niners had that.
Did Dolman and someone opposite him do that, like in the late 90s?
I don't know. Feel real good about the 49ers. Alex in Daly City, what's happening?
Ahmed Brooks and Alden, maybe one year?
Maybe.
I'll look that up.
What's up, Alex? What's happening?
Hey, I just wanted to talk. I just want to mention the right tackle, Colt McKivitz. I don't think 49er fans should panic with him having a rough game with TJ Watt. That's going to be probably the best DN he plays against all year besides Michael Parsons. I think he's just going to get better during the year. I don't think 49er fans should panic about that. Hell of a game by that O-line all the way around. I'm really excited to see Burford next week against Aaron Donald. It's going to be a good matchup.
No, it's going to be a real good matchup. Burford's got to step up. 2 penalties yesterday. But Banks, you didn't hear his name once, right?
No.
Trent Williams, you heard more about him when he came out of the game and in the holding call. Jake Brindle, didn't hear about him much, right? So this offensive line, I think, is going to be fine. TJ Watt's just a different beast. He's one of the premier pass rushers in all of football. And you mentioned something in the text thread yesterday, Shasky. Whenever he goes for a sack, he's always swiping at the ball. That's one thing that Nick Bosa, I want to see him take his game to the next level. Can you force more fumbles? Could you force more strip sacks? TJ Watt has that down to it. He has that down to a T.
Ahmed Brooks and Alden never got double-digit sacks together. That is kind of crazy. I'm sorry. I'm just glancing through this. No. Even the year that Bosa had, I think, 9.5 his rookie year, I don't think D Ford had 10, but I know Armstead had like 11 that year.
Yeah.
I don't think two opposite edge rushers.
Because maybe they take sacks away from each other.
Yeah.
Jake Jackson's got 3.
Sorry, this is just me trying to go through this because now I want to know.
I mean, look, even if Bosa doesn't end up with double-digit sacks, he's a factor out there because of all the doubles and triples and all the pressures. How many times did Kenny Pickett throw to a place he didn't want to throw to because of the pressure?
I'm so out on Kenny Pickett as a player. He just telegraphing, doesn't see the field, slow, elongated throwing motion.
Or maybe he doesn't see it because his Niners defense is so good. Now, he's got Cleveland next week.
I mean, that's not going to get easier.
This Niners defense makes a lot of good quarterbacks look bad. Now, I'm not saying Kenny Pickett is good.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny Pickett is unproven. But the Niners will make you look bad defensively. And so for them to set the tone with a 3-and-out, and then Fred Warner Jr. just cleaning up Najee Harris. I mean, cleaned him up. So I got the best linebacker in football playing like a DPOY in Fred Warner. I got Greenlaw, who's a maniac. We know he's a maniac. He's looking to take necks off. He can't help himself. He's clotheslined somebody every single game. Doesn't even care. You don't think that sends fear into that Pittsburgh Steelers? The Rams are watching the film right now saying, okay, we feel good about Seattle, but damn, we got to play that defense in our home opener. And then we look at the offensive side of the football, and I'm saying to myself, Shanahan's got the best weaponry he's ever had in San Francisco, and he's got the best quarterback he's ever had in Brock Purdy. Who's to say they can't average 30 points a game with this defense playing like a top 3 unit in football? I'm telling you, Niner fans, it's going to be a fun ride this year. It's going to be a lot of fun watching this football team play.
I do want somebody. Where's Alex, the Niner numbers? I need him to look up the last time
he will.
2 edge rushers on the Niners. I don't think it's ever happened.
He'll tweet at us and we'll retweet it.
Rise as the night of numbers for the Kings.
Seriously, Alex in Atlanta. Look that up.
I'm
last
sure
time they
Michael
had 2
Carter
guys.
playing on the inside along with Haley on the outside. I'm sure they did something close.
Maybe Fred Dean and somebody else. I don't know.
That's what I'm asking. I
mean, so I got Fred Warner's playing like the defensive player of the year. I think he's really going to go on a campaign. Michael Parsons is going to have something to say about it. Bosa has something to say about it. TJ Watt. But Fred Warner is playing linebacker at the highest of highest levels. Drake Greenlaw is right, not far behind him. This secondary, no question mark says, all right, Aubrey Thomas and Diamond Lenore, they gave up something at the end of the game. They gave up something on the drive. But I can live with that. I can live with that if they're playing with the 20-0 lead. Offensively, Brock Purdy? Worried about the torn UCL? Not anymore. Brandon Aiyuk. Next to get paid.
Yeah.
Debo looks like Debo. Now, George Kittle's going to shake off the rust. I'm not worried about George Kittle. I know what George Kittle can do.
I'm not worried about Kittle either.
And then you got Christian McCaffrey. Boy, times are going to be good this year in San Francisco. Let's go to Paul in Vegas. What's up, Paul?
Hey, can you guys hear me? Hello?
What's up, Paul? We got you.
You guys got me?
We got you.
Okay, before I'm leaving Vegas to go back to San Mateo, not the Matteo, not Mateo, San Mateo, and I just want to leave some good vibes. I dropped a $5,000 bet on the Niners to win the Super Bowl, so 10-1, 50,000 chickens come February.
Wow.
So I feel pretty good about after yesterday, full confidence, and just wanted to drop some good juju because I've been listening for the past 8 or 7 months since the Eagles took out our quarterback, all the doubters and the just negativity talk, and it feels good to feel good for once. So before you guys pass it off to your BSB brothers signing gurus, just wanted to leave you with that.
Thank you.
I did not run into Joe Fortin, but I'm sure he'd be proud of me. So, yeah.
Well, because your bet might actually cash. And with that, it's Fast Five time. All right. I'm going to start right here. My final thoughts. 22 years ago today, 9/11, and I know a lot of people, when you say 9/11, they have a lot of emotions and they think of a lot of things. I think about where I was and how scared everybody was at work when I was working at CalSteam in the morning and watching the television get rolled in the big tube TV and seeing the second plane crash into the tower and everything. And it was one of those days you'll never forget where you were. You'll never forget how scared everybody was. God bless everybody who lost someone important in their life or whose life was changed dramatically for X, Y, and Z reasons because of the domino effect of that day. They say never forget and all those little cliche things, but I know for me, it's a day I will never forget, and I understand why this country, remembers that day in particular, and my heart goes out to all the families that have been affected since 9/11, 22 years ago today.
Well said. Well said. Love, man, what you got? Love, man.
How about those Canes on Saturday? Great win for my Miami Hurricanes, and I was really despondent early on in that first quarter. Too many mistakes on special teams, but TVD, man, turning it around. People talk about crash for Caleb. How we just tank for Tyler, huh?
No, Tyler Van Dyke, get out of here. Who are you?
I'm allowed to dream, Shasky.
There are 9 other quarterbacks I'm taking before him.
Yeah, probably.
Spadoni.
Shout out Jimmy Garoppolo. You know what? That was a game the Raiders probably lose last year. They had like 6 or 7 double-digit leads that they ended up blowing last year. They started off 0-3. It's nice to get a Week 1 win. Yeah, they'll probably lose to Buffalo next week, but at least this week, good job, Jimmy. And you beat Russell Wilson, that corny Broncos country last right. Sean Payton, don't overthink it. Onside kick. The first thing he thought he was in the Super Bowl. Guess what? That was 13 years ago. It ain't happening. Get out of here, Sean Payton.
Yeah, 9-11, that was well said, Shasky. Congrats to the Raiders for getting that win. Hey, Miami, November 11th. You'll get an L. Florida State, we here, top 5. My final thoughts. Look, the Niners look great, but I can't stop thinking about what I saw in Colorado. Boulder, Colorado with Deion Sanders and what he's doing in the game of college football, what he's doing for those young men, what he's doing for that community. He's gotten a lot of heat for the way he's doing things. But those kids buy into him. They believe into him. They're an organized team. And they got popped in the mouth early in that game by Nebraska. Nebraska was physical, but that young team in Colorado hung tough. It is just Shedeur Sanders just went on one. He got hot, and Colorado was able to roll there against Nebraska. So that story in Boulder, Colorado, one of the best stories in sports I've seen in quite some time. That'd be my final thoughts here. But look, Niners win 30-7. We're all over it here in 95.7 The Game. Your official flagship station for 49ers football. You come here to listen to 49ers football, nowhere else. We're going to roll on it with Steiny and Guru coming up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Go ahead, give them a call. Niners win to open the season 30-7. They look damn good doing it. Have a great Monday, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and that was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
I mean, what can you say?
Good morning.
It's about it's about the best way you can start a season possible. 30-7, beat the Steelers on the road. All three phases, dominant. Quarterback, terrific. Running back, terrific. Number one receiver, terrific. Defense, terrific. 5 sacks. Kicker, not bad. I mean, complete win to start the season for the Niners. And just real quick, it's not guaranteed under Shanahan. They were 2-4 in openers before yesterday, and boom, 30-7, dominant over Pittsburgh.
I mean, dominant in every shape, form, or fashion. And I'm going to go use a boxing analogy because this is what I thought about in the lab yesterday. There was different versions of the great Mike Tyson. But when he got his money, Steiny, and he had just freshly got married, he had his nice haircut, but he came out in black trunks. Everything was ready. Mentally, he was there, and he was ferocious. And that's what this Niner team in Pittsburgh was to me. And I'm going to be honest, partner, I was shocked. I was listening to Lowe and Evan early in the morning. JD joined him. He was kind of saying he could see Pittsburgh winning. He wasn't by himself. There was a line of a team in yellow and black that previously the year before had made the playoffs. So they were the flavor of the month. That's what I used to you last week about the Steelers, and the Niners whooped their ass. And I told you, and I'm going to be consistent, there were 2 scoreboards, Brock Purdy, John Stockton, Steiny, just getting the ball out, getting it to his playmakers, and defensively, I know it's about Bosa, and it always will be, but this is my confession early. Steiny, Fred Warner is a baller. When he filled the gap and lit, what is it, Stockton zone? Where's our guy from? Najee Harris up. Aiyuk, thank you, Evan. I mean, blasted him. That was a message like it's a wrap. And that's what the Niners did. That was complete throttle suffocation by the Niners. But this is my question to you. Why are we shocked? Like, are you shocked? Because this is a team that has been to the last NFC Championship games, 2 NFC Championship games. But you're right. It's about what you said. Under Kyle, they got off to slow starts, not yesterday. And then watching Aiyuk block and the receivers and McCaffrey go for 65. I mean, what else do you want?
I don't know what else you could want, really. I guess maybe to keep the foot on the Steelers' throat.
Yeah.
But, I mean, once you get up 30-7, what's the point? I mean, should we be shocked? I don't know if we should be shocked, but you can't just gloss over going into Pittsburgh and beating them by 3 touchdowns. I mean,
20-0 at what point?
No matter what team you are. And, Purdy looked just
good.
like he looked last year. He's poised. He's got this way of getting out of trouble. I'll tell you what. Here's what I think I saw yesterday. So it was still relatively early in the game. Was it after their first score? When did they have the 4th and 1? And then they.
I thought that was the first drive. I believe.
Okay,
they
first
sent a
drive,
message like we're going for it.
Yeah, I thought so. First drive of the game. 4th and 1, 1.5. Purdy takes the snap, drops back. Might have been the shotgun. I don't know. Yeah. Kittle runs across. Looks back, and he threw about an 8-yard pass, 5 or 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and it was right on the money.
Yeah.
And Kittle didn't have to break stride, and he had a step on him, and he didn't have to wait for the ball. Kittle catches it and then gets another 8 or 10 yards. And you know what I thought right then? And I'm not gonna make it about somebody who's not here, but I'll bet you that's the throw. That's the throw that Purdy makes that Trey Lance must have struggled with because they throw that kind of pass so frequently, and his was just right on the money. If Kyle Shanahan's going to throw a lot of short passes, then you better be really accurate, and it looks like Purdy's really accurate in that area.
Yeah, and I'll say this about Brock Purdy, Steiny. I understand people still, that segment of people are still out there. They need to see more, but you keep waiting because I'm already there. But you are right. That was a great display of my processor, my Wi-Fi. I read it, I see it, and I get rid of it. And you're right. I was just like, there's no way in hell Kyle has all this weaponry on the offensive side, and they're going to punt. And I think that's something I'm just watching all the games yesterday, Steiny. A lot of teams are going for 4th and whatever, and some should punt the ball. But I just think that's going to be a staple of this team, especially when you got so much at your disposal. But that was a complete ass whipping, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself because it's about yesterday in Pittsburgh. But Steiny, this team is Mike Tyson right now, man. They're on a collision course with greatness.
Well, but in fairness, and I'm not going to talk about other teams. We can do that later in the week. The Cowboys every bit as impressive in their season opener.
A shutout.
Eagles did what they had to do on the road. I mean, those are the 3 teams I think we got to be looking at all year long in the NFC. The Cowboys, the Eagles, and the Niners. So, impressive win for the Niners. They go on the road and get it done. And I'll tell you the other thing I just thought of when they got it to 17-0 on the Aiyuk catch in the right by the goal line there in the corner. Purdy doesn't throw that unless he knows Aiyuk at worst is going to be able to make it an incomplete pass. Because he was great.
That was incredible.
Aiyuk was not open.
Right.
But Purdy knows, I guess, that he can throw the ball in Aiyuk's air. And it wasn't even a high. He didn't throw it high. He didn't throw it high. And
but it dropped,
Aiyuk just made the play. And it tells me that Purdy's not afraid to throw that ball to Aiyuk if it's a half and half.
But that's what the great ones do, Steiny. It boils down to trust. And I think there was some height on that pass. Just the way it dropped in and where it could drop in at was almost like picture perfect. And give credit to the acrobatic Aiyuk, Steiny. But I'm like, there was not one time, and I was listening to Shasky and Bonte this morning, I don't care who's out there and what word you want to use or what category or umbrella you want to put Brock Purdy under, and I'm going bus driver. But that wasn't a bus driver yesterday. And that specific play that you talk about was Brock just cocky. You know, you got to have some arrogance to make that throw, and it was a beautiful throw to me and catch. And like I said, man, if you're a Niner fan right now, this is because I heard you when you were with Larry. Like, how do you enjoy the regular season, or how do you not enjoy it? But Steiny, it's appetizers like this game, but there's no way you can be not thinking, you know what? We're damn near better than almost 30 other teams in the league.
Yeah, if I were a 49er fan, I wouldn't be saying that yet. I'd be a little more cautious, but I'd be ecstatic. I'd be ecstatic about the way the season started. But again, what's first things first?
Well, look at you, Nick. Right,
win the division, and we got the Rams next week.
They're 1-0,
and they're 1-0. So now, and we'll talk plenty about the Rams. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that. But no, for today and tomorrow. It's going to be hard to find anything we didn't like about the San Francisco 49ers and their opening season win. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. How you feeling after that impressive performance in Pittsburgh? 30-7. It was nothing short of dominant. Nothing short of dominant. Defense with 5 sacks. That's the other thing. Like
Trey Jackson with 3.
Bosa didn't have any. Who cares?
Right. See, and that's offensively too.
Right now, I'll tell you right now, Nick Bosa and the Niners would take a season full of. Bosa has no sacks this year. 0. But the 49ers as a team average 5 a game. I think they'll take that.
Yeah.
I think they'll take that.
Now, something else I wrote down. You tell me if I'm being too
0 sacks.
If I'm doing too much. You know, I'm into the microphone game. I like hearing these guys talk in all sports, Steiny, because I take them at their word. But for Bosa to go up to the mic after the game and say how happy he was for Brock Purdy and just admit that he hears the Jackals talk about Brock Purdy not being the guy, that meant a lot. And that was just another example that this Niner team, Steiny, is connected. And when you watch Aiyuk and the other receivers block like they did for somebody else like McCaffrey to get the glory, that's when I know this team is connected. And to hear Bosa speak about his quarterback in that fashion, I'm sitting there like, man, not only are they dominant on the field, this is what connected teams sound like.
Yeah, he. What did he say? Well, we're going to play some of that sound as the day rolls on, and we'll also play some of the sound from the game as the 49ers 30-7. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation, I mean, I don't need to even ask a question. What was your favorite part of the game? What was most impressive? I mean, there's anything and everything is on the table today because it was such a comprehensive win by the San Francisco 49ers. Let's go to Idaho.
Uh-oh.
Mark is in Idaho. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man? Thanks for calling.
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys this great Monday?
Fine. I can tell you're excited, baby.
Oh, my gosh. Yesterday, I was so excited. I serve at my church, and I'm holding the door open in my Frank Gore jersey, just greeting everybody, so enthusiastic.
All right, hold on. Hold on. Mark, I got to stop you.
The jersey at church.
All right. You're talking to somebody who grew up going to church. We would have never imagined in a million years that we could wear a football jersey to church, but times have changed, apparently.
They certainly have. Every start of the season, quite a few people in the congregation wear their various teams. So you see a lot of everything. And had a couple rude Seahawks fans and Ram fans along the way, but what a game.
Let me ask you, how does Idaho, and where in Idaho are you, by the way? But then also, what do you have? Seahawks, Niners, and Denver fans for the most part?
I would say mostly Seahawks.
Okay.
And then it's a sprinkle of everything. Rams, Cowboys, Packers, Raiders, believe it or not. And I'm actually in Eagle, Idaho, about 20 minutes west of Boise.
All right.
And everything. But then to boot, we found this bar and star, and we're a official chapter of the San Francisco 49er fan club. It's called Treasure Valley 49ers.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Believe it or not. But what I wanted to talk about is I was pleasantly surprised on how well Moody did yesterday, making every field goal and every extra point. After the preseason, I was kind of skeptical about that and just wanted to get your thoughts on that, fellas.
No, and thanks a lot, Mark. Appreciate you listening from Idaho, for sure.
Pray for us.
I mean, that's the one area where you could worry, and he didn't even look shaky at all.
3 of 3 at all. It's
I mean, it's one of those things where, what if he's really good? Now they got another weapon.
Yeah, and it's just amazing what we do in society as sport fans, and what you kind of kid me of is, Guru, you worry about everything, but I wasn't really too worried about Moody, but Stoney, yesterday it counted. It was go time, and the dude steps up there like, it's nothing. 3 for 3, and nothing to see here.
You know what? Let me tell you something. Outside of Christian McCaffrey, and probably Aiyuk,
I know probably.
I'm not sure I want any other 49ers on my fantasy team.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's just going to be two. One day it's going to be somebody. Yeah, the next game it's going to be somebody else. McCaffrey's going to be consistent. He did it yesterday. Had 25 touches, 22 carries, and 3 receptions for 150 plus or whatever it was total. And obviously Aiyuk was terrific with 8 catches. But then everybody's just going to have to.
It's like Durant and Curry. They wash each other out.
Fight for the scraps in terms of the statistics.
But they're not playing fantasy. They Operation Las Vegas.
Yeah, Leroy in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, happy Monday. Man, I'm feeling good. My Niners got busy. I'm sitting here in my Aiyuk jersey.
Look at you.
Last year for my birthday. So I'm not on the bandwagon. I figured he'd be pretty good. But let me just say this, man. I have been on Kyle Shanahan so much since he's been here. I've probably been his worst critic. And I'm calling to give him some credit today. And I want to give him credit because he didn't cave into the pressure. He didn't cave into what everybody was saying he should do. He should throw more. He should do this. He should do that. He did it his way. He stuck to it. And now what he's done, it's paying dividends. And I know it's only one game. It's Pittsburgh. I think
the 49er players went into this game how I went into this game. And it's like, we're supposed to win this game. And they played like they felt like they were supposed to win that game. Everybody got enamored with Pittsburgh's preseason and how well they looked. But I remember last year them barely making the playoffs, and they only had 9 wins. So, you know, they weren't that good of a team. So I expected the 49ers to win this game. And real quick, I was trying to call last week and say that the only concern that I kind of had was special teams, right? I mean, man, I've been looking for a punt returner since Dana McLemore.
You got one.
It's like, man, where can we play better special teams? And our offensive line played great, but I'm concerned with the depth, right? If one person goes down, all of this stuff we kind of seen yesterday is in jeopardy. So I'd like you guys to speak to that. Yeah,
Leroy.
Well, but our depth.
Leroy, your family, before you go, the right side gave up 3 sacks. I won't nitpick in a fumble. I got nervous, but you didn't mention, I know all your calls. I know it like a mental Rolodex. You didn't mention Brock Purdy. He was balling. He's 7-0. You didn't mention him.
And that's a good thing. And that's a good thing because I'm coming to expect him to play well. And so that's a good thing that I didn't, and I didn't even trip off that, but that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been doing it. And, hey, I was like, Shanahan, what are you doing, Shanahan? He's seen something in him, and you know what? I'm starting to see it too because it's on the field. It's happening. It's right in front of you. You see it. It's out there. He's doing it. So, hey, you know, and hey, go. You know, 13 is my favorite number.
Look
so I
at you.
got to get a Purdy.
All right.
I got an Aiyuk on, but 13 is my favorite number.
There you go, baby.
So we're playing great. We got to keep it up. Hey, Steiny, I want to say this. Last week, I was going to say if we didn't have Bosa, we probably were going 1-3. But with Bosa, I was going to say we probably going to start off 4-0. So good start.
Heading into the
All right,
showdown with
Leroy,
Dallas.
appreciate the call.
Snotty, he's 7-0 in regular season games that he started. Brock Purdy. That one loss that you put on his ledger was a playoff game, but he didn't finish. So 7-0. 7 up, 7 down.
Yeah.
Dude, he just gets rid of it. And you point out that play in the flat. He did that right now. That's his thing. He processes it. He sees it.
This is Nick Bosa afterwards talking about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you'd love to get a good start. We had 5 sacks today as a D-line, so Chris was definitely happy. Drake broke out, which we were expecting. So we just have so many players, and it's fun to watch Aiyuk do his thing, and Purdy shut some haters up. So it's nice to be on a really good team.
First of all,
Super
come on.
eager.
You're the last pick in the draft. Nobody hates him. Like there are no Brock Purdy haters.
We talked to him all summer. The ones that wanted Trey Lance.
You can't hate on a player until he arrives.
But you hate what he signaled, and they felt like he was the reason Lance wasn't in there, Steiny.
Well, that may be true, but he doesn't have haters in terms of, he stinks. I mean, it's fair to say, okay, you know what? Hey, I'm not going to be the first one. I'll be honest. I'm not going to be the first one to say Brock Purdy's the next great quarterback. You're right. I'm not going to be first. I've never said, I'm never going to say,
but you're skeptical now.
I got to see.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just open-minded watching him play. He's been great.
Yeah.
He's been great so far. But I mean, like, I'll leave it for others and 49er fans to say, you know, how great he's going to end up being. He might just be good enough now to do what they have to do. 888-957-9570 is the number.
YouTube is popping.
The San Francisco 49ers, they win 30-7 in a blowout, and it was impressive. There's no doubt about it. Comprehensive start to finish. Never a ball game, really. I mean, I guess if you went into halftime thinking,
that touchdown,
we maybe should be up a little more than 13. Think about that. You're at halftime on the road against the Steelers, and you go in and you're a Niner fan. You're like, we should probably be up more than 13. That's a pretty good place to be in. 888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you like most about the 49ers' effort yesterday? I mean, if I'm a Niner fan, I'd almost say I can't pick one thing. It's the fact that virtually every phase of the game, the 49ers played terrific football. That's what I'd be most excited about. That
every level,
that everything was rock solid.
Steelers had 10 rushing attempts, and that's because they were getting hit upside the head. But Kenny Pickett, Steiny, 46 pass attempts. I mean, he could do nothing. Threw some picks. Najee Harris. We had the great former Steeler on last week, Chad Brown, who basically said, he put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco last week, about Harris's incomplete season last year. He needed to see more. And I know it was the Niner defense, but 6 carries for 31 yards, Steiny. And just that hit from Fred Warner, I was like, Niners came to play. Steelers, they were suffocated.
888-957-9570 is the number. And jump in here if you want to talk some football. Perfect opener for the 49ers yesterday. I mean, I can't imagine there are many See, this is the thing. Like, the nice thing is, if you're a 49er, you know how I was saying, you got to enjoy the season. Like, even if you're Super Bowl or bust, this has to, you have to be elated.
Yeah.
There's no way 49er fans are like, ho-hum.
And that's where Super Bowl bust meter is rising after you see displays and efforts like that, Steiny.
See, I don't look at it that way.
I'm telling you.
I don't look at it as though we're going to the Super Bowl. I look at it as we're going to be pretty good. What else happened around the NFL? Well, the Cowboys, are they going to be pretty good? Well, we thought they were going to. Oh, they won 40-0.
The Eagles, though, Steiny, they struggled
won
a bit
on the road.
Yeah, but if you watch the game, they struggled.
They won on the road.
I'm not going to fight.
They won on the road, which is what all 3 teams did.
But they didn't look solid like Dallas and the Niners.
Fair enough. Doesn't matter. Well,
you brought it up.
It doesn't matter.
Because they won?
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. The top 3 teams in the NFC.
I'll give you that.
Like, I mean, why couldn't Cowboy fans think, boy, this is going to be our year? They won 40-0.
But you're not going to do that every week.
Well, the 49ers aren't going to win 30-7 every week either, are they?
Well, they got the Rams, undefeated Rams.
Mark's in San Mateo. What's going on, Mark? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? What's up?
Hey,
talk to me.
I got a couple things. Well, we all don't want to get ahead of ourselves with Purdy, but he is doing pretty good, obviously. I kind of think sometimes in the back of my head, well, what would we all be saying if this was a Garoppolo or Lance, firing off like this, especially if it was Lance. Oh, he's the one. So I don't know. What do we say about that? And then I like that how he took the sacks. Most new quarterbacks would push the ball out and, maybe have a bad situation come up. And then I like that Kyle now. I think he's going to be able to open his playbook a little more and he's trust his quarterback.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the call, Mark. Appreciate it. 510, just about every host on this station has said they need to see more from Brock Purdy, including both of you. I have receipts. Okay, so what? You know what, Eric? You need to see more from Brock Purdy, too, because you're going to have to see more of him if you want to win a Super Bowl.
But the bottom line is,
see more of it.
What we've seen thus far, it looks like it has staying power. And I hate that he has me on there because I was telling you, you know what? I get people want to see more, but this thing is real, man. And I don't think the Rams are going to come up, I'm going Jay-Z, going to come up with the blueprint in a week and snuff them out and make them look back. Could happen. It's the NFL. But, damn, this thing looks like he's got a few more weeks of good football in front of him, Stoney. And the Niners do, too, at that.
I mean, if you're a 49er fan, of course you want to see more from Purdy. You like what you see for the first 8-9 games? You definitely want to see more. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's talk football. 49ers, you couldn't ask for a better start, right? What was the best part about it? Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
at Bank of America.
Christian McCaffrey got a bruising block from Brandon Aiyuk. Got another from Ray McLeod. Turned it into a touchdown. It's a 65-yard lightning strike from McCaffrey. Stealing the momentum right back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Davis, Fox Sports.
Look at you.
There you go. Good call. That was ball game right there.
Night.
Any chance the Steelers had to get back in the game, let alone win, they needed to. They needed a 3 and out there. Instead,
65 to the
rips
easy.
off ones.
Yep.
Yeah. 49ers 30-7 win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was a game that I don't think anybody thought was going to be that easy. I mean, it's a perfect debut to the 2023 season. Everything went right. You dominated. Brock Purdy was terrific, building on last year. Aiyuk, everyone says he's going to have a breakout year.
Jennifer Lee Chan.
Great start. Christian McCaffrey, just 25 touches and 180 yards.
Now, he could be MVP, Steiny. He touches it enough to where I think if he... obviously.
Funny.
Like, he gets enough to where we keep an eye on him. He could be in the conversation.
I think this is interesting from the 415. Brock Purdy is going to win the MVP. Book it. It's not the craziest thing. Remember that discussion we had a few years back? What the Niners start that one year? 10-1 with Garoppolo. They started 8-0 for sure with Garoppolo.
I remember that. Snow Angels in D.C.
They were 8-0, and I think they were like 10-1. Remember, I said
there's whispers of Jimmy.
I said Garoppolo's got to be an MVP candidate. His numbers were fine. He didn't have a lot of interceptions for sure. But if you're the best quarterback on a 15-2 team, I'm not saying the Niners are going to be that yet. But I mean, the more the Niners win, the more that is a possibility for sure. Let's go to Dougie in Berkeley. What's up, Doug? How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing good this morning. How could I not be doing good this morning?
Right.
That game, come on.
That's
awesome. Awesome. I had a thought. I want to get your guys' take on this because I really like what I'm seeing from Brock Purdy. I like what I'm seeing from the whole team. It's just a great story. But part of the story is because he was the last pick. And I was just thinking this morning, take this team, and put Jeff Garcia at quarterback, or put Steve Bono at quarterback. Remember Steve Bono?
Sure.
Who came in when Young got hurt and won 5 in a row, and then Young was crying because they were wondering whether they should put him back in because the team was 500 when Young went out.
All right.
So if you put one of those guys with this 49ers team, because both of those guys, bigger sample size, on them. But both of those guys were pretty good. Garcia was not bad. So I think the biggest part of the story for me with Purdy is that the expert talent evaluators nearly whiffed on him. That's what's nice about the story. Because
no doubt.
Those guys might do pretty well,
Oh, absolutely.
What do you guys think?
No, I mean, the way he's been quarterbacking right now, I remember Garcia on our show.
Right. But the football
and I don't
player,
I don't want to denigrate the kind of player he was.
He was a badass, Donnie.
But is Purdy quarterback to 8 games comparable to Jeff Garcia? Would have to be.
Yeah, but I don't think that would be. I guess you could.
But then why? But
that wouldn't be fair to Jeff.
Okay, but I guess that's what my question. Why? What's okay? So we're talking about Jeff Garcia, really good 49er quarterback, and then here comes Purdy, and I would say, well, Purdy hasn't he quarterbacked 8-9 games at the same level as Jeff Garcia has, and then the answer is yes, but that's not fair to Garcia. Well, then what you're really saying is, yeah, everybody needs to see more of Brock Purdy. If it's unfair to Garcia, well, then why is it unfair to Garcia? Because Purdy hasn't done it long enough.
But his bigger point was everybody missed on Purdy except the Niners. Like, why was he the last pick? That's the rat on the table, Stoney, and it's a big rat. And it's the reason why everything in 49erville is so good, because Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, at this juncture, the day that Trey Lance was traded, and I got to bring him up, this would be the Titanic almost on what went into you thinking this guy could play, and Brock Purdy has just put that on mute, and he's put it so much on mute that, we're talking about the Niners, and what we saw yesterday, and rightfully so, is a player to win this year's Super Bowl. That's what I took from the caller. Yeah. The big point, why did everybody miss, and this kid was the last pick?
I mean,
I don't have the answer.
Well, why did everybody miss on Tom Brady? Like, why did everybody miss on Jokic?
Yeah.
Why did everybody miss on Joe Montana?
Gotcha.
For a few years. So I don't know it just happens sometimes.
But it's great luck. And now it's more than luck, because he has skill, and he looks like he's the perfect quarterback to execute Kyle Shanahan's offense, Donnie.
Dennis in San Francisco. What's up, Dennis? How you doing?
Good. How you doing, guys?
Hey.
Love the way that the Niners came out, the energy from the start. They just weren't beating Pittsburgh. They were beating Pittsburgh up. They were really physical. The only negative that I have is Colton McKivitz at right tackle. If you want to keep Purdy healthy, I mean, there's a couple of times there with T.J. Watt coming in. I was having nightmares of that injury in Philadelphia, and that's where they're coming from, and that's what the opponents want to do. They want to force Purdy left. They don't think he's as good going left, and they're going to come after him. And I just hope, I don't know if McKivitz is going to be able to hold up. Maybe before the trade line we can trade for a tackle.
No, that's a great point.
I mean,
I had a flashback, Stoney, of that hit. When TJ came, he was just free, and he hit Purdy. I was like, oh, my gosh. But to the caller's point, I was right there where I had flashbacks, but he got up.
510, what the caller was saying, yeah, I agree. None of those quarterbacks ever had this many weapons. I think what the caller was saying was, if you put Jeff Garcia at quarterback for this team, he'd be fine.
Well, who wouldn't?
Well, that's what he was saying. He was saying Steve Bono would have been fine. So it's a way of saying that, as good as Brock Purdy is, the caller, not me, the caller thinks that at least those two guys probably could have gotten it done with these kind of weapons.
Well, then not that we don't know what his intent was, but I guess we do now that you broke it down. That's kind of taking something from Brock.
Well,
yeah, because he's under 7-0 in regular season games, Donnie.
Chris in Oakland. How many times are we going to hear that this week, ladies and gentlemen?
Until it changes to 8, and then he gets some L's.
Chris in Oakland. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Yeah.
Talk to us.
Good. So there was one particular play in the fourth quarter that really showed a lot about just where Brock's at as a quarterback. A lot of the knocks come on his athleticism and things like that. Pocket kind of collapsed on him. He rolled out, ran up to the line of scrimmage, actually did a sidestep to the right to try to let the play develop a little more downfield, jumped right back in between the two defenders and ran for the first down. That play in general just really reminded me a lot of what Patrick Mahomes has been doing, extending plays, then using his athleticism to make the move when it's there instead of just putting his head down and running. I think that there's a lot more to come, and it shows that he even grew during an off season where he was recovering from a huge injury.
That's a great point.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Stoney, I told you all off season I thought Brock Purdy was going to be on the PUP list. I mean, is that getting enough run just how fast he's come back? And T.J. Watt hit him more than a few times. He was sacked 3 times. But that gives me confidence when I see him pop back up like, okay, it ain't like you're not getting touched, but man, what a miraculous recovery. And then you're getting hit and you're just up. Like, man.
I mean, he's very quick. Purdy's very quick. He can take one step in a hurry to just avoid getting hit.
He shook one dude rolling out to the left side. He went, you know what I'm talking about? The jab. Shook him. That's what that was.
Luis is in Oxnard. What's up, Luis? How you doing, man?
Hey, doing great. How about you guys?
Oh, dynamite.
This Bang Bang Niner game?
Yeah, absolutely.
What I
Bang
wanted
Bang
to
Niner
say
gang.
Yes, sir. All I wanted to say was I feel like a lot of people kind of still doubt Purdy, and they still think that he's not like the guy. But from what we've seen, like I'm like convinced, like he's gonna be our future. Like the way he gets the ball out, everything's pinpoint accuracy. He dices up defenses. Like he's just a baller. Like I don't know what else to say. He's just that guy, and I feel like we've seen enough for him to be,
fair,
be called one of the top quarterbacks in the league. To be honest.
Well, you know what? Hey Luis, or Luis, I'm sorry if I didn't get it right, but that's a fair question. I mean, at what point do you say Brock Purdy's played enough football, and now when we rank the quarterbacks, it's, guess what? He's 8. He's not 16. He's 8. Why is he 8? Well, because his numbers are really good, and he wins, and he doesn't have a glaring weakness, So what if he's only played 8 or 9 games? I mean, when do you start saying this guy might be one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL? Again, I'm not saying he's not. I'm just naturally, as I would be with any player I've ever seen come out like this, I would be, let's keep watching it. Let's keep watching it and see if it can continue.
Yeah.
That's all.
And a lot of that water that I put on watching him grow, forget the 7 wins, Donnie. It's the 2 playoff games. Like, to me, that equals 3 regular season games. Like, we've seen him in the playoffs, but when he remains upright, if he can, like, I'm not taking off the Cinderella stories, Donnie. I'm just, because they're so rich with talent, the Niners. And now we're starting to be able to say, hey, tell me about Brock Purdy, Steiny. Well, he seems not to have any glaring weaknesses. I agree with that. He's quick enough. Like, I feel like that's tangible enough to where this thing is going to keep going.
It may. Steiny, styles make fights. Let's see how the Niners do versus other good teams, Jaguars, Rams, Cowboys, and Eagles. That's fair. It's not the day.
Well, he knocked off Dallas in the playoffs.
Not the day for that.
Yeah.
Not the day for that.
Well, what have we learned? 1 week in the NFL now, people act like it's a month.
Well, that's what's great about football and terrible at the same time.
Dude, they were, Steiny, if I said they were perfect yesterday, I know they gave up 3 sacks. McKivitz got had by a future Hall of Famer, but the caller talked about it. He's concerned. I get that. But other than that, that was damn near perfect.
It's got to be an A-.
Oh, well, there we go. Jamie Lee Curtis.
I don't give A+, by the way. There's just A's. You get an A, there's no A+ or an A-.
It was
so
an
if
F.
it wasn't perfect, and it can't, I'm going to give it an A-. You can't give it an A because then where do they go from there?
The A is the standard they set.
Yeah. Let's go to Chase. Chase is in Pleasanton. What's going on, Chase? How you doing, man?
Doing good. How about you guys?
Hey.
Doing well.
Yeah. I just wanted to say something real quick. I'm on my way to school right now, so I don't got a lot of time. But I just want to say something about Brock Purdy. I think compared to other quarterbacks, you look at Trey Lance, he's got a really, really high ceiling, a lot of opportunity, a lot of things going on in his future. But his skill right now is not really there. A lot of people thought it was. I don't think he's got a lot of skill right now. He's got athleticism, but he doesn't have that quarterback skill. When you look at Brock Purdy, I think he's got a high ceiling and a high floor. Sneaky athleticism was like the subject yesterday.
Yeah, definitely.
He was running all over the field. He was throwing balls left and right, but I think also he has a lot of opportunity in his future, and with that, they can bring a lot of good things with the Niners in the future with all the weapons that they have.
Yeah, It's fair to think that way. By the way, Damon Chang with an unbelievable call
What you got?
On the YouTube chat. You ready for this one? Goo and Evan?
Go ahead, you got me.
You know how much Nick Bosa's contract was for? 122.
I'm gonna give him a 4.
Like
if I were Evan, there we look at Evan.
That's funny.
Yeah.
To
Speaking
me.
of which, did you catch him in low yesterday? Did we find? I was locked in.
Yeah, I listened. It was perfect. I went to. In fact,
here comes a smart remark, Evan.
No.
Oh.
In fact, I played golf yesterday at a place called Paradise Valley. It's in Fairfield, about a 45, 50-minute drive. Well, we had an 11:40 tee time, so it was perfect.
Okay.
So I left at about 8:45. Listened to Evan and Lowe.
Man, this is awesome. I'm in the sauna with Lorenzo Neal.
Till
low.
10 o'clock. Got to the place, watched the entire first half, then played, then went back home and watched the second half.
There you go.
And, I got to tell you, we were in this place, Paradise Valley Golf Club. It had a big clubhouse, so there were a lot of people there that just go to watch the games.
Yeah.
There was a big group of 49er fans. And I got to tell you, I was feeling some kind of way when a woman came in, little late, like with 11 minutes left in the first quarter. There were all these women and men around a table, and she walked in, and they said, "Hey!" And she went, "Bang, bang, Niner gang."
Look at her.
And I thought,
those are my words.
I
You say
won't
something
say
to her?
anything. No.
Oh, that's an opportunity. Speaking of which, did you see my tweet Saturday night?
I did. I'm not on Twitter.
Oh, it's X now. I ain't even there. But did you see how many Niner fans traveled to the game?
Yeah, I did, actually.
I get it, and I heard the guys in the morning, they couldn't have said it any better, but Steiny, I mean, is anybody traveling deeper than Niner Nation, right? It wasn't, I'm like, this ain't Santa Clara. It just kept going, and that must be nice. Where we play at? Let's go. Call into work, do what you got to do, but man, I don't know. Packers, Cowboys, Niners, Steelers, they were debating whether you put the Raiders in there. I don't know if Raider Nation, where's Spadonia? But yeah, those four, Stoney. But you got to give credit to the Niners fans, man. They were deep.
510, yes, this is true. We forgot about this. Niners need to clean up the penalties. That 11, I think.
Okay.
All right, so I'm taking a half grade off for the 11 penalties.
But when did a majority of them come? Second half?
Still.
Yeah.
Maybe a B+. Gets to a B+.
Well, how about the turnovers? They had 3.
Who?
The Niners. Sacks. You'd give the defense an A. They were. Come on, Snotty. It was 20-0. Gave up a touchdown in the second half, and that was the only score they got.
B+.
And what about the lateral when they got the interception? God, dude, all laterals should be legal. It's football. Defense got the ball. Let them pitch it.
Pitch it forward. The whole nature of football would change. The game itself would change.
I'm watching why is that illegal?
Because it was forward.
Whatever. Oh, boy. When the defense has the ball, they don't get to get in the end zone. Everything should be up. Do what you got to do. I saw the pitch. Go. Forward. Okay.
It was definitely
I know.
Illegal. Grandpa Daddy in Hayward.
God.
What's up, Grandpa? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, buddy. I'm doing well.
Good.
Man, it's a good day, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and so, Goo, I'm with you. I'm sold. And Aiyuk is on fire.
That's a bad boy.
He's a bad boy. And Steiny,
yeah.
Remember, I put down that $50, bro. I'm going to tell you. Brock Purdy, he's going to be the 49er franchise quarterback, baby.
Well, remind me what the bet was again that I didn't want to make, but you gave somebody $50?
$50 that the 49ers go to the Super Bowl. They may not win it.
Okay.
They're going to go.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
If Purdy's healthy.
I remember.
Man.
I remember.
That's the key.
All right, Grandpa Daddy, you're 1-0.
Yeah.
And your guy's looking good, no doubt about it.
And speaking of daddies, what about when we were in Vegas? Norm set the 200, 100 for the Niners to win the Super Bowl. the other 100 for the Niners to win the NFC. I texted him yesterday, Stoney. Looking good. It's early, though.
It's real early.
Yeah.
It's real early.
But we can do that injury thing to every team. Every 31. If Mahomes goes down, it's a wrap. Dak goes down. Well,
not necessarily.
Hurts.
Not necessarily. If one team's got better depth than another team. Like if the 49ers don't have depth, then maybe.
So you're going Sam Darnold. You ain't confident. No, I don't think Niner fans even want to see that.
No, it's just about every position in the nature of football. I mean, it would stand to reason that the 49ers are paying a ton of money to all their playmakers. Maybe they don't have depth, so they can afford injuries less than some other teams. We'll find out.
Yeah, well, real quick, speaking of which, they created some cap space. They got the most cap space in the NFL with some restructure. So kudos to the front office for getting that done.
Yeah, somebody explain how that works.
Boy.
To hear the Niners tell it, they signed Bosa to the largest contract in the history of the NFL, and somehow they're in a better cap situation.
They went to Eric Armstead, or he did his.
What'd they do? Say you got to play for free? Are Armstead and Kittle playing for free?
Good
Is that
Lord.
what's going on?
And Drake Jackson, Steiny, is he a star yet?
See, this is what you do.
No, he's on the road to stardom. Wouldn't you say?
No, I wouldn't.
In this defense?
He's played one game.
But it's who he's playing with. And he's got Bosa to take a double. Yeah. I mean, this is the easiest football this man's going to play.
He played one game.
I'm going last year, too, Stoney.
He didn't play much.
No, he was a badass last year. Drake Jackson's
he got some fat last year.
No, Stoney, stop.
He lost a lot of weight this year to get some quickness.
But he was ferocious.
They actually put on 20 pounds. But he got a lot of DNPs at the end of last season, so that was pretty comforting, I think, for a lot of fans to see him produce early in this season because
they need him.
They didn't even have him in the NFC Championship, or he didn't dress for the NFC Championship game.
Steiny and Goo, hell of a win yesterday. Just want your thoughts. At what point can we finally say this is great quarterback play? Oh, this quarterback play is actually Brock's baseline. I mean,
it's up to you. It's your opinion. I'm there.
I think that's fair.
I'm there. I'm sold.
Yeah, I don't know if this is average for him. If it's above average. I mean, it's pretty good. I know that. Let's go to CJ's, and you know what? All right, what's up, CJ? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Good? Thank you guys for taking my call. It was a great game yesterday. The Niners looked well rehearsed. They looked prepared. They looked disciplined. Again, it's a very long season. It's week one. There's a lot of optimism. And I think what it comes down to the 49ers is it's basically like a math equation. You have a variable or two variables and a constant. That constant is Christian McCaffrey. We need that constant to be consistently healthy. And that variable, depending on the week, is going to be Brandon Aiyuk. It could be Deebo Samuel and George Kittle or any other player. But as far as Brock Purdy goes, I think if he just continues doing what he's doing, doesn't try to complicate things, feeds the ball to the right player, makes the right pass, then we're in the right position. Jimmy Garoppolo took us to the Super Bowl, and people said all he did was feed the ball to Raheem Mostert, and that's pretty much all he did. So if that's what we got to do to go to the Super Bowl, then why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Appreciate the call, CJ. All right. You got the Rams next week. Let's think Rams before Super Bowl.
But you got a healthy Brock Purdy.
It was a good start.
That was my biggest takeaway. Your boy's healthy.
It was a good start for the Niners. Real good start. 30-7 over Pittsburgh. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. It's the best part. Was there a best part of yesterday's game, or was it just the entire game that was the best part? It's all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
roll. Play action. Purdy looking end zone. Lets it rip, and he's got a touchdown to Brandon Aiyuk. Perfect start for the 49ers. Aiyuk breaks free.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Patrick Patterson didn't see that banana peel.
Oh, man.
In the end zone.
Yeah.
Right after Aiyuk made that cut.
Dude, like, do you know what year it is, Patrick? This ain't you when you were in your prime in Arizona. You talking stuff and they get hit for 2 touchdowns? Man. And then Purdy, did you see him in the postgame, Stein? He goes, talking about that first touchdown, he goes, was that on Patrick? Yeah, Brock. Cocky Brock.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the 49ers get off to a great start. I don't know that you could ask for anything more. 30-7, absolutely pound the Pittsburgh Steelers. And basically show themselves to be maybe the contenders that they are.
Let me read this to you. You just said it. The Niners start the campaign off, this season off, 30-7. And David Hernandez is on the YouTube chat saying 49ers need to start giving players the Warriors treatment when they're blowing teams out and sit them in the fourth. Then I go to the text line. Kyle should have sat CMC. He was overused. I mean, what do you want? He touched it 22 times. It's the first game, y'all. Fans short for fanatic.
Yeah, I mean, I think I see that. I see that as a theme among sports fans. I think coaches
just got to find something.
No, I just think coaches go extra to make sure they can win a game. They never want to take a guy out and then have to put him in. You'd rather. I mean, I know. Like, I think fans think injury more than coaches.
Oh no,
I think coaches figure let's get a big enough lead so that I feel totally comfortable, and then I'll put the subs in.
Yeah, but don't act like McCaffrey. I'm just talking to the fans, and you too, Stoney. Don't act like he played a lot in the preseason. Guys need a lather. You know, they working it. So I didn't look at McCaffrey once to say, oh my God, why is he still in there? Brock too. Brock hadn't played a lot of football in the preseason. But man, Brock Purdy to me, Steiny was just, he's healthy, man. And I just can't believe it.
Let's go to James. James is in Dublin. What's going on, James? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, guys. So I just want to talk about a couple things. First off, like all the callers have been saying, that right tackle spot is, it could come back to haunt us when we play a team, like the Cowboys, who have, an equally explosive offense and, a future Hall of Famer and Michael Parsons, who's going to line up on that side and, come after Brock Purdy. And if he gets 3 sacks and a fumble, that might, if we're not already blowing the team out, that, could come back to haunt us and could get, Brock Purdy injured. Second thing I want to talk about is Christian McCaffrey, and what a blessing he is for that offense, just to be able to hand the ball off to him and get 6-7 yards on each carry, which makes, the play calling so much easier, and just, how we're always on 2nd and 3, 2nd and 2, and it just makes our offense so much better. And then the third thing, Brock Purdy's the first quarterback in NFL history to win his first 6 starts and throw at least 2 touchdowns in each of those games. And, it just like that deep pass to Brandon Aiyuk over Patrick Peterson, that's kind of exactly what Kyle Shanahan was saying when he said he wants a gunslinger, somebody who can just let it rip. Jimmy nor Trey Lance would have thrown that pass because Brandon Aiyuk wasn't open, but Brock Purdy threw him open and trusted his receiver to go up and get it. And I just think that's exactly what we need, somebody who's, willing to take that chance and take that throw. And, it just shows that our offense, is a lot more explosive with a guy who can throw his receiver open instead of throw it to him when he's open. And I just think, we got ourselves a quarterback right now, guys.
Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call, James. I mean, Aiyuk made a nice catch, no doubt about it. Let's I do agree that neither Lance nor Garoppolo would have thrown that pass, but I don't think we can pretend like he was open.
But the moxie that it takes and the confidence.
Sure. Okay.
I love
that's fine.
that.
Then I don't want to hear it if that gets intercepted. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
1 out of 4 times. That's all I'm saying. I just, because he threw it up there and he trusted Aiyuk, and Aiyuk made the play against the guy that we're kind of making fun of right now. Well,
I'm not.
What about Patrick Peterson?
Oh, no. I thought it was Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh,
and
and so
he wouldn't have threw it.
So I got to believe there's corners and D-backs better than him.
Well, what about the one where Aiyuk was wide open? It was a great read, right? In the middle of the end zone, the other touchdown. So, that's how you. To me, a quarterback has to have big cojones. There's not a throw
that was an easy
they think
throw.
they can't make. I'm talking about the one to Aiyuk in the corner. That, to me, was a beautiful pass, obviously, because it was caught. But it was 50-50, Stoney. That was a great, I think I could fit it in there.
Well, again, if it's 50-50, then Aiyuk makes a great play. I mean, but if it's 50-50, then what if it gets intercepted?
We'll talk then. But
Exactly. But I'm not going to let. Nobody can say next week if he throws the same pass and it's an interception.
I got you.
Why is he doing that?
But how about this? Since the inception of Brock Purdy, we have not seen many interceptions.
That's true.
Okay.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans, where you at? What'd you think of yesterday's game? 30-7. I'm asking what the best part of yesterday's game was, if you're a Niner fan. And boy, I mean, you have a million choices. Or was it just the whole game? The whole game. It's one of those games where I remember back when I was a fan. It's just, those are the fun games. You get a little loose early. You get up big early. And you just enjoy the day without any stress at all. None whatsoever. 20-7. Maybe at halftime you're loose.
You didn't like that score.
You're loose, but you're like, we're in good shape.
Got the ball and scored.
Exactly. Frank's in Fort Worth. What's up, Frank? How you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, I think for me, yesterday, I was glad to see a great, complete game. Moody coming through with the kicks, I know it was a big concern. Here's my only concern with Kyle Shanahan and concerning Brock Purdy is giving him protection against guys like Watt. Because last year in the Philly game, that's how he got hurt. There was no protection for him given to him to help, with that elite pass rushing defense that we face. And I just hope that we get smart to that and give him a little bit more help when it comes to elite defenses. But I've seen enough. Me personally, I've seen enough from Brock Purdy. That he's our quarterback. He's our quarterback of the future. He's our quarterback of now. The guy just, watching games yesterday, a lot of the first and second year quarterbacks just didn't look like they were comfortable. They were rattled. That kid from New York, who were playing Dallas last night, boy, he was having a hard time. And I just haven't seen that from Brock. And to me, that's the telltale sign that he's the perfect quarterback for Kyle's system. That's all I got, guys.
Yeah.
Have a great day.
Appreciate the call, Frank. I mean, why don't we do that? Let's assume this is who Brock is, and we'll just assess him like this is who he is as a quarterback. If he keeps playing like this, he's going to be really good.
And you know what? Just hearing you say
see how he does next week against the Rams.
But hearing you and the caller, Stoney, if we're going to go in on Trey Lance not working out, I know a lot of people think Kyle and John were blindfolded and they threw a dart and it came up Brock Purdy to pick him. But there was some Jedi that went into some analytics that went into, can this kid play for us? Can he run my system? And right now, I think that is going to be the story that continues to grow and get louder, is you almost got to check that box and give them credit for seeing this guy, Brock Purdy, being a perfect fit.
It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. I'll tell you what, 30-7 will help eliminate some toxic stress. I'll tell you that.
It was over early.
Make that a Monster Monday.
But why did the Steelers not told you?
I say Football Friday, my bad. It's a Monster Monday.
No, and I didn't even. You deserve better. You didn't even give me my flowers, Evan, either. Friday when I was like, guys, don't you feel like Pittsburgh's just becoming? They haven't done anything to get to this stature. And I think that's why we thought that JD was on with Evan and Lowe saying he was going to go with the Steelers. I'm paraphrasing. He could see the Steelers squeaking it out, and he wasn't by himself. 30-7.
What do you want credit for?
Why did the Steelers become so popular in this game?
I'm looking at our predictions from Friday. I had the 49ers covering.
So did Dibbs and I.
Okay.
Well, I'm talking about the people on the national media, on the TV shows and morning shows.
I don't think there were a lot.
Vegas had it -2.5.
Right. And most people had the Niners.
I don't think most people had the Niners dominating this game, though.
Of course they didn't. Duh. But it wasn't like, I mean, what are you saying? Like
the Steelers didn't do that. What did the Steelers do to
They were 500
to promote
last year.
But we're talking about the Niners, one game away from the Super Bowl for the second straight year.
Well, you're the one. You're asking why? I mean, Pittsburgh. Who said they were going to be great?
Yeah, that's my question. I don't think they're
who
great.
did?
Oh no, the odds makers they thought it was going to be a close game, and so did a lot of people laying that chicken.
Not me. I mean, I can't.
Yeah,
I'm sure there were a ton of people out there that liked the Niners.
Is Kenny
in that
Pickett
game
the guy?
too.
And I know it was the Niner defense. I don't know. He didn't look like it.
Jeff's in Marin. Hey, Jeff. How you doing, man? What's going on?
Great, guys. Thanks for taking my call again.
Sure.
So I had a kind of a comment and I guess a couple questions. First of all, I thought later in the game when it was pretty well in hand, I would have liked to have seen J.P. Mason come in to carry the ball more, pound the rock into that defensive line, and get CMC out. I think we were putting him at risk when we really didn't need to. Similarly, I thought, late in the fourth quarter, they put Bosa back, and it's like, what the heck are you doing? The game's over, get him out. And then finally, it's a question for you guys. It looked like Trent Williams got a little bit dinged up, and I don't know, maybe there was something in the news about it, but I haven't seen it. It looked like maybe his pec or a rib couldn't.
He came back.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, he came back to play, and I thought of you, Steiny. I said, "Oh, Trent's hurt," but he shook it off and came back. But I hadn't seen the injury report today.
I think on the 2 plays he was out, they had an 8-yard carry and a 9-yard carry.
And boy, you are special.
Travis King, he's paying $20.
This is the most I've ever seen done.
Travis King's playing $19.99 for this.
What's he got?
Victory Monday. We need to hear Travis King, 49er faithful in celebration.
That's his song.
Okay, we'll
think
look
we
for
got
that.
it. Yeah.
All right, Trav.
Dude, $20.
Wow.
He doing well.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for me, Bosa didn't play at all. In the preseason. So I guess the coach was like letting him get his reps.
Well,
but if he gets hurt, then I'm in here screaming, right? Guru's gripes.
Probably.
I'm growing. When I can self-analyze.
No, you're not growing until you don't do it.
I didn't do it. I just told you I probably would have.
Right. So until Bosa gets hurt and you don't do it, then it doesn't matter that you recognize it.
No,
I recognize
please.
I can be a jerk.
No,
but
you can't.
don't praise me until I actually am not a jerk. No, Stein. Okay. Whatever. Daniel and Chico. Everybody's worried about the right tackle.
3 sacks.
What's up, Daniel? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm sitting in the Vegas airport, coming back from Pittsburgh. Okay. Me and my son went to the game.
Awesome.
Nice.
And I was obviously happy, but McKivick scares me. I mean, I was worried about McGlinchey last year, and now I'm worried about McKivick this year. So I'm not sure what plans they have. Are they going to bring Kittle down to double team more? He worries me.
I'll let you handle that. I'm shocked. I know it was 3 sacks, 90. Watt's a baller, but they could keep in a tight end. They could keep in a back. I mean, there's options. But was he that bad when you win 30-7? No. The Niners did whatever they wanted, I thought, offensively. They got hit a couple times, but Bosa needed the reps, and I think you guys are panicking. I'm talking to everybody that thinks McKivit's not it. Did he have a perfect game? No. But damn.
49ers scored on 5 of their first 6 possessions. 27 points on their first 6 possessions. Punted just one time.
Damn.
Just once.
Dominance.
So they did terrific yesterday. I mean, time of possession, it's like 38-22. I mean, this game was a rout.
Yeah.
This game wasn't even close. Let's go to Ant in Vallejo. What's up, Ant? How you doing, man?
Yo.
Hey.
How's it going, guys?
Hey. Dynamite.
Yeah, I was just calling in. I keep hearing Niner fans calling in, trying to tell the coach how to do his job. You know, texting in the text line, trying to tell Shanahan what he should have done with what player and how much time they should have played. Man, shut up and be a fan. Worry about watching your team ball out. Stop trying to tell the coach what to do. They're professionals, man. They're there for a reason.
I like it.
Thanks, Ant.
Yeah, a lot of nitpicking going on with a 30-7 win. Jesus. Enjoy.
I mean, yeah, you know what? 925, thank you. As they say, the other team gets paid too. TJ Watt's a beast. He's a beast.
No doubt.
It only takes one bad play to knock out Purdy. Well, it only takes one bad play to knock anybody out.
Yep. That's across the board.
No doubt. Steven's in Arizona. Wants to talk Brock Purdy. Hey, Steven, how you doing, man?
How's it going, guys? I just wanted to say I'm really grew up in Citrus Heights, and my dad used to take me to Rockland, so I've seen a lot of good quarterbacks. And for about, 11 years, these Arizona Cardinal fans been talking trash. And I just wanted to say, seeing Brock Purdy play, Mr. Irrelevant, I feel a little bit confident at home, and I'm happy that he's the QB. And another thing is, I was worried about the kicker, Moody, but he went 3 for 3. And I think if they went back to reach out to get Robbie Gould, you might as well go get Reggie Roby at punter again. But I have one question. What do you think the Niners are going to do with the cap space?
I have no idea. No idea, Steven. None. I mean, aren't most of the good players signed right now?
You would think, but, I mean, is that Brandon Aiyuk's money? I don't know. Because your boy's about to get paid, Steiny. And Jennifer Lee Chan, she just did the Dominique Wilkins 360 slam dunk on him having a breakout year. And, man, did he get off to a good start. But everything's rosy, man. And this is not new. This is not last year's Vikings that shocked people or who else? Seattle. The Niners have played in the game before the Super Bowl the last 2 seasons. And this time, they didn't trick off a game, and it's Operation Vegas, the quest for 6, whatever you want to call it, and it couldn't have got off to a better start.
Let's go to, we got our main man, Gene. Gene's in Oakland.
Gene.
Hey, Gene, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hey, it's a beautiful day in Niner world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway. So, I've kind of gone around sort of back and forth on the whole McKivick thing. I guess I'm not as concerned as I was like right after the game, because I was thinking back to last year,
right?
And I remember the offensive line had a lot of problems early on, if you remember, and everybody was getting excited. Of course, we got off to the slow start and all, but I thought, we do have an excellent offensive line coach. I guess he goes back to the Washington days with Shanahan, and I thought he was going to I had confidence he was going to figure it out. I have confidence he's going to figure it out this time, too. I want to say something about Purdy. You don't mind my beating my chest a little here. I've been on his bandwagon since the very beginning. After the first game or two, I called in and I said, I think this guy's going to be our starter. And that was at a time when we were waiting for Jimmy G or Trey Lance to get over their injuries and come back, and he was just supposed to be a fill-in. So, I followed Joe Montana's career about as closely as a fan could, and I'm telling you, the more I see of this kid, the more it reminds me of Joe, all right?
Wow.
Last point I want to make, the 3 greatest sports legends in Bay Area history, I think, were Willie Mays, Joe Montana, and Stephen Curry, all right? And 2 out of the 3 of those were underrated and undersized. So don't sleep on this guy. I think he could be great.
Thanks for the call.
Good call, Gene.
Appreciate it, Gene. Appreciate it.
Well, Steph was a lottery pick.
True.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. If
that Joe thing is real.
Does it matter really what we think of Purdy at this point? Like does it matter anymore that he's the 7th round pick, the last pick in the draft? I mean, why don't we just say, you know what, this is who Purdy is. He's a pretty good quarterback. Probably getting better. So next week against the Rams, we expect him to go 19 for 28. Couple touchdowns.
Wouldn't we be shortchanging him, though, Steiny, if we don't start from where he was drafted? Like, to me, it's credit to him for
it doesn't
staying
matter.
ready.
The goal is to win the Super Bowl. He's the quarterback of this team now, and the goal is the Super Bowl.
Right.
So he has a standard. I don't care if he's the 7th round pick at all. He's got a standard that he's reaching his potential. He's clearly playing to his potential. Can he continue to play to his potential all season long? Maybe get a little better and lead this team to the Super Bowl. Like, that's really all it comes down to. Whether people think he can, or whether some people say I want to see more from him, or no, I already. Whether you're Gene, who already is a believer, or whether you're me, who's like, man, let's just keep watching him play because it's still early, even though it feels like he's playing like a veteran. But he's got one goal now, and that is to lead the 49ers or be the quarterback on the 49ers Super Bowl team.
Yeah. And he's off to a great start.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll go Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, good, man. I'll probably give Brock Purdy an A- yesterday. He played excellent, moving the ball when it needs to, and Patrick Peterson talking all that mess. But he's talking about he's seeing tails in the Niners offense. I'll tell you what, he got mossed by Aiyuk. Aiyuk's proving that he's going to be in the top 5 receiver conversation soon. And, the team of the 80s whooped the team of the 70s yesterday. So that was so beautiful. And on to the Rams, the hated Rams, and we're going to win that too. I'm just fired up right now. We got all the talent in the world.
You should feel that way.
Appreciate the call, Antonio. Appreciate the call. Dallas is better on point differential this year.
Well,
so far.
Yeah, but take that to the bank.
What?
You can't. The point differential, because
Dallas was just as impressive as the Niners.
Yeah, but the last 2 seasons, the Niners, as they were constructed, ended the Cowboys season because they were too physical for them. So for all the people getting excited, not you, about Dallas, you got a Niner problem first. Well, before you could dream a Super Bowl. So that's why I can't wait for week 5. I don't know what's going to happen in between for both teams, but I do believe they are 2 of the best teams in the NFC. And Steiny, Philly's lost a lot. They're 2 coordinators. Nobody's making any, much to do about nothing, but I think it's a big deal. And if you watched that game, it was just 1 yesterday. Even the coaching gave New England a chance to steal that game.
Why? By going for it on 4th and 2?
Yes. Did you see?
I liked it.
What did you like? Well, we'll get into it.
Because they knew they weren't going to give up a touchdown to that team in that situation. Monster Monday is brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners with a very impressive debut. We're talking about it here on 95.7 The Game. What was your favorite part of yesterday's game? What did you like the most? Or was it just the game itself and the fact that it was 4 quarters of fun and games on 95.7 The Game?
Settle down, class.
it here. Tipped and picked. Tipped by Warner, picked by Hufanga. One Pro Bowler leads to another. Hufanga flips it outside, and to Sean Gibson down the sideline and inside the 10. There's a flag down where that lateral happened. It was borderline.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Niners 30, Steelers 7. Niners 1-0. Good start to the season, no doubt about it. And they play the Rams in L.A. next Sunday. Then at home, a quick one for their opener on a Thursday against the Giants.
Man.
Let me just throw this out just for just to find out where everybody's coming from here. Let's say, you know what power rankings are, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before we went to the break, I was just kind of saying, hey, Cowboys look real good. And you said, well, they have a Niner problem. Hey, you got a Niner problem. Okay. So if you're making the power rankings right now in the NFC, do you go Eagles 1, Niners 2, and Dallas 3? Because that's kind of the way they ended up last year.
Interesting.
Or do you say, no, new year, power rankings were going on, how these guys look this year? Well, then it's Dallas 1.
Okay. All right. I'll give you that.
San Francisco 2, and the Eagles would be 3 in that category. I'm just throwing that out there.
That's interesting.
How do you do it? What's your rationale for?
Because what are the rules? And of course, you can say there are no rules.
They're your rules. Whatever you want.
All right. Well, to
whatever
me,
you want.
I think I watched all three of those teams play. I thought the Niners showed dominance on both sides of the football, and I'm not taking anything away from Dallas, but if you watch that game offensively, there was nothing there to get excited about like you saw from the Niners. You saw Aiyuk blossoming. You saw Aiyuk blocking with other San Francisco wide receivers. You saw arguably your best offensive player, McCaffrey, go for 65 yards. And then you saw a defense not give up a point in the second half. You saw Bosa out there. Yeah, he didn't put up the numbers. Drake Jackson with the 3 sacks. It was an all-around shellacking for me. I watched Philly. I know it was raining. The weather was bad, but they left some chicken on the bone. So to me, I thought the Niners were the more complete team yesterday, then Dallas, then Philly. So, but if you're like, Goof, forget what's happened the last umpteen years, what did you see yesterday? 40-0 to a lot of people will supersede 30-7. But if we're, going off what we saw, Stoney, the Niners were more complete, and I think they got a star at the quarterback position. I'm ready to say it. My guy Hawk getting mad at me because he's the last of the Mohicans, and I got a few of them that will not give Brock Purdy their just due. And I'm like, man, that clock is just ticking. 19-29, 220, seeing the field, no turnovers, had a fumble, Stoney, and got it with, I've never seen that. He got the ball back on his back.
He did.
Just like I don't know what you want, but I'll say this about Niner fans, and it's not a bad thing. This is not brand new. This team has been dominant since 2019 outside of injuries. And that's why when we talk on a daily basis, I say Super Bowl or bust. But I hope you now know it ain't Super Bowl or bust, and I'm missing out on the good times. This team is damn good, Steiny, and they've been good enough to win it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Look, we've talked about the Niners, and when we talk about the NFC, we've thrown Philly in there and the Cowboys. Basically, most of us believe those are the 3 best teams in the NFC. And I think one thing we're going to do a lot of this year is talk about the Cowboys and talk about the Eagles, because isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious that the best team, assuming things shake out like we think they're going to shake out, one of those 3 teams is going to have home field throughout the playoffs?
Yes, sir.
And that gives that team a big-time advantage over the other 2. And look what happened last year with the team that had the home field advantage. It was the Eagles, and they ended up getting to the Super Bowl. So you got to, whether you like it or not, you're kind of measuring yourself against the Cowboys and the Eagles. And certainly it was unbelievably impressive what the Niners did. The Cowboys were very impressive, and the Eagles not nearly as much, but they're all 1-0 right now. And as Bill Parcells says you are, what your record says you are.
And right now, you know what, Stoney, you are correct. The Niners play the NFC East. So unlike last year, when you talk about home field advantage, these teams are going to tango, and those games do become important when you're kind of, I know you got to concentrate on the Rams 1 week at a time, but you'll have something to say about pinning a loss on the other team.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation, we would love to have you. It was complete yesterday. It was 30-7. The San Francisco 49ers get off to a great start. Very little to complain about in this thing, if anything. McCaffrey was terrific. Purdy was terrific. Aiyuk was terrific. Drake Jackson was terrific. And you know what that means? If Drake Jackson was terrific, that means Bosa was terrific. That's what it tells me.
He was out there, too.
The defense was great. The kicker. What was the best part? If you're a San Francisco 49er fan and you have high expectations, clearly they met them, right? They met them. And if they did, what are you most pleased about when you look at that win yesterday against the Steelers? Somebody here says 415. Don't forget about the Lions.
Yeah, big win.
You know what? We'll listen, we're just using the three big boys early in the season. There's a good chance somebody may emerge.
Yeah.
There'll be a team that emerges. Will the Lions be 6-1 after 7 or 6-2?
Or will they be this year's Giants or Vikings or Seahawks, who all collectively lost yesterday? The surprise team. Stoney, you said something last break. I want to ask you and the listeners where you're at, and it was about where Brock Purdy was drafted at and kind of getting away from that. And I always look at it as a compliment to Brock Purdy. But Kenny Pickett was drafted in the 2022 draft, first round, the 20th pick. If I asked you right now, and it's kind of bigger than yesterday, but because they went up head-to-head, would you take Kenny over Brock? Because I wouldn't.
Of course not.
And it just goes to, again, the caller in the first hour talking about how many teams miss. But I'm with you. But then again, if I asked you if you put Pickett in the Niners offense, would he look better than – you know what I mean? Would he look better than he is in Pitt? He just doesn't have those mannerisms that I see for Brock Purdy, man.
I mean,
that's what it's about.
Well, look at it. Look at it this way. That's a good point, Goo. Look at it this way. How many quarterbacks, based on what we've seen, just what we've seen, how many quarterbacks are there in the NFL who would be getting more out of the 49ers offense than Brock Purdy right now? I mean, obviously, who's going to argue with Pat Mahomes?
Nobody, Stoney.
And, I got to believe that if Justin Herbert and Joe Burrow were the quarterback of the Niners, it wouldn't look exactly the same.
I would take those two, though, man.
But right. I mean, but nevertheless, outside of that, the question is, would you take Daniel Jones? Probably not right now.
Hell no.
But the question is, could the 49ers go 12-5 with Daniel Jones?
Well, that's a different conversation, and I think they can.
I don't know.
Or could.
What about with Dak?
Well, they believe they can do it with Sam Darnold because he is the Geico for Brock Purdy. So my answer to that would be yes, Donnie. This is a heaven. This is a football heaven for quarterbacks with what they have at their disposal.
You know what I'm going to say? They might be able to win some games with Darnold.
Not all.
They can't. They can't win. Purdy's got to stay healthy, is what I'm saying.
And that's right.
Purdy's got to stay healthy because the one thing about Darnold, he just doesn't have that mobility that Purdy has that allows him to make plays that other quarterbacks haven't made. And you can't tell me that Darnold's more accurate than Purdy from intermediate in, let's say.
No, that's real.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers. It was as close to a perfect opener as you could have possibly had. Purdy, built on everything he's done last year. McCaffrey was terrific. 25 touches. He had 22 carries and 3 catches. Aiyuk, Everybody's expecting a breakout year. Well, he had a breakout game to start the season, 8 catches, 109 yards. Defense with 2 interceptions and 5 sacks. The kicker was perfect. You dominated the time of possession. I mean, there is...
You left something out on
Aiyuk,
Stoney.
Give it to me. A block. Okay, the block.
Yeah, no, because I think of all the great receivers in my time. Jerry Rice, he passed it down to Terrell Owens with the work ethic. Michael Irvin, Larry Fitzgerald, Brandon Aiyuk, and Deebo Samuel, Stoney, even when they're not getting the ball or a part of the play, what makes me just respect them more as players is the fact what they did on that McCaffrey run. And that has to stem from the coaching staff, from the head coach, but that's an attribute that you're not going to see in the stat line, but it just makes me root for those guys more. Like, you didn't mention that, but you did see the block in the Deebo, Kittle, and Aiyuk exhibit on a weekly basis, and I think a lot of times doesn't get enough credit.
As long as you're giving out credit, I'll give out credit to Kyle Shanahan. Because if we're going to talk about every aspect of coaching, the bottom line is, you know why Brandon Aiyuk didn't get off on a great start with Kyle Shanahan. You know why? Because he wasn't making that block, probably. He probably wasn't making that block early in his career. And Kyle Shanahan loves his receivers and tight ends to block. So, that's one of those where it's like, do you really have to know exactly what it was? I'll bet you that had to be part of it. Because it certainly wasn't Aiyuk having the drops. It couldn't have been Aiyuk, well, he's not a really good route runner, because that's what he was supposedly really good at.
In practice, like you always point out.
Maybe it wasn't so. Maybe it wasn't like loafing sounds bad, I feel like, but maybe it was just he just wasn't, he wasn't executing everything he needed to execute. Well, I don't know, but he's doing it now. He's Tell
me if I'm wrong
receiver.
On this one. When you see receivers block and are willing to block like tight ends, that's another element of being a physical team.
No doubt.
All right.
No doubt. And that's what
they got a lot, man.
That's what Mike Tomlin said. Got kicked in the teeth. 888-957-9570 is a number. Best part about yesterday's win, if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, what'd you love the most? What was the best part? 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. You want to jump in there, 415-777-9570. And he says the overall dominance. The Niners were sound in every aspect of the game. Impressive win. Drake Jackson was a pleasant surprise. He certainly was. He had 3 sacks yesterday. And the Niners look like we thought they might look. One of the best teams in the NFL. Anthony's in Benicia. What's up, Anthony? How you doing?
Hey. What's up, fellas, man? What's up, Guru? Good to talk to you guys together. I want to give a shout-out to Fred Warner. This guy was all over the place making plays. I think he has that one play in the first quarter when he stuffed the run. He came downhill. He shot that gap. And he what's the running back's name? I can't remember right now, but he sat him down. And so, like, I as a 49er fan, I'm not looking at Brock as a last pick of the draft. I'm just looking at him as a quarterback that can get us to the promised land. He's shown that this is not a fluke, and he can, as long as he continues to play the way he, the kind of standard he set himself as, I think we'll be fine. Everything looked great defensively. Like you said, Guru, I think earlier in the show that, or maybe Steiny pointed it out that there were some penalties, but I believe that they'll clean that up. I kind of wanted to jump into what you guys are talking about, Brandon Aiyuk. And remember, Shanahan played receiver in college, and I don't think that Shanahan was ever known for having, like, the physical gift that some of these other guys have. And so you would think that part of the reason Brandon was in the doghouse is because Shanahan probably had to do a lot of the little stuff to get on the field, which is the blocking, which is running the routes, really clean and crisp. And so you look at somebody like Brandon that was not, was in the doghouse for that little amount of time. I wonder if it was because, like, Shanahan seemed like, hey, listen, You got all the physical tools, but you got to do this other stuff, to really be great. And it seems like now that he's doing those things, sky's the limit for that young man. But I definitely wanted to give a shout out to Fred Warner, who just seemed like he was all over the place. He was playing composed. He wasn't overshooting sometimes, and he was right there. And I just thought that play stood out to me. Like when he shot the gap, I knew it was going to be a physical game, and it didn't look like Pittsburgh was ready for that.
Appreciate the call, Anthony. Yeah, it sure seemed like that play set the tone. Or at least was one of the plays that set the tone
he
early.
lit him up, man.
Absolutely.
I don't give him enough credit, Stoney, and I wrote that on my notes here. Actually, I did it last night. Coming in here, I always talk about Bosa, rightfully so, even Jimmy Ward, but Hufanga last year, but I never talk about the brilliance and the greatness, which is Fred W. Stoney, he is for real, man, and, you talk about this Niner defense and the havoc that we see Bosa cause, but Fred is sideline to sideline. The dude is just active, and it could be even in a blowout, but his presence is felt. And I was like, you know what? I got to come in here tomorrow, which is today, and give this guy his flowers. He is part and an anchor of what makes this defense what it's been and why it's been in the Super Bowl in 2019 and why it's been to the last 2 NFC Championship games. And that run was just, I know it was one play where he lit him up, Stoney, but it was a message like, y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready.
So, I got my buddy who emails me. He's a big 49er fan, Harry, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so Harry emailed me today, and he was just like, I just don't understand why you won't say Purdy's really good. Why you won't say Purdy
He talking
isn't
to
gonna
you.
be yeah. And I'm like, okay, he's played 9 games. Everything's been great. He's been terrific through 9 games. There's absolutely, positively no doubt about it. He's exceeded expectations. If you want to be the first to say he's the next Joe Montana, or he's the franchise quarterback,
but Gene felt that way,
or he'll be the franchise quarterback for the next what's a franchise quarterback? Next 6 years, definitely. If you want to say that, okay, and it looks good early, and I'm not saying
brilliant early. I'm not saying it looks better than good.
Okay,
all right,
but I'm not. I'm just because of who I am. I'm not going to say he's going to be one of the greats. He played 9 games.
Right. And it's off, and 2 of those were a playoff game. He's off to a great start.
He's off to a great start.
And he's in a beautiful situation, right?
So, but here's the thing. This is it's great that he's off to a great start. And it's great that he's been really good. But what doesn't matter anymore is that he was the 7th pick in the draft, or 7th round pick in the draft, or whether he's the real deal or not. He's going to be judged by how far this team goes.
Right. And the wins that he stacks up.
And the expectation is Super Bowl. So all he has to do, and I mean that facetiously, is be good enough to be the starting quarterback on a Super Bowl team, this 49er team.
And he's off to a great start.
And if he does that, it won't matter if he sets all kinds of passing records. It just means that he was the quarterback that finally, it's been that long a time, but he was the quarterback that he just needs he needs to be the quarterback that can get Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers over the top. Darren in Richmond. What's going on, Darren? Appreciate it.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm just giving y'all a call back. What's up, Goof?
Hey, I know you happy.
Hey, listen. Hey, I'm a man of my word. I told you I was going to call you back Monday, win or lose, man. I wanted to call you Friday, though, and give you my keys to victory, right, which obviously didn't happen. One of the keys was getting to the quarterback. We had a bright spot. His name was T.J. Watt. I'm still optimistic about our season. However, Patrick Peterson is a liability in our secondary. He cannot guard these youngsters out here. I'm talking about Hall of Famer, had a great career. But mark my words, during the season, he's going to cost us a few games. He's going to give up some big passes, bro. His days has came and gone. great locker room.
And he's still talking, though. Yeah, Steiny, that's what, like, he is done. He's on the back nine, but he's still running his mouth like if he just came out of college. And then he just got not exposed. You get abused yesterday. Like, what would make you just out of nowhere say, I watched Brock on film, he going to throw one to me, and then go out there and get just mollywopped. That's what old heads do.
It's the confidence that got him to the league in the first place, probably.
Yeah.
That's
You've been on a few teams now, Stoney.
No, and somebody here says it only matters what Shanahan and the players think. That's right. What doesn't matter is our opinion. That's 408. That's kind of what I'm getting at is whether it doesn't matter anymore. Like the 49ers finally have they're not going to Sam Darnold. Okay, they ain't going to Sam Darnold unless, God forbid, something happens to Purdy.
Just like last year.
So what I mean is, whether you think Purdy's going to be great or whether you want to see more out of Purdy, whether you think he's going to turn into a pumpkin at some point or whether you think he's got superstar written all over him, like, I agree. That part, those opinions kind of don't matter anymore. They really don't. It's about 49ers winning the Super Bowl, and is Purdy good enough to lead them there? And if he's not, will he be good enough to lead them there next year and the year after? That's all that matters, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I guess it's just...
I mean, if you're into the story and the narrative, that's great. Have fun.
This is movie-like. Yeah. Okay. But, like, when I say Patrick Mahomes or Jalen Hurts, there's a confidence or a bravado you or any other football fan would have in saying that he's good at his job. And I just think we're reluctant to sign off on Brock Purdy because of the sum of games may not be equal enough for some. But, Steiny, I watched this game. I'm not saying I'm an expert. I watch and analyze what situation he's in, how he's getting the ball to damn near everybody, who he has in the backfield. Brock Purdy's a smart football player. It's upstairs first, and now he's getting the reward. So I would just, for the people that are not ready to sign off and they're not there yet, the clock's ticking. And as he continues to stack these wins like the Niners do, Steiny, at what juncture, I guess I'm asking you or anybody, will you say, you know what, this dude's for real? Because I think I'm there now.
Okay.
And I'm in the fast track because I wasn't. I thought, we got to see him. But those two playoff wins for me let me know this dude's the real deal with the two that Kyle.
He's got to stay healthy.
No doubt. They all do, but you're right.
Well, no. They all have. A lot of them have already. I mean, he got hurt after 8 games. That's it. He's playing his year 2. So, I mean, but again, if you think he's the real deal and I want to see a little bit more, I'm like, I'm not ready to go there. It's only been 9 games. That's the part that kind of doesn't matter because he's going to be the starting quarterback unless something happens. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see a bunch of callers. We'll get into those on the other side. And don't forget, it's all brought to you by Lucky California.
I want winners.
ugly start to finish today. 49ers dominated 30-7 the final score.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Joe Davis, Fox Sports. 49ers 30 and the Pittsburgh Steelers 7. Goo, as I was trying to say before the last break.
I'll cut you off.
No.
Oh.
The point I was trying to make was that it doesn't matter about whether you believe or not believe in Brock Purdy anymore. He's the quarterback of the 49ers. The question is, can the 49ers win the Super Bowl? That's the question.
And you know where I'm at.
That's the question. Yeah. That's what I'm getting at is the quarterback discussion other than performance is over.
I agree.
It's Purdy. And yesterday he was 19 for 29. And
first game back.
Aiyuk was sensational. And McCaffrey was electric. It's about this team.
Yeah. And this is what I say about your Super Bowl thing. Steiny, when I'm watching the game yesterday, I don't come in here and I'm always giddy to get on the radio. But the Niners have been doing what they did yesterday for 4 years. Okay, and I know 20 they were injured or whatnot, but I'm just telling you, this team is primed. It's ready. It has everything I believe. And to watch Brock Purdy come out, take those hits, and I know we'll talk to Willard or Dibbs in a couple hours here, but in a crazy way, that was my biggest concern. And yesterday he got hit. We talked about the 3 sacks by Watt and McKivitz. Okay, they're going to work on that. But when it's 20-0 on the road against a team that became America's darlings all of a sudden and in the middle of the night, you got a lot to be happy for. Nick Bosa, was I concerned? Hell yes, about him not playing in the preseason or being there. And Steiny, they left him out to get reps. He was spry, fresh. Like, what part, if you're a Niner fan, of yesterday's victory, like, what didn't you like? Because it had to be a perfect, Steiny, was almost a perfect game.
Yeah, almost. Almost. If the only 2 nitpicks would be the penalties and
the 3 sacks.
The 3 sacks. But, hey, that's acknowledging that's the nitpick. That's the nitpick. And San Francisco 49ers, the goal of this season is to be the best team in the NFC and be the last one standing.
Did you notice how they didn't even have to go to the Debo package? They didn't even line McCaffrey up out. They just did him traditional.
Right.
With how you use the standard because they can't stop you. They didn't even – and my point moving forward is when they play the Rams or the Eagles in Dallas – maybe you'll always have that book of we can use Debo different, we can use Christian different. But yesterday they didn't have to. It was manu a manu, and a physical team led by Mike Tomlin got just knocked out at home.
Yes, they did. Buzz is in Cocoa, Florida.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Buzz.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, I got a concern. I'm not Mr. Negative that wants to just rake over the problems in the team. The team looked great overall. My concern is that turnstile right tackle we have named McKibben. Why didn't Shanahan chip block him or double team him or have Juszczyk help block? That guy cost us 14 points second half. He stopped 2 or 3 drives. What the hell was Shanahan thinking not blocking that guy double team?
That's fair, Steiny, but people will probably pepper Kyle this week about that. But if you're McKivitz, wouldn't you tell this caller, hey, it was my first game and it was a future Hall of Famer. Give me a chance.
That's what I would say.
Because if that's Micah Parsons or your boys in Philly or any other good defense, Steiny, it's going to be problems. And again, the only bad thing I saw about yesterday, and I heard Shasky say this, and I meant it and I felt it. Watt came free, and Purdy didn't see him, and it was almost like the Reddick hit. Like, oh, my gosh. And he was able to stay upright, went to the ground. But, Steiny, obviously you don't want your quarterback to be hit, but we talked about it. Health, not the game, is what's in Brock Purdy's way for me. And the way you can avoid that is keep those guys off of him is hard. but he took one too many hits for me. And then I got to give Brock credit, Donnie. He's fancy. He ain't no statue back there. He'll get out and run, put himself in harm's way, and try to mix it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Joel's in Berkeley. Hey, Joel, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing well, guys. Hey, on my favorite part of the game, the total dominance was nice. I thought the offense looked good, efficient. Aiyuk was brilliant. But, man, the linebackers, and Fred's always good, but Greenlaw was everywhere. He was like red slime. You could not get him off you. And the same with Mooney Ward. Man, he had that dude covered. I don't know. It looked like that guy was wearing him like a glove. He was all over that guy all day, and it was impressive. Nobody was open. And, I felt bad for Kenny Two Gloves. He didn't have a chance to throw it to an open receiver. No chance.
No.
The secondary looked amazing.
Yep, everybody, top to bottom. Thanks, Joel. Appreciate the call. 628. Let's stop talking about the Eagles' defense like they're a top defense. They look terrible. They looked terrible yesterday on defense. They are not a top 10 defense. Yeah, it's one game.
Yeah, we'll slow down. And they ended your season last year.
Let's chill out.
Bastani, let me throw this at you because we're throwing it. What was your favorite part about the game yesterday? Like, just Matt Steinmetz's favorite part, not a Niner fan, not what you think the fans' favorite part, but if you're invested in that team and you know what was being said, who was hurt, who was coming back, what was Steiny's like? You know what? That's my takeaway, Goo.
They looked very crisp offensively to start the game, and they looked very well coached. The penalties outside, I'm talking mostly on their offense and how they executed and how quick they are and just how boom, boom they are offensively. They seem to have more bang, bang offensive plays than other teams. Don't ask me to explain that other than they don't throw 6 bombs a game, but they throw 3 slants that get you 23. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I was probably most impressed with was they looked kind of like a well-oiled machine offensively the first 3 or 4 possessions. So they came out and just did everything they wanted to.
I want to give you some credit, and you're going to be like, what for? But Friday, the end of the show, you were like, Goo, every player on the Niners offense is not going to stack the stat sheet. And we talk about when it's not about you, but you help your brother out, the blocking by the receivers, Kittle. But yesterday it was Aiyuk and McCaffrey. And Debo made a great catch. But that doesn't mean Debo and Kittle were less, impactful. It was they didn't get the numbers, but Steiny, for the others to get off was just a reminder to me that the Steelers didn't have the defense to make the Niners have to use everything. But the Niners got a lot in that tool belt. It's like Batman's tool belt, Steiny. And there's going to come a game or a defense, they're going to have everybody on point. But yesterday was a prime example of, Aiyuk stay. It's Aiyuk and C-Mac, and we're fine. And Brock Purdy being John Stockton.
That's why I wouldn't start George Kittle on my fantasy team.
I'm not mad at you.
And I'd worry about Debo too. Because not that each of them probably over the course of the season won't have some great games, but it looks like their 2 leading guys, obviously McCaffrey, and then it looks like Purdy's going to go to Aiyuk as his favorite.
Do you think there's something going on there?
It certainly looked like it yesterday.
Mad, but we'll see.
And of course, Aiyuk trying to build on his.
He's trying to get paid.
68 yards per game last year.
We get to
with a big year this year. Let's go to Lori in Phoenix.
Our girl.
Hey, Lori, how you doing?
Hey, guys. So, that game yesterday, I was expecting it to be a whole heck of a lot closer. I will be honest, I was a little bit nervous going in thinking that, this one might be the toughest one that they're going to face in their first 4. And it was obvious very early that either we were wrong about Pittsburgh or we were really right about the Niners because yeah, they executed. They look like they're performing on all cylinders. So, I mean, yeah, you're always going to have some issues with your O-line. I mean, you're not going to be perfect everywhere. I don't understand. People just, the negativity that you're still hearing from portions of the fan base, like right tackle, this. Yeah, of course you're going to have some issues. There's going to be sloppy play. There's going to be penalties. It's week 1, first of all, so you're going to have some of that. But to me, the most important part of this game was watching Purdy. He walked into Pittsburgh, and you're playing in a hostile environment, and you're playing on the East Coast at the 10 o'clock time slot, which is harder for West Coast teams. The kid showed so much composure. He looks like a seasoned vet out there. He doesn't, I watched a lot of games yesterday. I watched, the Daniel Jones, who looked awful, but watching Justin Fields, watching all those new rookie quarterbacks, none of them have the composure that this kid has at this time, at this age. So, regardless of what happens from here on in, I'm a believer in Purdy. I think he's obviously executing this particular offense in a way that it hasn't been executed in several years. They're putting up 30 a game. As long as they're doing that, I don't care if he's a top 5 quarterback. I don't care if Aiyuk's a top 25 receiver. These guys are putting up numbers. They're winning games, and they can win a Super Bowl. That's all that we should be concerned about at this point. So stay healthy, and let's go.
Wow. Thanks, Lori. Appreciate the call.
Spot on as usual.
I'm going to wait for her to hang up, and then I'm going to say I got to push.
You better be careful.
I got to push back a little,
on what?
A little bit on something Lori said.
Oh.
I don't believe we've been negative at all today. I believe that it's been 90% positive with.
Well, she's going Twitter too, though, Stoney, or X. Well, she's on X.
I mean, nobody's dwelling on the penalties.
Yeah.
Nobody's dwelling on the offensive line. We're dwelling on Purdy and McCaffrey and Aiyuk and the defense and the dominance. And we're thinking about how the 49ers looked, how the Eagles look, how the Cowboys look, how the rest of the league look.
Their peers.
And right now, 49ers can certainly feel good about their opening win, and so can their fans, no doubt.
I know I've never been mistaken for Ron Jaworski, the quarterback expert, but Stoney, I mean what I'm about to tell you. If you tell me, Goo, what's a good quarterback? Let me go to the park and let me throw the ball. Let me show you how fast I run. That's not it. I'd give you a marker and go up to the whiteboard and show me what you would do, reading certain defenses, because that's what Brock Purdy has that I don't think, he's getting enough credit for, Steiny. It's what's inside the helmet and his ability to process and read. I know we keep saying it, but that's what has him or makes him feel like he's one step ahead, and why he's playing quarterback for the Niners easy. Yesterday, every time he dropped back, he had an answer for whatever the Steelers were trying to do. And again, he's lucky because he's blessed to have a lot of, guys that are good in regard to the weaponry around him. But that's what I'm falling in love with from Brock Purdy is, Steiny, he's smart. And I know this, and I'm going Uncle Gene on you, who called earlier. Joe Montana did not have the Dan Marino or John Elway cannon. Joe Montana was not Randall Cunningham, or he wasn't a statue, but he had something only he had in between the ears. And I just feel like from Lori's call, that's what was on display yesterday. It's why Brock Purdy is now 7-0, and I'll see if he falls off, but I'm going to tell you this, Donnie, I will be shocked as all outdoors. This dude's here to stay, man.
Let's go to Fabian in Maryland. Hey, Fabian, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on? I'm actually driving back from Pittsburgh to Baltimore now. I was at the game.
Nice.
Wow.
You know what? That Pittsburgh crowd was electric walking into the game, but we took the energy out of them in the first quarter. It was crazy to see. Felt like a baseball game after. And hey, Guru, congrats to your Cowboys. That was a big, impressive win by both teams. But I got 2 comments. I feel like the only kind of negative I can look at is I kind of thought we kept McCaffrey in for too long. Wanted to see Elijah Mitchell get up in there a little bit. And, we talk about Bosa as the best player on defense, and I won't argue that. But I think Fred Warner is right there with him. I mean, I don't think he's like, head and shoulders above Warner at all, and maybe even Greenlaw too. But that's it. That's my comments. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. And Steiny, I came in here apologizing to Fred Warner. I don't know what it's been, but I've never overlooked his greatness or his brilliance, but I always started Bosa. I just never come in here and tell you guys about Fred Warner. I know he's badass, but now it's just becoming more apparent to me, especially yesterday. And maybe it was just the hit that woke me up. I knew, Fred, if you're listening, I know you're a bad boy, but you are just as important as Bosa to this defense, man.
If Guru says it, you got to take it to the bank.
We'll cut that.
The only thing you forgot is no shade at Bosa.
No, it's just a compliment to why this team has been, a threat to win the Super Bowl. I keep going to it since 19.
Rich in Fremont.
Rich.
What's up, Rich? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I don't care what no one says. That was a thorough beatdown yesterday. Thorough. I mean, I saw that game. I was like, are you kidding me? This offense was clicking. The defense was hammering the Steelers. And that guy with Peterson, dude, was he even on the field?
Old man Peterson.
Yeah, he talked about he going to get a pick. I'm like, dude, you better figure out how to pick your nose first before you talk about getting a pick, okay? Because Purdy laid it right in Aiyuk's breadbasket with Peterson on him, and he couldn't do nothing.
Man.
That game was the way you start the season. That's how you handle that. I called into Willard Gift Friday, and I told him, I said, this kid Purdy is the real deal.
Man.
Thanks, fellas.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call.
Man.
Yeah, he was good yesterday.
Yeah, he was better than the guy he was going up against. Now I know, Kenny Pickett out of Pitt, Stoney was supposed to be the savior, and I'm not writing him off. But if I had to pick right now, if you said, Goo, who do you think the better quarterback of the two is Brock Purdy.
I mean, what quarterbacks? I mean, if based on what we've seen, just the games he's played.
Wow.
Just the games he's played, he's a top 10 quarterback. Now, why wouldn't people put him there? Well, because he hasn't played a lot of football. But if you go with just the games he's played, he's got to be a top 10 quarterback.
Man.
Dre's in Lemoore. Hey, Dre, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Great show, guys.
Thank you.
It's a good day. You're welcome. It's a good day to be a 49er fan.
For sure.
Hey, back a long time ago, I was at the Monday night game in Anaheim where John Taylor had 2 90-yarders.
I remember that game.
Blocking for him. You remember that?
Jerry Rice.
Yes, sir. Jerry Rice was blocking for him all the way down. That's been a staple of the 49ers game for a long time. And when I seen Aiyuk decleat that DB, I was like, wow. And then what impressed me was McLeod came, and he could have got a clip blocking in the back. He was very smart on his blocking to let McCaffrey finish that TD.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was great. And then later on the interception, where our man tipped the ball.
Yeah.
And then what was it? It was Warner tipped the ball, and then
Hufanga.
What's my name?
Hufanga. Yeah.
Hufanga. Yeah. One of the 49ers linemen went to block, and then he held up. They were playing very disciplined. He made sure did not do a block in the back. The Niners were well prepared yesterday. They were disciplined. The only things I'm concerned about is Colton McKivitz. But then again, T.J. Watt makes a lot of right tackles look bad.
There you go. Thanks, Dre. Appreciate the call as
again,
always.
I got my pen, Steiny. I understand, you take a test, you get a 90. You still want to see what questions you got wrong, but you still got an A. Evan, if I were to ask you, what are people making too much? You've been with us since we started the show of McKivitz's outing in a 30-7 win to you.
I mean, the fact that T.J. Watt had 3 sacks and they lost by 23 points at home in their opener is pretty indicative of how dominant everywhere else the 49ers were. So, I didn't even notice Colt McKivitz.
I'll be honest. I thought it was 2 to this morning. It was 3, but okay. But I get it. When you got, what is it? When you have standards, you don't want that on the ledger, right? So we'll see what McKivitz does this Sunday against the Rams.
I mean, you can be ecstatic about the win and be worried about McKivitz. That's fine. Al in Half Moon Bay. What's up, Al? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Love the show.
Thank you.
Couple things real quick. Number one, I love the way the Niner fans took over that stadium yesterday. Amazing to hear and see. And secondly, I don't think you guys are throwing hate or anything like that, but I hear, not only in your show, but other shows on the radio station, there's a lot of ambivalence in regards to Purdy. When is it enough? When is the body of work going to be enough? And the one thing I'll say is this: the way he processes what's happening in front of him at the point of attack is amazing. I haven't seen that in a while, and you see that in your veteran quarterbacks and things like that, because he knows when to step up, when to slide right, when to slide left, when to let it go. When Peterson came unguarded, and I thought he saw him in his eye. He just waited, and he kind of went to the right, and he kind of made a play after that. To me, was indicative of who this guy is. But the best thing I like about him is the way he processes the game. He is so amazing, and he's taken this offense to where Shanahan has always envisioned it being. And for me, I think we need to just stop with the quarterback talk, let him play, give him the keys to the car, the boat, the motorcycle, whatever he needs, and let's go. The one concern I had was special teams. I think Fitzgerald for the Pittsburgh, he had a couple of long breaks that if he didn't get tackled, he's taken it to the house. That was the only concern I had. In regards to the tackle, it's going to happen. It's the first game. It's against a future Hall of Famer, so I get it. But all in all, I thought that was an amazing, amazing performance by everybody across the board. Fred Warner was a human missile against Najee Harris. It was fantastic to see. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the call. Appreciate the call. By the way, if you have the over under, I like the over of Brandon Aiyuk averaging more yards receiving per game than last year. I like the over for Aiyuk there. Yeah. Last year he was at 59 yards a game receiving. Man. I like the over.
Yeah. That's a safe bet, partner.
Yeah, I think he's gonna average more than that.
8 for 129 yesterday, 16 average.
Exactly. All right, listen, I gotta make some. There's no
a rat.
There is no discussion about Brock Purdy. There is none, and I'll tell you why. Not only is there no discussion about Purdy, it's just about the 49ers. That's all that matters. Monster Monday is brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Niner game.
Watch.
First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
Trying to do something here with Christian McCaffrey. Got a bruising block from Brandon Aiyuk. Got another from Ray McCloud. Turned it into a touchdown. It's a 65-yard lightning strike from McCaffrey. Stealing the momentum right back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Davis, Fox Sports.
What a great run, Steiny.
Was a great run.
And blocking, McCloud and Aiyuk.
Can I,
Well, you had something.
There's something that's, it's just.
Eating at you?
It's annoying me a little bit, but I don't want to focus on the annoying part. I want to focus on the positive part. So I'm getting sick and tired of this straw man argument about Brock Purdy. I'm tired of this. Oh, that's why there's no divide about Brock Purdy. There's no disagreement about Brock Purdy for the most part. Of course, there's people extreme at both ends, but there's no difference. Guru, you think Brock Purdy's the real deal?
No doubt about it.
Okay, ask me if I think he's the real deal.
Steiny, do you think Brock's the real deal?
Sure looks like it.
There we go. And you said you need to see more.
There's no disagreement here.
Where are you getting that? Why did you say that?
Because everybody's Bosa with the Brock Purdy haters.
But that's true.
No, it isn't.
We did 4 months of shows, not knowing. Come on.
Okay. So
okay. Well, let it out. But I want to just.
It's a joke.
But you
Nobody
said on
thinks
this program,
Brock Purdy stinks.
Oh yeah. Come on now.
Well, who are we talking about?
Oh well.
Who are we talking about? We're talking about
now. When you say
idiots,
that,
apparently,
right. Yeah. Nobody's saying stink.
Well. Then what's the disagreement?
Well, I think what Bosa was hearing and saying, Steiny, was not to the extreme of stink. Can you maintain the job?
Okay.
Can you be the next franchise quarterback?
Can he? Is that a hater? Can he?
Well, I guess I would have to ask Nick. Did he see?
You think
there's no
he
doubt?
Is.
Yeah,
he can be.
No
I
doubt.
think he might be.
So I'm agreeing with you.
Well, that's because the amount of people out there that think Brock Purdy will fail, that think Brock Purdy isn't any good.
And it's out there, Steiny.
But it's 4% of the people on planet Earth.
But it was loud enough for Nick to address him.
Well, that's fake. That's fake. That's fake motivation you're just using on yourself.
You going
which
Jordan,
is fine.
MJ?
Yes, it doesn't exist.
He was giving love to his quarterback.
That's fine. Find me one person who's going to say Brock Purdy. Who would bet against Brock Purdy? Nobody. There's just people that are saying, he's still only in his second year. Let's see if he can keep it up. So this whole divide, this whole Brock Purdy, no. It's two groups of people. The people that are sold on Brock Purdy and the people who think it's looking good early and just want to watch him.
But early's
play more.
Getting late is that's
not
where I'm
for
at.
me.
Okay,
not for me.
And that's where I was going.
Can I have a season and a half?
Yeah, no doubt.
That's all I want. Give me
more.
a season and a half.
Because I love that you pointed that out, because where I was going is what you said was the difference between you picking the Eagles, we'll just use the Eagles for this one, or the Niners. And it was because you felt like you knew more about the Eagles quarterback than the Niners. Now, that doesn't equate to stink.
Experience.
Right.
There's no substitute for experience.
No doubt. And Brock just added another 4 quarters to the resume.
You know what, 49 fan? I'm not a quarterback guru, all right? I'm not ready to proclaim after 8 Brock Purdy games that he's going to be great. He sure looks good.
Enjoy
he
the
looks
ride.
Damn good.
Yeah.
But
why you let it trigger you?
But because people are talking. Everybody's talking about. There are 2 Brock fans. Those that believe, those that don't believe.
Well, there's a team in the middle too. Yeah.
It's concocted. It doesn't exist.
Well, it's all we had, Steiny. It's all people had until the season started yesterday. So we should be talking about the game that the team won.
Jonathan in San Jose. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm doing great. Happy Victory Monday. Got to say, man, outstanding performance on both sides of the field. Got to give it up to the coaches as well. I love to see those play calls. And I was excited for the season. I'm more than excited ever now to see what we got what else is bringing for the season. Go Niners, man. We got to bring your shit back to the Bay. We need it. We've had it in our hands, and it slips off. So it's our year this year, man. You guys have a good day.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Well, the Niner fans say it's 95. The quest for 6.
Can I ask a question? Is it ship or chip?
Chip.
Oh, I thought he said ship. Bring back the ship, meaning the championship.
Oh, I thought he was talking old ship. Yeah, relax, Donnie.
Why?
Because that's over. Well, I said it's 2 scoreboards, but we got games now, so you ain't going to be hearing all that.
Well, let's see. Let's see if I hear any more.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So you didn't like hearing Bosa say that. I thought it was awesome that he gave his quarterback love.
I think it's awesome too. But the idea, all I'm saying is the idea that there's a significant or meaningful group of fans out there.
Well, it's not. Yeah.
Who
it's on Twitter.
Who think? I want to know where on Twitter.
Well, you gotta.
Can you be more
Matthews,
specific?
just put in Niners. Put in Brock Purdy. You'll see people fighting.
There are quite a few people picking Pittsburgh and roll over the Niners yesterday. Those were the Purdy hate. Okay. All right. Yeah, if you pick Pittsburgh, you hate Brock Purdy. That's what we're talking about. I mean, the guy was good. The guy's been good.
No doubt about it.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. Best part of the 49ers win yesterday over the Pittsburgh Steelers. What was it? Was it you got about a dozen things to pick from? Dozen things. I just think the overall execution early, I thought they were crisp. They came out. You know, I don't know how many of the first plays are scripted, but they clearly are pretty good at scripting those first plays of those first couple drives, Goo.
Yeah, and I give the credit to Kyle on that, Stoney. I mean, he puts together the game plan. But I'll say this for me, my answer to your question, because I like it, is I'm going to go health. And it was the fact that Bosa was able to play as many snaps as he did with no training camp, and then the fact that Brock Purdy was able to get hit, get back up. I have called off the dogs. And now I know any player in the NFL, not for long, it could happen. But I just can't believe I spent so much time thinking, man, this dude, when he gets hit upside the head. Pittsburgh, got to him. And Steiny, he just showed he's healthy and he's ready, and so is Bosa.
888-957-9570 is the number. I was just going to get to this 408. The best part was Purdy was back. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, that's kind of gotten lost a little bit. You brought it up earlier in the show, but this guy got knocked out of the last game he played last season.
Oh, you preaching.
There was a little gray area. Was he going to be ready? Is he not going to be ready? But timetable looks good. Well, timetable worked out perfectly. And Brock Purdy looked exactly like Brock Purdy looked last season. That could easily be the most optimistic thing a 49er fan saw yesterday. No doubt about it.
What about when he got the first down and he did the Mike? He's got some cockiness to him. And you and I have never been a pro athlete, so I wouldn't know. But I know the great ones. You got to have an edge. And you can't tell me that doesn't resonate in the locker room, seeing your quarterback who pretty much during the week is quiet. But Evan, just see him get the first down and and you earned it. Like ball game, it's a wrap. You can't. I like it. And I think it fits, and I think it goes a long way with his teammates.
Well, I mean, the one thing I keep thinking about with
Brock.
What's that?
No, a cocky Brock is what I said, yeah.
The one thing I always think about when I think of Purdy is 55 games he played in college, and he played for a school that wasn't a powerhouse. He played for a team that was usually playing against somebody as good or better than them every game. So I wonder if in that environment that's where he didn't learn a lot of poise, because they weren't a great team. And maybe there were nights when they were overmatched in college, but that's what he learned to deal with. Maybe he learned to deal with dominant defenses that were going to kind of manhandle his front line and some of his position players.
Interesting.
Maybe that's one of the things that kind of prepared him for the NFL. I think it's possible, because You can't not acknowledge his poise. You just can't. I mean, he looks like he's got total command of the 49er offense. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers 1-0. Great start. They play the Rams next week. And the one thing, Goo, and maybe get back on this a little bit that I was thinking about was the fact that can we, as fans, like put the numbers behind? Like,
talk to me. What do you mean? The numbers behind?
Like, can we as fans just keep one number in mind? Their record. They're 1-0. In other words, well, Bosa didn't have any sacks, so who cares? You know what I mean?
Oh, I totally get it. And I think they know that.
Well, Deebo Samuel only caught 5. Who cares?
Yeah.
Well, George Kittle doesn't look like he's going to catch it, so what? Like,
they're tired of coming in second place, man, or almost second place, Donnie. And I believe that's the title of the Jam this year. They know they won't make excuses, but we talked about it. Bonte had brought it up this offseason about they were talking or complaining the 49er players were too much on Twitter about the result of having their quarterback knocked out in the NFC Championship game, and the bottom line was they didn't win. I think they are sacrificing, Steiny, stats, whatever it takes for the Niners to go get that trophy, man. And that's what was reflective of to me. I know it was just one game, but Aiyuk blocking, Debo, McLeod, this team don't care how they get it as long as they get it done. And I'm not just saying this, Steiny. This team is backing it up by their actions. And for Bosa to come out and say what he said, lets you know when he picks up the phone or on IG, whatever he's on, he's hearing the noise about the doubt about his quarterback, because that's what it falls under. And Brock Purdy went out and was damn near perfect yesterday. No turnovers, recovering fumbles on his back, looking up at God. I mean, the dude can do no wrong right now. And I'm going to be pretty hard-pressed to find, or we are collectively, Steiny, as a station, unless they play Dallas or Philly, when they do, how many defenses out there are going to be able to stop what the Niners are going to try to do every Sunday? Let me tell you, not many. We thought Pittsburgh might be able to do it, and look how that turned out.
Long season.
Yeah, that is.
Long season. Here is what Guru was referring to with Nick Bosa.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you'd love to get a good start. We had 5 sacks today as a D-line, so Chris was definitely happy. Drake broke out, which we were expecting. So we just have so many players, and it's fun to watch Aiyuk do his thing, and Purdy shut some haters up. So it's nice to be on a really good team.
Yeah, to me, the scariest thing he said,
give it to me,
was it's nice to be on a really good team.
And those are facts.
Because if Nick Bosa is one of the best defensive players in the league, and he thinks his team can beat anybody, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, there's something about Bosa too. I truly believe he doesn't give a rat's behind that he didn't have any sacks yesterday.
Oh, that's especially a compliment. That's the biggest compliment you could give him, Steiny.
Especially after he got paid.
That might have something to do with it too, but still.
It might.
He was feeling good.
888-957-9570 is the number. And what was the best part of that win yesterday? We talked all off season about the way this season was coming down for the 49ers, their goals, what their ambitions are, and they opened up in Pittsburgh, a place that I think we all thought was going to be a tough opener at the very least, and they just took control of that game from start to finish. What was your favorite part of that game, or what's the thing that you saw yesterday where you say, you know what, that's going to be something we can count on all year long? Wow. What was it yesterday? Because yesterday you had a lot of great performances, but what about those great performances do you look at and say, you know what, that can translate to week 2, week 4, week 8, and throughout the season? 888-957-9570 is the number. And the San Francisco 49ers, I guess I guess in a way you could say they held serve with their competition in the NFC. With Dallas playing well and winning in a blowout, and the Eagles winning on the road, 49ers kind of held serve.
Mm-hmm.
All those teams won. The Cowboys looked pretty good. The Niners looked real good. It's just going to be I think it's going to be a fun year to keep your eye on everybody else in the NFC. Just yesterday with all the games, you got another NFC team that you wouldn't sleep on?
The Detroit Lions, and that started Thursday because I feel like they picked up right where they left off. I feel like they have an identity. They're underdogs. They got some moxie to them, Steiny, so that's real. But there were three teams since you asked me that I was disappointed in. And those were the Minnesota Vikings losing to Baker Mayfield at home. I'm not blaming Kirk Cousins because him and Justin Jefferson were unstoppable in the first. Justin Jefferson were unstoppable in the first half, and then Steiny had 2 completions the second. And then Seattle to lose to the Rams team without Cooper Kupp. I had the Rams dead, the Lambs, so that shocked me. And then also too, Joe Burrow. I know he got paid. But what happened there? And I know
he's hurt.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, well, then that would explain it. But I mean, that output against Cleveland, that was kind of like yikes. So it's 1 week, but I told you it's like a year in the NFL, and that's why we love it so. But those are a couple things that stood out to me, and I think Dallas, Philly. I know it won't be a 3-man race, Donnie, a 3-man game, but Dallas, Philly, and the Niners are playing for home field advantage in the NFC.
Well, that's what we're.
So when you say held serve, you're right.
I think that's what we're thinking. Those 3 teams are going to be obviously the big boys this year. All things being equal, you never know what can happen with injuries, but it looks like we got 3 pretty good teams in the NFC, even though the Eagles escaped in a less impressive way.
They won.
Joe's in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
Yeah, we can get our pom-poms out that Dallas put a donut on the Giants. But let me tell you their problem. They don't got a power back. You need a power back in this league. All right, we're done with them now. That's my team, but we're done with them. 49ers look like they're in 5th gear. And it looks like everybody else is a pace car, and the Niners are Mario Andretti up in the lead, ready to win the Daytona or the Indy. So if injuries don't come, they're going to walk right into the Super Bowl, and then that'll be that. But but I'm a realist. I don't sugarcoat. I don't tell people, oh yeah, this and that. But I can't tell you that the 49ers suck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's an idiot speaking. 49ers are good. 49ers, if they don't get injured, size up that ring. I guess that's all I got to say.
Yeah, thanks for the call.
Go ahead, because I got something for you.
I wouldn't size up the ring.
Well,
I wouldn't size up the ring. I would size up the division ring, maybe.
But what about last year? The reason Brock Purdy got on the field is 2 guys before him got hurt. And all that I'm echoing is what we know, Steiny. You cannot predict that injury bug. And for what the Niners endured last year to get to the NFC Championship, you almost deserve a ring for that because many teams are done. When they lose their number 1, it's over. Trying to get to the championship game. Again, Sam Darnold lurks, and we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about the feel-good that they got made possible by beating the crap out of Pittsburgh. But there is a reality that if, the injury happens to the wrong somebody, can you still remain afloat?
That's why you don't get fitted for a ring. Because anything can happen. Anything at all. Even if they're the best team right now, it's about being the best. Are they going to be the best team in 5 weeks, 10 weeks? I mean, they sure had a great debut, that's for sure. Let's go to Joe in Livermore. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Hey, doing well.
It has to be the blocking schemes, whether it's keeping Purdy clean plus the downfield blocking. That block by Aiyuk and pancaking Peterson, that was a thing of beauty. That broke McCaffrey open. So they make a catch and then do all that downfield blocking as well. All year, I don't see anybody stopping them.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I hear him.
It's tough to envision him playing like yesterday and them getting beat. I know that.
Hey, what if you're Jake Moody, though, Stoney? I didn't even bring him up. But let's be honest, there was a lot of noise about him. And I know he was hurt, made a kick in the preseason game to win the game, but it barely went in for some. How do you feel if you're him, though? Hey, Mom, it's your son. How you doing, baby? Yeah, I made all 3. Off to a good start.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I mean, that's the other thing. Now you start thinking, what if they have a really good kicker?
I don't feel like they're going to need a kick, but I hear you.
But then, you know what?
You're going to be getting a lot of 7s or 6s.
Can he be better than Robbie Gold was? Well, Robbie Gold was good. He was really good.
Well,
it's a week-to-week proposition.
They win young.
John in Oakland. Hey, John, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Dynamite.
I wanted to share my favorite thing from the game was the Purdy Aiyuk connection, just overall for a couple of reasons. First off, Purdy got to shut up all those haters, and Aiyuk seems to be breaking out, like, finally after 4 years. And the thing is, Devo is going to do his thing. McCaffrey's going to do his thing. We knew that already. They have that. They've proven that. But Aiyuk has never, proven it. And he goes out there and has that absolute monster game. That's the type of performance that's going to scare defenses going forward in the regular season and in the playoffs. Because all of a sudden, you got to take care of this guy going deep down the field, and then you got Devo going in the slot who can pick up 5, 10, 20, 30 yards. So that's my favorite thing about this offense and the weekend. But I would say that McCaffrey made a MVP-like performance this weekend, and frankly, he's done that every single game for the 49ers. So, my personal favorite was the Purdy Aiyuk connection, but McCaffrey doing what he did and just making that MVP campaign, that was great. And then one more is I love that all of our superstars got some. We had the interception. Fred Warner got all of his tackles. The defensive line got in there and was after the quarterback the entire game. Everybody just contributed, and I mean that's how we're going to win. I don't see how we're not lining up 10 All-Stars for the Pro Bowl. Thanks a lot, guys.
Appreciate the call. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. He said one thing he was having, John. He said that Aiyuk hadn't proven it, but it looks like he's on his way to proving it this year.
Yeah,
that he can have a big time year.
And you mentioned Joe Davis, who was calling the game, Steiny. I mean, anytime you sit down and watch a Niner game, and they don't get paid to talk about certain players, but I mean, even on a national, if the Niners are in prime time, the talk about Brandon Aiyuk he's got it, and now he's showing it. And I know it's one game, but Jennifer Lee Chan, it's funny because that was her last talk with somebody before the game, and she was very, she was energized when it came to him, and man, he just did what she said he was going to do.
888-957-9570 is the number. One more hour left, and then we'll turn it over to Dibbs and Willard. A phenomenal start for the San Francisco 49ers. I think you could argue it really couldn't have started much better. 30-7 at Pittsburgh. They come out healthy, and next week they play the LA Rams. I mean, it's their first opportunity to take control of the NFC West. Rams won. 888-957-9570. It was such a good day yesterday. We're asking you 49er fans, what was the best part of yesterday's game? What was your favorite part? And what part do you think is going to translate the rest of the season? 888-957-9570. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Explore September sales at Whole Foods Market. Save 33% on all supplements with Prime through September 12th. Power your day with your favorite dietary supplements by brands you trust. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. Get a pen and some paper and take some notes. I'm here to tell you about what's working for me and why I've lost 25 pounds, and that is because SodaWeightLoss.com has not disappointed. State-of-the-art weight loss. They've done wonders for myself, and now my family and friends are asking me, Goo, how you doing it? And let me tell you how. No late-night snacking. I'm staying strictly on the diet, and what that means is mind over matter, no late night snacking, no junk food, And right now I can see the results. I'm looking at Bonte, I'm looking at our boss, and they're both on soda and they're losing. So all you got to do is go to sodaweightloss.com. They'll provide you with your own nutritionist, and what that means is accountability. Once a week you do a weigh-in, and if you need some conversations because your week was rough or you almost wanted that cookie and you didn't have it, you'll have somebody to speak to. And right now Rebecca is my consultant, and she's working wonders.
free.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Joe Davis on Fox Sports. Got better after that. 49ers 30, Pittsburgh 7. And we'll get into some Kyle Shanahan sound in a minute. But, again, just a great debut, opening game debut for Brock Purdy. I'm talking season opening debut. You look at all the storylines, Goo. How's Purdy going to be in year 2 to start the season? He was terrific. Brandon Aiyuk sniffing at a career year. People talking about his having a career year. 8 catches for 150 plus. McCaffrey, big game for McCaffrey. Deebo Samuel with some big plays. Defensively, 5 sacks. I mean, it was one of those games where you look up and down the roster and 10, 12 guys were money.
Yeah, and it's why the Niners are a big boy in the NFC. And Steiny, I keep doing it, man. This is not a one-hit wonder. This has been going on since 2019, and right now it looks like they're in love, the coach that is, with his quarterback and his project, who no longer is a project. And I think sky's the limit, and we'll see how this thing plays. But you could not have asked for a better start going up to Pittsburgh, who a lot of people were saying has some talent, than what they did yesterday on both sides of the ball. And again, I don't want to be negative. You tell me if I am. We still, I believe, would have saw this production from this team had Bosa not been on the field. Remember how I was like, it's imperative they get him out there and it'll be good for morale, which it is, and it was. But, Steiny, this team has been there, done that. I just got to give everybody kudos and the coaching staff credit that they're locked in and they're tired of being runner-ups.
Yeah,
that's what I'm getting.
I don't know if Drake Jackson has 3 sacks or not without Bosa, but Nick Bosa wasn't going to be the difference between them winning and losing yesterday. They were so dominant defensively. Jim's in Martinez. What's up, Jim? How you doing?
Guys, let me set the stage. I got a blown hamstring. I lost my wallet. This is all real. I'm going right now to pick my wife up at the hospital. Everything is incredibly good. That's how good that was. All that doesn't matter. She's doing fine. Everything's awesome. You go Aiyuk. You go Drake. You go Purdy. You go the coaches. You think of Aiyuk and Ray blasting people while McCaffrey's running all the way. That's the kind of thing that just makes my heart just jump for joy. Your wide receivers are just busting people down. But the play that still cracks me up the most, when about 18 Steelers jumped off sides on the kick and they blocked it, and Wisnowski goes all rugby and goes around the end. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that was
better, guys. You guys are awesome, man. I love you guys.
Yeah, appreciate it. 650 help. Explain what happened when the Niners had their field goal almost blocked and the punter ran to the 3-yard line, but they called it back because Pittsburgh was offside.
Yeah.
So that
didn't
once
count.
they're offsides, the play's dead.
Yes, sir.
So what happened? But you're allowed to have a free play if it's a regular play.
No, the block kick Wisnowski picks up and ran with it. He didn't get to the first down, so you wouldn't decline the penalty because then it'd be a turnover on down. So you just take the offsides and
had he got the
first and goal. He didn't get 10 yards. He didn't get the first down.
No.
Oh, I thought he did.
So they would they would have been like, hey, forget it. We're good.
Right.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump in, best part of yesterday's opener or something you noticed that you think will have staying power. This is Kyle Shanahan. How'd the game start out for you?
It opened up as good as you could hope for. I thought it was about 28 minutes of really good football and then 2 minutes of really bad football. Just the offense not coming up with points there at the end, just even giving it back to them. And then us not getting that short yardage, the 2 penalties we had, and them scoring at the end of the half put a little damper on it, but it was awesome. We came out, got the ball back, and answered on that first drive, and pretty smooth sailing from there.
Oh, by the way,
it's pretty smooth sailing.
Let the record reflect. They got there on 4th and 1 on the first drive. They made it. It hasn't been a strength of Kyle Shanahan's.
He went for it. There was no question. Bam, your boy Kittle. Did you get flashbacks of the New Orleans Saints run when he got that one?
Well, that was about 70
I was like, he's going to get
yards.
tackled, I think.
Yeah. No, I didn't have flashbacks. But the throw was right on the money. Right on the money. How about Brock Purdy? How do you think he did, Kyle?
I thought Brock had a good game. Made some big plays, got some explosives there and some tight windows. We had some issues in protection, not just issues, that we knew that would going in. Hope he can hold on to it when those do happen, just so we don't turn it over and fumble. But I thought Brock had a hell of a game.
Yep.
That he did. Quarterback rating of 91.3, Stoney QBR.
Yep. Again, 49ers. Yeah, see, like that's what grade does that get on a you know what I mean? What was it, 91?
Yeah, I would say A-.
Okay. So he did lose a fumble. And
he had 2 touchdowns, no picks.
Right.
He was sacked 3 times.
Well, does a sack go against the quarterback rating?
I don't know.
And when you do that formula? Just wondering. Charles in San Jose. Hey, Charles, what's going on, man?
Not much, man. Enjoying this victory Monday, man. Drake Jackson looks like the guy we stole out of the draft. Getting 3 sacks. He's only going to get, but when Bosa gets back to his gets fit, it's only going to become like a nightmare for offensive lines, especially NFC West. I don't think you're going to be able to handle these guys. Hargrove, Bosa, Jackson. It's going to be a fearsome foursome going forward across. But yeah, I'm excited about this D-line the most because they get everything started up front. When they start hitting the quarterback, they start throwing picks, turnovers happen, then we have a turnover party, and then it gets really fun. So, yeah, I'm excited for all this.
Appreciate the call.
We didn't even mention Hargrave. He got his first sack.
Well, if we're going to mention him, we got to say his name right. It's Hargrave.
Yeah.
It's not Hargrove like Mike Hargrove, the human rain delay. Former Texas Ranger.
I'm going to call him the grave digger.
Hate Hargrave. 925, is this the most talented 49ers team since the 94 team? That's too early to say. Remember, I asked Jennifer Lee Chan that. And she said, well, it's hard to say when you haven't played any games yet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But potential.
So we'll see. 49ers with a big blowout win. And here is there's one other Purdy. Here's more on Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan talking about his new quarterback.
A little bit. It's also how hard they are to run against in short yardage, which you guys saw the play before on that. So, they're a really good team, really tough to stop in those situations, and it's always a little bit easier to run it. You think it's easier to run it, but I think you guys saw that in the first one, and we thought we'd get it to the side, and George had to bow around the guy a little bit, but Brock made a perfect throw, which allowed George to turn up the field, and that was huge.
There it is.
Man. Throw it and keep running,
He
Stoney.
almost said, I almost thought I heard there, and Brock made a perfect throw, the kind that Trey just couldn't make consistently for us.
I heard Jimmy in there, too.
Maybe so.
Maybe so.
That might
That's
be
the
fair.
only reason you had
Yeah.
Jimmy and you're going to Super Bowls, but you went up and drafted another kid. But that was half and half. Combo.
Philmo Mike.
Mike.
He's in the city. What's up, Philmo?
Oh, man. I'm chilling like a villain, living, working, chilling. I'm kind of feeling like Guru right now because the most impressive part of yesterday for me, in all reality, was the camaraderie of the team.
Man.
You had Trent Williams and Brock Purdy doing, hitting golf clubs.
I saw that.
Aiyuk and Debo. Aiyuk standing over McCaffrey. Everybody happy for Drake Jackson. Nick Bosa talking about how happy he is for Purdy and for Drake Jackson. We knew he was going to come out. So Drake Greenlaw, even Quan Alexander, he don't even play with the Niners no more. I feel like he felt and sensed that love when he came over at the end of the game and dapped it up with Drake Greenlaw. So ultimately, Guru, you always talk about how, man, if they could be on the same page, this team is on the same page.
Mike, let me give you this. Don't hang up. Let me give you this. And then it really floored me when I saw Lynch on the sideline in his sport coat, but it wasn't, I'm trying to get the line. It was like, I'm a part of something. I helped build this. So I'm like, they got something going, man.
They got something going for real, man. I mean, even when you take into account when the Niners come out of the locker room into the stadium, and you got Trent Williams and Debo Samuel leading the way. Who has their wide receiver and their left tackle leading the way? It's usually Tom Brady or somebody in front. So just to show that there's really no egos. You got Ward doing his thing. Warner, get off of McKivitz line. He was going against T.J. Watt. Get off McKivitz line, man. I didn't even really notice him like that. Watt did what he did. McKivitz didn't do much. So I love it, man. That was the biggest takeaway that I got, really, was that this team is really together.
Thanks a lot, Filmo Mike.
Yeah, he did. That's Donnie. I feel like it means something.
Well, they look together week one.
Yeah.
Week one.
Well, you'd make the argument they've been together 3 of the last 4 years with the success they've had. But I just think as a whole, they want to get it all the way done.
At some point, they're probably going to hit adversity. Then you wonder how they handle adversity. All championship teams go through it. What's their adversity going to look like this year, the San Francisco 49ers adversity? You know it's coming. And if it comes, maybe they're more equipped to deal with it now than any other year. 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru and Steinmetz with you. We got 45 minutes left. And, one guy we haven't talked a lot about yet, but or so far, is maybe their most important player, Christian McCaffrey. 22 carries, 3 receptions, that's 25 touches. And I got to believe if he's getting 20 to 25 touches, that means kind of all systems are go for them offensively, because he's the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting him the ball 20 to 25 times, to me, that tells me it's working. And then you sprinkle in everybody else, and that's what makes a dynamic offense. So McCaffrey was terrific yesterday, too.
No doubt. And he's the engine, Stoney, and it goes back to our earlier conversation. I do believe, and I know some people may not care, you pointed out, there's so many, Mike just talked about, as selfless dudes on this team. But if McCaffrey can, every week you're not going to get a 65-yard touchdown run, but we know what he is, and when he gets going, how he can do it out the backfield, just toting a rock. Steiner, he could be an MVP candidate, and I don't think that's a shock. And I'm looking at Debo, who some would say, was kind of quiet, but 5 for 55 and 11 yards per average on catches for him, Steiny. And you look at Aiyuk, 16 yards per average. I mean, the long 23 for Brandon Aiyuk, 22 for Debo. Kittle had 1 for 11, his longest reception of the 3 he had. This team just has a lot, man. It really does. And they didn't even have to use all of it yesterday to just pound Pittsburgh.
This from the YouTube chat. Francois. I'm just going to say Francois because I can't pronounce the last name, I don't think. And how do you feel if you feel like this? Because this is a little bit where I am. Great win for the 49ers. No doubt. Dominant overall. But let's calm down about talking about winning the Super Bowl at this point. We played against a mid-Pittsburgh offense with a bad-looking quarterback. Let's just wait and see moving forward.
Right. But nobody is overreacting to yesterday. This team was just in the NFC Championship game in the last 2 years. They got pretty much everybody on that team, and they're better. They got more now than they did then. McCaffrey is here. So I would just tell Francois that's what it's about. To me, it ain't just about what happened in Pittsburgh. This is about the last couple of years.
Tim and Benicia. Hey, Tim, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Doing well.
Good. I got a day off work today. It's my birthday.
Nice. Happy birthday.
Niners give us the awesome win yesterday.
No doubt. What do you got?
Hey, I was going to bring up just a funny coincidence. So Brock Purdy's first game in the NFL was December 4th. My latest son, Lucas, he was born on December 4th that day. We were watching the Miami Dolphins and the Niners play, and my son was born at 4:49 p.m. Not only that, he was born 9 pounds 7 ounces from Nick Bosa.
Okay.
And he was 19 and a half inches tall. Nick Bosa had 19 and a half sacks for the year.
So
I just find it very coincidental that, all that happens. And now, I listen to the morning roast a lot because I work at a hospital, so I work early shifts. But I hear them talk a lot about, it's always won in the trenches, the Super Bowl.
Right.
So I feel like getting Hargrave and seeing Drake Jackson do what he did, and Bosa and Eric Armstead, I just think the front defense is just going to hold us all year as long as we stay healthy. And I think the other part of it is McCaffrey. I think on the other side, it's just the threat of he can do anything, and it just opens up lanes. I mean, we saw Aiyuk just explode yesterday. So that's my take. I just think there are two, weapons that are really going to catapult us to the Super Bowl. I'm hoping is Nick Bosa on the defensive side and Christian McCaffrey on the offensive. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Tim. And congratulations. Your boy's going to have a birthday in a couple months. He's going to turn 1 year old. All right. The one thing, when we talk about Pittsburgh, I mean, like the problem with it being this early in the season is we don't know who's going to be good or who's not going to be good. We have no idea. So,
lost to the Bears last year, and look what they ended up doing.
Exactly, and that turned out to be a terrible loss. That was a big reason why they didn't have home field. So, listen, if the Steelers go 6-11, well, this is going to be a game we look at and say, well, they took care of business. If the Steelers go 12-5, it's a win where you look at it and say, man, we just beat a playoff team. We opened the season with a playoff team, and we beat them 30-7. So, nobody really knows how good any team is yet. All you can do, Goo, is go off that first game.
Yeah, you're right, but there's also a feel component to it in regard to how good you feel your team is, and we talked about it. So more time than not during these 17 weeks, now 16, Steiny, if the Niners, if they want to get home field advantage, we're talking about 2, 3, maybe 4 losses at the most, maybe not even that. So Niner fans should get ready for more Mondays like this, because more times than not, you think you're going to be the winner, because you're playing for something.
How many times are they going to be the winner of the 17?
I think they're good 14-3. I could see 15-2.
I'd have to take the under, just because it would be the smart thing to do. Nothing personal. That's a lot of wins in the NFL. What team won the most games last year? Did the team with the most wins offhand, Goo?
Philadelphia Eagles.
Was it 14-3?
Yeah, I believe it was
13-4. Eagles were 13-4, right? And the Niners were, the Eagles were 14-3. So it was one game separating them. Then I'm sure that regular season obviously mattered. It's more Kyle Shanahan. How about Brandon Aiyuk?
A lot. As much as I do, all of our guys. We've got some pretty good eligibles. You don't go in thinking that it's going to all be Aiyuk like it was today. You go in with a pretty balanced, and thing that just me looking at the stats right before I came in, anytime you throw it someone 8 times and all 8 of them are completions, that means you're doing some real good stuff.
Yeah, 8 targets, 8 completions.
Still think our guy who called Friday they could find 25 receivers that he would take over Aiyuk? Or we could play the cricket drop.
I don't know.
Yeah, he ain't called today.
I don't know.
I appreciate you.
Yeah.
You could have some fun.
You could have waited 2 or 3 weeks before you give it to him.
I saw it. I was like, you know what? If that were on X, they'd be coming at me.
Yeah, by the way, week 1, Aiyuk, more yards in a single game than any game he had last year.
Man, that's man.
Yeah, well, he only averaged 59.7 yards receiving per game last year. So I think Evan, we can expect a much bigger year than that. Don't you? What would be the goal? How many yards over 59 per game would you like? Would 78 be good?
Give me a C note.
Evan?
Thought it was all about the W.
It is, but he's in a contract year. Now, I'm not going to get into how he could mess this season up.
Dude, I just hope you're giving, like that touchdown pass in the corner of the end zone, Steiny, the one that you said kind of was, it could have been picked.
It could have been picked.
But it was a great
It was
play.
a great catch.
It was a great throw, too.
Yeah, I don't think it was a great
Now, I'll
throw.
give you it was a much better catch than pass, but Steiny, you got to understand, for Brock to throw that's what I want my quarterback to do.
That's fine, but that's going to get picked at times.
Well, all passes are, but...
Well, but I'm just saying, like
that was a hell of a connection.
Nobody can say it wasn't. I don't
even know how he caught it. It was perfect. like bird doo-doo. It just dropped out the sky, bam, in the basket.
And this is the guy you've been making fun of all day, Patrick Peterson. He was the guy who was back there.
Who cares? That has nothing to do.
Well, you were saying
that was good coverage.
You're saying he was a peg leg.
Yeah, but that was.
Well, I mean, it's good coverage, but
that was on that play. That was good coverage, and the math involved in dropping it in there. Purdy threw it, felt like he could make it, and then bam.
And somebody better than Patrick Peterson might have either knocked it down or intercepted it. I mean, you can't. I mean, I get it. It's a great throw. It's a great catch. But then throw in the last part that you think the guy who he beat was the worst player on the field yesterday. I feel uncomfortable with how positive this show's been today.
What are you supposed to say?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, McKivitz gave up 3. Dude, I can't. Come on. How can you be negative? Now, if you're in New York and you're a Giants fan or you're a Seahawk fan, I mean, then you can be negative.
Shanahan on Bosa. How'd Nick Bosa do? Was he on any kind of stat count or anything? Snap count?
Yeah, that made it a lot easier. You know, our number was between 30 and 40. That's what we said going in. But that was, hopefully we can keep it there, and that's what we were going for. We made it a little easier with some of the 3 and outs, and that's why we kept him out there at the end for most of it.
Well, they also had the ball for 38 minutes. So their defense was only on the field for 22 plus.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why Bosa was playing a little bit later in that game than some people were comfortable with. Because the 49ers had the ball 2/3 of the game, essentially. So their defense just needed plays. You good?
Yeah. Well, now we've been working. Evan didn't see that.
I wasn't even looking at you, and I heard it. That's all.
Oh, you heard it.
Yeah,
I'm ready, baby.
All right, 888-957-9570. I got 10 minutes left. Last chance to jump in, and then we'll get Willard and Dibbs in here. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna be honest with you. We buried a big piece of news.
It buried itself, but it ain't dead.
Good call.
It ain't dead.
I'm just solely going to use this as a tease today. There's news out there, non-49er related. We're going to spend about 2 minutes on it. That's it. But don't let this get under your radar. Don't let this fly under your radar because let me tell you something. We've already talked a lot about it, and it ain't going away. Yeah. How's that for a tease? Monster Monday is brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
You coaching? Boy, Lamar Jackson looks like he's been on it.
Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
First down and goal. Play action. Purdy looking end zone. Lets it rip, and he's got a touchdown to Brandon Aiyuk. Perfect start for the 49ers. Aiyuk breaks free.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Joe Davis, Fox Sports. Brandon Aiyuk's first touchdown. He had 2 yesterday. And the 49ers blow out the Steelers 30-7. Never really a ball game. And I got somebody who wants to talk to you in a minute, Guru, on the phone.
The boss?
Hold on one sec
Okay.
to the caller. But I just want to spend 1 minute on this.
Yeah.
You see Mark Spears of Hall of
Our
Fame.
friend. Yeah.
Mark Spears reporting that Chris Paul is going to start for the Warriors this year. Chris Paul is going to start, according to
And Mark he's connected, Steiny,
Mark
but
Spears.
We'll get until I see it. I'm from Missouri, but wow, he must know something.
Yeah, I
don't like any of it. That's my Troy Aikman.
And now the question becomes for whom, and you would think it's probably for Looney.
And these chips are soda approved. Some people asking because I can see it.
All right. Let's go out to Priest.
Our
Priest
guy.
in Palo Alto. What's up, Priest?
What's up, brother?
What's up, baby?
I'm getting in the car, man. Trying to go give me some lunch. I'm getting called on the radio.
Priest, you know we go back to Pete Franklin. People don't know we're brothers. That one hurt me to 25. I felt you, but it hurt me. But Aiyuk had a good day yesterday.
Well, Guru, you do understand there's between 75 to 85 starting wide receivers in the NFL, right?
I do understand that.
Yeah. So when I say in the top 20, 25, I'm talking about the cream of the crop. So I'm just saying, I'm not trying to dog the young man. I was just saying, when it comes to the cream of the crop, he ain't there yet. If you look at Jacoby Myers for the Raiders, right?
Yeah, he had a good game.
He caught 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He had 2 touchdowns yesterday. Did a pretty good job. I think they're about on the same level. And I wouldn't put Jacoby Myers in the top 30 wide receivers in the NFL. I wouldn't put him there. So I'm just saying, when you start talking about the Tyreek Hills.
Oh, that's a whole nother. Yeah, that's incredible. Okay.
Yeah. There's levels to it.
Yeah.
And he hasn't gotten there yet.
And you know what, Priest? You know what? Real quick, and I'll let you finish. You left the call, and this one is specific. This one specifically about Aiyuk kind of got me, and some may agree with you. You said he was a system, like the system was helping Aiyuk out. And my thing about Aiyuk is, you put him in any system, Priest, he's going to ball out, and that route running and the Fred Astaire he has. That's what I was trying to say. Like Terrell Owens and Jerry Rice can appreciate that. And I don't think Debo has that.
Debo, look, I could say the same thing about Jerry Rice, that the system he was in helped his numbers greatly. That's not disrespecting his ability. Jerry Rice and Devontae, I think Devontae is similar on a lower level, like Jerry. Reminds me of him. I used to stand on the sideline, practices and everything else, watching Joe and Jerry. Joe and Jerry were immaculate.
Right.
And I'm telling you, that has a lot to do with numbers. I'm not trying to disrespect Jerry. I think Jerry was a phenomenal talent. But the system and the quarterbacks he played with greatly enhanced his numbers.
All right, I'm mad at you.
Anybody that tries to deny that is just not telling the truth. Jerry, one of the greatest players I ever saw play the game. But that system produces numbers because it's just a test. You ain't throwing the ball no more than about 5 to 10 yards downfield. And they get it and run with it. That's it.
That's it, Priest. Yeah. Appreciate the call.
No, we love Priest, man.
Appreciate the call. I mean,
but the Jerry, I know he's gone. But Steiny, when you talk about the greats, they could play in any system. And Jerry Rice, I feel like would have been Jerry Rice. Now, it might have been more difficult if he were in Denver. But he was saying, well, Brock Purdy, is he a product of assist? Like, when do we just take our hat off and tip it? When do we say, okay, you're in a good spot, but you're like Brock Purdy's off to a great start?
When do we not acknowledge that Jerry Rice may have been helped because he played with the greatest quarterback of all? That's all he's saying.
Right. But we can't ignore his talent.
And we can't ignore he played with Joe Montana.
Right.
That's okay. Let's leave it there.
But
that's all Priest is playing.
Right.
That's all he's saying. Like, and I don't believe Jerry Rice could have gone to any team and had the kind of career
he had. And you wouldn't have had a Joe Montana. But if you would have had a John Elway, a Boomer Esiason, those dudes would have got him to rock. Now, would it have been to the prolific like it was here? No. But I guess where I'm going real quick here, Stoney, if Brock Purdy turns out to ball out, and can future Priest call and say, oh, he's only doing that because he's in the system with Kyle? Because that's how that stuff starts, and it's real.
He didn't say he's only doing it because of the system. No. He said there's no disrespect to Jerry Rice. Yeah. It's just like, would Steph Curry be as great as he is if he played in another system where they had a big man? Probably not. That doesn't. I don't think
take away.
I don't think so.
Couldn't you make the case though that Brandon Aiyuk is actually hampered a little bit by the system because he's got to compete with so many other players in an offense that's predicated on the run?
That's nice.
Up until this year, yeah. Let's see what happens this year. You know what I mean? He may be a guy who gets it the second most amount of times.
Could you see a scenario to where he's not here?
Who?
Brandon Aiyuk.
Yes.
Because of what Evan just said. Not that he's mad and he wants to win championships, but he's right. He is not featured up. Now, this year, I could be wrong, Steiny, and we could just have, a glimpse of it. But guys like Brandon, if they were Randy Moss or Owens, would send me somewhere to where all the balls are coming my way. Just another compliment to Brandon. But then you could be like, who's he? He's so young, Goo. Worried about his touches.
510, I want to know, Steiny, what exactly will take to make you a believer in Brock Purdy? I don't stay up at night and ponder these questions 24/7. I just know the guy's played 8 games, 9 games. The 49ers' goal is to win a Super Bowl. If Brock Purdy were to be the starting quarterback on the 49ers team that wins a Super Bowl, that will mean that he's done something that very, 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 very few quarterbacks have ever done, especially in his second year, especially where he was drafted and all that stuff. So can he do it? Yeah, he's got a great team around him. Let's just watch.
All right.
Let's just watch and see.
And we are.
He's good.
Yeah.
He's off to a great start.
And you can't take a damn thing, not that you are anybody out there, away from him yesterday.
Why would you want to? Why would you want to? Willard and Dibbs coming up on the other side, and Matt Steinmetz and Daryl Guru with you. That's why Jerry wanted. Okay, yeah. Thanks a lot for calling, Priest. Appreciate you. I thought he was going to give in.
We're family. You don't got to yell.
No, but I thought he was going to say, "Goo, you're right."
Oh, I knew that would come. But then he did break down real quick, Evan. The top 25 wasn't a slight like I took it on Friday, but it's just like. Anyway.
All right, coming up on the other side, we've got the crossover with Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. Looking forward to getting their thoughts on yesterday's game. And when we come back, it will all be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for taxes you owe? Are you worried about filing a return because you haven't filed in a few years? Or have you received an audit notice in the mail and don't know what to do? Then contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein today, because this is what we do. We work to stop IRS and state seizures for taxes you owe. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare past due returns, even if you have no records. We represent you before the IRS or state in an audit. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm always offers a free consultation so we may openly discuss your legal options without any added pressure. We are a local firm with offices throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call us toll-free 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
After a big dinner, my nighttime heartburn would keep me up. I'd be taking antacid after antacid all night long. But then I tried Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks my frequent heartburn for a full 24 hours, giving me one-and-done heartburn relief. Without heartburn keeping me up, I could have a restful night's sleep.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Ladies and gentlemen, banking with BMO is now arriving in California. The seatbelt sign is off, but buckle up because BMO is bringing more than 200 years experience in growing your wealth, growing your business, and growing the good. Collect your bags and wallets because a BMO debit card gets you more fee-free ATMs than the 2 largest U.S. banks combined. Learn how your savings can take flight at BMO.com. Accounts are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Ram trucks are built to serve, and that's why now is the perfect time to bring home a truck that's as committed to service as you are. Like Ram 1500, the most luxurious Ram 1500 ever, and Ram 3500 with an available Cummins turbo diesel engine. Or Ram TRX, which has the most horsepower of any gas pickup ever built. When people are counting on you, you can count on Ram. Hurry in for great deals and visit ram.com to find a local dealership near you.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org. Remember, that's cars with a K.
Staples has big savings on everything for school or the office. Save on school essentials like notebooks, pens, and crayons. In stock and backed by Staples Price Match Guarantee. Save on signs, banners, and posters from Staples Print and Marketing Services. And now save even more with $10 off document printing when you spend $40 or more. Get everything for the office and classroom for less at Staples. Ends 9/30. Exclusions and restrictions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details. Price Match Guarantee and store only. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the it's, KBB.com.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can find out how to get one line of unlimited mobile free for a year. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, paired with the flexibility to bring your own mobile device for no extra cost. Plus, you can save even more on additional lines for anyone in your business who needs one. And a whole year of savings. Well, that adds up. Business-ready mobile service for free. Every day of every month for a whole year. Don't wait. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now. Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Ends September 21st, 2023. Restrictions apply. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet package and new unlimited intro mobile service. Other restrictions apply.
Clean pocket here. Tipped and picked. Tipped by Warner, picked by Hufanga. One Pro Bowler leads to another. Hufanga flips it outside, and to Sean Gibson down the sideline and inside the 10. There's a flag down where that lateral happened. That was borderline.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't want to be a stickler, but that forward lateral is the kind of play that gets you beat in January. What's up, guys?
Hello, gentlemen. Almost in the books.
Oh, man. I'm excited about this one tonight. This will be interesting, but whoo-wee.
That was
relaxing.
And Dibs had the best tweet of the weekend. I don't know if you saw it, Snotty. I don't know. Your checklist, Dibs, that was so on point, and I just took one out of there because it was mine. Willard, all off season, I've been telling you and Dibs and Steiny, the elbow, what if he gets... And he put himself in harm's way a little too much.
Yeah,
but
a little too much.
He got hit and guess what? He got back up. It's football, but he looks like he's good.
Oh, yeah.
That's
so good.
I saw your check.
He's amazing. He's probably the best quarterback I've ever seen. I'm gonna get ahead of the positivity.
But why?
That was in me.
That way you come across as negative.
Why?
I'll tell you why.
Why
was it me?
You got all weekend to come out of the gate.
When it comes to
that is a false start.
When it comes to football delivery,
and we're going to replay first down.
I've never seen a man throw an inflated piece of leather like this man throws an inflated piece of leather.
Why would you come out sarcastic? Why?
I'm not sarcastic. I'm trying to beat you to positivity. That way you come across as negative.
Take the L.
And it's a W because I'm a Niner fan and I always have been. Well, for the last hour and a half or whatever. But yeah, man, Brock Purdy. I mean, Joe Who, Steve Who. He's the guy. He's him.
I will.
It's official.
That's actually what Brandon Aiyuk put on his IG. I don't know if you saw that, but
him.
This is what I will say. I see a lot of people like this in sports, and I know we act like we know these people and we don't. But doesn't Brock surprise? He got something. He's got something underneath the covers there.
Cockiness.
And you didn't you look at him and you profile him,
but he's hearing the noise.
And great.
No,
but even prior to that, the competitive streak, the whether you want to call it a little bit of a cocky undertone, to have that, I'm going to cut the ball in between two defenders running upfield, and then I'm going to give you a little something. The low key shot at Peterson in the post game presser,
which he deserved.
Yeah, but you wouldn't look at Brock and think that. You look at NBA players think that. You look at defensive backs
Willard, but
and wide
I think it's a
receivers
mechanism that makes him who he is, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he got hit. I was worried about how was he gonna.
Yeah,
and you
and he fumbled, right? He got hit and he fumbled.
Right
when he got hit. Okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure before we all go super get him in his gold jacket.
No,
is he 44
physicality.
Regular?
I'm not even.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying.
4 hours.
He did get hit and he did fumble. Did that happen or did I?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Right.
I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying that my only concern is that.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is that he puts himself in harm's way too much. That's what I'm saying.
I felt that way once or twice.
Right.
Because I had a flashback to Reddick hit.
But I will also say this. We tweak how and when we feel that way when watching a football game, because sit down in 4 hours and watch a quarterback put himself in harm's way.
Josh Allen.
And we don't bring it up much.
6'5", 240.
And he hasn't gotten hurt. And so that's totally fair. But I think we felt that a little extra yesterday because he was coming off of an injury.
And also, I think because he is a little bit more slight of stature. When you watch the other quarterback tonight, you'll notice that he almost never puts himself in that same way
anymore.
And Tom Brady, who is the GOAT, would go down at the first sign of any pass rush, or he would throw it away, or he was very good at getting out of harm's way. That's all I'm saying. Brock Purdy was amazing.
They played amazing football. I love Steiny, your call earlier about you can't give an A+. I agree. You can give an A-, and I would give them an A-. The penalties and McKivitz, I think those were things. And also the kickoff coverage was a little bit loosey-goosey, but they played great. They went on the road, beat I guess a good team. We'll find out.
They weren't in the playoffs last year, but Pittsburgh was getting popular.
Boy, they were 3-0 in the preseason, and everybody's talking about Kenny Pickett, and the spread was 2. The Niners went on the road in a 10 a.m. game, and that game was over with after 20 minutes of football?
10-12.
20-0.
Game was over at 10-12.
Basically, right, yeah.
You could see it.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I don't know if you guys heard Kenny Pickett when they asked him, because it wasn't just he looked good in the preseason. He had 5 drives in the preseason. All of them ended in touchdowns.
Okay.
So that's why people were excited, and they said, hey, Kenny, how come it didn't look today like it did in the preseason? Well, a lot of times you hear athletes immediately go to, well, we didn't take care of ours and we messed up this. He was just like, I don't know if you guys know this, but the 49ers starting defense is better than what I faced in the preseason.
Wow.
I appreciated that answer.
Shocker.
Good for you, Kenny.
He kept it real.
That is a correct answer.
He kept it real.
Good
Mark.
answer, as they used to say on Family Feud.
Drake Jackson, ladies and gentlemen. Did Javon Kinlaw play? Because I wasn't sure.
It was actually great. He graded pretty well.
Drake Jackson was amazing, and Nick Bosa was a little rusty, and it
but
didn't
he
matter.
played hella plays.
Sure.
Now I know you don't. Sometimes you don't love the data. I wonder if you guys saw. Did you see who the highest, and you may be a PFF believer, you may not be, highest graded defensive player for the 49ers yesterday? Who do you think it was?
It was probably, it's probably
it ain't Drake Jackson.
Bosa.
But how? I don't
Nick
like
Bosa.
that grade
So-
if a guy gets 3 sacks.
Yeah, but why did he get 3 sacks?
Okay, see, Why did
It's
he
like
get
if
3
Steph Curry
sacks?
goes 10 for 27, he's still the most important
Drake
player.
But whether you
Jackson
get fundamentally,
I know.
I don't like that. The dude that got the 3 sacks supersedes the guy that didn't get 0.
The PFF ratings are largely a human rating. There's a human being deciding.
Everything is.
Well, no, if you gain 4 yards, mathematically, you gained 4 yards. The football, based on where the football was and where it is, that has very little to do with humans. I know the human spots it, but when it comes to PFF, it's a human being saying, ooh, yeah, Nick Bosa, that's a 9 out of 10.
Well, but
that's a 10 out of 10.
Okay, but you can also acknowledge that if one person is trying to beat one defender and the other one, like one offensive lineman, and the other guy is trying to beat 3 offensive linemen, they're not playing on an equal footing.
Right.
So if Drake Jackson gets all of the sacks, wow, Drake, he was great. All credit to Drake Jackson.
But the byproduct.
That's why they had to sign the contract and get him here.
Right.
His presence alone changes everything for everybody out there. And he did. I don't think he looked that rusty. He didn't get any sacks. But if you watch
people
him,
calling, he was playing too much. McCaffrey should have been pulled. McKivitz's first game. Relax.
He dominated the people in front of him. He dominated the people in front of him. He just didn't get home.
The 49ers defense was only on the field like 22 minutes.
Yeah.
So how could he have played too much?
Right. I think Guru was talking about McCaffrey. I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The McCaffrey thing was, I was actually having that same kind of feeling like,
take him out.
Well, 8 minutes to
Shasky,
go.
take him out.
It was like, okay, take him out. I want to go to the playoffs. Take him out. And then they did take him out. And it's just a little bit of a deep breath because, you would hate to see something in that spot where, geez, this game was over. When McCaffrey scored from 65 yards out,
the wrap.
It was night-night. Yeah. Steph Curry put his hands up by his head in his NIMBY backyard in Los Altos Hills, and that was it.
Coaches are always going to be nervous, though. Like, you don't want to let them back in. I'll tell you this. Last night, I thought the Cowboys were a bigger offender on this than the 49ers were.
Oh,
Dak Prescott, I'm like, I come out.
They're begging for something positive, though, Willard, offensively, but that lets you know how fragile they are. They needed something. The Titans kept dropping the touchdown.
This guy has broken his leg. He's get him out of there. It's 40-0. Call the fight.
No, I'm with you.
That was a disgusting football game last night. But anyway.
My biggest takeaway, I told Steiner, you tell me if I'm being too mushy. The Niners got a good vibe in the sense that the downfield blocking. Like, you can half-ass, but the great ones have done it. Jerry, Irvin, Fitzgerald. I'm watching Aiyuk. I'm just watching the Niner team. Bosa go to the mic and talk about my quarterback being hated on. And I told Steiny, I know you're going to laugh, but I just feel like they're connected, and I wonder if they're just so tired of coming up second, third place to where Dibs, it's just like, I don't care who gets the numbers. We got something to get, and that's the Lombardi Trophy. That's what I'm getting from the Niners.
And Aiyuk is playing for a contract. And I'm not saying that he went out and blocked like he was playing for a contract, but the way he's playing like a man on fire. And you see that play.
Shout out Denzel.
Yeah, thank you. The touchdown run where he gets the quick chip on the D end, the edge rusher, and then he gets in the secondary and he absolutely mauls a guy and pancakes him. I mean, that's something that, if this team has that ethos like you're talking about, then the sky's the limit, because they are all playing. And he's not out there doing it like, look at me, Kyle, look at me, John, I want to get paid. But he's playing like, Aiyuk is playing like he wants to be the best receiver in the game.
He's a great player. But no, there's something to what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I can see it.
They're not the only ones. Like, that would be the sort of like, milk and cookies way to say it. Like, the Niners are the best team.
Yeah.
Like, in the whole, there are a lot of teams like that. But yeah, you can give them credit for that. They have largely been a group that's on the same page the whole era. I know stuff comes up. There are certain players that may not have gelled. You look at a Jerick McKinnon and the way that he left. You look at Jimmy Garoppolo and the way that he left. So it's not always perfect, but they clearly have buy-in. That's it's one of the that's a phrase that I look at for any coach in any sport. Do you have buy-in? And we've talked so much about coaches and right now in this market, this team has
Kapler.
This team's got buy-in more than anyone else. More than the Giants, more than the Warriors. There's buy-in. I mean, nobody. You coaching? There's none of that going on with the 49ers.
We just talked
right?
about.
I mean, add Ross Stripling over to the Alex Wood poker table. He's clearly furious with the communication within the Giants. So that's all a different story for a different day. The Niners, you're totally right. They have a very, very good
and I think it's worth
team
something.
vibe.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Especially in football.
The question is, can you keep that vibe for 17 weeks through adversity and challenges that are likely to come up? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. But, I mean, you can't ask for a better, more comprehensive season opening win. I mean, you just can't. There was really there's nothing to nitpick other than couple sacks and the penalties.
Well, it's a football game.
Exactly.
So, right, yeah. Lenore, McKivitz.
Yeah.
McKivitz is going against T.J. Watt. Let's see how that plays out for the next few weeks. But yeah, man, I'm with you. Like, you sit down and see a game like that, and you have your first week butterflies, and it's just like 3 and out, and then get the ball, convert a fourth down, punch in face, touchdown. He's got such a rapport with Aiyuk. I said to little Jude right as they got first and goal, I go, Aiyuk's going to get a touchdown, right?
You got him on your team?
One of them.
Steiny's up 3.
I got him on. I got everybody on every team somewhere. But, yeah, I think Aiyuk's going to have a big year. I said this is going to be a good spot for him. And you're like, I can let my back hit the back of the couch quick. They're clearly a better team than the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's it.
Let me throw this at you. On the first drive, the 4th and 1, I want to throw this to Dibs, too. The throw that Purdy made to Kittle, right on the money. And they ended up getting, I think, 9 or 10 out of it. I think that's the throw Trey Lance struggled with. Yeah. I really do. I think that's a big difference between Purdy and Kittle, because even that throw, if Purdy's behind him, now it gets iffy if he can get his momentum and get the first down. But when you hit Kittle in stride, then it's going to take 8 yards to tackle him.
It's a layup. And those are the layups that he's talking about, because that play was all Kyle Shanahan. You send him in motion, you send him to the right, then you send him back to the left, and by the time you get the snap, you know the defender has no chance. If it's man-to-man and he's trying to shadow you, he's got to be at least 3 yards off to get around his own defensive lineman. So that's an absolute layup. You need 1 yard, maybe you need 1 and change, and that's one. You're exactly right. Purdy gets it. Boom to Kittle. Kittle's got one guy to beat, the guy who's supposed to be guarding him. And even if the defensive player steps up to try to tackle him, George Kittle's going to probably move him forward and get the first down. So that's exactly what you're talking about, the layup. And you mentioned the one earlier when he reverses all the way around. When he just completely deked the guy. And Steiny, you said it. It's that short area quickness. He's not fast. He's not traditionally fast. And he may not be quick, but that first step and his ability to spin around and just buy that time, that to me was the play where it was like, okay, all right, Brock, I see you.
It's sneaky though. When he's not fast and he's not quick, he's not fast and he's not quick.
No, but he mentioned the quickness, which is like short area quickness.
Yeah, he's got a burst. And again,
it's like Alex English when I watched him play basketball. It's like, dude, he's so slow, but you couldn't guard him because there was that first step. The first step. Oh, the nugget.
I just think there's a skill that really good athletes have that you can't even really necessarily quantify it, but they've got this. I don't know if it's anticipation, the ability to make decisions without even thinking about it, and they're the right decisions. I listened one time to Barry Bonds years ago talk about hitting, and that well, it wasn't in person, but anyway, it's not like we were having coffee or something. Anyway, he used to talk about how he would almost like try to act like he was catching the ball with the bat. And the way that the anticipation for a great hitter starts before the ball is even released from the pitcher. And there's little tiny things that it's not that even that they see him, they almost sense them to know, is this a fastball? Is this a curveball? And the great ones just sort of, it just happens in real time. And he feels like that to me. I'm not calling him a great one, but his ability to dart, to make the right decision, to create when somebody comes up the middle or whatever is really good. And that's what makes a really good player. Like the Niners have their quarterback, man. That's for me. I walk away with that sentence today.
And
the Niners have their quarterback.
I'm calling him John Stockton. And you could call it Magic Johnson, whatever, point guard, Isaiah. But his ability to process it and get rid of it, Mark, that's half the battle, man. That ain't about arm strength. That ain't. I mean, I saw Pickett where he's going against the Niners, but you could see the Wi-Fi was a little, there was a little something up with the Wi-Fi, just a little slow to, like, Brock ain't got that, Dibs. It's just his thoughts. He knows what he's doing.
Y'all see this Pickett highlight?
He had one.
I think in the world of Pittsburgh media, there is some discussion about whether or not in the first quarter Pickett got the bell rung. One of Drake Jackson's sacks is a pretty good bounce on the ground with Pickett's head.
Do I take with that the Steelers would have won had he not got his bell?
Not at all.
Okay, Dibs. Welcome to the X.
No, but
the new Twitter.
Thank you. No, but could Pickett still?
Oh, okay, with the slow. All right.
I mean, there was excitement coming out of that preseason that they're like, he's about to take a leap.
But they got D'd up. But I hear what you're saying.
That's what he's saying. He's like, that was the Niners.
Right.
Give me a second.
That's right.
Like,
He's telling the truth.
Can I get a game against Houston or something like that before we all freak out? But that's week one. We've all got definitions now, and quite frankly, none of them are necessarily true.
Exactly. I mean, to me, the big picture of this week is we think it's going to be a 3-team race in the NFC, and the 3 best teams won, all 3 on the road. 2 of them very impressive, and we move on. Now you can take control of the division with a win against the Rams.
We do have some breaking news. The other defensive line holdout has come to a close. The Kansas City Chiefs.
How much did he get?
And defensive tackle Chris Jones have agreed to terms on just a 1-year deal. Just a 1-year deal. Terms not disclosed as of yet. So that's coming. But Chris Jones is coming for the Kansas City Chiefs, and I don't know if you've looked ahead at week 2 yet. They're at Detroit Sunday.
Oh, that's
and
man.
that is. I'm sorry. I
was like, they just
Seattle.
played them.
It's a rematch.
Seattle's at Detroit.
Okay.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Seattle is at Detroit. But the Kansas City Chiefs are at Jacksonville. That's what I meant, which is a big,
like
a playoff rematch. They are at
They got
Jacksonville.
receivers. They got everything you want.
Yeah,
and a young quarterback who, not a throw he can't make. Jacksonville is
They're real.
called the
And
flavor of the month.
Kansas City staring at, that's an 0-2 possibility.
Chelsea playing? We don't know.
Probably, but yeah, that's one of the things that probably came up in these discussions. We got to get our guys back and go get a win this weekend.
I did the legal already.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't look at me.
Yeah. I got
did.
out of bed this morning after watching that game, and I promise you this. I said, Goo, went third person. I said, it's all about yesterday and this year. But why I tell my man on a daily basis is Super Bowl or bust for me, and we've broken that down, Dibs, to where that doesn't mean I'm ignoring the good times and the wins that got you there.
Sure.
But the Niners since 2019, that's why I'm not going overly crazy about yesterday. They set standards, and I feel like they should have a Super Bowl already. They've been damn good, and they're better now. So that's why it's, to me,
Yeah.
I'm like, you could give me Dallas. They can't even run in between the tackles. Well, they didn't have to yesterday.
Didn't have to, yeah.
I'm telling you, this Niner team is ready. They're prime, man.
I liked what
That's
Steiny
all.
said last week, though, in terms of like how you have to look at it. And right now, it's playoffs or bust. And so you should be a playoff team. If you don't make the playoffs, then we have major problems. So you make the playoffs. You're one of 7 to make the playoffs, and hopefully you are the number 1 seed, and then you get a
That's
bye
the
and you got
issue,
home
yeah.
field throughout. But even if you don't, then you look at the playoffs and you think, okay, now can we look at Super Bowl or bust? Because only 7 teams will make the playoffs in the NFC, and only those 7 teams can actually say Super Bowl or bust. The other 9 in the conference will be out. So can you be one of the 7 to make the playoffs? Well, you damn well better be, especially
So you
based
saying
on
it's dangerous for me because I'm assuming that the Niners are going to make the playoffs.
It's not dangerous, but it's a little bit premature. I think that first and foremost, you have to think about playoffs or bust. And I think you could say playoffs or bust and look at this team and say, if you don't make the playoffs with this team, no matter
and that's
what,
I'm saying, Willard.
no matter what, that's a failure.
I mean, it's obviously premature.
However,
here's the however. I'll just admit this because I know we're all thinking it. Imagine a scenario that they don't win this division. How? How the hell? And maybe the Rams
or an injury,
but like what?
Other than
on
that,
earth?
there's none.
The only thing that anyone could have been scared about before yesterday was
Seattle.
Well, we are hearing that Seattle's got a pretty good squad.
It had man.
And one loss does not mean that they don't.
Oh my God!
But
What did Gino say?
The home of the 12th man. And you bring somebody. Well, how do you pronounce this guy's name?
I can't.
Pukashel is in there for Cooper Cup.
100%.
And he's
Puka Nacua.
Puka Nacua is torching you for a 23-0 second half in your own building. What the hell was that?
So you see where I'm going of the
oh my God,
assuming that they're going to get there.
Of course they should win the NFC West. They should clinch it by week 4. I mean, my God. Yes.
Oh.
The NFC has what I would call 4+ teams. I don't know who's going to join the party.
And it may be all new because all 3 last year lost. Yeah, just one week
Green
yesterday.
Bay might be a squad.
Jordan Love.
Washington's got a defense. Can they dance around a little bit? We'll find out. Can Seattle rebound? The Saints. I don't know. But this is the Niners. This is Dallas. This is Philly. And I like Detroit. And it should come down to that.
All right, gentlemen, take it away. Have a great show. It should be fun. And season couldn't have gotten off to a better start if you're a Niner fan.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, my goodness, that was more relaxing than I thought it would be.
Totally.
I don't know what the rest of the takeaway is. That was different than I thought it would be. Certainly thought that the 49ers should win the football game. I feel that way every time that those guys suit up and the boom box comes out. I'm confident in the 49ers. They're a very, very good football team. But man, they're not just good. That was clean. That was really, if you look, a lot of teams, obviously half the teams won yesterday. But if you look around the league and go, who was the cleanest? I mean, it's
Dallas.
It's Dallas and the 49ers. It's Dallas and the 49ers.
I mean, it gets no cleaner than Dallas, where, I mean, you scored on a block 6 and then a pick six, and you scored 16 points in the first quarter without really needing your offense at all. And then you went on to absolutely whitewash a division rival. So, yeah, Dallas, I think, gets the top nod in terms of, like, you know, the gold star goes to Dallas. But then you look at the Niners, and that thing was comfortable from the get-go. Kyle Shanahan's scripted plays and stuff were unstopped. They were unstoppable offensively, and the defense came out, and it was negative yardage for the first 4 drives, and then that was it. That was the game.
So I think this is one of those moments, the type of days where we would love to hear from a lot of you, obviously, and whether that is Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We've got the Xfinity mobile text line, and obviously 888-957-9570. As many of you who want to call in and talk 49er football and share excitement or point specific things out, or even if you found something, I don't know how, but if you found something that concerns you in the way this all went down, let's roll. 888-957-9570. I think the question is very simple. What'd you think? So, Dibs, what'd you think?
I thought they were incredible. Offensively, they were amazing. And, you know, we could talk about the right tackle and how he got dominated by a future Hall of Famer. That's fine. And that was a small piece of it, but it did not even factor into the game. You have a defensive end who had 3 sacks against you, but it didn't even matter because you were so good. You were so dominant. Christian McCaffrey and what they do out of 21 personnel is so fascinating. If you watch Kyle Juszczyk and the way they use him, they have him as a true fullback. They have him line up as tight end. They have him line up as a wingback. They move him all over, and then you have Debo in motion, Kittle in motion, Aiyuk and the routes that he runs. It's easy for Brock Purdy. I'm not diminishing what Brock Purdy did, but being a quarterback in this offense, in this scheme, and knowing what he knows about what they're trying to do, he made it look effortless. And that's a nod to Kyle Shanahan. It's a nod to Brock Purdy. It's a nod to everyone on that offense, because Brock Purdy, all he had to do is just throw to the primary. Pretty much all day was, the primary's open. Boom. Kittle. Boom. Aiyuk. Boom. Oh, Debo. Debo hasn't touched it in a while. Let's get it to Debo. And, by the way, we have McCaffrey at running back, and he takes 165 to the house with a great cut and 2 great blocks. This offense is amazing.
Look, it's splitting hairs. You and I, it's been well established, I think, on this show. We sort of see this. There's a little bit of a tweak, a twerk, if you will, in terms of a difference, in terms of how we see it when the 49er offense does well. I think, and it's chicken or the egg, right? You know, Brock Purdy just needs to deliver it well, and it'll go well. And I look at it sort of like, no, it goes well because Brock Purdy delivers it well. And that's fine. It's just kind of coming from a different angle. But to me, from the moment he walked onto the field last year, this offense looked the best that Kyle Shanahan's offense with the 49ers has ever looked. I think he deserves a ton of credit for that. And if I had to boil all of the positivity of yesterday down to one thing, it is that. It is the feeling that every football fan in America hopes for. And it is the feeling that goes like this. We got our quarterback.
Yeah.
It's the number one stressor in the NFL. And you don't have to right away win a Super Bowl for that feeling to be confirmed. The fans of the Cincinnati Bengals do not have any questions. We've got our quarterback.
Oh, boy.
Well, right, I know. Bad day for them.
Right.
But the team that's playing tonight, okay, he has not even been to a Super Bowl yet. But they don't wake up on Sunday and go, geez, how's the quarterback going to look? We got our quarterback. Let's go from there. Kansas City, we've got our quarterback. Philadelphia, we got our quarterback. And dang it, there's a darn reason why the other team in the top 5 of the Super Bowl odds is the 49ers, because they, too, they've got their quarterback. So 49er fans, that'd be my number one message. There are a lot of them today, but the number one message today is just take that comfortability and let it shower over you.
Yeah.
You've got your quarterback. And everything else goes from there.
They've got their quarterback. I don't know if the Niner fans feel like that we have our quarterback. And I think that's where the divide is, because if you hear Trent Williams after the game, you hear Nick Bosa after the game, you hear all the players, he got the C on his chest now. Mm-hmm. If you look inside the building, they believe they have their quarterback, but the fan base maybe doesn't believe that as much. And, I look at Brock Purdy and I look at yesterday's game, and yes, incredible. You played great, and you're a fantastic quarterback. And if you look at all the throws he made, the majority of them were pretty garden variety. This guy's open, but he made the throws he needed to make. He had the one fumble on a broken coverage. I don't know what you could expect him to do on that one. He didn't see him coming, and he got absolutely lit up. But I do worry a little bit about Brock Purdy, and not so much the hero mentality, but his tendency toward trying to make things happen with the football.
Well, I'm going to bochi you for just a second. He's a competitor. That's what they do. It's almost like when people used to freak out when Mike Trout would go back and run into the center field wall. It'd be like, dude, you are a $40 million a year investment. Please let that one be a double. Don't run into the wall. Well, you can't tell someone in the middle of the moment, in the middle of the battle, to be like, okay, protect yourself more than make a first down. I just don't think very many athletes are wired that way. I don't disagree with you at all. I just think it's that there are going to be a couple of per game moments because of the history of what we've been through and what he's been through. And so I think that's normal in any football game.
Your guy yesterday didn't do that. Jimmy G, when he picked up that late first down, he slid past the first down marker. He protected himself.
Dude, Jimmy almost died yesterday. Did you watch the entire game?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Jimmy almost died. Jimmy, there was a moment where my phone, everyone went, oh, crap, Jimmy. Oh, like, that's it. Stretcher, see ya. And no, he was okay.
See ya.
I hear you. It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck every time he gets hit because we have that PTSD.
Yeah.
He's got that history. There's no denying it. I get it. But he's gonna take some hits and he's gonna compete. And he's 23, and they think you're indestructible and all of that stuff. But the other side to it is, if you go back to at any point this offseason and feeling what we were all feeling about that injury, this whole thing could not have gotten or gone any better. He was there. He started. He took hits. He got up. He smiled, and he went to the microphone.
Yeah, 6 months to the day after the surgery, he was back there playing football and played great, and you would have never known he had elbow surgery.
Totally.
If you were in a coma for 6 months, you would have never known that he was going to be fighting to get back on the field.
Yeah. And look, the way it goes is the way it's going to go. But for me, I think there was something different for Brock Purdy and this fan base yesterday. Not because the 9th game is the magic game by any stretch. Not because the sample size is now large when it used to be small, but because it crossed an off season. I don't think enough credit has been given to the fact that I heard a lot of people today say, Brock Purdy picked up right where he left off. I disagree. He was better. I thought he was better yesterday. He had a full camp for the first time as the starting quarterback. He's had a full opportunity to run the offense, be the guy, have that label on you, all the work that goes into that, the chemistry with the receivers, everything, all of that to me looks like a player who is prepared to build on what happened last year and get it even better, which, as I've said to you a few times, why wouldn't he? He's only 23.
Right.
It's only his 9th game. In theory, he should get better. And because it crossed the injury, it crossed the offseason, it was a road game, it was an opener, it was all of those things, and he looked even more relaxed than he did last year. That, to me, checks a lot of boxes for a lot of people.
Sure, and it helped that that game was really never in doubt because the defense made it to where the offense could come out and just be comfortable. And, they march down the field, they score, and you get the ball back before you even have a chance to get a drink of water, and you're back out there, and, the scripted plays are running great, and everything's humming, and he's making the throws he needs to make, and he was awesome. The O-line was good early in the game, and, Aiyuk is a real difference maker, and then you forget about Debo, George Kittle with a couple of big first down catches, and then Christian McCaffrey, a difference maker in the past game, but really yesterday was about him running the football. And you look at this offense and you think, my God, this offense is a juggernaut. And then you add in a quarterback who can make the throws, he can run the offense, he can make the plays you need him to make. And you look up, and that game was over well before halftime.
I think our eyes fairly, as the season progresses, will go to the offensive line, not because McKivitz got torched by T.J. Watt. He ain't the first, he ain't the last who's going to get torched by T.J. Watt. I would prefer to give that guy some time. Let's see how it looks over a period of games. But to me, the offensive line, the offense you just detailed, if he gets time, they are not stoppable. That it's just not a stoppable group. If you give Brock Purdy and this offense time to go through progressions, I do not think Aiyuk, Debo, McCaffrey, Kittle, Juszczyk, or Third and Juwan, or anybody else who hops in there for plays here and there. I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do as a defense. Yes, you got to collapse that offensive line quickly, and if they can't do that on any given day, the Niners are going to put up 30-plus every time.
He didn't even have to go through progressions very often yesterday because, by the time he got back, the primary was open, and he got the ball out early. And, they don't have to throw the ball deep down the field because you've got guys open underneath, and you got the Yak boys, and you feel like you can get all the yards you need. They stayed out of 3rd and long. They did have a number of penalties, and that's where the offensive line, if you want to look at, and this is not nitpicking, this is actually looking at what they did and what they did wrong. The offensive line had a number of penalties that you would hope you could avoid in the future, and the kickoff coverage team was not very aggressive. You gave up a couple of pretty decent-sized kick returns. The kicker himself came out and looked good.
Hey.
Everything that he was cracked up to be. So, Jake Moody, go ahead, kid. You are no longer a topic on Sports Talk Radio. You're here.
That was weird, wasn't it?
That he looked so good?
Yeah. Everything completely split the uprights. He goes 6 for 6. Everything
with distance
at Pittsburgh.
Not kicking off, though. Still with Mitch.
Understood, but at Pittsburgh. I've never been there, but we're always told it's
good conditions, though.
Yes, it's early in the season, but still one of the harder places to kick. But if it was nerves, they would have been there yesterday, and he looked perfect.
Yeah.
So it was almost to the point where I was like, dude, what? What was that all about?
Right.
Let's go back. What the hell was happening in the preseason if that's your normal? And they asked him actually after the game, were you feeling butterflies? And he goes, no, it's just a football game. I've done this 100 times. It's just another game.
And I guess his leg felt better because he did not show any ill signs of a leg injury going in.
So sweet.
Yeah.
And it did not come down to a field goal.
No.
At all.
Not even close. No.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird to me. I was like, right, he went out there for the first one. You're like, okay, right, and we're up 7-0, and okay, all right, there you go.
And then he swings the leg so easily, and the ball flies like 55 yards. Right. It's like that cleared it by a good 15,
and that's why they got him.
Right.
And so now after just one game, you start thinking about a whole new repertoire, which is, in fact, it almost happened at one point. I think they converted, but there was kind of a 3rd and long, right around 38-yard line. And I'm like, come on out here and kick a 55-yarder if they don't get it. Maybe that brings a new dynamic to the Niner offense. Not that it needed one. This is a Monster Monday, and it is brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Brendan, Dale, Drew, Jonathan, and wherever the hell the rest of you are. Straight to you next. Let's get your reaction. It's a simple question. What you think? 888-957-9570. Good afternoon. It's Willard and Dibbs.
terrific start for the 49ers. Aiyuk breaks free.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to thank Joe Davis at Fox for calling that play. It's a play that I'll remember forever, actually.
You will?
All we want as parents.
Oh, God. Here we go. Here we go. Hi, I'm Mark Willard, Father of the Year, and all we want as parents. Excuse me. That's me throwing up a trash can.
There is no Father of the Year yesterday.
Captain Save a Kid.
By 2 p.m., I was screaming at the boys at the top of my lungs.
What?
Because of these damn fantasy leagues.
Okay.
And whoever's winning is just dancing on the other one's face. And I'm like...
Were they head-to-head?
I'm like, this is not fun. We're supposed to be having fun.
We're a family.
Get on my couch and have fun, damn it. Stop messing with each other.
Oh, my God.
I am turning off Red Zone.
Totally.
Oh, that all happened. No, the reason I'll never forget that first touchdown, all we want as parents, right, is to have those moments where the kids look at you and like, wow, you're amazing, Dad. I just looked at him like, yeah, here we go, 1st and goal. I'm like, they're going to throw to Aiyuk for a touchdown right here, Jude.
Pay him.
And he's like, what? I go, yeah, this is Aiyuk. Drop back, throws over the middle. Aiyuk, touchdown. He's like, Dad, you called it. I'm like, I did. I mean, I had like a 1 in 3
I had Red
chance.
Zone on my phone early anyway.
Exactly.
Whatever.
Exactly. Hey, hon, speed it up to bring it up to current now. Yeah. So that one was fun. The whole damn day was fun.
Super fun.
Except for the part about yelling at the kids. But other than that,
I got over it.
That Niner game, good Lord. So, yeah, what'd you all think? And for me, there's 100 different things we could all say, and we will, about the game. But I think the most comforting thing, even if it wasn't the first thing that came to your mind as a fan base, the comforting thing is you looked at that was everything you could have possibly hoped from the quarterback position, especially knowing what they've been through, what he's been through this offseason. And it is one hell of a feeling for any fan base when you can comfortably feel like you've got your guy at quarterback. And I think the 49ers clearly do.
They've got him. And they want to make the most of him while he's on that rookie deal. But when his rookie deal's up, if he continues on this trajectory or if he even flatlines where he is now, he's going to be the guy. He's that guy. He gets it. And the only thing you have to do, and this is something that I've learned from you in terms of like how we can cut through the noise, because there's Twitter and there's what we see and there's all of the outside noise, but just look at what the people inside the organization do. Not what they say, but how do they act? And when you look at a guy who was gone for 6 months, rehabbing from an elbow injury, who is 23 years old, he looks like he's 15, and he basically has done nothing in this league relative to Trent, George, Kyle, John, the rest of them, and yet he's got the C on his jersey. Yep. He's a captain. And being a quarterback does not automatically mean you're a captain. You become a captain of a veteran-laden team because they believe in you and they believe in your leadership. And so a lot of times we get caught up in, projection and small sample and QB rating and he can't make all the throws and all the rest of it. And, some of that I do believe in, but at the very end of it, just look at what the team is telling you. They're a winning team that is telling you, this is our guy. He's our captain. We believe in him. So that should be enough for all of us.
Some of the excitement from Brandon Aiyuk yesterday, and if you didn't see his social media IG story, he put up a picture of Brock Purdy, but it's of the back of his jersey, and instead of saying Purdy, it just says him. And, maybe that's getting a little played out, but by the same time, I get it. Like, not only did Aiyuk have a huge day and 2 touchdowns, and he was the owner of putting egg all over Patrick Peterson's face and all that good stuff, but Brock Purdy's presence, his play, his execution, all of that equals what for Brandon Aiyuk? Ooh, money.
Cha-ching!
Money.
Cash me out one time.
Brandon is going into that extension off season next year, and if he builds on what he did yesterday, my goodness, he's going to be a 1,500-yard receiver, And every week that dollar sign goes up, up, up. I hope not so much that the 49ers somehow are challenged to keep him. I don't think they will be.
Cap schmap.
Cap schmap.
You sent that over the weekend.
Well, I mean,
and you're not wrong.
Here are the Niners with apparently every good player at every position, and also somehow walked out of the year with the most cap space in football.
Explain
it to me. If it's not cap schmap, explain it to me.
I would explain it to you, but I'm not David Lombardi, and I didn't go to Stanford. Yeah. But I know that he put a piece out on The Athletic today explaining some of it. And just in layman's terms, when you convert salary to bonus, that bonus gets chopped up into pieces, and the cap hit gets chopped up into pieces as well. I do know that next year, and we talked about this before, they were facing a major cap situation. And as long as the players that you reconfigure, as long as you keep them, you're going to be okay. The problem the Rams had is they reconfigured all these contracts, and then they didn't want to keep these players because these players stunk. And when you get rid of a player, all of that accelerates. It's an acceleration sensation, Mark.
Good for you.
Is what it is. Thank you. And I'll pay the buck, but I'm going to pay it 20 cents a year over the next 5 years.
That's well played.
I'm going to go ahead.
Parag Dibley.
I'm going to parag that dollar.
Is unloading on this piece today.
That's basically what it comes down to.
It also comes down to this, though, and I mentioned this over the weekend. I think important for you fans to know. Every time one of these players restructures, yes, they're not losing money, but they're doing the organization a solid. And I'd like for everybody to ask, why is the team doing that? Especially if you've been questioning this regime. Why is the team doing that? This regime has fostered an environment where these players want to give up their own for the greater good, and the regime deserves a big old bucket of credit for it.
Yeah.
And that's the stuff we don't think about. We just think, well, I didn't like the play call on 3rd and 4, and you had a lead in the 4th and you lost it. This regime has fostered an environment that is building on itself because the players want to give to the collective rather than themselves. That is not a given in pro sports at all. And they deserve a lot of credit for that because it just keeps happening over and over.
Right.
And to look at this roster and think they've got more cap space than anyone in the league is ludicrous. It is ludicrous.
Totally.
But true.
It is. And then you have to think back to the New England Patriots when Tom Brady was there, when he would just take, whatever, just pay me $11 million or $12 million or whatever because he wanted to be a part of a team where they could afford to have good people around him, and he wanted to win. And I know it's a little bit different because Steph Curry was coming off an injury, but he could have gotten more than 4 years and $44 million at that time. But Steph Curry himself wanted to have a team where they had flexibility. Yep. So sometimes it takes a unique athlete, or in this case, a group of athletes, to say, look, we understand the deal. If I take, you're not taking less, but if I can take it and break it apart,
move it around a little bit,
move it down the line. That way, maybe we can keep Brandon and Christian, and we know that Nick just signed and all the rest of it. It does speak to an organization where everyone seems to be on the same page.
888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs. It's a victory Monday. The 49ers clean as a damn whistle, 30-7 over the Steelers. And we're asking simply, what'd you think? So you can take it wherever you want to go with this team right now. Brendan in Newark leading us off today here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Brendan. What are you doing?
I just got off work. I'm actually playing Madden with the Niners while I was waiting for you guys to pick up, so it's working out.
How are you doing, Brendan? Are you winning?
I'm down 20-14, but I got the ball and driving.
Okay. If you lose, we're going to make you change your team. But anyway, go ahead.
But never going to happen.
All right.
So I do love the offense. I can't talk about them enough with how well they did yesterday with Aiyuk. He's going to make Kittle's year and Debo's year so much easier because now they're going to start shifting that double team up over to BA after the game that he put up yesterday. But my star of the day yesterday was the defense. Having Charvarius Ward, Talanoa Hufanga, both of them getting picked. I think it was Drake Jackson, Javon, and Kerry Hyder all got sacks. And people were talking about how, Bosa didn't do very well. That's because he was double and triple teamed all day because people knew he was going to come out there and put a clinic on. It's the same thing with the offense. You have that star player who puts up those gaudy numbers. You're going to give the other members of your team the opportunity to go out and show what they can do. And I could not be happier with how yesterday went.
Yeah, Brendan, great stuff. Thanks for the call so much. You want to know, and again, you get all the credit for this stuff, but you want to know who Drake Jackson was yesterday? Just a one-game sample, but Drake Jackson yesterday was Jeff Kent in his MVP year with the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, wow.
Did he get a lot of hits? Does he deserve the credit for swinging that bat and hitting the ball over the fence and being the player he was? Sure he does. Why? Why did Jeff Kent suddenly become who he was in the San Francisco Giants lineup? You all know the answer. Because he's hitting behind Barry Bonds, and nobody wanted to pitch to Barry Bonds. So they went, okay, let's try Jeff. And Jeff crushed it because there were always people on base and because they had to come to him. Same thing here. Nick Bosa did not struggle yesterday. Nick was fantastic in moving things around the way that he had to, but he didn't get the stats because, Brendan, as you said, all the focus is on him. All the double teams are forced on him. It opens up the whole defense for everybody else. The Niners know it, and that's why they gave him $170 million to be there on Sunday.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfair comp because Jeff Kent still has to hit the pitch, and he can only
Drake still has to go get the quarterback,
right? But it's a little bit different in terms of the impact of Jeff Kent still having to actually deliver behind Barry Bonds. But yeah, Nick Bosa being on the line certainly is a big factor, but it's also Javon Hargrave, it's Eric Armstead, and it's the rest of a nasty defensive line. But Drake Jackson has to go out there and beat his man and still get in there and do what he did. But I wonder how much of this can carry over from week to week. And, Nick Bosa, I think he was fine yesterday. I don't think that he was great. He certainly was on the ground a lot more than I remember him being, but he didn't have to be any better than he was because their defense as a collective was so dominant. Pittsburgh had -1 yard after their fourth drive.
I know it.
-1 total yard, and you took it away twice from Kenny Pickett, and Fred Warner had an absolute gimme pick that he dropped.
Great game from him, though. Amazing game from Fred. Yeah. That stat they put up, and it was a little bit later than what you're talking about. It almost looked faked. It was one
total
of those
yards.
Yeah, total yards is almost halftime. And they're like, the Niners have 199, and the Steelers have one.
Number
like, wait,
one.
What?
1 yard.
I think 6 drives. You have
number one.
You have a yard. How many yards? No, not plural. You have a yard.
A yard.
The longest yard.
And if you break it down by play, they were averaging about 2 inches per play at that point.
I mean,
it's just brutal.
This is one of my favorite moments of the game. Did y'all remember this? The TV's coming back from commercial and got there a little early. And so they just decided to bounce around to the facial expressions of the Steelers fans. And I've never seen so many arms folded and people were just staring off. They were already staring off into the horizon. The wild blue yonder, if you will, Dibs. I mean, them Steeler fans were questioning life.
Normally it's the
1,000-yard
stare, but in this case, it was the 1 yard stare.
It's like, what on earth is this?
Yeah.
Because they were a buzz team. First of all, they're the Steelers. They're not used to that. Did I read that was the worst home loss in the history of Tomlin? I think it was. All right, so great franchise, not used to that. Great fan base.
Or the worst home opening loss. I'm
just
not
home
sure.
opener? I thought it was worst home loss.
It could be, but I know it was the worst home opener loss.
I mean, usually in that division, nobody even scores 23, let alone losing by 23. I'll look it up, but I thought it was his worst home loss ever. Anyway, point is, great franchise. They're not used to this. Then add in preseason buzz, and they're like, you know what? We might actually be sneaky in this division. We might be a playoff team. To get it handed to them at that level, it was stunning. It was stunning even for those of us rooting for the Niners. Did you find it, Grandy?
Yeah, worst home loss under Mike Tomlin and the worst home loss by the Steelers, period, since Christmas Eve 2006.
Damn!
Man.
Which actually was right before Tomlin took over.
Correct.
Tomlin took over in 2007. Yeah. Whew.
Yeah, and all of this against a backdrop of Steelers favored by 2.5. This is a tough. Boy, tough spot.
Not favored. Niners were favored by 2.5.
Yeah, it actually got down to 2.
Yeah.
But, still, the Niners favored by only 2 in a spot where, they're a Super Bowl contender in Pittsburgh and, like you said, everybody's boutique team.
Did you, did you look yet at the spread next week, Rams? Did you look?
No, I have not.
Want to take a guess?
Sure, it's at LA.
At LA.
It's got to be 8.5. 8.5 would be my guess.
8.5.
Yeah.
8.5.
I mean, LA, nice win over. Sorry, it's something in my throat. Seattle.
Hey, look me in the eye. Look me right here in between the eyes.
I am. I see where an eyebrow should be, but you shave.
I do take care of the unibrow. I don't shave my eyebrows.
You're prone to grow hair. My son actually shaved his eyebrow. I saw him over the weekend. I'm like,
clip them.
He gave himself a notch. He's like, I thought it looked cool, but boy, I went too deep.
Yes, you did.
Nice, son.
In too deep.
Thank you.
You freaking nailed it.
It was 8.5.
Nailed it.
I honestly, I have not checked. Liquidate all assets comes back on Wednesday.
Good for you. You're in mid-season form already.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Other than my USC Stanford over.
Well, I lost 2. I lost by a point. I had the Patriots plus the 4.
I don't even know what I lost
make
by.
the 2-point conversion next time, you loser, Mac Jones.
Was that over? Was it 69.5?
It was 69.5. Yeah.
56 to 10, dude.
Stanford only scored 10.
Hey, Stanford, score a point.
The whole thing was Stanford needs to get to 20.
Yes.
Yes.
Come on.
So we both took
that bit dies.
The L. No, it just goes to next week. Dale.
Bit while it lasted.
Dale in Cupertino. Hi, Dale. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just driving around. I take care of veterans for their appointments for medical. But
good for you, man.
I was a Brock Purdy fan after 2 or 3 starts. And especially when McCaffrey came in, he commented after 2 or 3 starts, and nobody seems to remember this, but McCaffrey said he did so well in adapting to the team because Purdy put him through the playbook, right and left, this and everything. He really knew the playbook. And it reminds me that Garoppolo commented he was glad that Trae Young was there because they had to dumb down the playbook for both of them. So I think the intelligence is something that you have to look at for a quarterback, and I love the fact it's a team. It's a team effort now. It's not just one high-paid guy. But my one comment, and I don't know if you have a bubble popping sound, but I have to kind of burst your bubble. I didn't think Pittsburgh nor the Giants were even an NFL team on Sunday. Did you guys?
Well, but why did they look like that, Dale?
Yeah, Dale.
Do you know what I mean? Like this is always a chicken or the egg conversation. The Giants were in the playoffs last year. The Steelers were a 9-8 team last year. Do I think that the Cowboys and Niners just beat 2 elite teams? No, but I also think they looked like total junk because of who they were playing.
Right. And in both cases, the defenses won those games more than the offenses.
Well, I think that's more. Dale, thank you. We want to get to a lot of people. I think that's more true with Dallas than it was with the 49ers. I mean, I actually would respectfully have a little bit of a different opinion from what you said earlier that Dallas wins the award for cleanest game of the night. I mean, maybe you could fairly argue that Dallas didn't need their offense to be dynamic, and yes, it was raining. I mean, look, it's one game, so you can't make too many sweeping judgments. I thought the 49ers looked like the most balanced team in the NFL. I do think that.
Well, Dallas actually didn't ever send their offense on the field.
Right.
I don't know if you watched the game, but
I did watch the game.
Yeah, they actually sent their defense back out on offense and just allowed themselves to go 3 and out.
They outscored their offense.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure.
So they wanted their defense on the field at all times.
Yeah, Dak Prescott didn't need to do much. I get it, but he threw for 143 yards and no scores.
Sure.
13 of 24, buck 43.
What a bum.
No,
I'm just kidding.
No issues, but it was one of those games where they didn't have to show any of their book.
Right.
So they didn't.
Exactly.
So yeah, not a criticism by any stretch, but the Niners got to do some things that Dallas didn't have to do yet.
Right.
Therefore, we'll see when they do.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see these two teams and maybe Detroit in the playoffs and, Philadelphia with a little bit of a somnambulant, a little bit of a sleepy game, but they woke up in time to get that game done. That one was looking for a long time. Like, gee, Philly.
It's an interesting game. Like, I think New England's defense is good. I think it's a good defense. That's number one. Number two, Philly suffered some injuries on the defensive side, a couple of them in that game. And then number three, even though they win, I do think there's something to be said in a negative sense for Philly. When you're up 16-0, and then in a blink of an eye is 16-14.
Yep.
And they did not finish that half. And so they let them off the hook.
Totally.
They let them off the hook. But, look.
One more before
road win is a road win. But go
one
ahead.
more before we step aside. A road win is a road win. Your guy, Mr. Gorgeous, smoky brown eyes. Hey. I mean, what a classic Jimmy G performance. Throws a pick inside the two.
Red zone pick?
Deep red zone.
Oh,
dark
gosh.
red. That was the magenta zone.
I want to suggest this for every 49er fan.
My God.
Whether you were a Jimmy fan or not.
You got to watch this guy.
You got to go watch him. Because watching him in a different uniform, it's a totally different experience.
But it's the same experience.
But it's different because you don't care anymore.
But it's the same because you're like, oh my God, this guy's incredible. Oh my God, this guy stinks. What? Oh my God, he won again.
Yeah, Jimmy can do some things. I'm like, he's going to get Devontae killed. He's going to throw it. He's going to throw a red zone pick. And somehow he's going to win the game. He's going to say, feels great, baby. And he's going to run off the field.
Jimmy G, man.
And everybody's girlfriends are going to be like, wow. It's the same damn experience.
He's amazing.
17-16. Unbelievable. All right. AJ, Drew, Jonathan, stay where you are. More of your phone calls. All afternoon. What'd you think? 30-7, Niners win. Presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Second and 12, back to the air. Purdy looking end zone. Brandon Aiyuk, he's got his second touchdown. Contested catch against Patrick Peterson. John Lynch loves it. Brock Purdy and the 49ers. Holy cow, what a start.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That play was restaurant quality. Oh my gosh, it had so many pieces to it. Not just
the little back shoulder.
Beautiful back shoulder throw.
I want the restaurant quality.
Okay, thank you. You had the body and feet control of Aiyuk, the concentration.
I got body issues.
And then, oh, by the way, the defender goes by the name of Patrick Peterson, who
he got
thinks that the 49ers give away all their plays ahead of time, and talk to me after the game after I get my pick. And we're still waiting.
He could not have covered that play any better. I mean, that was blanket coverage. That was an amazing throw and catch by Brandon Aiyuk. You can't fault Patrick Peterson at all on that play.
I'm not faulting him.
Oh, you're trying to fault him.
But he got beat, and he was on the ground on Aiyuk's first touchdown.
Yeah,
I'm not the one who went yappity wappity yap 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 cap schmap before the game started.
Oh, you do that for 20 hours a week.
Exactly. And that was Patrick Peterson. So you get what you get, and you don't get upset.
Honestly, at first, no. I wasn't thinking about any of that. BA was open. He did a great job on the route and got him the ball, scored a touchdown. And then the second touchdown on the right side, the deep ball. Was that on Patrick Peterson? Yeah, and that one, I was like, all right, that felt good. But it was good, man. He's a competitor. I have nothing but respect for Patrick Peterson and everything that he does. So.
Okay, fun question. The way he phrases that, he makes it sound like he's genuinely asking, was that him?
Come on.
Do you buy it or not?
I don't buy it at all.
Neither
I'm
do
selling that. Hey, wait, was that Patrick Peterson?
I'm sorry, remind me. You asked me about Patrick Peterson, and I know we torched him on the first one. Remind me, who was guarding Aiyuk on the second touchdown?
Yeah.
Was it Patrick?
Was that double P's?
But I got all the respect in the world for him.
Yeah.
Great player.
Yeah. See you in 4 years, Pat,
Dude.
when you'll be maybe on your way to Canton, but I'll still be playing. Yeah. See you later, Patrick.
Hey, you talk, you get it.
He's the petty king.
Good.
Purdy and Curry,
Good.
the petty kings.
Good.
Purdy and Curry get petty. That's what that is.
Here's Peterson after the game, kind of, but not really, with a mea culpa.
Their offense, did they ditch those?
Or? It was there. I had an opportunity to get 2 picks. I just didn't grab it in, but credit to those guys. Those guys did a great job of sticking to their game plan and really getting to their identity, which is run the football, misdirections, hit those bang-aids, hit those deep stops. That's just what they do. We just wasn't in good enough position to make those plays.
I was there. I had it.
Yeah.
I just, I didn't bring it in. Gosh, I'm trying to remember the comment he made earlier in the week. I don't remember him saying, when I get my pick, if I'm able to corral it, then we can talk
That's
on Sunday.
exactly what he said.
I don't think that's what he said. I thought he said, when I get my pick.
No,
I think that was it.
What I remember him saying is, the Niners have a really good offense, and if I'm fortunate enough to maybe be able to dissect a play and get in position to maybe get a pick, the good Lord willing, hopefully I can secure the pigskin and make it happen.
Thank you, Bull Durham.
Yeah,
good Lord willing.
You got to always get the good Lord in there. Shout out JC and all the rest of the fellas up top. But yeah, that's always tough, especially, like pre-game trash talk, especially as a DB. It's not like you're, wide receiver saying, "Oh, I'm gonna go out there and have a big game. I'm gonna get in the end zone. I'm gonna catch 8 balls or whatever." You're a DB. You are relying on the ball coming your way and relying on being able to make a play, which getting an interception is really, really hard in this league.
No doubt. And he did make a couple plays over the middle.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd call them almost picks, but whatever. I just look. It's a ton of fun for all of us fans, but that's not the way it works. You say it, you eat it, and now you got to eat it.
I'm gonna eat it.
By the way, if I'm going up against the 49ers, I'm out on this. Like, don't do this, because the 49ers, despite the fact that they will say the same thing every other sports franchise says, like, shout out to Steph Curry for admitting to Steiny and Goo a number of months ago, I know everything. Because
I hear everything.
Every other I don't know what somebody wrote about me. I don't listen. I don't hear. I don't read. I don't do any of that. Well, the 49ers do, because Brock Purdy made his press conference about Patrick Peterson. Nick Bosa is talking about how Purdy shut the haters up. They're dialed in. They're locked in. They hear what all of you are saying.
All of us.
All of us.
And all of you.
Absolutely.
It's all of us.
Drew in Sunnyvale is part of us. And also on with Willie and Dibby. Hi, Drew. What's up?
Hey guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So what did I think of the game in general? I mean, I just thought there was this, there was a sense of focus that, even in previous years during opening day games, I really hadn't seen from this team. And I don't know whether it's a preparation thing, or last year there was just a lot of rain and, there were a lot of circumstances that went into it. I just think that, this year in particular, we all know that the Niners are a good team. But like now there's just this renewed sense of focus that, it leads me to believe that they know what's at stake this year. And if they want to put themselves in the best position to reach that goal, they have to be the number one seed in the NFC, which means that it starts from week one. Because if we go back and look at last year, week one in Chicago, that's the game that they feel that they should have won. Week 3 in Denver, that's the game that they feel they should have won. And then there was a game at Atlanta. We talk about those games all the time. I think there was a renewed sense of focus to try and get as many of these games as possible, because you don't know, health permitting, you don't know whether you'll get that chance every week, and you don't want to fall behind in the standings. And I think the renewed sense of focus is that they want the NFC playoffs to go through Levi's. And I think, that's the approach that they have to have if they want to achieve success this year.
Drew, I think that's a really good word. Thanks for calling, Drew. Appreciate it. It's a good word. Focus. I feel that, and I don't know that this has been a message from Kyle Shanahan to the team, but I hope that it was, which is been to that NFC title game a bunch the last couple years, and that's with starting 3-5 and 3-4. How about if we, don't do that this time? Because each of those NFC title games had what in common? They were on the road.
Yep.
And they were blown in different ways. I can't say that about last year, but
it was blown.
Well,
his UCL was blown.
The UCL was blown.
And then your backup quarterback's head was blown. He had a concussion. And this is just the fact of the matter, Mark. 8 of the last 10 NFC Championship games have been won by the home team. You can root for the home team, and if they don't win, it's a shock. And 8 of the last 10, you have the Rams back in 2018 over New Orleans on the road, and you've got Tampa at Green Bay in 2020. You have to go back to the Niners in 2012, which was the 11th game in this sample. They won at Atlanta on the road. So 3 of 11 if you want to go back that far. But
and they were favored in that one.
They were.
And
but
go ahead.
No, if you look at the other 10 since then, it's been 8 home, 2 road. The Niners are, 1-2 in those games?
Yeah.
And they lost. They won the 1 at home, and they lost the 2 on the road.
And in a way, I don't remember all 10, but I can set aside, in a way, the 2 where the road team won. One of them was quarterbacked by the GOAT. And the other one, you're going to love this, was handed to the road team by the refs. As we know, that was the famous Kamara pass interference non-call.
The Rams and Saints?
The Rams and Saints.
It's been that long.
It has.
5 years. I thought it was a good no call, honestly. I'm trying not to do that this year because, every time I defend a ref in anything, anywhere, my Twitter feed, X feed.
You've worked hard to earn that.
I have worked hard at it. But yeah,
it's well deserved.
That's gonna be one of the few times that I say the refs actually maybe did decide a game.
They messed that one up
because I believe that 99.99% of the time the refs cost us. No, they didn't.
No, I agree with you.
But this might be the 0.001% of the time where you could look at it and go,
It's kind of like it's about the last play of the game. If you call it, it's like an automatic score, and
you don't call it, it's an automatic game over.
Correct. And so
I was at Hooters down in Campbell. We had a station event. Yeah, we used to do a station event, the Gridiron Gala, where we'd have the two conference championship games and be a listener party. That was fun.
Did you defend the refs right there on the
immediately? I screamed out, "That's a good no call!" and kill him. I gotta go.
Getting hit in the head by wings.
Meanwhile, my sister's spilling beers at the bar. I think it's time to go, everyone.
Let's go home. All right, AJ, Jason, Jonathan, everybody, keep them coming. What'd you think? Niners are off and running 1-0. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Monopoly Kickoff the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with Core Water, Coke, or 7-Up products.
Christian McCaffrey got a bruising block from Brandon Aiyuk. Got another from Ray McCloud. Turned it into a touchdown. It's a 65-yard lightning strike from McCaffrey. Stealing the momentum right back.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I like Joe Davis on Sundays on Fox. I don't like all the other stuff he usually talks about.
Which is?
The Dodgers.
That's right. Yeah.
So, bleep you, Joe, unless you're doing the Niner game.
I do kind of miss Joe Buck and the way he would have called it.
Yep.
Purdy, football, throws, Aiyuk, points.
A disgusting display.
I love it.
No, that was different.
Joe is great. Joe tonight. Got Joe tonight.
And by the way, speaking of tonight, MetLife Stadium from the New Jersey State Police, there is a shelter-in-place warning in effect for those on their way into the stadium. You are no longer on your way into the stadium. Shelter in place. Stay right where you are. Severe weather approaching. All patrons, like it's the Masters or something up in this piece, may seek shelter inside the stadium, inside your vehicles, or the walkover bridge to American Dream. I've never been there. I don't know what that is. But anyway, do not gather at the entrances. Event staff are available to guide and assist you.
Okay.
That weather is, they're saying, they say, they are saying that it is going to be cleared by kickoff. But lots going on out there for the Jets-Bills game tonight.
Well, then Saturday we had like 7 different college football games get postponed because of weather delays. And to me, the only weather delay that would be so inclement to prompt a postponement would be lightning or like a hurricane, tornado, cyclone sort of thing.
I think there is, I'm looking at some on Twitter, there's the weather maps.
Oh, I love it.
It looks... lots of colors.
A lot of yellow and orange in there.
And green. And it's humming. It's going to be a big old monsoon. And then it'll be gone. And then Aaron Rodgers will come out and he'll say RELAX. Relax.
Sure.
Play football. And then they'll play football.
But go ahead and shelter in your automobile, which is also metal.
Stay in your car.
Yeah. So if you get struck by lightning in your car, well, that's a you problem.
Yes, you're going to turn this into a drive-in movie football game. You just sit in your car. Hopefully you made your own popcorn, and here comes the game. Speaking of the game, how about it, okay? 30-7, the Niners over the Steelers, and it's very simple. What'd you think? For me, as I said off the top, you can compliment almost every position group out there, but for me, it is a total warm fuzzy for a fan base when you can comfortably say, we've got our quarterback, and not that Game 9 is that much bigger than Game 8. It's just that this crosses over the injury. It crosses over the offseason. It's a tough road opener. I don't really think there's any tests left to pass as far as the opponent for Brock Purdy and the situation. Well, playoffs, play from behind, play at home, play on the road, play a good team, play a bad team. We've seen it all. We've seen it all already in that short stint. And I think 49er fans have got their guy. And in the football sense, there's nothing better.
Right. I think the football team itself has their guy, so why don't fans think that they have their guy? Because the franchise thinks they have their guy. And that's the part that I'm kind of stuck on. And I was ribbing you earlier in the crossover, trying to beat you to the punch about, oh, he's the best ever, and oh, Brock for life, and all the rest of it. I am a believer in Brock. Not only because of yesterday, but what he's done and what this offense is. And it doesn't even matter to me if it's a byproduct of the team, the system, the laminated play sheet. Whatever you want to give credit to is fine. This team is incredible. This offense is nasty, and he's the guy who is the trigger man. So he gets as much credit as you want to give him. The team gives him more credit than the fan base, and that's the part that makes me wonder why.
Yeah, I think we rush to try to compare. Like, where does he fit, and what's the comp, and all these things.
Name a guy.
I don't. I look at it this way.
Name a guy.
No, but I don't know how to do that yet, and I don't. You know what I mean? I don't know, and I don't want to even put that on him. I look at it more this way. He's a really good football player.
Yeah.
That's it, and I think he'll get better. But he's a really good football player. He's
sure
Tom Brady in the 7th round and.
That was going to be the bit if you would have,
Yeah.
I was hoping you'd go like,
okay.
Garcia, he's better. Gerback, better.
Garoppolo.
Better.
He is. He is.
Steve Young, better.
Way better.
Joe Montana, not even close. I was kind of trying to get you to take the bait. But
Yeah, I do think
You're in
this
serious
is,
mode today?
Well, no, I'm focused. Like the
Yeah, you
49ers,
are.
okay? I'm focused. I do think this. I already said this, but I hope that yesterday helped crystallize it for people. You hear this a lot. Hey, this offense, all you got to be is like Garoppolo because he proved that wins. I want to say this real slow and real clear. This dude's way better than Garoppolo. This is not Jimmy Garoppolo. Garoppolo never looked like this. Garoppolo never 2 touchdowns in every single start. Very rare does he throw a pick. When the play breaks down, he makes good decisions. He moves in the pocket. He moves out of the pocket. He darts with his legs for a first down. What on earth are you looking at if you think that Brock Purdy looks like Garoppolo? The points are higher. The data's all in front of you. I don't know where that's coming from. This ain't Garoppolo.
Oh, he's better.
This is way better than Garoppolo.
Yeah. Even though he runs an offense that's very similar, he doesn't do anything to the eye test that is much different, but he's more efficient. He turns it over less. They score more and they win more. So those are things that you look at and you can't help but notice that that's better than Jimmy G.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think decision-making is the number one thing that comes to my mind with Brock, and that was always a struggle point for Jimmy. Jonathan in the city. Here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Jonathan, what's up?
Hey, guys. I really love the game, first game. But the 2 things that stands out, after watching the game, I didn't like the fact that they kind of enabled T.J. Watt into getting those 3 sacks. And the fact, I think, for the most part, he was single blocked. So it's like they didn't learn from the past mistake. Hassan Reddick was single blocked when he wrecked the season for us. So next time, when the offense is facing a game wrecker, a premier pass rusher like T.J. Watt, let's go ahead and treat that guy the way they treat Nick Bosa, being blocked by 2-3 guys. Another thing that stood out to me that I didn't like, Christian McCaffrey stayed in the game for far too long, man. The game was in hand. Let's go ahead and shelf him, put in the shelf sooner, because the backup is also very capable. But one thing I love after the game is that no significant injuries. So go Niners.
Jonathan, good stuff, although I'll say this. Let's get into that for a second. McCaffrey stayed in too long. You felt the same way, right?
Yes, but only a little bit too long.
Yeah.
I was just starting to get to the point of take him out, and then they actually took him out.
Yeah.
It came down to like maybe 2 carries that I would have had him out. It's about 10 minutes to go when they got the ball back, and he ran him twice in a row, and I thought, come on, Kyle, take him out. And then McCaffrey put up his hand, and he went out, and so I'm not going to dwell on that too much, but it is one of those things where, it's early in the year, and you want to make sure that McCaffrey can be fresh and ready in Week 11, Week 17, Week 18, the playoffs, and all the rest of it. And he does have not a injury history, but he has been hurt before.
Oh, he's got an injury history.
But I don't want it to make it seem like, yeah, but he's not injury prone.
No,
that's
well,
unfair.
I mean,
they all are in pro football. We've been over this.
Right.
But you have like Eli Mitchell, who is champing at the bit to get carries, and you got J.P. Mason, who you'd love to get some touches as well. So I don't know if you really need to have McCaffrey in the fourth quarter in that game, but it's early, and I'm going to give Kyle the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, was Mason even was he active?
I thought he was the third running
right?
back. Yeah.
He was. Okay. I know he's dealt with some injuries in the preseason. Eli Mitchell only averaged 2 yards a carry. I know that was only on
4 carries?
5. He had 5 carries and 10 yards. I just look at it this way. Coaches are going to always err on the side of caution. Like, how many of you, raise your hand if you've ripped Kyle Shanahan in the last 5 years for blowing leads?
Not me.
Okay.
Not even once.
Right?
We're the Super Bowl with the Falcons 28-3.
Okay. So if you're going to rip a guy for blowing leads and then you come in the next day and you rip a guy for leaving the starters in too long, this is a very fine line.
It is, but that was different. I mean, yesterday, there's no way that lead's getting blown.
I know it feels like
There's
that.
no way.
But it sometimes, man, it switches on a dime. You'd know. I sat there in Soldier Field and made fun of the Bears fans around me.
That was a one-score game.
No, it went 10-0. The
Wow.
Niners went up 10-0, and the way that offense looked against the Niner D, I laughed at them. I said, this thing is in the cookie jar. You all are a bunch of, you're not monsters of Midway. You like, no one's worried about you. And then they lost the game. So you don't let them off the hook. I didn't have too much of a problem with how long those guys are in there. And then his other point is about T.J. Watt. And look, McKivitz, he got beat a lot. The eyes will be on him going forward. There's no doubt. But if it was that easy to just stop T.J. Watt, everybody would do it, right? You watch Nick Bosa. Nobody stops him. T.J. Watt is very, very similar. He's very, very hard to stop. I'm not going to judge Colton McKivitz solely on how he looks against T.J. Watt, especially because, we call T.J. Watt a game wrecker. Well, he didn't wreck this one. The Niners went away from him, and their offense did fine. So he got in and got Brock a few times. I'm okay with that when T.J. Watt does that because it's T.J. Watt.
I'm okay with it, and it felt to me like Kyle Shanahan saw how big the lead was and thought, you know what, Colton, you're going to have to go ahead and earn it today. We're not going to help you. We're not going to put the tight end over there. We're not going to allocate a running back to chip TJ. You're going to have to man up and take him one-on-one. And I'm not saying that he was like doing that thinking that Brock Purdy was going to get hurt, but I do think that he wanted to see what he had at right tackle, and I'm sure today in the film study, he's not having a good day.
Yeah, well, probably not. But
he got owned.
Yeah.
He got served
by one of the best players in the game.
Right.
Yeah. So, I wonder, everybody who's looking at right tackle and going, hey, Niners, malpractice with the way you handled that in the offseason. Did anybody watch Mike McGlinchey against Max Crosby?
He struggled a little bit.
Anybody check that out for a second?
I did, actually.
McGlinchey got absolutely worked, and they spent $80 million on that, or whatever it was, $70 million, something, whatever it was. They spent a whole lot of money to watch that game record do the exact same thing that T.J. Watt did to the Niners.
One thing you can put in the cap for later in the year, deeper into October, is that what the Niners did salary cap-wise this last week or so, last few days, they now have room to make a deal at the deadline to bring in a right tackle. In case they decide that McKivitz is not the guy, you have enough room now to make a deal for this year to bring in a right tackle that you actually can rely on if things continue to go south.
There are options. There's no doubt about it. AJ in Lathrop. Hey, AJ, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Calling in from, $1 million homes for half a living Lathrop, River Island's right here representing.
I love it. $1 million living for half the cost. I was the first one on that tagline, AJ. Thank you for remembering.
Sure. Well, this is the show of my appreciation towards you, Will, Dave. So, hey, really quick, hey, aren't we glad that football is back? I mean, how great of a weekend it was to see, NFL back on television. Disregarding your wife and your kids and everything else in the house, and just glued to the television sets, watching Niners beat down on the loudmouth Patrick Peterson and the Steelers. I mean, I give them credit. Their preseason games were really good. They had all the hype, but they did not face the defense that Niners carry. I mean, if you look at from the linebackers, from the defensive ends to Hufanga and the safety and Lenore in the back. I mean, like the offenses have to really think, like, how are they going to score points on this defense? I mean, you have to be like, I must say, like Patrick Mahomes caliber, and have like a Travis Kelce kind of guy, maybe few of them on your team, to score 30 points, to score winning field goal or something like that. And shout out to my man Jake Moody. All the problems or all the rumors that he's not good or he's nervous in this, he put it all out. He put it all out. He's going to be the guy who's going to win us a few games with a field goal. And Brock Purdy, I love his awareness, situational awareness. What about that? What about the fumble that he recovered behind his back? I mean, how situationally where he was, like, hey, the ball is still touching my back. Got to keep my hands on it. It's gonna, whatever happens, just keep the ball attached to your back, no matter what. I mean, that's common sense, but also very street smartness, because you got skills, you got talent. You just got to have, ways to kind of like, when you're put in the situation to something can go negative, you just have to be aware of what the best you can do to not to make a mistake and turn the ball over, and that's what he showed. So you were looking for a goal while you had the diamond in the rough right underneath the unrows. Go Niners.
AJ, thanks. Appreciate it. That was a crazy play.
Crazy.
And it was also a break that it happened at an angle where the cameras could catch it.
Right. One of his two fumbles, right?
Did he fumble a second time?
I thought he did, yeah.
Yeah.
The one where he got absolutely hit from the blind side when McKivitz got when he went turnstile.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's on pace to fumble 34 times this year. Just so we're fair about Brock Purdy.
This is true.
I'm trying to be fair and balanced because I've been praising him all show.
Yeah.
I just want to keep it real.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
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 Although he lost one, and that's the one that statistically stays.
Right.
Like nobody lists at the end of the year how many fumbles you had that you didn't lose.
Well, unless you get up into the 30s, and then we will we'll talk about it. The fact that he didn't lose that fumble is anatomically impossible. I can barely even get my own arms behind my own back sitting in this comfortable, very ergonomically favorable chair.
No joke.
Let alone having some 280-pounder breathing on me trying to get at my football.
Made me wonder if he's got a past we don't know about, like he's been arrested before or something like that. He's pretty
comfortable. Maybe he's an illusionist.
Thank you. He's pretty comfortable with his hands behind his back.
I've been cuffed before.
Especially with TJ Watt being the one who's after it. Like, in order to get your hands on that strong enough to where they're going to say that's possession, and the second you're touched, that means you're down, because the ball then moved around some more. But yeah, there was a break there. But no, I don't know if we've got any question left on that, right? He called it street smarts. I would just call it field awareness. I mean, Brock Purdy clearly has that at an incredible level. On awareness of seeing the field, knowing where people are supposed to be, the ability to improvise, all of those things. Guru said earlier, that's half the battle. I'm like, no, I think it's way more. That's way more than half the battle. So, sure, he does not have the arm that you're going to see on these guys tonight. He does not have that arm. But with this offense, the way that it's going, and add in his awareness, his decision-making, his execution, I don't think it's going to matter all that often. You know what I mean? The Niners receiving core isn't even built that way anyway. They don't have Tyreek Hill. They're not going to try to fly by you and just run over the top. It's not the way they do what they do. 888-957-9570. Jason in the city with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Jason. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. The Niners did a fantastic job, but I wanted to comment on the defense and Fred Warner's pick, which led to the interception by Hufanga. That was awesome. Talk about unselfishness. I mean, even though it didn't work out, he got another player involved and did the lateral pass, which was later called for legal forward pass. But yeah, just the unselfishness of Hufanga, who the whole defense, the whole team did an awesome job. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Appreciate the call. I do think that there is something there. I don't think it's all that unique. I think there are other teams that can say this too, but for some reason, it's really seeming to connect with people today that in whatever way you can see or say this in football, the Niners played a very team game. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
Normally we have that talk in basketball. Oh, they shared the ball, and look at the assists.
8 guys in double figures.
Exactly. Like, it's harder to see and say that in football, but what the way I translate what people are seeing and trying to say, the Niners have full buy-in. You have people who are willing to do things down the field, willing to go block. Willing to share the spotlight. People like George Kittle who can just have a few targets, and they're totally fine with
Wish
it.
he had more.
Yeah, I know.
Fantasy football, I'm looking like I'm going to take an L.
Well, didn't you have Tyreek Hill?
Yeah.
Okay, then you should be fine.
No, Lamar
You're
Jackson.
You're going to take an L?
Lamar Jackson, pretty quiet day.
You had Tyreek, and you're going to take an L.
It takes a village, Mark.
What are you doing, Dibs?
My team is...
what are you doing?
Well, I got George Kittle, who had, I think, 2 catches for about 25 and no tud.
Let me go to the league.
It was a pretty quiet day for Nostradamus across the board.
League scoreboard.
I should have started Robert Woods. I should have started Rashee Rice, the aforementioned Rashee Rice.
Oh, here you are.
But I'm going up against the champ.
Okay,
good team.
You need 19 points from Alan Lazard and the Buffalo defense. Oh, and you need Buffalo's kicker to not get any points.
Does he have Norwood?
Unfortunately,
Be a lot cooler
the
if he
Bills'
did.
current kicker.
Damn
Unfortunately,
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in a little trouble.
You're probably going to lose.
Yeah, but it's all right.
Golly, Tyreek Hill got you 47.
He got 47?
And the rest of your team didn't even get 50 more. Damn, dude.
Lamar Jackson was rusty. He did not look good. Lamar was bad. George Kittle didn't do much. And,
Look at you. Man, Dallas Goedert gave you a Zippo.
Yeah, Zippo from DG. Probably
Started
should have sat
2 tight
his butt.
ends, huh?
I got 4 on my roster in case you need one.
I do.
Yeah, we should talk offline.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, how we looking? We can do it, right? Let's go to a mall. Mall. What's going on in Union City? What's up, man? How you doing?
Gentlemen, how you guys doing? Dibs, I got to say, man, I'm a big fan. If radio doesn't work, you seriously got a future in comedy, and I mean that in a very sincere way. But, guys, watched a lot of football yesterday. Niners look like a clear-cut favorite above everybody else. I mean, they've got 5 great players on offense, 4 great players on defense. I'm going to make a not-so-bold of a prediction. Niners are winning the Super Bowl this year. They're playing against the Jets, and Niners are the winners. I mean, this team just, when you watch football, you could tell a lot of teams won and lost, but not everybody looked that good. Niners just looked flawless, and this team's got a great future. Guys, I got to go. I got to listen to myself. Thanks for taking the call.
Okay, hustle. There we go.
That guy, Amal.
Yeah, there you
Thank
go.
you.
Amal.
And that's some high praise. I appreciate that.
Well, I hope radio works out for you.
I mean, you figure 25 years in, if it doesn't work out now, it's never going to work out, Mark. That's kind of where we are.
Pivot.
I started in 98, so if it doesn't work out, then I don't know what 25 years is worth.
Look, I get where everyone's coming from when you say this. My mind yesterday does not go to the Super Bowl, though. It goes to right now, the 49ers are what we thought, which is one of the best teams in the NFL, but that's right now. There is forever and a day to go. I tell you how far I look ahead. And
don't tell me you're taking it 1 rep at a time.
no, that's lame.
Thank you.
But you have to say things like if they're blessed with health.
Okay.
But if they are, they absolutely should be undefeated when Dallas gets here.
In January.
No.
Oh, okay.
Next month.
Oh, yeah.
Next month. And will Dallas be 4-0? Dallas has got the Jets, the Cardinals, and the Patriots. That's bigger questions. They should beat Arizona. But Dallas got a much tougher schedule. The 49ers go Rams, Giants, Cardinals.
They should clinch the NFC West before the World Series is over.
Before the show's over. We're presented by
doing comedy?
Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Let's keep the calls coming. 888-957-9570. Scott, stay where you are. Your first up coming up next. What'd you think? The Niners are off and running. Right here on Willard and Dibs.
Watch.
side, and to Sean Gibson down the sideline and inside the 10. There's a flag down where that lateral happened. It was borderline.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It looked borderline at full speed. It wasn't. It was not borderline. It threw it forward like 4 yards, which running at full speed makes sense. That's right. There's forward motion there,
right?
And so that one was called back, but all good in the hood.
Hilariously all good.
Yeah.
And at that point, the game was already over, and the fact that Hufanga was looking to do that makes you feel like this team is united because he wanted somebody else to share in his moment. He wanted to get his defensive compatriot a chance to touch the football and maybe score. But that thing was hilariously forward.
Yeah, that was not the Music City Miracle. That one was not close. 888-957-9570. What'd you think? Wherever you want to go, 49er football related, what'd you think? We'll go back to the phones here in just a second. We wanted to take a moment. This day, obviously, is something that affected everybody. And whatever it is, this is all I want to say about it. Whatever it is that sort of pops to mind for you on 9/11. What is this? Is this 22 years? You
22
said?
years. Yeah.
22 years. All of us, whether you had a direct connect to somebody who was in New York, whether you know someone who had a family member, that's kind of my closest side, a friend whose brother was inside the building and was killed. Whatever your connection, if you don't and you just sat there in tears watching on TV as it all unfolded, it changed our world forever. And we definitely want to take a moment to remember and acknowledge the victims of 9/11. Obviously, all of the emotion that still surrounds that for everybody. Still here today, and so thinking of everybody and their emotions in whatever way today affects you on 9/11/23.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, and thank you for sharing that. It's a never forget thing, and 22 years ago, and I have a 22-year-old, and we had flown home from Minnesota 2 days earlier, and there's a picture, one of my favorite pictures of myself, my sister, and my two brothers at Gail's wedding in Minnesota.
Oh, wow.
And the four of us have our arms around each other, and we are all absolutely like heads back laughing. And it was back when you had timestamps on photos. So like you'd send your pictures into Walgreens or whatever, and you'd get them back and they'd have the timestamp on there.
Snapfish.
Yes, and it says 9/8/01 because she got married on September 8th of 01, and the three of us are just dying laughing. And then 3 days later, 9/11 happens, and I was on the air at another radio station in town, and working with Sal Castaneda and Ray Woodson. Some of you may remember Ray Woodson. And I was in Sal's studio down there in China Basin right when the baseball stadium had just opened. It was like, oh, my God. And we're watching on TV as the second plane came in because I was doing morning radio at the time. And it's just one of those things you'll never forget.
Yeah. I was doing evening stuff at the time, and therefore it took me forever to even know what the hell's going on because I didn't wake up till 10 in the morning.
Exactly.
I was asleep through all of it. You wake up and turn on the TV, and everybody's already moved past the original story.
Right.
And you're into the reaction mode, and I'm like, what happened?
Sure.
Like, oh, my gosh, right? And we all never forget where we were in that moment. So just, again, whatever this means to you, whatever emotions are coming up for you today. We're thinking about each and every one of you on 9/11. There's some happiness for my life that came later. This is my nephew's birthday. I don't know if he loves that it's on 9/11, but I love.
How old is he?
He's 17 today. So he came 5 years later. But he, as you know, he's my son's best friend. We're very, very close. And so he turned 17 today, and that always gives me a little something to smile about.
Nice.
On 9/11. So that's what I got going on today. But anyway, thoughts with everybody there. Let's get back to the phones. 888-957-9570. The Niners win this thing 30-7, and we can tell a lot of us are having a hard time finding something wrong. TJ Watt got loose, and I know you came in, and I hear you. Brock, could you protect yourself, please? There was one play where I audibly yelled, like, just throw it away. Like, get rid of the ball. So that's going to be something that's nerve-wracking to all of us. Did they leave McCaffrey in too long? And I know you said it's not nitpicking, and it's not, because your tone is not that something's wrong, but that's a beautiful thing. You come out of that game, and by the way, Kyle Shanahan just announced, this is what I want. This is what I want all year long. People go, oh, right, Super Bowl or bust. No, I want to hear what Kyle just said 16 more times. We have no injuries to report.
Good.
That's the deal, because if you get that, which you're not going to get, but you get that largely throughout the year, I don't think you're going to have to worry about Super Bowl or bust. I think you're going to be right there at the end. If this team stays healthy, they're that good.
It should work itself out. The only real, hold your breath moment was when Trent Williams limped off.
Yep.
And I believe he missed one play.
I think one or two. You're right.
Yeah. And then Trent Williams is back on the field. Thank God. Because, he's a veteran. And when you see a big offensive lineman, a surefire Hall of Famer, a possible first ballot Hall of Famer, and when he limps off in game 1 of the year, you're thinking bad things, especially in light of J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens, who ruptured Achilles. Bye-bye season. His season's over.
Bye-bye career.
as a running back, right?
Well, and J.K.
he's like 28.
But it's his second one.
Oh, it is. Okay.
And I think the first one was ACL, but this is Klay Thompson. It's Klay Thompson all over again.
Man.
And he's a young running back. And so, anyway, not to interrupt you, sorry. But
no, that's about all I had. But in terms of when you're watching any of these games and you see one of your favorite players or a very important player go off the field, you're immediately thinking, oh no.
Right.
And then to have Trent come back, you're, okay, good. It's a relief. But to have them get through an entire football game of tackle football against Pittsburgh, a very physical
Steelers,
team.
Exactly.
You're loving it.
By the way, speaking of injuries, those of you in the fantasy football world, a little bit of a tremor just came from Adam Schefter not too long ago. Chargers head coach Brandon Staley says that running back Austin Eckler is dealing with an ankle injury, and his status for this week is uncertain. And I'd say whenever they say that on a Monday, they're not good. They're not good. They wouldn't say that out loud on a Monday unless they, I feel pretty good that this is going to be something that lasts for a little while. So you Austin Eckler fantasy football team owners, keep an eye on that throughout the week. Let's go to Scott in Marin with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Scott, what you doing?
Yeah, just heading home, man. I just wanted to touch. It really is nothing. It is quibbling because there really wasn't anything to complain about. I mean, the only thing that bothered me out of yesterday was I did think CMC should have been on the bench earlier because his backup is a pretty darn good player. I mean, if it was a big drop-off, I understand. But Mitchell is a player. I think he's a very good running back. But the only other issue that I had yesterday was kickoff return. That guy was pretty close a couple of times to making some big plays. He actually did one out to the 45, I think, on one. And the other issue I wanted to talk about was Brock Purdy. He does pass. He passed the eye test to me last preseason. You see it in the guy. You know it when you see it, and he can make all the throws you need. I mean, that throw he made to Aiyuk, Jimmy G doesn't even think about making that throw, and he knew it when he walked to the line of scrimmage. He knew where that ball was going. He was going to Aiyuk out there right off the bat. He saw it early. He sees things. You can see it when he comes to the line of scrimmage. He's confident. He's calm. He can make all the throws. He's smart and he's quick. It's always I just watched when you watch Jimmy yesterday and you watch Brock. He's just a tick faster. He's just a tick faster, and he knows where he's going with the ball just a little bit quicker. Jimmy does fine, but he makes those. When the ball's leaving his hands, sometimes you see what happened in the end zone when he threw that.
Right. Scott, thank you so much. I think this is something that it's not too early to go here. I said it earlier. This is Jimmy Garoppolo elevated. Absolutely. For those of you who think that Brock Purdy, you want to call him a game manager, whatever phrase you want to use, and say, oh, he's just like Jimmy. The team is so good around him. He'll be able to win if he's just competent. This is such another, and this is coming from me now, okay? It's coming from me. Mr. Jimmy G,
Captain
apologist.
Save it, Jimmy
Captain
G.
Save it, Jimmy. I'm telling you, this is so much better. It's so much better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think what Scott's kind of tapping into, and I always try to describe this, there's not a great way to do it, but as a fan, when your quarterback drops back, I remember this as a kid with Montana and Young. And at times you would feel it with Garcia or a Kaepernick or even a Jimmy, but not all the time. When the quarterback drops back and you're watching on TV and he releases the ball, what's your level of confidence that as the ball is released, something good or at least not something bad is about to be the result? I would say I've already reached a level with Brock that I have not felt. I'm not saying I feel like he's Montana or Young, but the offense averaging over 30 a game since he came in reminds me of that feeling when the ball leaves his hand that something bad isn't about to happen.
Right.
You couldn't do that with Jimmy. You know you couldn't do that
not
with
as
Jimmy.
often. There would be the Jimmy oh-no throw.
Right.
And Brock doesn't have that same level of that happening now, and especially with the weapons he has. And it felt yesterday like it was almost preseason with, when you watch the first unit in the preseason, they marched down the field both times that Brock Purdy had drives, and it was a lot of pitch and catch, and guys are open, and the plays are designed perfectly, and they're blocked up well. And then you add in Christian McCaffrey, who didn't see preseason time, and you've got a vaunted running game as well. And you look at this offense right now, and you mentioned no injuries. They are humming, and this offense is clicking. So if you want to call him a game manager, you can. And Sean Salisbury told us on Friday that's not disrespectful. Right. That's actually high praise, because that's what your job is to do. And the boss actually shared this on his From the Corner Office tweet today. It was a quote from our interview with Sean Salisbury saying basically what you just talked about. Brock Purdy is going to be good at getting the ball and getting the offense run appropriately. And that's not a bad thing. You don't have to be a gunslinger or a playmaker or playing hero ball. Just run the damn offense. And that's what he did yesterday.
Yeah, although I would like people to keep an eye on, let's call it what it is, Dibs, the improvisation sensation.
That's a buck.
Keep an eye on the improv of Brock Purdy, because for those of you who think, it's dink and it's dunk and it's a great player receiving the ball every time, and so all Brock has to do is not mess up. Well, then how do you explain the improv? How do you explain these plays that are coming out of nowhere? They're not the play sheet. It's not the laminated play sheet. It's not option one. It's not throwing the ball 1 yard past the line of scrimmage. It's him running for a first down or turning left and throwing against his body to an open space and Debo making a fingertip catch. Like, that stuff comes because he's talented. He's a talented football player.
The twirl away yesterday was awesome.
Really good.
He set the defender up. He sat there just long enough to where the defender thought that he was I'm going to get me some Brock. I'm going to get me a big piece of that Brock Purdy. Right. And then whoop, little twirl away, and now he's got all kinds of time.
Yeah, it's really, really good. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're taking your calls all afternoon on what'd you think? What'd you think after getting to see the 49ers for real for once this year? 888-957-9570. Chris in Petaluma is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Chris, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Good afternoon.
To you as well.
So, I just want to say, man, I am pumped up. The front seven, we have the best front seven in football, by far, okay? And when I saw those guys lining up for the first defensive play from scrimmage, popping around, I was like, hey, the band's back together, baby. Here we go. And I got goosebumps. And, man, when Warner hit when Warner hit the Pride of Antioch, I was like, whoa, we're setting the tempo. So I really think he didn't even come back, Najee. He didn't come back for like the first quarter, first half, I'm not sure.
Well, go ahead, Chris.
So I was like, Dre was all over the place. They were swarming, man. It was like they were back.
And then as far as the receivers, real quick, I don't know where it came from. If it was like Debo that brought it, or maybe Wes Welker when he was around. But, man, they come out and they smack. You can't run the football if you can't block like that. If your receivers can't block like that, you can't run the football. And they bring physicality. No receivers in the NFL block like we do. Nobody. And it's just amazing to watch, guys. I'm just pumped up. I know it's the first game, but, man, we are ready. We're on our way. And I don't think we can be stopped as long as Purdy stays healthy. And you know what? Things happen for a reason. We drafted Trey Lance, and, hey, that didn't work out. But guess what? It's a wash. We got Purdy. It's over. You know, we're moving forward, and it's a wash, man. It's like,
yeah. Chris, Chris, thanks. I don't think you need to apologize for what you're saying. And to be this excited about what you see, for me, the best stuff in sports can be defined this way. When there's a whole lot of hype and then it meets it.
Yeah.
That's the
Taylor
best.
Swift.
Okay. Or, I mean, look at LeBron. LeBron James, for me, is example one all the time.
A lot of hype.
I mean, my gosh.
He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated when that was a thing as a 16-year-old.
In high school, exactly. And so do you know how difficult that makes things when you have to meet high expectations? You and I, we've talked so much about that word, expectations.
Sure.
It can ruin a meal. It can ruin a movie. It can ruin a concert. If everybody in the world has been like, it's the greatest movie you've ever seen, you got to go see it. It's the greatest movie I've ever seen. You go into that movie and you're like, the bar is through the damn roof.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to meet it. And if it does, oh, man, that's the good stuff. And I think that's what happened with the Niners yesterday. There's been a lot of talk. There's been some rough seas this offseason. But it's an absolute show on the road as far as this roster is concerned. And even going into this game with all that being true, people still were like, let's call them a 2-point favorite. This one's hard.
Right.
You come in and blow that team off of our television sets.
It was a beatdown.
Dude, that is huge hype. And then expectations met and exceeded.
Yeah.
And if you're a fan, why wouldn't you get excited about that?
You should get excited because of exactly the way it played out. And you're right, Mark, because if we talk about big hype and big delivery in week one, the Lions were hyped up, and they went to Kansas City to Arrowhead, and they beat the defending champions. That was medium hype, and that was, my God, the delivery. And Dallas, what they did to the Giants last night in primetime, that was big hype, and that was massive delivery. Dolphins and Chargers, we expected that game to be a shootout, and it was. And Tua actually outgunned Justin Herbert. That was big delivery. But the Niners, you're supposed to be a Super Bowl favorite, and you go to Pittsburgh, and you took the life from the Steelers. Basically, the only touchdown they got was a hurry-up end of the half. It was a nice drive, but you already were down 20-0 in that game, and that's all you got, Pittsburgh. That was a complete beatdown.
Tua had 466 yards through the air.
Yeah. Tua was awesome.
Oh, my gosh.
Tua was great.
Yeah.
And that was a fun game to watch.
It was
just
really
back
fun.
And forth.
Herbert was fine, but the Chargers actually rushed the ball like crazy. They rushed for 234 yards yesterday.
Yeah. And now Eckler might be out.
Yeah, but Eckler and Kelly both had 16 carries apiece. They went for $117 and 91 yards, respectively.
Mm-hmm.
When you run the ball like that, oh my gosh, you should win. You're supposed to win when that happens.
Sure.
That game was wasted.
From the category of great hype and no delivery, Seattle.
Seattle Seahawks.
I mean, my God, Seattle. You got absolutely dominated by the Rams, a team that we all thought might be tanking for Caleb. Maybe not.
I think the all hype failures yesterday. Minnesota, Cincinnati, although that's already been confirmed. I think Burrow doesn't look healthy. He at minimum looks rusty. They started 0-2 last year. I'm not worried about them yet. Minnesota, we know, was a paper tiger anyway.
Sure.
I think they're going to get it handed them this year.
Are they going to lose 11 games by one score just to make things even?
That's what should happen.
Right.
And then the Bears. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
Be careful. Don't break the mic.
And then let him off the hook. Your mic is the one that breaks all the time.
That's
My
true.
mic is rock solid.
Why do you think I don't touch this thing anymore?
Yeah, good
I don't touch
call.
this thing. And the Bears were not supposed to be, like, there's different levels of hype. The Bears are not supposed to be a playoff team or a division champ.
No, but Jordan Love?
Yeah, they were just supposed to be a lot better. Their defense, it turns out, still stinks. And, oh, by the way, if I were a Bear fan, I would be terrified at what I saw from Justin Fields yesterday. And it's not all his fault. I don't know still if it's that the staff will not, like, dude, take the container off. Let him go. You got to let him cook. And if he can't, he can't. But I don't know if it's the staff or if it's just Justin, but this is year 3. And last year, at the end of the year, it looked like, okay, we're ready. He's ready to go. And you come out this year, you get him weapons. Now you got DJ Moore. You got all this stable of running backs. You come out and look like that, I'd be terrified if I were a Bears fan that, as you said, they are who we thought they were.
They booed the guy. They were booing in the second half. And I don't think that Justin or Fields rhymes with ooh, so I don't think that they were Fieldsing or Justining.
They're saying boo.
They were booing him.
They're saying boo.
Week 1, and you're booing the poor kid.
Yeah, man. And
Rough.
he apologized in the press conference. When you're doing that in week 1,
yeah,
dude, more and more looking like that draft class was Trevor Lawrence and Trevor Lawrence.
Sure.
As far as the QBs. How about Jay the Plumber? Hey, Jay the Plumber, what are you doing?
Man, you guys got me doing a quick run to 7-Eleven. So, but I have thoughts. You guys are a great job. I love you guys' company. It's a great job.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Don't sleep on the slice of pizza there. It's actually underrated, the pizza at 7-Eleven.
Don't sleep on the 7-Eleven coffee.
Oh.
All right.
The plot thickens.
Cheaper than anything out there, and the refills are damn near free.
Okay, so the coffee 7-Eleven, where's the pizza from?
7-Eleven.
Oh, 7-Eleven.
And what kind of toppings are you putting on that?
Well, no, I get actually the cheese pizza, and then I go to my local grocery store and buy the other toppings.
Oh, my gosh.
You buy the cheese pizza from 7-Eleven, and then you cook up your toppings, and then you throw it on the 7-Eleven pizza, and then you bake it all up, and it's the best pizza ever.
I love what you're saying.
Into life.
No, I'm glad you're called Jay the Plumber because you sound like you don't have a job. How do you have the time to go to 8 places to get your piece of pizza ready?
And I'll tell you what, invite me for 30-minute segment at your station, and I'll tell you everything about me. But until then, all right, so everyone knows the Niners have a legit D. Like, this D is everyone, just like the Warriors, just enjoy the ride. All right, legit D. But I want to talk about Brock. He is not a game manager. All right? This dude's legit. He does the little things like Brady. You know, the little two-step to the left, a little two-step to the right, just changes those little angles. He has pocket presence. He has eyes behind his head, all right? He calmly experiences the play. I see it. It's done, all right? The only thing I worry about is him getting injured. And there's one thing, I don't know if you guys saw me comment on the YouTube feed, there's one little thing that he does, and I want to talk to Kyle and the QB coaches directly, and I hope they're listening or someone tells them.
We'll set that up, Jay.
He has to learn to throw across his body, because that thing where he rolls out to the left and then resets his feet, he is going to get popped, and he's going to get popped hard.
Yeah.
He needs, and he doesn't have to throw it like Mahomes. He does not have to throw it like Mahomes. He just needs to be able to, it's okay to throw the 15-yard out cross pattern and just hit that.
Yeah.
But
Jay, we got to run.
I want to know what Jay's handle was on YouTube.
At Jay the Plumber.
I'm looking. I don't see him.
Or at Pizza Maker, or he's at 7-Eleven. I don't know.
He's wrong about the 7-Eleven hack.
You know, I agree and disagree with them, which we'll explain. Let's react to that coming up next. Keep taking your calls, 888-957-9570. The Niners are 1-0. What'd you think? Sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. It's Willard and Dibs.
Settle down, class. Colin, you're up.
957 The Game.
All right, we're going to get back to the phones. Keep going on the phones here. 888-957-9570. Huge win for the Niners. One other thing I wanted to bring up, though, today, Dibs. I'm not exactly sure when this happened. When did the 49er fan base become the biggest, baddest, strongest, loudest, most unbelievable traveling entity that we've seen in sports? When did this happen?
It was September 4th, Mark, 1997 is when it happened. I'll never forget it.
Okay.
A day that will live in infamy.
What happened?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know when it happened, but
didn't this sneak up on you too? What is this? Right? What was the ticket agency that last year was like, they win fan base of the year? But hold on. This is Pittsburgh.
Right.
The opener. Let's go Niners chant?
Sure.
What the hell is going on?
Yes.
Did you see Mayoko's tweet about how the personnel at the airport said they've never seen anything like this in the history of the city?
Yeah.
They've never seen lines, colors, chants. They've never seen anything like this. I congratulate all of you, those of you who just got back. Nice job. But I also have a curiosity about it. I've slipped and fallen and become part of it too. I've been to more Niner road games than home games the last 2 years. Thank you. I don't know what happened, but it's awesome. That's all I want to say about it.
It's a thing. It's a thing, and if you have a game and you play the Niners and you have a home game, be ready for the takeover. And the takeover happens in its relative amounts. Like, you're not going to go to every single stadium and take it over. I know last year in the NFC Championship game, there were a lot of Niner fans there, but there was no takeover. Eagle fans carried the day. And it's a playoff game, and I get that. And I wonder how this year's Eagles game will go when the Niners go back to Philadelphia. Knowing what we know about the treatment of Niner fans, do more show up? Is it going to be even more hostile than it was?
It's not always a takeover. Like even yesterday, I don't think it was a takeover. The chants were not audible until the Niners were kicking the living tar out of the Steelers.
Sure.
But there's a presence. There's always a presence. And if you think that this wasn't wait till you see this Sunday. Okay? This Sunday's a home game. I don't care what the area code is. This Sunday is a home game. It is going to be red. It's going to be crazy.
In L.A.
Totally.
Yeah.
It's going to be overwhelming. You look at the road games that are upcoming.
It was crazy.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Cleveland, the dog pound will show. There'll be a presence.
Especially now.
Minnesota, the Bold North Skull, but there will be a presence. Ooh. Jacksonville, that's a weird one. I don't know what to think about that. Seattle, Philadelphia, Arizona, Washington. Those are the games this year. I don't sense a whole lot of quote-unquote takeovers. There just is going to be a presence.
Always.
But I don't
know when this happened. It feels like in the last 5 years, maybe it's longer than that, but it feels like more and more Niner fans want to travel, and Niner fans who live elsewhere want to show up and show out. And that's, part of it's a byproduct of being a good team, because when you have a successful team, fans who are, fans anyway, you're going to want to put on your jersey and show up. If the Niners stink, like Chip Kelly, if you want to go back to the Chip Kelly days and look at all the road crowds in that season, I would bet that there was less of a takeover effect when they were 2-14.
Okay, so yet another feather in the cap of Kyle Shanahan, because this started under his regime. No two ways about it. And I love it for two reasons. I love it for the messaging of just the energy of the Niner fan base. But the other reason I love it, growing up in and living in a West Coast city, we always get made fun of for what happens in our stadiums.
Right.
Oh, the takeover. And how many East Coasters or Midwesterners have you heard? You sit down next to them at a game, and oh, God, this would never happen at our ballpark. Oh, yeah? Yes, it will.
It's happening.
Get the Niners on your schedule and watch, because some of the absolute blue bloods of the sport are watching their own stadium get covered in red. The Steelers on the opener and audible "Let's Go Niners" chants are coming through your TV set. It's an unbelievable job by the fans. and it's an announcement that things are different.
Right, and things are different in part because you go up 20-0 before the Steelers even had a first down, and that game was over. So even all of the terrible towel-waving Western Pennsylvanians who wanted to be loud and they wanted to, hold their own in the crowd, you didn't have much to cheer about. Yeah, you got a touchdown at the end of the first half, and I love how the Steelers, Freiermuth, and one of his offensive linemen, they did like the running dab or whatever that celebration was. It's like, oh yeah, get happy, go crazy. You cut it to 20-7. Go ahead and celebrate. That's one of the ones that always kind of, I don't know if it irks me or whatever, but have some perspective.
Well,
and I get it.
Yeah, you scored a touchdown.
You scored a touchdown. It's a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
Flip the ball to the ref, run back in, and try to cut the deficit again.
I mean, come on, energy in the building. You know how you would react if you had 60,000 screaming voices directed at you.
Have you seen me celebrate when I get? That's a good question.
Exactly.
I just tip my cap to the interviewer.
Oh, right. Dude, you get up and do a lap around the building.
Dude, let's go. Let's go.
Sometimes you do it when you didn't even get one.
Whatever. You're a hater.
It's 'cause you're damn right. Let's go to Tone in San Jose. Tone, what are you doing? Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Love the show. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
And Willard, that's a great point, Willard. When
Don't pander.
I saw all the red in the stadium, I'm like, did they paint the seats red? Like, what is this?
Man, it's different, Tone. I don't know when. I don't know what. I know a little bit about why, but it is really fun. It's fun to sit at home and watch your fan base go really have such a presence in other cities around the country.
Oh, for sure. We loving it. But just to want to, keep showing love like everybody else. Love to see CMC out there beasting. Want to see Mitchell get in there, get some more reps. Love to see Fred Warner just come out dialed in and setting the tone, man. I was juiced yesterday. The only thing that makes me a little nervous is Brock Purdy's pocket awareness. I want it, on the right side. That's the only thing that scares me. When he got hit, I'm not sure who hit him, who caught him, but he was blind on that right side hit. That's the only thing that worries me.
Yep.
So hopefully, the boys can kind of protect him a little bit more.
Tone, it's a great call, and I think we all feel it, and we do admit that we feel a little differently about this than maybe other fan bases because of where we've been and what we've been through with the quarterback injuries. So for a little while, especially with the offseason we've just had, we're going to be extra sensitive to the quarterback getting hit. Everybody hates it when your quarterback gets hit, but we're extra sensitive to it. That said, none of you who are bringing that up today are wrong. That roll to the left, which is very comfortable for him, I actually thought he's very accurate and smart with the throws that he's able to execute. I just wish that his clock had one less second on it.
Right.
So when you roll left and then you plant to throw, you got to do it while you still have the ability to release and then get down. If you don't, then my man, just keep running, throw it out of bounds, and live to see another day. When you plant and throw and then just get that tattoo right on your chest, you know what it reminds me of? It feels almost like the hit from the New York Giants that knocked Joe Montana.
Oh.
And I know that was different.
Soon.
Well, I know that was rolling right, and he kind of got hit low.
Oh, crunched right in the back.
And then got hit high.
Yep.
But the reason it reminds me of, it's that thing where he stopped and he planted and he had one less second than he thought he did. And it busted up his 49er career.
Right.
And so I do wish that. I wish Brock just one less second in your timer. Get rid of that ball.
And that's something that comes with experience, and you can't ask him to look over and see where the pass rush is because you're locking on the receiver. You can't look over at the pass rush and then try to find where the receiver is and look at the defense and all the rest of it. You just kind of have to feel that, and hopefully over time he'll start to get a little bit more of that internal clock to know when, it's 1-2, get rid of the ball, and right now it feels like it's 1-2-3, and then he gets rid of it, and that's the kind of play where his season ended last year, where he held the ball too long. He was trying to make a play, and by the time he's getting ready to throw it, the defender's on him and collapses his arm and rips his elbow off, and the rest is history.
Yeah, so I think that we've all got to go through this together, because we've been bitten by this. And so every time for a handful of weeks when Brock gets touched up, it's going to feel a little bit different. But the good news is when they come out of the game the way they did, like this is all the stuff that we were talking about Brock needing to do. They're like, okay, he's got to go out there and got to take his first hit. And it doesn't matter until you do it at actual game speed.
Right.
And all of those things, that checklist that we talked about, green check, green check, green check, green check. And as much as it's hard to watch all that happen, he needed those things to happen so that he can now start to progress to the point where we're not sitting there thinking about it on every play.
Well, we're going to think about it, and he's not thinking about it. And he actually got hit by his own teammate, Cleveland Ferrell, in practice on the arm for the first time. And I feel like he's already kind of gotten through whatever he needs to get through. And all the reports yesterday were his ball coming out looked like it was as hard as normal. The velocity was there. The accuracy was there. He looked like he hadn't missed any time due to injury. So all those things, and you add in the fact that he didn't look like he was gun-shy in any way, makes you feel good about him coming out of that game.
Really good. And again, that's my one-sentence takeaway from all the positivity of the Niners. Nothing beats this factor. If you're a Niner fan, you got your guy. You've got your quarterback. Right. To me, as a fan, it's the best feeling you can have in the NFL. I've told you this story before. My good buddy, who's a diehard Chiefs fan, we got into a debate at a party one night when Alex Smith had just taken the team to the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes was on the team. We didn't really know who he was going to be yet. And he had one too many, and he just kept yelling in my ear, Mahomes! Mahomes! And I'm like, but dude, Alex Smith, like, have a little respect on the name. Like, he takes you to the playoffs. I get it. There's limitations. Nobody knows it better than a 49er fan. But are you sure? And he'd be like, Mahomes! Mahomes! He just kept yelling it. And it's because he was very confident that the Chiefs had found their guy. And my gosh, was he right? And whenever you get that feeling, it's like you can sit back for maybe as much as 7 years and go, let's see what we can do with this. And the Chiefs have turned it into 2 bowls. The Bills are in the midst of seeing what they can do with it. The Bengals have gone to a bowl. I think the 49ers are about to head into a stretch where they've got their guy, provided health.
Yeah.
And let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, and you saw yesterday what they can do, and it's not only Brock Purdy, but it's the entire offense and the way they run it. And I talk personnel groups with you sometimes, and you glaze over, but when you watch the way they run their offense yesterday with the 2 running backs and the 1 tight end and the 2 receivers, that's their base package, and they can do so much out of that. Kyle Juszczyk played, I think, 62% of the snaps as a fullback, and that just tells you that you move him up as a tight end, second tight end in some formations. There was times when they went to 4 wide receivers with the fullback and McCaffrey on the line of scrimmage. They would go empty. So you go from having 2 running backs to no running backs to 2 tight ends and 1 running back, and you have the 2 receivers. Kyle Shanahan has got this Swiss Army knife offense. Deebo Samuel was a ball carrier. Aiyuk, a primary receiver. You didn't need Kittle too much. McCaffrey was a monster. Juszczyk didn't touch the ball at all, but he was throwing all kinds of blocks out of that I formation, the offset I, the true I. I love watching Kyle's offense because every time he doesn't have to sub, and it looks different every single play. And it's fun to watch.
Yeah,
Not that I'm a super football geek, but when I watch Kyle's offense, I like to look at the huddle before they break, and you look, is Juszczyk in there? And if he's in there, most likely it's going to be 21 personnel, 2 running backs and the 1 tight end. And then, they're going to have the 2 receivers. And then you watch what he does. This guy's in motion this way. Here comes Deebo this way. McCaffrey's in the slot. He's a lone back. They're going empty. Kyle Shanahan must love calling these plays.
I watch very differently than you do. I watch them come to the line and I'm like, go team! Do something good.
I do that too, but I do, especially I did 3 years of radio with Lo Neal, and Lo Neal would personnel group me, and a lot of times when you look at, especially when you see thank you, Lolo. When the Chargers yesterday, the Chargers were going to hurry up a lot because they didn't want Miami to sub, and yesterday actually Pittsburgh did that a couple of times. Pittsburgh went into a hurry up mode because they didn't want the Niners to be able to sub. And I was watching that, and I'm cracking up at home thinking, you don't have an advantage. If the Niners are in nickel, that means you've got Greenlaw and Fred Warner and 5 DBs. You still have problems. And if the Niners are in base, you don't have an edge. So why are you trying to hurry them up?
The whole thing, that's how it feels to me. When you start, you look at your personnel groups, you look at the depth of this team, you look at the different options that are on the table, and I'm telling you, I mean, they're such a problem. And that's the beauty of it. It's not so much, sure, you're looking at your team to play well, stay healthy, make good decisions, all of those things. But sometimes I look at this and I'm like, just imagine for a second you're the other team. What the hell do you do?
Right.
Like, if you're the coach, okay, you're Sean McVay right now, okay? You can sit down over the next few days and you're going to dive in. What exactly are you planning to do?
Exactly.
Like, what options do you even have if you don't have Aaron Donald blow up the middle of the field on every play? There's too many matchup problems that the 49ers create.
And there are no tendencies to that point. I mean, so you come out and you see the Niners break the huddle, and they're in their typical 21 personnel, Juszczyk and McCaffrey, Aiyuk and Debo, and Kittle's your tight end. Okay, what does that mean? Does that mean they're going to run the ball? Maybe. Maybe they're going to immediately flex Juszczyk out. Now we have a double tight end look. Or maybe they're going to break the huddle and they're going to go into a 4-wide formation. Or maybe they're going to have just McCaffrey in the backfield. Or maybe they'll just have Juszczyk in the backfield. You can't look at their team based on personnel and make any determination. And that's what makes them so hard.
Scott in Pennsylvania apparently went to the game. Scott, did you go to the game yesterday?
Yes, I sure did. Yeah. My son, he just turned 10. So for his 10th birthday, we went down and watched the Niners stomp on the Steelers. And then after the game, Nick Bosa gave a glove to my son.
Get out of here.
It was completely, it was crazy.
Are you kidding me?
There you go, little man.
What did he say? What did Nick say to your son?
You know what? He was getting crowded by Pam Oliver and all them, so he just handed it over. He didn't get a chance to say anything, but my son Blake, he was ecstatic and that. But yeah, he didn't get a chance to talk to him. But
what a dad! I mean, Dad of the Year votes pouring in for you, Scott. Attaboy.
Hang on a second, I got to talk to Pam Oliver.
That's a 4.
Yeah, all right, go ahead. I've been working on it. I've been in the lab this weekend. Anyway, go. Scott.
I'm looking at personnel groups, and you're doing your Bosa.
Sorry,
Scott.
I'm in the bathroom in the mirror, like
there's a little bit too much Kermit. Hi, Pam.
Anyway, go ahead, Scott. Scott, will you tell us about the takeover?
The Niner fan base.
Yeah, what percentage?
Flying faithful.
What percentage was Niner fans?
I'm thinking 60-40 Steeler 49er fans, maybe 70-30, but there was a huge contingent of 49er fans. I always like to call them the flying faithful, because they're going everywhere. They're traveling everywhere to be at these games. And right from the start, when they elected to receive the kickoff, I'm like, this is bad news for these guys. I don't think they were trying to push that preseason momentum that they had over into the regular season. But this is not the right defense to be playing that game and that. And so, but really, I just wanted to quickly highlight Jake Moody and Mitch Wishnowsky. With Jake Moody, I don't know if you guys see it, but Tomlin called a timeout. They were trying to ice him again. They were trying to carry that over from the preseason. He overcame all that. His first game in the NFL, and he looked good. He looked great. And then Mitch, there's some times where I've been pretty down on Mitch these couple of years, but boy, he looked great, and the field positioning was phenomenal throughout the entire game, and Mitch was a huge part of that. So I just wanted to give a shout-out to those guys. I wanted to give a shout-out to the faithful. It's just awesome. It was a great week 1. My son's ecstatic. I'm so happy for him. And anyway, thanks, guys, for having me on.
Scott, great call, man, and good job yesterday getting out there. Happy birthday to your son, and what a moment with Nick Bosa. Never, ever forget that. That's tremendous stuff. So 60-40, 70-30. I mean, I don't know. I tend to think fans always up their percentage a little bit, but whatever it was, again, I'm still kind of blown away by that, dude. This was Pittsburgh for the opener.
The opener.
That's crazy.
Yeah, even if it was 80-20.
Yeah.
That still is a good, significant number. And like you mentioned, you could hear it coming through the TV with the Let's Go Niners chants and just, the crowd. When good things would happen for the 49ers, you could hear that.
Totally.
Which is, that's telltale in its own.
Well, again, listen to this now, okay? This is the broadcast. Listen to what this sounded like, because in theory, this is right when the Steelers have pulled at least a tiny bit of momentum. They've scored right before the half. It's 20-7. Niners come out, get the ball. Take a listen to the crowd on this play.
Trying to do something here with Christian McCaffrey. Got a bruising block from Brandon Aiyuk. Got another from Ray McCloud. Turned it into a touchdown. It's a 65-yard lightning strike from McCaffrey. Stealing the momentum right back.
What the hell is that? It sounds like it's a home game.
The crowd is going wild,
They're going
Mark.
crazy.
They're going crazy.
I mean, there's always noise on a loud touchdown run, but usually if it's a home team that's getting run on, it usually feels a little bit more like a moan, or like somebody grabbed everybody's throat, like a oh no thing is going on, like a oh stop him kind of a thing. That's not what that sounded like.
No, that sounded like unadulterated joy.
Right.
The crowd went wild. Is what that sounded like. And it is remarkable. Yeah, and I wonder if we can exactly trace when this happened, because it is somewhat of a recent phenomenon, and I do think it's built a lot on success. But right now, it's good to be a Niner fan, and if you are a Niner fan anywhere else in the country and you have a chance to see this act, to see this team in person, and 97 and 54 and 19 and 11 and 23, and there's so many guys, so many guys right now, Mark.
No doubt, but not just that. I'll also, suggest, and again, these excursions are not cheap. Tickets are not cheap. Plane flights are not cheap. But if this is something that is in your budget, my gosh, the experience, these plane flights, these airports, the walks to the stadium, lined by other 49er fans who all start talking to each other, strike up conversations, friendships. I mean, it's really overwhelming. It's crazy. Walking to Soldier Field last year was wild. Absolutely wild. The plane flights, wild. Bonte and his girl on the plane flight, like everybody talking to everybody geared up. It's really an experience.
Which road game do you want to go to, Mark? Let's pick one. Let's go. Maybe we can think about it during the break.
I'd like to go to Pittsburgh.
Come on, man. You got Philly, you got Jacksonville.
All right, I'll tell you what.
We got Cleveland. Cleveland, this is for you.
Let me look at it.
All right.
And we'll come up with one coming up next. I actually think I got my eye on one already.
All right.
I know which one I want to go
Let's
to.
do this.
888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's very simple. We're taking your calls all afternoon, and the question is very simple. What'd you think? Niners are 1-0. It's Willard and Dibs.
Well, here's a message for Bay Area.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I would like to interrupt this 49ers interlude and let you know the tickets go on sale Wednesday for single games at Chase Center for the Golden State Warriors.
Woo!
See Chris Paul start a game.
The game. You're in trouble.
I might be.
Yeah.
No, I've just been set as an underdog.
You're in trouble.
And I'm fine with that. We've got time. But single game tickets for the Golden Dang State Warriors.
Let's go.
Are coming up on Wednesday. Just go to warriors.com if you are interested in buying into that. And, of course, as we say, the most wonderful time of the year. If the 49ers are going to be this good and have that bleed into the Warriors getting going and that story, who knows? Maybe we're sprinkling in Giants playoff games. Don't give up.
You had to ruin it.
Don't
give
up.
Ruin a good bit.
I told them to sweep the Rockies, and then they could come talk to me, and they did.
Yeah, they did.
Did you see me wave the white flag when they were down 4-0 on Friday night?
I missed that.
I sent out a white flag.
Oh, no.
And immediately they hit 3 straight home runs.
Straight.
And I just retweeted it and said, it worked. We're back.
I love it.
They haven't stopped scoring runs since.
Nope.
Look at them go.
Yeah.
So, anyway, now they got to play like not an awful team, just an okay team. We'll see if that changes anything, but not over yet.
Let me pump you up at this.
Okay.
Warriors opener 6 weeks from tomorrow.
Damn.
Yeah.
Gosh, life flies.
43 days from now. And in honor of that, I've ranked all 41 home games. So when you go to make your single ticket purchases, I've got all 41 home games ranked.
You ranked them all?
From 41 to 1. Is now a good time to run through that list?
No, it's not.
Can I give you my 5 games that you have to go to?
No, I don't think you should.
5?
I do not want to hear you say another word about the Warriors' schedule.
The opener is October 24th against Phoenix.
I said I don't want to hear another word out of you.
Day after Thanksgiving, when Benyama comes to town.
It's a victory Monday. Nobody wants to think about anything other than Brock Purdy and Brandon Aiyuk and Talanoa Hufanga.
Celtics on the 19th of December.
All right, let's go to Nick.
Jordan Poole revenge game December 22nd.
Let's go to Nick and Martinez.
Wiseman on January 5th.
Willie and Dibby. Nick, you got to start talking so that Dibs stops. Come on, Nick, let's go.
LeBron James in January.
What's going on? Dibs, you're a little bit premature, man. The party right now is all about the Niners. It really is.
Exactly right.
And I understand that we're the flagship station, and we are excited for Chris Paul and everything that's to come. But right now, after all the talk that we've heard, all the scuttlebutt about the 49ers and Brock Purdy, this game right here proved so many people wrong. I called in a couple of days ago and talked to you guys about how excited I was, and talked to you about the great cloud that it felt like the empire and the fans were shedding over this season.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, I mean, all questions were answered. The one thing that I really wanted to talk with you guys about is the surgery that he had and the questions on how sustainable is he if he takes that hit. Have you guys sat there and really realized what it took for him to defend that ball, that loose ball, behind his back, coming off of surgery and securing it? Oh, my goodness. It put all questions to doubt. His arm is locked and loaded, ready to go. He's composed. The cognitive test that he has taken was in full display. He's aware of the field. The people, his players, believe in him. Man, I'm just so excited. The defense is there. Offense is there. I'm just excited, guys. I know it's game 1. It's a long season. But, man, we could not have asked for a better start, man. I love you guys. I love your show. I'll continue to call in. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
Thank you, Nick. Really appreciate it.
And I'll see you at the Charlotte Hornets game February 23rd. Thank you, Nick. I'm sorry. I had to get one more in there.
You coaching? Is that why you want him in that game? You coach? Nick's spot on. I think what a lot of us are working toward with this kind of vibe with the Niners it's one thing to think that something is going to be great, and then it's another thing to actually see it and experience it. No matter how confident you are about something, right? Think about Patrick Peterson on a podcast last week. He was confident. He's feeling it. He thought he had it. Turns out he didn't. So you never know. You never know. It's like a vacation, right? It's all set up. We got the itinerary, the plans. Remember when we went fishing in Mexico? We were excited to go. Turns out it sucked. It was one of the worst experiences of our lives, and we won't make that mistake again. Like, you just don't know until it is a confirmation sensation.
That's a buck.
Until you see it.
Think about Burning Man this year.
What?
Everyone went to Burning Man.
There you go.
Ready to get loose in the desert. I've been on the playa, bro. It's a fun festival. Yeah, rain. 7 feet of mud later, and you're stranded. Yeah, rain, mud. You lose, Burning Man. Anyway, but to that point.
That's yesterday, right? Like, we can sit here and we can argue about the quarterbacks and worry about Brock's arm and go, man, they're loaded. And Shanahan, I'm coming down your road.
Hot seat.
If you don't win and do it with this talent, you can do.
You were feeling yourself on Twitter, too.
Well, how can you
You were one tweet away from getting muted.
Wait, what did I do?
Just the I told you so arrogance.
I never said I told you so.
All of you, no, but you said everything but that.
What did I write?
All of you talking about a hot seat. There is no hot and there is no seat.
I didn't write
I'm Mark
that.
Willard.
That's not what I wrote.
The essence of it was there.
What did I write?
I talked to a fellow.
Okay.
There was a couple of them, and I saw the.
Quick recap.
I saw one, and I'm like, oh god, it's going to be a long 4 hours.
Okay.
And then I saw the other one, and I'm like, oh my god, I may have to call in sick.
This was all after the game. It was
I know.
all after. I don't tweet during the game. I wrote one tweet. They went on an opening drive for a touchdown, and I wrote, well, okay then. That's it.
That's not the one.
Okay.
There was something about sample size.
After the game, no. So here were the two tweets.
Okay.
Here was
you can tell me if this offends you at 888-957-95.
Listen, I got to get it out on Twitter or else I'm going to bring it to the air, and I don't want to do that.
Okay.
I don't want to do victory
If that's
laps.
the way you go, then get it out on Twitter.
No, like the Niners won. This is amazing.
It's wonderful. We had a great time.
Everybody gets to experience this, whether you were a Trey person, a Brock person, whether you hate Kyle, love Kyle, whatever. They had an awesome first week. Adam Schefter tweeted out a factoid, and it's an interesting one.
Share it.
Adam Schefter wrote,
according to sources,
Brock Purdy is the first quarterback in NFL history to win each of his first 6 career regular season starts and throw at least 2 touchdown passes in each of them. Purdy is also the first quarterback in NFL history with a passer rating of 95 or higher in each of his first 6 career regular season starts. Okay? Those are pretty big factoids. First ever.
Sure.
So I quote tweeted it.
Over the top.
And I wrote, but, remember those times that he threw balls that were almost picked last year? You got to let me get something off my chest, dude. You have to.
I'm not in charge of your Twitter feed. I read that.
And I have to. Come on.
If I was refereeing in that moment and I refereed this weekend, girls volleyball tournament, we have a yellow and a red card. That might have prompted the yellow.
Really? That's not fair.
On the smugometer, it's fair. You can tweet whatever you want.
But remember the times that he almost made bad plays?
But when you
No, but do you Dibs? Do you remember when he almost made some bad plays?
Like 4 or 5 throws last year should have been picked off.
Do you remember
and he got
those?
it. They let him off the hook.
Oh, God.
The other team let him off the hook. So that first tweet, I was like, oh, God, it's going to be one of these days.
Give me a little leeway. A little bit. That's all I'm asking for.
No, I didn't tweet over the top. Like,
it's not like I texted it directly to you.
No, but you know your audience.
You're the one who eliminated the Warriors from contention 3 months before a title on my phone.
Untrue.
That's true.
Untrue.
You said they are not title contenders.
Unlike you, I tweet during games.
I know.
Jordan Poole is unplayable.
I put my crap away. I don't want to do that because
you're more mature than I am.
But then when they walk to the line, I just want to be like, yay, go.
Go, Red guys. Yes. I'm looking at it with a critical eye.
So then I chilled for 3 hours.
3 whole hours.
It's probably because I was doing the Fox show.
And you know how Twitter works. Like, the people that you are closest to, and if I've interacted with your tweet on X, then it will come up top.
It comes up on the top.
So I get.
So then we did the show with Kyle Rudolph, and he's a big Brock Purdy fan, and so I think I was just I'm kind of juiced up here at 8 o'clock at night, and I was just sitting there thinking about it, and I'm like, all right, so tomorrow, obviously Brock's going to be a big topic, and what do you hear people say?
Big talk, Brock.
Well, what do you say? What do people say about Brock Purdy? Okay, he's good, but
small sample.
So I wrote.
This is the one that got me. I'll be honest. This is the one that got me. This is the one that had me. I selected your account and I scrolled down to mute this account.
Did you really?
Didn't mute you.
Why not?
Because I'm trying to be better about
you
that.
Like me.
I got to work with you. And I actually thought about it, and I thought, you know what? If this is how today's show is going to be, how am I going to react? Because I don't want to be the negative guy when a day calls for positivity.
Yeah, nobody's the negative guy today.
But when you tweet things like this, it puts me in a certain place where I want to take you down a notch.
And that's fine.
Or two.
But can you now sense that I need to do it here?
I get it.
So that I don't do it here.
Just share with the people what you tweeted that made me so nauseated.
I wrote, I'm not sure what to say anymore, so just let me know when the sample size is enough.
Oh, my God.
Hashtag FTCB.
Yes, exactly. So just let me know.
You let me know.
You let me know when the sample size is big enough.
You call me.
Right.
You call me and let me know when you get there.
That tweet is dripping with arrogance, condescension, know-it-allness, and quite frankly, bile. Thank you, Grandy.
Now, I also...
That was the one.
I also quote tweeted Lombardi with something that I thought was way more smug than anything I said.
I don't even know if I saw this one. Let me look.
Hang on while I pull it up.
I got off of X after that.
Hold on. Everybody loosen up their neck for a second. Hold on. Ready? All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, a little palate cleanser. Lombardi, he wrote, we need to hold Kyle Shanahan accountable for how good the 49ers look today.
This is David Lombardi, not Michael Lombardi.
No,
David Lombardi.
Not Vince either. This is David. David Lombardi.
Not the Crooked Street guy either.
I quote tweeted him and I just said, speak.
I see that now.
Speak on it. David,
so bad.
Let him know in the back. Let him know.
RELAX. Relax.
That's right.
You're drafting off David Lombardi now, are you?
We are not giving Kyle Shanahan a pass for yesterday's win.
He shouldn't.
He's going to have to wear it.
He's going to have to be held accountable.
You know what letter wear starts with?
W?
W.
Okay.
That one's on you, Kyle. It's all you. So not letting you escape.
You are getting muted. You're definitely getting muted. I didn't even see that speak. That's it. That's 3 strikes. You're muted. Let's go to the phones. I mean, honestly.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's.
Okay.
That won't show up anymore. I feel better now.
When you go to the bathroom, I'm going to come over and unmute myself. It's going to be great. All right, Matt and San Rafael.
So muted.
Matt, what are you doing? Thanks for calling.
I'm actually going to the gym after work, which is always nice, especially because I'm in a good mood because the Niners won in convincing fashion. You were asking how people felt about yesterday or the thing that I'm sort of most grateful for with what I've seen from the admittedly small sample size is I'm relaxed when Brock is playing quarterback, and I haven't felt that sense of calm confidence in a long time.
The thing I wanted to comment on, you guys were talking about your concern about Brock holding the ball for that extra beat, and I understand it, but there are two things I want to point out. One is, I think we're all a little nervous, kind of like parents when your kid gets hurt and they go back out on the playground the first time and you're a little antsy, maybe a little overprotective, but you know that the kid is actually going to be okay. And then once they've been playing for a little bit, you get back into a normal frame of mind. The second thing is Purdy does something that no quarterback that the Niners have had, to my knowledge, since Jeff Garcia, but he was different. He moves around in the pocket and buys himself time. He has pocket presence, pocket awareness, so that he is not just like Jimmy standing there waiting for someone to blow him up. Kaepernick was the same way. I mean, he can go back and back and back. So I understand what you're saying, and I do think he needs to kind of maybe not take as many chances with his body, but I don't know if he's going to do that, and I also don't know if it's as big of a concern as people are thinking it might be.
Well, Matt, thanks for the call. I agree. It's probably not, but I acknowledge that it's going to feel that way to us. I don't know any way around that. We are going to be terrified of quarterback injuries for a long time in this fan base. I don't even think it's over this year. Brock could play 17 games. I think we'll still be scared about it next year.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's just, that's our history. That's what we've been burned so many times, and that's the memory. The NFC title game last year, we were talking earlier about expectations when they're lofty and then they're met.
Yeah.
That was the opposite. Forget whether the Niners were going to win, lose, or draw. But that was the game we were all waiting to see, and for it to get robbed from us in that sort of a way, it leaves a mark.
It does.
For a long time.
Right. It's kind of like the movie Vacation when they finally get to Wally World and it's closed. I mean, they go through all of that.
Great analogy.
Chevy and Beverly and the whole gang, they finally make it there, and it's
and he punches Wally in the nose.
Exactly.
Because he's frustrated.
So frustrated,
Yeah.
and that's kind of the way last year felt, because you waited, you fought, you won 10 in a row, and you had Mr. Irrelevant, and he wins 2 playoff games, and now you're going to Philly, and you know it's going to be a tough test, and you know if everything goes right, it's probably going to be a 3-point game either way, and maybe you win. And if you play your cards right, you get down to the fourth quarter, and darn it, maybe you have a chance to go to the Super Bowl with a third-string quarterback and stare down Patty Mahomes one more time, and to have it end like that was such a bummer. And the fact that it's a quarterback who got hurt, and you've had quarterbacks get hurt almost every year under Kyle Shanahan, so it really was more PTSD for you.
Yeah, I don't know how that goes away anytime soon, to have it go that way. Like, remember Raiders fans? That organization had been in quite a playoff drought, and they were having that year where they were it was humming, and it was working that particular year. And right before the playoffs came around, Derek Carr broke his leg. And off you go to Houston, and it's like, sweet, you're in the playoffs, and that's it. Like, you lose. I mean, it's brutal. It's brutal when it goes that way.
What really happens is off we go to Reno, me, Lo Neal, and Guru to do a live show at the Atlantis Casino.
Really?
In Reno with Connor Cook as your quarterback.
I mean,
Connor Cook.
Never had a chance.
No, they had no chance. Yeah. We did a show, like a pregame show, because we were the home of the Raiders at that time. So we did like a pregame show from the Atlantis Sports and Casino in the sports book. And it's like, oh, yeah, Connor Cook, I think he can do it. They got no chance, dude.
No.
And against Houston. Can you imagine that playoff pairing this year? Raiders and the Texans?
Oh, my gosh.
Right? I mean, the Raiders, maybe.
Jimmy Garoppolo against D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
I love it. Let's do it.
It was fun watching those rookie QBs yesterday, Stroud and Richardson.
It was.
At times, like, pure amazement, and then like, oh my God, he's a rookie.
Well, speaking of the whole quarterback injuries thing and the Trey Lance experience that happened last year, did you hear what Trevor Lawrence said after the game? And he apparently went over and spoke to Anthony Richardson.
He did.
And just first of all said, great job. Like, congratulations on this. Think you got some serious promise in this league. oh, by the way, before I leave for the locker room, dude, you got to get down.
Seriously.
Because
he got hit so hard on the goal line.
He already bruised his leg. He had to come out of the game for a few plays. I think he's going to be okay. I don't know if he's going to miss any games, but that's one game. He's played one game, and they're already talking about him taking too many hits. And Trevor said he pulled him aside. This is as a divisional opponent.
Right.
And he pulled him aside and said, look, it comes too fast in this league, and you are not going to survive doing that stuff. So it'll be interesting to see if we see a different Anthony Richardson already in week 2, because the message was clear and it was coming from everywhere. You're not going to last if you play football like this.
Not at this level.
No.
But that's kind of his difference maker, and it's a little bit of the Justin Fields cautionary tale and Lamar Jackson. It's like, guys who really can do a lot with their legs. How do you tell them to not try to make plays happen with your athleticism?
Right, and I think 10 carries for him yesterday. Jalen Hurts had 9. I mean, you watch that game, and I still wonder why people don't talk about that more with all the conversation about quarterbacks shouldn't run up the middle. Well, Jalen sure does. They got no hesitation in Philadelphia about running him all over the place. Andrew in Castro Valley is next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Andrew, thanks for calling. What's cooking?
So I wanted to talk about real quick about your tweet about Schefter's factoid.
Yes.
I agree with you, Willard. That's not a big enough sample size. I would say about 4 or 5 more games. However, playing devil's advocate, you have to remember that when Purdy started last year, we were already 10, 11 games into the season.
But I guess what I'd ask you, Andrew, is 4 or 5 more games until what? Like, you finish that sentence for us.
Well, the other teams, everybody else needs to get a little bit seasoned. They're still, this is week 1. A few more weeks into the season, everybody, is all prepped, ready to go a little more, if you know what I mean.
I guess. I feel like why are the 49ers prepped and ready to go more so than the other teams, You got
a point there.
So and Andrew, thanks so much for calling. Like, let me back up the sarcasm to say this: y'all get to be convinced whenever you're convinced, and that can be never. You are welcome to
That's
that.
Mighty big of you, Mark.
No, I'm not. There's no clock on this. There's no clock. Yeah, it's a sarcastic tweet on a Sunday night. No alcohol, by the way. But anyway.
That's no excuse. That actually makes it worse.
I'm not allowed to be sarcastic?
It would be a lot more forgivable if you were half in the bag.
All right, fine. I was wasted when I sent that last night. I had 3 Manhattans
wasted.
And 1 Truly.
My Truly from the Super Bowl last year.
Still in the fridge.
Still hanging around.
Still in the fridge. I think it rolled on its side in the back.
Despite having a couple of teenagers there. Surprised that baby's surviving.
Well, maybe they filled that thing back up with water. I don't know. But no, I guess we're all allowed to be convinced when we're convinced. And if you're not convinced, you're not, and I am.
Yeah.
And that's great. That's great. Like, in fact, he makes a point about, hey, last year they were already 10 games into the year. I think that was actually a challenge that Brock had to overcome, not the other way around. He got thrown into a season while not getting any reps in practice.
Yeah.
He got thrown into that situation. And that's why I wondered this year.
He did, though, get 10 weeks of being able to see it
No doubt.
Being able to hear it in the headset and being able to visualize it from the sideline. That helped.
No doubt. But I'm a believer in reps no matter what you do in life. And that's why I expect Brock Purdy to actually elevate and be better this year than last year, because now he's at a camp. He's got an offense that is like, okay, this is yours. Let's learn it. Let's do more. And open things up. He's got game reps, which builds confidence, all of that stuff. I would say that was a challenge that existed last year that doesn't this year. And so, sure, he's got to learn how to stay healthy. That's a big part of this league. We were just talking about what Trevor Lawrence said to Anthony Richardson. There is a skill to staying healthy, and we don't know for sure if Brock has it yet the way he needs to. He's still a very young player, even though he doesn't always look like it. So, all of those questions remain, but I don't need any more convincing that Brock Purdy's a really good player and that the 49ers have found their guy.
Yeah, they have found their guy. They are telling you that they've found their guy, and as well as he's done, then that's all the convincing I need. Whether or not I think that he can be X greatest quarterback currently going or X greatest quarterback who's ever played the game, that doesn't matter, because right now the Niners have a talented offense, they've got an unbelievable scheme, and they've got a quarterback who is up to the task. He's good enough to run the scheme. He's good enough to make the throws they're asking him to make. So far, he's not really had to throw the deep ball. And maybe at some point this year, we're going to see it, where a defense decides, okay, Brock, we know you're great underneath. We know you're good at the intermediate. We're going to go ahead and bring 8 guys up in the box. We're going to take away Christian McCaffrey, and we're going to really jump the short routes and the intermediate routes. We're going to make you beat us over the top. And we'll see if he'll be able to do that.
I feel like Seattle tried to do that on Thursday night last year, and George Kittle had beaten me in my fantasy playoffs by halftime.
Right.
Because Purdy just threw it right over their heads. It was wide open down the field.
Well, right now, if you're a defensive coordinator and you look at this team and you look at yesterday's film and you see a good Pittsburgh defense, what do you see? You look at the Niners, and I talked about 21 personnel a lot, and they run it, they pass it. They use McCaffrey out of the slot. They can put him in the backfield. They can do a lot of different things with a lot of different people. So who are you going to key on? Because you can't double everybody, as we know. If you're going to rush 4 against their 5 blockers and you're going to have 7 in coverage, you're going to have 7 guys guarding 5. You're rushing 4 against the Niners' 5 blockers. Well, you're probably going to give Brock Purdy a lot of time. And Brandon Aiyuk, with the routes he runs, he's going to be open. And McCaffrey out of the backfield, if you get him the ball or you get the ball to Debo early, these guys are a problem even if you get them the ball at the line of scrimmage. So do you want to bring extra pressure and then play man-to-man behind it? You could do that, but you're looking at Aiyuk and Debo and George Kittle.
That's the thing.
You're looking at a difficulty either way. Either you commit more bodies to pressure Brock and stop the run and leave yourself naked at the back, or you play softer and hope that you can rally up and tackle.
It's a coverage problem. That's my belief. That's why health, to me, is the first thing. And I know it always is to a degree, but if the 49ers stay healthy, there's too much talent on the field to guard at one time and feel comfortable if you're not getting to Purdy really, really quickly. You got a superstar in the defensive backfield in the name of Minkah Fitzpatrick. Did you even hear his name get called yesterday? He didn't do, neutralized. Nothing. Zippo. And I know that at times maybe he was sort of assigned to Kittle, I'm sure, on certain plays, and Kittle did not have a huge game, and so that's great, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The 49ers don't have anybody on offense that has to have a good game for them to have a good game. A couple guys can do nothing, and they're still going to be explosive. How about Mark in Oakland with Willard and Dibbs? Hey, Mark, what's cooking? Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. So I got 2 things. One on the smugometer stuff you were talking about earlier that I thought was pretty fun.
Thanks, Mark.
And then on something on Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
And I will say this with all due love and respect, Mark. I've listened to you when you were in another place. So for a long time, and I've listened to you on the radio. But I thought it was appropriate, my opinion, this might even be a little smug for me to say this, that Dibbs was checking you on the smugness. It feels like there's been a little trend towards smugness. That's just my feedback for what it's worth. But I still like listening to you.
Well,
and I also understand the allure of smugness because I love doing it. There's a satisfaction in those moments. So I don't know if I can even fault you.
Well, I tell you what, I'm going to have a big cup of coffee tomorrow in a mug that just has a big S on it, and I'm going to call it my smug, and I'm going to drink it. I'm going to drink it both as A, my medicine, and B, my Brock Purdy looks damn good cup of coffee in the morning because that's what I feel like doing, Mark.
Well, that's what I'm calling about too, is Purdy, and a little bit of I'm starting to go, I think I'm wrong. I think he's better than I thought he was. I thought there's something there, but I wasn't as optimistic as you, actually.
Well, that's it, Mark. Mark, not to interrupt, but why don't you tell me what was your opinion for everybody listening, what did you feel before the year started?
I felt there's possibly something there for sure that needs to be explored. Although if you would have left it up to me, and you said it's between him and Garoppolo, I would have taken Garoppolo. I also watched Garoppolo yesterday, and he looked good, but he also did the thing he sometimes does, which is he threw a pick when they're down in the red zone, and I was like, oh, that's him, but they still won. So I would have probably said, and here's why I would have had question marks around Purdy. I did think there was something there. He does seem to have sort of an it factor type of thing, but I've always felt something looks very slow about when he throws the ball, and I just wonder if they're going to catch up to that. To me, it looks like it comes out slow. The velocity of the ball, like he doesn't have a very strong arm, is one of the things I was concerned about, and I was thinking they might start, defending against that, like you were saying, and if they start forcing them to go deep, are they going to figure him out? So I had question marks, but it wasn't an all or nothing, like, oh, he's terrible. I thought, unless you're going to go with Garoppolo, yeah, he's definitely the best choice. But whose game he reminds me of? And he has the one thing that I do think wins Super Bowls. He does seem to not make big mistakes, which is usually important. And I think that the overall question, and this applies to Shanahan and everything, and it's all that's left for Brock Purdy. He's done good in the regular season. He's won playoff games. And this is the same question mark I have for Shanahan. Can they win the big one? And that's a pretty cool thing that's all that's left in front of you. But Reed had that moniker. He couldn't win a big one. And now look at him. He's won 2 with Patrick Mahomes. So I'm feeling much more optimistic. And I was, I think, underestimating Brock Purdy to some degree. So I'll admit that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
Mark, yeah, have a good cup of coffee tomorrow morning. Appreciate the phone call on that. You know what? It's interesting because I think well-established for a lot of fans when they look at Kyle Shanahan, this year is sort of like, dude, you got to get over the top. But I sort of feel like it's not the same barometer for Brock, even though you may feel that about the 49ers as a team.
Right.
For Brock, you're talking about your first full year as a starter, your age 23 season. For example, let's say Brock has a great year. It's a healthy year. It's a statistically nice year. And he does do things like Josh Allen or Joe Burrow or Jalen Hurts. And you sort of feel that way at the end of the year. Well, none of them have won a Super Bowl, but no one in those fan bases is like, I don't know about this Joe Burrow guy.
Right.
No, they're like, how about $55 million a year?
Yeah.
We love you forever.
Trevor Lawrence is another good example.
Right.
Somebody who is, off to a great start to their career, but hasn't won the big one. And I think you're right. If you get to that point this year, and if the season ends in the same spot that it did last year, NFC Championship, on the road, you lose. You don't have an injury like you had, but you just lose the game. Kyle Shanahan will get 100 times more criticism than Brock Purdy will.
Yeah, I agree.
Almost no matter what. Even if Brock Purdy finally shows that the moment was too big, or, he makes 3 interceptions, he turns the ball over 3 times, and he looks a little bit unsure and uneasy in the big spot, he'll be given much more of a pass than Shanahan.
I mean, completely. Totally agree. And I love the way that you said Shanahan.
I had to. I wanted to bring it home.
That jerk.
Because, to your point, Shanahan needs to get over the hump. Brock Purdy just needs to try to, get on the hump. Well, he hasn't had a chance to get over the hump.
Right. Shanahan's had a lot more shots at the hump.
The hump. Yeah. No doubt.
AJ, Redwood City. Hey, AJ, what's up? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. So, in terms of Brock Purdy, I feel like I have enough of a sample size to make a call. I don't know what 4 more games is going to do to change my mind about this guy. But I want to introduce a label that gets thrown around for college QBs, but rarely for pro QBs. System guy. That's what Brock Purdy looks like to me. I think Kyle Shanahan is drawing up a scheme, and Brock Purdy is operating within it, and that's why he looks so good. I don't think you can plug this guy in anywhere with any offensive coordinator, and it's going to get the same result. That doesn't mean we can't win with him. I think we can win with the system guy. And that's my point. Is that if I believe in Kyle Shanahan, I believe in the system, and I believe in this guy to operate it. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, AJ, thank you.
AJ, thank you for making the call. And I'm saying this not on behalf of Mark, but just on behalf of myself. I love you, AJ. You complete me because I also believe that Brock Purdy is a system guy, and I don't think that that's disrespectful. The fact that he's able to win in this system does not mean that he can't be a good quarterback elsewhere. Now, AJ said something that I think might be a little too far, which is, Brock Purdy maybe couldn't be successful elsewhere. You could say that about a lot of quarterbacks. If Patrick Mahomes was a Houston Texans, is he taking them to the Super Bowl?
I think Mahomes is different.
Mahomes is
on a different planet.
But he's surrounded by a ton of talent, and he's got one of the great offensive minds in football. If he was a Houston Texans, I think that his story would be different.
I think maybe a better example for the moment might be, what if I gave you Matt Stafford? Matt Stafford was always a good quarterback. They never went to the playoffs. It didn't matter to people.
Right.
He
would lead the league in yardage.
Yeah, fantasy quarterback, but it was as if he was just there for that. Come on, Matt, show up, win 5 games, and win me my fantasy league because you're always down by 10 points, so you're throwing the ball all over the field and you have Calvin Johnson on your team. That's kind of what Matt's deal was. And then Matt got paired up with Sean McVay and Cooper Kupp, and off they went, and they won a Super Bowl. So, sure, can a team elevate you by being well coached and having better teammates? I think that's all standard. I don't think that makes someone a system quarterback. I know that this is outside of our YouTube audience, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We love you here, but most of you cannot see us. As that point was being made that Brock Purdy is a system quarterback, I was twitching.
I was smiling.
I was twitching. Because
one was cringing, one was smiling.
Well, when you say it's not disrespectful to Brock, I don't agree. I understand where you're coming from. I would just add it the way that I just did, which is, does the system help Brock? Sure, absolutely. But Brock also helps the system, which I think has also been proven based on what we've seen with other quarterbacks who try to run the exact same system with the same coach and the same teammates and all of that stuff. So I just don't know why we need to label it that way.
We don't need to.
I look at Brock Purdy and I see some skills that would absolutely travel. I think that improvisation travels. I think the decision-making travels. The accuracy travels. The moxie travels. Would he be as good on another team? No, because the other team's not as good.
Exactly. And that's why the people who think that he's more of a system guy, we look at the system, which is incredible, and the amount of talent that's around him, and that's what makes people want to lean toward the system more than we want to lean toward the actual QB himself.
Wow.
You okay?
Wow. Just noticing that Aaron Rodgers is already being taken off of the field in the Monday Night Football game. Not on a stretcher or a cart or anything like that. But
you're saying he got pulled?
No, he's hurt. He's hurt. He may come back out, but he is already being checked out on the sideline. Zach Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, is in as the Jets quarterback.
Well, it's pretty clear what's happened here.
What do you see?
Aaron Rodgers is a system QB. And now that he's not in that cozy little system up in Wisconsin, he can't handle the Big Apple, Mark.
Oh, are you kidding me?
My heart is breaking right now for Aaron Rodgers.
I bet it is. I know how much you feel for him. Let's keep going.
SOFT.
He'll be back. RELAX. He'll be back.
HURTT.
And by the way, I'd like to also thank the fantasy community that spent 3 months telling us you're going to have to wait till week 5 for Breece Hall. This is going to be Dalvin Cook special right out the gate.
Didn't he run 25 yards in the first play?
First play from scrimmage, Breece Hall flying down the left sideline for 25. Anyway, everybody knows nothing. How about that for week 1 of the NFL?
I'm just glad I didn't draft Kupp or Coop.
Wow.
Kupp or Coop on the IR for 4 weeks?
We actually were talking about this yesterday. We did a shout-out to the fantasy community that had the 5th, 6th, or 7th pick. You had 3 options.
Yeah. That was me. I picked 5th.
Cooper Kupp.
Yep.
You could go Travis Kelce.
You could.
Or you could go Tyreek Hill.
Man. Turns out.
Which one of these is not like the other?
Or, Mark, you could go Austin Eckler.
Well, he's usually gone by then.
Yeah.
Usually.
And now I'm just saying Austin Eckler because now he might be sidelined as well.
Maybe, but he had a hell of a game. He had a huge game in week 1. Obviously, Kelsey was a 0. Kupp was a 0 with a bunch more zeros coming up.
Yep, 3 more at least.
I just feel if any of you sat there and went, I want a wide receiver, Kupp, Hill, Kupp, I'm taking Kupp. I feel for you. That stinks.
Yeah.
That's a big old whoopsie daisy.
Tyreek with 47.5 for me.
And Kupp won't have that until week 8 or if at all.
Yeah.
Dan in San Francisco next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Dan. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going? I'm driving home right now. I just want to say, I think the Niners are incredible. I think they're the team to beat. Definitely the team to beat in the NFC. You could probably make an argument that they're the team to beat in the whole league. Their firepower is omnipresent at every position on both sides. They're it is so hard to get wins in this league, and they just storm through teams. It's just unbelievable. And Brock Purdy, personally, I like him. I heard, I heard Dan talking about how he's potentially a system guy. I think it's a good point. I think the truth will be unveiled. We still have a relatively small sample size, but I really like what I've seen from Brock. His movement in the pocket, his improv, and I don't agree with that. Sure, teams might try to make him go over the top more. I think he can hurt you going over the top. So I really like our team this year, guys.
Dan, thanks so much. Yeah, I wonder what that will look like as the league does sit down. Sean McVay's a great coach. People are going to go in to the film room and try to figure out where the weakness is. Right now, I don't know. I know a lot of people, make him go over the top.
Colton McKivitz.
Maybe. I don't think anybody, if you judge them solely by going against TJ Watt, I think you're going to have a hard time. Was that excessive? Maybe. There are questions there. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to judge him solely on what he looks like against TJ Watt.
I was looking during the crossover just to make sure that I had my facts right, but I don't believe there are any brother tandems in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And I know you're not big on Halls of Fame,
right?
But I was thinking about TJ Watt because his brother is going to be a Hall of Famer, JJ Watt, and I think he recently retired, right?
That's correct.
So he's got a 5-year wait.
He's definitely in.
He's in. TJ is on a trajectory that would put him in the Hall of Fame, and I was thinking they might be the first brother combo to both be Hall of Famers, but then I thought about these two yahoos you can see on TV right now, Eli and Peyton.
Oh, they're definitely in.
Right.
They're definitely in.
So that will be the first brother combo. I don't believe either is in. Is Peyton already in? Or
no, I don't think it. Has it been long enough?
It's hard to tell. These years go by so fast.
No, because we'd remember that Hall of Fame speech.
Sure.
We would remember
It'd
that
still
Hall
be
of
going.
Fame speech. Just updating you on what is going on in that football game. Aaron Rodgers is in the blue tent, and a cart just pulled up to the tent. It is something that looks like a left ankle situation. Aaron's face, if it were to tell a story, it's not a good story. So that's all we can say right now. That's just speculating as far as where that's going to go, but we're getting a whole lot of shots, cutaways to the Jets personnel, their ownership box, their GM. Everything is moving and shaking all over in this game between the Bills and the Jets. Oh,
Peyton is Hall of Famer, by the way.
Okay, he's already in?
Yes.
Gosh, why do I not remember the speech?
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just looking at his Football Reference.
Okay.
Eli, not yet in.
Not yet.
But he will be getting it.
Yeah, of course he will. A couple of Super Bowls. We got Philmo Mike. Philmo, what are you doing?
Oh, man. I'm sitting here watching Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what happened. He probably got touched, but he getting old. He getting old, Diggs.
Yeah, he is.
The intro songs on the game, I'm going to keep it real. Goonie and Steiny get a Grammy. They got the best intro song. Easily. The Morning Roast, they get a Moon Man. They get an MTV Video Award. I don't know how, but they got one. And y'all got a country American music. I don't know if it's the Country American Music Awards, the Country Music Awards. That's what y'all got. Y'all in last place. Y'all gonna have to work on that theme song, y'all.
Filmo, you know what? First of all, I don't even know what the song is. I don't even know what it is. Do you know the name of that song?
No, I'm too busy saying goodbye to Guru and trying to get him to move out of my seat.
Well, there's that. That's right. And then you hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead. Was you to Jared Goff years ago.
When I was more than half in the bag. And then I was the bag.
Yeah, and you ripped baseball. You ripped baseball in the open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Flaccid Rob, the commissioner, Major League Baseball, you stink.
Yeah, Filmo,
baseball stinks less.
Filmo, I agree with this take. I've been asking. It's just time to freshen it up. I've been asking for months. We'll get there.
Filmo,
the
best of all time was the original song for Jolo and Dibs. I'm sure you remember it well. The great the beatmaker Naki made that. Yeah, it was an original.
That's great.
Yeah, Filmo.
Don't lie, that was up there, but nah. I just want people to know, man. Like, I'm getting sick of people trying to put Brock in a category. Like, do you put Jeff George in the category? Oh, super talented, but he's trash. I don't care if he's system. I don't care if he's out of the system, in the system. It don't matter. The boy could ball. He could play. I really feel like you could put Purdy in multiple situations, and depending on the type of offense, for the most part, it'll run fluidly because everybody keeps saying, he keep processing. And for whatever reason, I don't know if you get this feeling, Willard and Dibs, the Niners, with all that happened in the offseason, they seem like they're level and their focus is on the whole. Like, it's not the same as in years past. They have a maturity and an awareness and an expectation that we're supposed to be here, we're supposed to be good, and you know what, damn it, we're not going to let nobody or no one else, get in our way, because we see how good we can be. We see, we know where we can lay or we can land. So I feel like their focus is a lot more. It's a lot more intentional this year, if you get what I'm saying.
I totally do. Yeah. I mean, Filmo, thank you so much for the call.
And make sure you wash your back, Filmo.
Well,
always.
There's that. But I you know what? We've heard that word come up a lot today, and I don't disagree. We're not inside the actual minds of the Niners and not inside the locker room, but it does feel that way. It just feels sharp. It feels focused.
Yeah.
It feels like they're obsessed more than we are with getting this done.
Yeah.
It does. It feels that way, and especially because we've gotten used to slow starts. To see the 49ers come out and look like that in the first half of week one, I mean, what a sight for sore eyes.
They absolutely throttled Pittsburgh on both sides of the ball. Offensively, Kyle's beloved laminated play sheet and his script, they ran the script to a T, and they just gashed Pittsburgh. And then defensively, they're getting after it. And you think about all the different matchups that are still to come in this year, and you can't find another team out there that's going to throw a real scare into the 49ers. And you're right, Mark. They came out focused. And I also think they understand the import of having that second to last game, the penultimate game in any successful season. Having that conference championship game at home is so important.
Yes.
I mentioned it earlier. 8 of the last 10 NFC title games won by the home team, including when the Niners were the home team and they went to the Super Bowl. So they understand how much better it is to have that game on your own field as opposed to Philly or Dallas or, dare I say, Detroit.
We'll keep going on the phones. It is an ankle for Aaron Rodgers. He has been carted to the locker room. He is officially listed as questionable for the return. Stay right here, and we will keep you up to date as more information comes in on that. But the Bills are playing the Jets, and Zach Wilson is the one out there on the field for the Jets.
Do you get fantasy points for knocking out the other QB? Because I have Buffalo's D.
I do too. In my other league.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, you got a point for the sack.
You got a point for the sack. That's right.
Whatever. You should get a bonus point for the ankle.
You just hate Aaron
2
Rodgers.
points for the ACL.
Yeah.
Come on.
Like scanning through your settings to be. Don't you get 40 points for hurting Aaron Rodgers?
In Doc Pandia's league, you get points by the bone.
Paul in the city. Hi, Paul. What you doing, man? You're on with Willard and Dibs.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Hey, what am I doing? I'm in town on business from St. Louis. I was on the highway stuck in traffic heading to Dave & Buster's to watch the Monday night game, and I hear you guys talking about Brock Purdy being a system quarterback, so I got a question for you, okay?
Okay.
I'm sort of a pedestrian football fan, so correct me if I'm wrong. So go back to the Joe Montana days there with the 49ers. That was under Bill Walsh, right?
Yeah.
And he created the West Coast offense, didn't he?
Correct.
Yeah, I like where you're going.
So wouldn't that be like calling Joe Montana a system quarterback?
Yes, it would, Paul. And by the way, when we do this, and Sean Salisbury had our conversation last week talking about how game manager is not actually a criticism. And I'm going to say pretty much the exact same thing about system quarterback. Like, Paul, what does that mean? What exactly is Tom Brady a system quarterback? He ran the system. He ran it pretty well. So I don't know. I'm with you. I don't think that that's a criticism. I also know what people are trying to say by saying it, and I don't necessarily think that it's very fair. I think it's diminishing of a quarterback who has won every single game that he's finished so far in the NFL, and that's an incredible accomplishment that you can't do without talent.
Right. And, hey, you know what? I just wanted to throw that point out there and for something for people to think about. But, hey, I really enjoyed you guys showing. You guys kept me entertained on my hour-and-a-half drive in the San Francisco traffic. So thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Keep
Paul.
up the good work, man.
Appreciate you. Enjoy Dave & Buster's.
Thanks, Paul. It's a good spot.
It's super fun.
Yeah, get a game card.
They got one in Concord now. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, really?
I've been to the one down in Milpitas, but never the one.
Yeah.
What happened?
Ceremony. Don't worry about it. We'll tell you later.
No,
anyway, it's all good.
I did it on purpose.
You did?
That's what my kids always used to call it. So I thought that was the city's nickname.
I mean, come on, man.
I did it seamlessly. It was at the buzzer.
We're sitting here talking about good decision making all day, and then you do that.
I'm a system radio host.
You sure are. You sure are. And we're going to pause the system for you right now. All right.
I'm so fired.
More of your calls next. Monster Mondays brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. One of them is to get away from dibs. This is Willard and Dibs.
You better be.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, this one's for you, NFL, and we got some more Purdy and 49er calls. We're going to get to you here. Willard and Dibs, so glad you're with us. Wonderful interaction today, man, just as I would expect the day after Week 1 and a huge 49er win. But for those of you still driving home from work, and I imagine that's many of you, you probably missed what this looked like tonight. And it was a real celebration, okay? Damar Hamlin is there tonight. Now, he's inactive, but Damar Hamlin is there tonight. It is 9/11. The game is in New York. Aaron Rodgers carrying the American flag out onto the field in a pregame ceremony. Tons of emotion in the building and all kinds, I think, of thoughtful approaches by the league in terms of the way they presented this, captured it both for the audience, for the Jets players, for the Bills players. It was really cool. It was really cool. 7 minutes later, Aaron Rodgers is on a cart because you can't figure out what's obvious to anybody who's got eyes. And that is that this surface, especially the one at MetLife Stadium there in New York, has got to go. It has got to go. How many more stars need to be on a cart on that field? Nick Bosa, once upon a time, was one of them. How many more of your stars need to leave on a cart before you're going to fix this? It is completely ridiculous. It is so obvious. And I understand that the NFL makes its decisions based on money. But this one, to me, I know you can't always quantify it, but this is losing you money. You may save money in the moment, but when your stars leave on carts, you lose money, league. Because I don't know where this is going to go, but there's now a chance that Zach Wilson's the quarterback all year for the Jets again. That's a money loser for the NFL.
Didn't want to interrupt the rant because the rant is absolutely factual. It was passionate, and I know exactly where that comes from. You're a human being. But if I may speak for the NFL, and I will, just not to get into a fierce debate on this, but there's a couple points. One, doesn't cost them a penny in terms of people are still going to watch this game and every other game. So, yes, Zach Wilson is not as popular as Aaron Rodgers, but fantasy football, gambling, and people are still going to watch the product. So even if they lose 1/100th of 1% of their revenue, that is like pennies in the jar. And the second piece is maybe the worst part about this is they don't care about Aaron Rodgers. They don't care about anybody else who happens to play this game in terms of player safety. If they did, they wouldn't have been concussion deniers. They wouldn't have dragged their feet on all those concussion settlements. They would give each and every one of these players lifetime medical, no matter how much football you actually play for them. But they don't. They don't care about the athletes who play their sport. 14 of the 30 NFL stadiums are on artificial surfaces. That's half. If you look at the English Premier League, every single game on every single stadium is played on natural grass. And they get a lot more bad weather than we do here. The reason why they don't do it here is because the owners want to save money and they don't care about the player safety. And it sucks, Mark, and you're absolutely right. And this field in particular has been a star-eating surface. And we saw it with Nick Bosa. Didn't the Niners lose 3 players that game?
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo, Nick Bosa.
And I thought they lost a third. Maybe it wasn't an ACL.
One of their tight ends?
Yeah.
I feel like it was a backup tight end. I'm blanking on his name.
Either way,
yeah.
This surface is well known to be one that is very, very dangerous. And you have 2 teams that play on it. So it's sad, but it's an unfortunate reality of what the NFL does in terms of how they do business.
Doc Pandia just tweeted, important to understand the injury risk for artificial turf versus natural grass. He quotes from a study, quote, the available body of literature suggests a higher rate of foot and ankle injuries on artificial turf, both old generation and new generation turf, compared with natural grass. And so here we are, and everybody waiting for the word as to what it might be with Aaron Rodgers.
In that 2020 game for the 49ers at MetLife, it was Bosa, Garoppolo, Raheem Mostert, and Solomon Thomas.
And Solomon Thomas. That's right. And who was that tight end they had? Jordan, gosh, I'm blanking on his name. Didn't he get hurt? Jordan Reed. Didn't he get hurt in that game too? I feel like maybe not a season ender or whatnot, but I feel like he got hurt in that game too. So anyway, 888-957-9570. Abby in Sunnyvale next up. Hey, Abby, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
Hey, thank you guys for taking up my call. I really love the discussions we have on NFL for last off-season and now. I've been a fan of 49ers for last 3 years. I moved to U.S. in 2019, and I just fell in love with this game. I love every aspect of this game, like the physical aspect of this game. I want to give a shout-out to Brock Purdy with respect to not what he has done in terms of winning each and every game, but just opening up the playbook for Kyle Shanahan a lot to include, the players like Aiyuk, Kittle. If we see the last year, since Brock Purdy started, Kittle had a lot more touchdowns, and I always used to get angry why people only talk about Kelsey's and Justin Jefferson when we have people like, Kittle and Aiyuk, and they are on the same level, but was never talked about. But now, with Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan is more open to, give the game, the plays to a lot more people than just to run with Deebo Samuel, Joan Jennings, and CMC. So I just love to give a shout out to Brock Purdy to just open a lot more playbook from Kyle Shanahan.
Abby, thanks. Yeah, I tell you what, we talked earlier. I think Brock Purdy's going to make Brandon Aiyuk a whole lot of money in the offseason. We're also, Boss and I were having a conversation earlier today with regard to Aiyuk and just like how many receivers and we don't need to go through all of them now. How many receivers in the league would you take over Brandon?
Probably less than 10. Maybe 10 is the number.
Yeah. We were going through it. Lucas and I were going through it a little bit. I think for me, and maybe there's a little bias there because of it's my
and
favorite
we
team.
See him, yeah.
Well, and it's yesterday, right? We're excited about him. But I had a hard time getting past about 6 or 7.
I just threw out 10 as a ballpark.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. If I'm John Lynch, I march down to Kyle's office and I say, stop throwing him the ball. You are costing us millions, dog. Do me a favor. Less Aiyuk. How about we let Ray catch the pill?
Call the whole team in, have everybody do that little restructure dance, and give him $1 billion.
Stop throwing Brandon the ball.
Who cares?
Get him back in the doghouse and stuff.
Travis in Oakland. Hey, Travis, what are you doing?
Just driving home from work. How you doing, Willard Dibbs? How we doing today?
We good, brother.
We're good.
Good. Love to hear it. Yeah, I agree with the Aiyuk comment. I bet John Lynch is definitely they got to bust out another checkbook for sure because Aiyuk looks like he's absolutely locked in. He wants that bag. I wanted to call in. So I also want to give this context. I was a big Jimmy Garoppolo defender, and I also was a big Alex Smith defender. Any Niner quarterback, I ride with fully. All the Brock Purdy system talk, I think back to the Shanahan era. People are talking, okay, we're going to take away the short passes, take away the run game. Has Kyle ever really let a quarterback rip it deep? I feel like we haven't seen that wrinkle in this playbook or in this system with San Francisco to where I feel like, if the Rams, for example, want to do that, with the weapons we have right now, with how good Aiyuk is playing, Deebo looks like he's back in better shape, want to have a resurgent season, plus George Kittle, I feel like that wrinkle will be coming, and when Shanahan does, it's going to take time to adjust to. So I wanted to know if you all kind of felt the same way, or if it's just simply that, when people are talking about Brock being a system QB and lacking talent, it's more a knock on his physical capabilities. People don't think he can actually throw the deep ball. I just think we haven't seen it yet, right? Because Kyle doesn't trust Garoppolo. And, obviously, Brian Hoyer's going to let it rip. So that's my question. Hopefully it makes sense. I can be a bit ranty at times. It's super exciting, and thanks for taking my call.
Right on, Travis. Have a great
thanks
day.
for calling.
I do think that's part of it is because we haven't seen him rip it, and we've seen him run Shanahan's system, which is, I won't use the phrase dink and dunk, but it's a lot of controlled passes, and it's a lot of intermediate passes. And the fact that he does it well shouldn't be a knock on Brock Purdy.
Well, and there, by the way, it's also not just the quarterback personnel, it's all the other personnel too. Who's their deep bomb wide receiver? They drafted Danny Gray. They don't use him.
Yeah.
So that's not what Debo does. It's not what Aiyuk does, quite frankly. It's not what the 49ers are trying to do. They're not trying to go vertical. Okay? That's not their thing. By the way, Breece Hall just ripped off like an 80-yard run. You know what? All off season. Well, Breece Hall not until week 6. Okay. He's already got over 100 yards. Sweet. Anyway, looks great on my bench, though. Tons of fun. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Big time.
Okay, let's do it again tomorrow. Here comes Grandy, everybody. That's what's next on the game. Full hour of today's best content from our station, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Great job, everybody, today. The Niners are off and running. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Great deals and your next adventure await when you join the Jeep family. Just get to your local Jeep brand dealership or visit Jeep.com and experience the full lineup of Jeep SUVs, where you can electrify your adventure with the capable Jeep Wrangler 4xe plug-in hybrid. Find luxury in the Jeep Grand Cherokee or explore any terrain with the Jeep Gladiator. Experience what true freedom means when you join the Jeep family. Visit Jeep.com to find a Jeep brand dealership near you. Jeep is a registered trademark.